Hey, what's going on? Hey, I know y'all getting time. We're talking about liberalism over here. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Okay. Give me 1 second, y'all. We got to talk about this today. We're gonna get into the philosophy aspect, and we're gonna get into the peer aspect of liberalism. I got some links too. Don't give me. It's gonna be like what it was in the conservatism thing. Let's see. We'll hear. Let's see. What's going on, DeAndre? Salute. All hail to the Grey Skull. Grey Skull. And a little activism and some little politics. Ain't nothing. Just gonna drop some gems. Let's see. Save for now. So we're gonna talk about it. We're gonna talk about it tonight. Shouts out to Ism. He going in tonight. I'm gonna add another playlist. Talk about liberalism. We're gonna do a part 2, so don't you worry. I know people like to do, and you know what I'm saying, like, let's add. We're gonna talk about. We'll add this next, and we're gonna make it public. We already know liberalism. And we're gonna add something to it. Classic to modern. Oh shit. There we go. And we're gonna do something real quick. So don't you worry. We're gonna talk about it. Because I know people don't want to hear anything. And we're just gonna be like, yeah. So we're gonna do this. All right. As anybody's here, nobody's here for now. Now we're gonna talk about this philosophy right here. This is gonna be in depth. We're gonna go into it, we're gonna read, and then we're gonna provide the links. And don't you worry. To the articles if y'all want to read, and I'm gonna add it to the live chat. But this right here, I won't open it up till later if y'all have any questions. It's just like what we did with the conservatism thing, and we're going to talk about liberalism today. We're going to get into the philosophy aspect, and we're going to get into the notes. So I'm going to make this brief. Liberalism itself, the philosophy of the basic introduction, includes a broad spectrum of political philosophies that consider the individual liberty to be the most important political goal and emphasize individual rights, equality of opportunity, although most liberals would claim that a government is necessary to protect rights. Different forms of liberalism may propose very different policies. See the sections on types of liberalisms below. They are, however, generally united by their supported for a number of principles, including extensive freedom of thought and freedom of speech. Here we go. The words again: freedom of thought, freedom of speech. Here we go. Limitations on the power of governments, the application of the rule of law, a market economy or a mixed economy with both private-owned and state-owned enterprises, and a transparent and democratic system of government. Okay. And it says, like the similar concept of libertarianism, liberalism believes that society should be organized in accordance with a certain unchangeable and inviolable human rights, especially the rights to life, liberty, and property. It also holds that traditions do not carry any inherent value, that social practice ought to be continuously adjusted for the greater benefit of humanity, that there should be no foundational assumptions such as divine right of kings, hereditary status, or established religion that take precedence over other aspects of government. And that's what we're going to talk about. And then we call it anarchism. Anarchism is such as more radical form of liberalism. Let's read that again. Anarchism is a much more radical form of liberalism. Although, like anarchism, liberalism historically stands in the opposition to any form of authoritarianism, whether in the form of communism, socialism, fascism, or other types of totalitarianism. Let's read that again for the people of the back. Liberalism historically stands opposition to any form for authoritarianism, whether in the form of communism, socialism, fascism, or other types of totalitarianism. Its emphasis on individual rights, individual also puts it in opposition to any kind of collectivism, which emphasizes the collective or the community to the degree where the rights of the individual are either diminished or abolished. Communitarianism. Now we can go in this part right here. Communitarianism, we're going to give it brief, is a 20th century political doctrine which emphasizes interests of communities and societies over those of the individual, while not necessarily hostile to liberalism or social democracy. It does oppose individualist doctrines like libertarianism, which is stress humans and independence and the importance of individual self-reliance, liberty, and the most aspects of modern conservatism. There you go. So we'll talk about conservatism again. I might make a part 3 in the future. And I know it went off the rails, but you know what? Let me talk about conservatism real quick, because we talked about this months ago. And it's talk about in favors of tradition and presence of the status quo, critical, liberal, and socialism, classic conservatism. We talked about this. I could have used this. So we're going to add conserve, and that's done. And y'all already know what it is, in presence of the status quo. So we ain't going to get into that. That's a whole nother species. But we're dealing with liberalism today. We did communitarianism, and now we're dealing with liberalism today. They mentioned fascism. It's a lot in ideology. I could do a whole series on philosophy. The word liberal derives from Latin liber, meaning free or not a slave. In everyday use, it means generous and open-minded, as well as free from restraint and from prejudice. It uses a political term, however, only dates from the early 19th century. Okay, here's the history of liberalism. History of liberalism. Modern ideology of liberalism can be traced back to the humanism, which challenged the authority of the established church in the Renaissance Europe, and more particularly to the 17th and 18th century British and French Enlightenment thinkers. The movement towards self-government in colonial America, John Locke, two treatises on government of 1689 established two fundamental liberal ideas: economic liberty, meaning the right to have and use of property; intellectual liberty, including freedom of conscience. His natural rights of theory, natural of Locke, being essentially like liberty and property, was a distant forerunner of the modern conception of human rights, although he saw the right of the property as more important than the right to participate in government and political decisions making, and he did not endorse democracy, fearing that giving power to the people would erode the sanctity of private property. Nonetheless, the idea of natural rights play a key role in providing the ideological justification for the American and the French revolutions. In the further development of liberalism in France, Baron de Montesquieu, 1689-1755, advocated laws restraining even the monarchs. Then a novel concept, rather than accepted as a natural to a mere law of force and tradition in French, psychocrats, believers that the wealth of nations was derived solely from the land of agriculture or land development, establishing the idea of laissez-faire economics as an injunction against government interference with trade. In the late French Enlightenment, Voltaire argued on intellectual grounds for the establishment of the constitutional monarch in France of Jean-Jacques Rousseau, argued for natural freedom for mankind and for changes in the political and social arrangements based around the idea that society can restrain a natural human liberty, but not obliterate its nature. Rousseau, John Jacques Rousseau, was also instrumental, along with Locke, in the development of a key liberal concept, that of the social construct. The idea that people give up some rights to a government in order to receive social order. He asserted that each person knows that their own interests best, that the man is born free, but the education was sufficient to restrain him within society, an idea that rocked the monarchical society of his age. He also asserted again the contravention, again in contravention of establishment political practice, that nation could have an organic nation will and a capacity for self-determination, which would allow states to exist without being chained to pre-existing social orders, such as aristocracy. Another major contributing group to the ideal of liberalism are those associated with the Scottish Enlightenment, especially David Hume and Adam Smith. Possibly Hume, most important contribution to liberalism was assertion that the fundamental rules of human behavior would eventually overwhelm any attempts to restrict or regulate them, which is influenced Immanuel Kant formulation of his categorical imperative theory. Adam Smith expounded on the theory that individuals could structure both moral and economic life without direction from the state, and the nations would be the strongest whether their citizens were free to follow their own initiative. Their own initiative they study of his own advantage, and naturally, or rather necessarily, leads him to prefer that the employment which is most advantageous to the society. In his influential Wealth of Nations of 1776, he argued that the market under the certain conditions would naturally regulate itself and would produce more than the heavily restricted markets that were the norm at the time. And he agreed with Hume that the captain, not gold, is the wealth of nations. Much intellectual basis for the American Revolution. 1775, 1783 was framed by Thomas Paine, 1737, 1809, Thomas Jefferson, 1743, 1826, and John Adams, 1735, 1826, who encouraged the revolt in the name of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Echoing Locke in his favor of the democratic government and individual liberty, in particular, Paine widely read pamphlet Common Sense, 1776, and his Rights of Man, 1791, were highly influential in this process. But the goal was to ensure liberty by preventing the concentration of power in the hands of any one man. Okay, the French Revolution, 1789, 1799 was even more drastic and less compromising. Although in its first few years, the revolution was very much guided by liberty ideas. However, the transition from revolt stability was to prove more difficult than the similar American transition and later. Under the leadership of Maximilian Robespierre, 1758, 1794, and the Jacobins, power was greatly centralized and most aspects were dispensed with, resulting in the reign of terror. Nevertheless, the French Revolution would go further than the American Revolution in establishing liberal ideas, which such as policies is universal male suffrage, national citizenship, and far-reaching declaration of the rights of man and citizenship. Here we go. It's connected to utilitarianism. I done told you about it. We go here, the qualitative utilitarian, John Stuart Mill. I told you, man. I told you, we're going to get into it. John Stuart popularized the expanded liberal ideas in the mid-19th century, grounding them in the instrumental and the pragmatic, particular in his own Liberty of 1859. In other works, He also propounded a utilitarian justification of liberalism, which the moral worth of the economic system is determined solely by its contributions to the overall utility and maximizing happiness or pleasure among all people. Let's read that again. They said he expanded liberal ideas, right? He grounded them in instrumental and pragmatic, particularly in his own Liberty of 1859 and other works. He also propounded a utilitarian justification of liberalism, in which the moral worth of economic system is determined solely by its contribution to overall utility and maximizing happiness or pleasure among all people. John Stewart is a utilitarian philosopher. I did a series on that. Check out my playlist of utilitarianism, and he's one of those philosophers. He's a qualitative. He deals with the quality of utilitarianism, the greatest maximum, the happiness of the greatest number. The one that deals with the quantitative utilitarian, that's Jeremy Bentham. He's the one that deals with numbers. He deals with quality of life, of happiness. He's more like, we'll just say, a modern liberal that he came up. He was part of Parliament back then. He's an English philosopher, and he's a utilitarian philosopher that created that theory. So, yes, he was instrumental in the development of progressive political doctrines such as socialism, libertarianism, and feminism, and he was acting in call for political and social reforms such as abolition of the slave trade, universal suffrage, labor unions, and farm cooperatives. But he is a utilitarian philosopher. And his philosophical roots were the British empiricism of John Locke, George Berkeley, and David Hume. But he's best known for his further development of utilitarian theory. Let's read that again. He's best known for he's a utilitarian philosopher, but he's not an Epicureanism person. That's a form of nihilism, if you want to get technical. David Hume and all those guys is different. But when you talk about Jeremy Bentham, and if you study utilitarianism, you study John Stuart Mill. He's your philosopher, along with Jeremy Bentham. He deals with the numbers. He's a quantitative utilitarian. He's qualitative utilitarianism philosopher in theory. He's like a theorist almost. And I'm going to read it again. Best known for the development of utilitarian theory of his teacher. Jeremy Bentham was his teacher, which he popularized as a movement of which he became the best known exponent and apologist. He was an apologist, of course. He deals with ethics and all that. So we'll talk about utilitarianism, how it's connected to liberalism too. So we're reading this part right here. I'll see who's in the chat, see everybody, how they doing, because there's nobody in the chat. Oh, okay. Somebody in the chat. Hold on. What's going on, 1Gs? Salute, bro. Let's see. What's going on, Tyrone? What's going on, Tampa? Salute to y'all. So we're gonna get into it. I'm gonna put this on the big screen. Hold on. We're gonna get this right quick, and we're gonna take you off. So my fault, right? Exactly. So I'll give you the liberalism in a minute after I read it. Okay. Gradually, the idea of liberal democracy is a typical form of multi-party political pluralism, gathers strength and influence over much of the Western world. Although it should be noted for liberals, democracy is not an end in itself, but an essential means to securing liberty and individuality and diversity. Towards the end of the 19th century, those splits were developing within liberalism between those who accepted some government intervention in the economy and those who became increasingly anti-government, in some cases adopting varieties of anarchism. In the 20th century, in the face of growing relative inequality of wealth, a theory of modern liberalism, or new liberalism or social liberalism was developed to describe how a government could intervene in the economic, protect liberty while still avoiding socialism, among others. John Dewey, John Maynard Keynes, 1883, 1946, Franklin D. Roosevelt, 1882, 1945, John Kenneth Galbraith, 1908, 2008 to 2006. 2006. 2006, and can be singled out the instrument in this respect other liberals, including Frederick Hayek, 1899 to 1992, Milton Friedman, 1912 to 2006, Ludwig von Mises, 1881, 1973, argued to the phenomenon such as the Great Depression of the 1930s and the rise of totalitarian dictatorships were not a result of laissez-faire capitalism at all, but a result of too much government intervention and regulations on the market. Facts. Okay, types of liberalism. There are two current thoughts within liberalism: classical liberalism and social liberalism. There's two major current of thoughts within liberalism: classical liberalism and social liberalism. Okay, classical liberalism holds that the only real freedom is a form from our Krakorian and the state intervention in the economy, a coercive power that restricts the economic freedom of individuals and so should be avoided as far as possible. It favors laissez-faire economic policies, minimal economic intervention and taxation by the state beyond what is necessary to maintain individual liberty, peace, security, and property rights, and opposes the welfare state, the provisions of welfare services by the state, and the assumption by the state of primary responsibility for the welfare of its citizens. Social liberalism argues that the governments must take an active role in promoting the freedom of citizens, and the real freedom can only exist when the citizens are healthy, educated, and free from dire poverty. Social liberals believe that his freedom can be ensured when governments guarantee the right to an education, health care, and living wage. And in addition to the other responsibilities such as laws against discrimination in housing and employment, laws against pollution of the environment, and the provision of welfare, all of which would be supported by a progressive taxation system. As with many political philosophies, there are several forms and variations of liberalism, including the following. That's what they say. Including the following. And here's: conservative liberalism is a variant of liberalism representing the right wing of liberal movement and combines with liberal values, policies with conservative stances. Unlike liberal conservatives, however, who tend to be more committed to authority, tradition, and established religion, conservative liberals are supporters of separation between church and state. It is also differs from libertarianism, and that is far less radical in its economic program and its support for an active defense policy and military interventions. Economic liberalism is a theory of economics and classical liberalism developed during the Enlightenment, particularly by Adam Smith, which advocates minimal interference by government in the economy. Libertarianism, neoliberalism, and some schools of conservatism, particularly liberal conservatism, are often referred to as economic liberalism. Let's read that again. Libertarianism, neoliberalism, and some schools of conservatism, particularly liberal conservatism, are often referred to as economic liberalism. That's what it's called. That's what it's called. That's what it's called. Since we're going to go there tonight, I'll get my piece of paper out. Let's read that again. So it's called economic liberalism. Since I'm going to save this philosophy goes down, I gotta save you. Anytime they ask you about economics, and we're gonna economic liberalism. So that's what it's called. And it says, we're going to write it down. it says what get a better pen. It says what libertarianism, right? It says libertarianism, right? What else it says? Neoliberalism. Neo. And then what else it said? It said some schools of thought of conservatism. Write a circle on it. Conservatism is often referred, and then we got he said particularly, we're gonna say particularly liberal conservatives, known as economic liberal conservatism. That's what we're gonna call it, and we're gonna stick to that. We're gonna add that for part 2 another time. Neoliberalism refers to a program of reducing trade barriers, internal market restrictions, while using governmental power to enforce opening free markets. In some ways, it's an modern attempt championed by conservatives like Ronald Reagan, 1911 to 2004. Margaret Thatcher, right? Let's go with Margaret Thatcher, 1925 to 2013, Margaret Thatcher. And since 1907's to revert to pure classical liberalism. American liberalism is largely a combination of social liberalism and social progressivism and mixed economy philosophy. It is distinguished from classic liberalism, see above, and libertarianism, which also claim freedom as their primary goal. In its insistence upon the inclusion of positive rights such as education, healthcare, and other services good believed to be required for human development and self-actualization, in a broader definition of equality, right? National liberalism. National liberalism is a variant of liberalism commonly found in several European countries in the 19th century, 20th century, which combines nationalism, which policies mainly derived from economic liberalism, see above. Ordo liberalism. Ordo liberalism is a mid-20th century school of liberalism developed mainly in Germany, emphasizing that need for the state to ensure that the free market produce results close to theoretical potential. Paleoliberalism is a term that has at least few distinct, though largely ambiguous meanings, including extreme liberalism and very socialist or socially libertarian. Liberalism opposed to neoliberalism, see above. Cultural liberalism is a liberal view of society that stresses the freedom of individuals and from cultural norms. Okay, we read about liberalism, and I will give you the link in the chat if you want to know what I'm reading. I'm gonna put this in the chat. We covered the philosophy part, and I know everybody was going on, and and that's just what it is. What's going on, War Master? Salute, man. Salute. Just gonna put this out here, and that's just out here. And I'm gonna read your comment for a minute. He said, "A man's action speaks louder than words. Conservatives want to conserve liberty. There's nothing liberal about the left." And exactly, yeah. So liberalism has many forms, but I will show you something interesting. If a fun fact, I found this interesting when I did utilitarian videos. I just let's talk about it. I mean, we're gonna go into it right here. When we was talking about John Stuart Mill earlier and mention him right here, we're gonna mention. See, it came from Epicureanism right here. That's when it traced back to his origins, right? And the proto-utilitarians. Edmund Burke was a pro-utilitarian. We mentioned him earlier. The Jeremy B deals with the numbers. Jeremy Bentham. And where we're gonna find that's his father, James Mill, and here goes his son, John Stuart Mill, right here. That's his proponent. And then it says Utilitarianism, famous 1861 short work, but both named movement to refine Bentham's original principles. Mill argued to the cultural, intellectual, and spiritual pleasures are greater value than were physical pleasures as a value component judge, which according to Mill is anyone who has experienced both the lower pleasures and the higher. So he's in there as well. But here's the thing. Here's what got it all started right here. And it says liberty, right? Mill argues utilitarianism requires any political arrangements to satisfy and liberty principles or harm principles, according to which only purpose for which power can be rightfully exercised over any member of civilized community against his will is to prevent harm to others. Cornerstone of the principles of, it says, of liberalism and libertarianism. Some Marxist philosophers have also used these principles as arguments for socialism. So they try to adopt utilitarianism with John Stuart Mill, which is interesting. Then you got your classic utilitarians have different consequentialism. That's Bentham and Mill. But yes, he kind of formed all that. A lot of people study from each other. And there's some criticism of utilitarianism. I got streams on that. I got pre-records on it, the pros and cons of utilitarianism. But yeah, liberalism is very, very tricky because when you deal with the philosophy basics, you have all your stuff in. I put that in the chat so I can eat on it. And we talked about conservatism. I did 2 streams on it. It's no need because I brought the what's his name? Barry Goldwater and stuff like that. But then if you want to know the philosophy, let's go into communitarianism. And then we're going to go into conservatism a little bit. I read briefly, and it says it's conservatism. Here's your classic conservatism. And it's talking about the traditions and everything else, various values over time. Okay. Does not reject pure set, but instance. This is classic conservatism I'm reading. Changes, but organic and rather than revolutionary, arguing any attempt to modify the complex of human interactions that form human societies purely for the sake of some doctrine or theory run the risk of running afoul of the law and unintended consequences and moral hazards. As a general ideology, conservatism is opposed to ideals of liberalism and socialism. That's classic conservatism right here. Conservatism generally refers to right-wing politics, which advocates the preservations of personal wealth, privately owned capitalism, and emphasize self-reliance and individualism. Conservatives generally are more punitive towards criminals and tended to hold more orthodox religious views and are often enocentric and hostile towards, yeah, they say same-sex or homosexual, but, you know, in other minority groups, that's what they use. Of course, they're going to use that. That's in the philosophy, but I call them same-sex. They same-sex today. We ain't going to use the human sexual term that they want to broad, but that's a whole nother. But different cultures often have established values and consequences. Nationalism is just same old stuff. What, you know, you get to the history, French Revolution. Oh, Richard Hooker. Okay. Edmund Burke, a utilitarian philosopher right here. Proto, Irish philosopher. See, can birth all these terms, man. They all in here. Rationalist. I done did a piece on conservatism, but yeah. And, you know, this is, okay, the types of conservatism. Here we go. Cultural conservatism is a philosophy that supports preservation of heritage, a nation, or culture, or sometimes language and traditions, usually by the adaptation of norms handed down from the past. Social conservatism is a subset of cultural conservatism where the norms may also be moral. Opposition to homosexuality, covering of women's faces. That's what they say, you know, what I call them same sexuality, you know, try to be politically correct here, but, you know, I don't really care for that term. I like to debate that term because they said Homo sapiens is human beings. But, you know, I don't want to make a joke about it. They're going to get mad. Oh, he said it again. You asshole. You know how they are. In Europe, however, it usually refers to liberal conservatives who support modern European welfare states. Now, I've did this term before in Conservatism Part 1. You can watch. Me and SKC and Mike broke it down, and I wrote the different variations. I wish I used it, and I think I used this too. This is a repeat if y'all wasn't new to this. I'm gonna keep you up to speed. Religious conservatism seeks to preserve the teachings of particularly religious ideologies, either by example or the law or by law. Religious conservatives may promote broad campaigns for a return to traditional values, or they may go radical route, looking to preserve a belief in its original pristine form. And here comes physical conservatism. It's an economic philosophy of prudence in government spending and debt, and arguing that the government does not have the right to run up large debts and then throw the burden on the taxpayer. Okay, that's physical conservatism. Here's payload conservatism. It's a moderate and extreme form of conservatism popular in the Bible Belt states of USA, which emphasizes religious heritage, national and Western identity, traditions, civil society, and anti-interventionist policies, classical federalism. It is specifically opposes illegal immigration, communism, authoritarianism, and social democracy. Social democracy and entitlement programs. That's what you would call paleo-conservatism right there, the Bible Belt. Neoconservatism is the new conservatism movement, which emerged in the United States opposition to perceived liberalism of 1960s. It emphasized interventionist and foreign policies, free trade and free market economics, and general disapproval of counterculture. Bioconservatism is a stance of hesitancy and technological development and skepticism about medical and other biotechnical transforms, living in cloning and engineering, and especially if perceived and threatened to give social order. Okay, that's a bit of conservatism. That's just one. I just want to give it brief. The difference between the two. I could have did this, but we did conservatism on my two streams. I did two playlists you can watch. It went off the rails on the second one at the tail end. But yeah, we're gonna focus on liberalism today. This is liberalism. I gave you the link. So we're going to freeze up the screen. What's going on? May, salute, appreciate you, bro. And we're just gonna stop the share, and I'm gonna keep this up right quick. So we're gonna go right here, and we're gonna just break it down in so many fragments. But I got some links for y'all. Let's see. Give me my tab real quick. How classical liberalism morphed into the New Deal liberalism. Okay, we're gonna get into this real quick. How much time I got? Oh, I got 38 minutes. Okay, good. I can knock this out. I got more links to come, but I'll wait till more people come in. How classical liberalism morphed into the New Deal. Oh, we got into work, the work, people. And that's just it. You know, and that's just how we're gonna be. And that's just what it is. But and then excerpt of Eric Alterman's new book, The Cause attempts a long asked question, how classical liberalism and transition into the New Deal liberalism. So I'm going to read this for you. I'm going to big up the screen. Hold on for a minute. And we're going to talk about it for real quick. It's the New Deal. I'm going to give you a piece. They got President Franklin D. Roosevelt is shown in signing a law that created the Tennessee Valley Authority, TVA, in 1933. President Roosevelt's so-called New Deal liberalism drew largely from the ideas of classical liberalism. Okay, note, Eric Alterman is appearing at the center of American progress today for an event that is a part of a tour promoting his new book, The Cause to Fight for American Liberalism, from Franklin D. Roosevelt to Barack Obama. Here's an excerpt from the book that addresses frequently asked questions. How did classical liberalism morph into the New Deal liberalism? Classical liberalism is synonymous with the faith in reason, which had arisen out of Enlightenment as reaction to claims of divine rule by the clergy and royalty of the late Middle Ages, and found an expression in thoughts of many writers across Europe and the British Isles, including John Stuart Mill. We just read John Stuart Mill, a utilitarian philosopher, John Locke, another philosopher of liberalism, and Baron de Montesquieu, and Voltaire. Voltaire, we read about him, David Hume, Immanuel Kant, as well as the political arguments of America's founders, particularly Thomas Jefferson, Thomas Paine, and James Madison. Liberal freedoms were primarily freedoms of the mind, freedom of thought, of expression, of religion, and self-intervention without regard to custom of caste, creed, or crown. Above all, liberalism implied both an ability and responsibility of people to think for themselves, to create their own destinies, to follow their own consciences. Examine the evolution of liberal belief since its founding. The liberal theologian Reinhold Niebuhr observed in an article published on July 4th, 1955, The New Republic, that liberalism in the broadest sense was categorized by a commitment to the free individual form, the traditional restraints of a society endowed to govern with the power of franchise, to establish the principle of constant of governing as basis political society, to challenge all hereditary privileges and traditional restraints upon human initiative. Over the course of the 19th century, however, the traditional or classical understanding of liberalism came to represent a kind of conservatism of power, and institutions, including primarily corporations and trusts, found ways to constrict it to freedom of individuals through the onerous working conditions of early industrial factories, while at the same time paying tribute to the liberal virtues of self-reliance and freedom to choose one's own path to prosperity. To address these developments, two great liberal philosopher John Dewey called upon the liberals to rethink some of their most fundamental assumptions. Dewey defended the same Enlightenment-based liberalism of old, but redefined it so to allow its believers to adapt to contemporary conditions of liberalism. He wrote, came into to denote the new spirit and that the grew and spread with the rise of democracy, and it implied a new interest in the common man and a new sense that the common man, the representative of the great masses of the human beings, had possibility have been kept under, that had not been allowed to develop because of institutional political conditions. It was marked by a generous attitude, by sympathy for the underdog, for those who were not given a chance. And it was aimed largely the scope of freedom action on the part of those who for at ages had no part in public affairs, but no lot in the benefits of secured by this participation. Although Dewey was much of a better philosopher than he was political strategist, spent most of the Roosevelt's career denouncing the president as a sellout and supporting socialists and other marginal and candidates. Roosevelt's political career did embody the new liberal spirit that Dewey had identified in his famous 1932 speech at the Commonwealth Club in San Francisco. Roosevelt expressed his administration for Woodrow Wilson was a politician who saw the situation of industrial power more clearly, even though for political reasons he needed to demonstrate his respect for his former boss and predecessor in office as America's most recent Democratic president. FDR likely felt like a greater affinity as an example of presidency between his older cousin Teddy rather than Wilson. TR had been a rarity, a successful politician who was a genuine man of ideas and a historian himself. He gravitated toward other such men, and in Herbert Crawley, the founder editor of the New Republic, he found one also to articulate the kind of grand sweeping notion upon which he could not only base an entire political lifetime proposed reform, but even found in a movement that succeeded in displacing the two establishments' political parties. The promise of Crowley's Promise of America's Life, 1909, referred to his belief that the United States could have avoided to grotesque social economic inequality founded in Europe, and could chart an independent course premise on its democratic faith. The faith was grounded in the Jefferson worldview, which was now being challenged by the closing of the frontier and the concentration of economic power in corporate trusts. Suddenly, Alexander Hamilton's vision of America's future industrial powerhouse with a strong central government was looking a great deal more prophetic than the Agrarian Republic envisioned by his famous philosophical adversary by the turn of the century. Crowley reasoning, the only power capable of counteracting the transformation of the American economy would have to be national in scope, for the nation itself remained to the best machinery as yet developed for raising the level of human association. But because he viewed the Hamiltonian tradition and American history as corrupted by its attachment to the wealthy interests, particularly banking, and he sought to employ Hamiltonian mechanisms in order to achieve a Jefferson vision of political equality. The whole tendencies of its program, and he explained it's to give a democratic meaning and purpose of the Hamiltonian tradition and method. The result would be a new definition of hallowed traditions of American individualism. So, yeah, this is a long article. I'm not going to get into it, but y'all can read the rest for yourself. But that's the New Deal. It's an interesting read. I got some more because I'm going to speed this up. I'm not going to read like that. You can read the rest for yourself or save it in your bookmarks, whatever. But yeah, this is what we see in these spaces and things like that. What's going on, Wacky? Salute. Shalom. And yeah, modern liberalism. I talked about it earlier in the stream, and we talked about the philosophies and things like that. I put the links in the chat. So if y'all want to see anything, so it's 47 minutes. So we're in here. So we're going to go in here for a minute. I'm going to find my library. Oh, God. Let me go with my other bookmark list. Hold on. Introducing. We're going to get into it. And we're just going to do our thing. So, and when we talk about liberalism, we're going to get in this fiber. We talked about the philosophy aspect earlier, and this is the first links posted, and then we talk about the New Deal, introducing liberalism and international relations theory. This is going to be interesting, and this is an except for international relations theory and founders and beginners of the textbook. Download the free copy. Okay, liberalism is a defined feature of modern democracy, illustrated by the prevalence of the term liberal democracy as a way to describe countries with free and fair elections, rule of law, and protected civil liberties. However, liberalism, when discussed within the realm of IR theory, has evolved into the distinct entity of its own. Liberalism contains a variety of concepts and arguments about how institutions, behaviors, and economic connections contain the mitigate the violent power of states when compared to realism, and it adds more factors in our world, our field of view, especially a consideration of citizens, international organizations. Most notable, liberalism has been the tradition foil of realism in, I would say, IR theory, as it offers more optimistic worldview grounded in a different reading of history to that founded in the realist scholarship. The basics of liberalism. Liberalism is based on the moral argument that ensures the right on an individual person's to life, liberty, and property is the highest goal of government. I'll say highest goal of government. Yeah. Highest form of government. Yeah, highest form of government. And consequently, liberalism emphasizes the well-being of the individual as a fundamental building block of a just political system characterized by unchecked power such as monarchy or a dictatorship cannot protect the life and liberty of its citizens. Therefore, the main concern of liberalism is to constrict institutions that protect individual freedom by limiting and checking political power. While these are issues of domestic politics, the realm of IR is also important to liberals because a state's activities abroad can have a strong influence on liberty at home. Liberals are particularly troubled by militaristic foreign policies. The primary concern is that the war requires states to build up military power. This power can be used for fighting foreign states, but it can also be used to oppress its own citizens. For this reason, political systems rooted in liberalism often limit military power by such means as assuring citizens control over the military. Yeah. This is on the military. Just give me 1 second and I'm here. Okay, we're going to do that. Wars, territorial expansions, or imperialism, when the states seek to build empires by taking territories overseas, are especially disturbing for liberals. Not only do expansionist wars strengthen the state at an expense of people, these wars also require long-term commitments to the military occupation and political control of foreign territory and peoples. Occupation controls requires a large bureaucracies that have an interest in maintaining or expanding the occupation of foreign territory. For liberals, therefore, the core problem is how to develop a political system that can allow states to protect themselves from foreign threats without subverting the individual liberty of its citizenry. The primary institution check on power in liberal states is free and fair elections, via which the people can remove their rulers from power, providing a fundamental check on the behavior of the government. And a second important limitation on political power is the division of political power among different branches and levels of power, such as Parliament, Congress, and executive and large legal system. This allows for checks and balances in the use of power. Democratic peace theory is perhaps the strongest contribution of liberalism make it to IR theory. It is assert that the democratic states highly unlikely go to war with one another, but there is two-part explanations for this phenomenon. First, democratic states are characterized by internal restraints on power and described above. Second, democracies tend to see each other as legitimate and unthreatening, and therefore have a higher capacity for cooperation with each other, and that they do with non-democracies. Statistically analyzed and historically cases studies provide strong support for democratic peace theory, but several issues continue to be debated. First, democracy is relatively recent development in human history. This means there are a few cases of democracies have the opportunity to fight one another. Second, we cannot be sure whether it is truly a democratic peace, whether some other factors correlate with democracies are source of peace, such as power, alliances, cultures, economics, and so on. A third point is that while democracies are unlikely to go war with one another, some scholarship suggests that they are likely to be aggressive toward non-democracies, such as when the United States went to war with Iraq or Iraq, how you want to pronounce it, in 2003. Despite the debate, the possibility of the democratic peace gradually constant war, as described by realists, is an enduring important facet of liberalism. Yes, a long read. I'll let y'all read the rest. This is the international relations theory of it. I'm gonna give y'all a chunk of this as well. I got more links to go. I'm just trying to kill the clock because we're gonna stick to, and part 2, we're gonna go into economic liberalism. That's gonna be my part 2. We're gonna talk about that because these dudes do not know about economic liberalism. Because these dudes claiming there's no conservatives in economic liberalism and things like that. So we're gonna go in depth with it. So we're gonna keep it above board here. So we're gonna give you the knowledge. So yes, we're gonna stay in fractions. So let me read the comments. What's going on, Joe W? Salute. Okay, nicer. And he said, regardless of the left say, okay. Yeah. Okay. And that's the theories and their relations. But yeah, we're not, the United States is a republic. We know that, but liberalism is something else. Like, I wouldn't consider it democracy, but but that's funny when you have ideologies like this. So it's good to read, and I put the international relations, just showing you little snippets here and there. Okay, political polarization. Let's get into it. I found another link that was interesting. It's some more links, you can do it. Okay, political polarization in personal life. We're talking about liberals in personal life. What it do? The Pew Research Center. pewresearch.org, politics. That's in 2014. That's on, I believe it's June 12, 2014. Section 3, political polarization in personal life. Liberals want walkable communities. Conservatives prefer more room. Interesting. Political polarization in personal life. Okay, the houses are larger, farther apart, but schools, stores, and restaurants are several miles away. The houses are smaller, closer to each other, but schools, stores, and restaurants are within walking distance. Okay, consistently liberal, 77% is where the houses are smaller. That's 77%. 21% of the human house is larger. That's 21%. It says constantly liberal. So we're looking at 77% right here. 21% with the larger one, and the smaller one is 77%. That's consistently liberal. Mostly liberal is 40% houses larger, farther apart. But then we go to houses are smaller, closer to each other. That's 57%. Mostly liberal. Mixed. 47% of the smaller area, right, of the houses closer to each other. And then the larger houses is 51%. Right here, it's mixed. Mostly conservative, 33% in smaller areas in distance. Larger areas further apart is 65%. Mostly conservative. Consistently conservative, 22%. Houses are smaller and closer to each other, but larger houses is 75%. Restaurants and several miles away. That's 75%. So the total of it all, the small is 48% and 49%. That's the political polarization in personal life. So you have 49% people are mostly, I would say, conservative, mostly liberal. But if you add it up, that's 49%, always consistently liberal, but they're mostly conservative, 65% right here, and consistently conservative. And that's where you get the 49% right here, difference right here with these margins right here. And then when it's mixed, that's where people throw off in the mix too. And it's mixed, mostly conservative and mostly consistently conservative right here. And mostly liberal is 40%. So 21% is their less margin. The most liberal, consistently liberal and most liberal is 77% and 57%. That's where you get the 48 from. And the less is 22% conservative of the larger areas. And that's the polarization and things like that in numbers. So in graphs. Liberals and conservatives are divided or over more than just politics. Those on the opposite ends of the ideological spectrum disagree about everything from the type of community which they prefer to live to the type of people they would welcome into their families. It is enduring stereotype. Conservatives prefer suburban and mega mansions, while liberals like urban enclaves, but one that is grounded in reality. Given to the choice, 3/4, 75% consistently, conservatives say they will opt to live in a community where the houses are larger and farther apart, but the schools, stores, and restaurants are several miles away. And just 22% say they would choose to live where the houses are smaller and closer to each other, but schools, stores, and restaurants are within walking distance. That's kind of like in the South. The preference of consistent liberals are almost the exact inverse, with 77% prefer to smaller houses closest to amenities, and just 21% opting for more square foot far away. Yeah, so you got that going on. Americans overall are divided almost evenly in this preference, with 49% prefer the larger houses and 48% preferring the more convenient locations. That's like in the South. Most people want to be convenient, 48%, 49. That's damn near right. That's about 2014. I don't know what the numbers is now in 2021 since COVID came. It's probably large. Everybody wants a smaller place. It's probably larger now. Liberals and conservatives do agree on all community preference. For example, large majorities of both groups attach great importance to living near family and high quality public schools. Yet their differences are striking. Liberals would rather live in cities, while conservatives prefer rural areas and small towns. Liberals are more likely to say racial and ethnic diversity is more important in a community, and conservatives emphasize shared religious faith. And while 73% of consistent liberals say it's important to them to live near at museums and theaters, just 23% consistent conservatives agree one of their lowest priorities of 8 community characteristics tested. But the section explores these and the other key ways in which political polarization is linked to people's personal lives, day-to-day interactions. As a Republican and Democrats are growing further apart, increasingly polarized along ideological lines, with a greater antipathy towards the opposing party, divides in the political sphere also permeate the everyday lives of Americans. Consistent conservatives and liberals do share one habit that distinguishes them from other Americans. They spend a lot of time talking about politics and government, but this is a part of a pattern of more intense political engagement among those at either end of ideological spectrum. Yet conservatives and liberals also most likely to confine political conversations to those who share their views, and fully have consistent conservatives 50% and 35% of consistent liberals say it's important to them to live in places where most people share their political views, and the highest share of any ideological groups. If people are living in deep red or deep blue, America feel like it's inhabit distinctly different worlds. It is a part because they seek out different types of communities, both geographic and social. So they got your ideological silos and your prejudices, like 49% right here, mostly close friends, that's 49%. Consistently liberals, 35% over here is more important. The total is 35%, 28%. So you got your conservatives 63 and 50%. Mostly conservatives on this side, 44%. The ones that with political views, that's 44%. The other one is 29%. That's the liberal side, 22%. Mixed, 25%. And see the numbers is dwindling on that side. The highest number I would say is 50. And and let's see, The ideal community different for liberals than for conservatives. When it comes to the type of community they would like to live in, liberals are drawn towards city life, while conservatives prefer smaller towns, rural areas. Given the choice to live anywhere in the United States, 41% of the consistent conservatives would want to live in a rural area. And in addition to 35% would have chosen a smaller town. Fewer consistent conservatives, 20% would prefer living in the suburbs. Just 4% want to live in a city. In a near mirror image, 46% of the consistent liberals would choose to live in a city, and 21% would choose to the suburbs. Far fewer would pick a rural area, 11% or a small 20 or small town, 20%. Preference of less ideological Americans are more varied. Notable suburbs do not have a great ideal. Don't have a great deal of appeal for any ideological segment and across age, gender, and other demographic categories. There is no group that expresses a clear preference for living in the suburbs. So that's what they're saying. And as an analyst of the data finds that where liberals and conservatives actually live reflects their community preference, with liberals about twice as likely as a conservative to live in urban areas, while conservatives are more concentrated in rural areas. Later reports in a Pew Research Center series will dive more deeply into the political views and related to where people live. This is a topic covered extensively by Craig Gilbert of the Milwaukee Journal Centennial in a 4-part series entitled Dividing the Lines. What's important in the community? Okay. I'm gonna give y'all the links to what I'm reading now. So I won't and I won't keep reading this too while I give y'all this link, because it's a long read. Because I know I'm gonna go in. Yeah, it's already an hour. What's gone, degenerate? Salute. And what's gone, low cast? What's gone, boy? And we're gonna give you this link. So we're gonna top at it. Just give me a time if I don't want to stumble on no words. We're gonna keep this up too. Reference back. I'll give you some of the leaks in the back chat if y'all want to come up and talk, because I got time tonight. Despite their differing, the community preference in liberals and conservatives generally share the desire to be close to family and good schools and the outdoors. However, when it comes to the ethnic, religious, or political makeup of a community, there are clear ideological divides. Substantially, majorities across all ideological groups place importance on living near extended family, though consistent liberals are a bit less likely than others to say this. Likewise, large majorities say high quality public schools are important to decisions about where to live, reflecting their stage of life. People aged 55 and older are less likely than younger people to value good schools. To control for this lifestyle difference, and because older Americans tend to be more conservative ideologically. They say older Americans are continuing more conservative ideologically. That is so true. That is true. Growing up, I do know that some of them are conservative like that. Not all of them meant to be conservative in the beginning, but some people was raised conservative. Depends on if you grew up in the South. But that's a fun fact right here. A lot of people don't know that. If you grew up in the South, you know what I'm talking about, because that takes time. But you got dude that used to be moderate, and they'll eventually be conservative at the end when they're older. But when you're moderate, some people stay moderate for a long time. But I'm conservative of a lot of things in the household. That's me. You know, if you're under 55, so now if you're 55 older, yeah, they mostly conservative. But the analyst here is based on only those under 55. See, they're going by under 55. That's liberal. That's probably younger than me or my age, but I'm not really that liberal. I wish I was, but I don't have the tendencies. Probably outside the country, but in this country, not so much. But I'm more moderate than you think. Yeah, conservatism today is like, I wouldn't. This is a good graph too. I should have did this with the conservatism strings, but I don't know if I want to do a part 3 on that. I may, or this one we can revisit and get some notes. and just jot this shit down. But I want to make a 2-part series on that. On this one. Yeah, I'm going to do 2-part. And the next part of part 2, we're going to call it economic liberalism. We're going to talk about that because people constantly throw neoliberalism. Some schools of thought of conservatism, particularly liberal conservatives. I talked about this in my conservatism stream, and we got to talk about libertarianism. We will do a series on that eventually. That's a future series, and we're going to break that down to its infantry and give the history of it, because there's many versions of it. Libertarianism is similar to this, and conservatism in the one. So it's kind of, it's an interesting ideology. I don't like the term when Mike V said they're cowards. They're not cowards. Trust me. They're better than this ideology right here. I don't like neither one. I'm mostly moderate. See, that's why I think of the way I do. I'm sorry to say that, but that party is a major future blow to them. That's what stopped Trump from winning. That females took half of his votes. That was intentional. With this cohort, emphasize high quality schools is slightly lower among conservatives than liberals, but across an ideological groups, this rank as the top community priority of the 8 items tested. Having access to the outdoors for hiking, camping, and fishing also is widely valued community attribute. However, this is an ideological split in the important places on access to another type of leisure activity, art measurements, and theaters. More than 3 times as many consistent liberals, 73% as consistent conservatives, 23% rate proximity to museums and galleries as important. There also is a wide gap among people with mostly liberal, 59%, and mostly conservative, 31% views. There are similarly deep ideological divides in the importance in place on racial and ethnic diversity and living near those who share one's religious faith. The majorities of consistent liberals, 76%, and those who are mostly liberal, 58%, say living somewhere with a mix of people from different racial, ethnic backgrounds would be important to them. Far fewer conservatives, 20%, and consistent conservatives, 32% of the mostly conservatives say this. This ideological pattern is nearly identical when the analyst is limited to non-Hispanic whites. I don't like the term Hispanic. I just call them Latin or brown people. That's what they call them. Because when I think about it, when I think of Spain, I think of Spain. I don't think about these people across here. I always call them brown people, because Spain, if you say that to a Spaniard, man, they're going to go off. The Spaniard rather be called Hispanic too. Not these people over here, but that's a whole nother history topic. Because I have experience with Spain. He looked down on the Mexican when he came to Atlanta. And I think I told this a few times on the stream, they don't care for him like that. The only ones they cared about, I'll say in South America, I'll give you, is Argentina, Venezuela, and Chile. That's it. Outside of that, everybody else is niggas to them. That's what they think. They said some derogatory term towards them walking in the mall. That's a whole nother story. I was back in 2010. I was 22 at the time. Right in my face, too. While the Republicans and Democrats holding... Oh, did I skip a part? My fault. I'm going too fast. Okay. At the same time, conservatives place more importance on living in a place where many people share their religious faith, and the majority, 57% of consistent conservatives, say this is important to them, compared within 70% of consistent liberals. Now we get to the part. Marrying across party lines. While Republicans and Democrats holding increasingly negative views of the opposing party, expressions of deep dislike and on a more personal level are less common, but they do exist. And with the dislike with the opposing party, personal antipathy is mostly concentrated among those who hold ideological consistent views. Most Americans are comfortable with political diversity in their households. Just 9% of the public says that they would be unhappy if an immediate family member were to marry a Republican. About the same percentage, 8%, would unhappy to about a prospect of a Democrat marrying into their immediate family. Roughly equals percentages of Democrat 50% and Republican 17% say they would be unhappy welcoming someone from the other party into their family. Some will be unhappy outside the party. Oh man, And this is deep. Some numbers. But, you know, that's a whole, okay, party lines. Some will be unhappy if the family are married outside the party. The discomfort is more prevalent in those who are the most ideological in their thinking. 3 and 30% consistent conservatives say they will be unhappy if a family member married a Democrat. Within 23% consistent liberals say they will be unhappy. Republicans were to marry into family, yet even at the ends of the ideological spectrum, active expressive unhappiness in marrying Republicans or Democratic are the minority positions. Beyond the partisan affiliations of potential family members, the importance of the other characteristics also differs for liberals and conservatives. Roughly half of Americans, 49%, say they would be unhappy if a family member were to marry someone who doesn't believe in God. The rises of 73% among consistent conservatives, along with 58% of those who are mostly conservative. Liberals are much less likely to be unhappy with a non-believer marrying into the families. 24% of consistent liberals and 41% of those who are mostly liberals say they would be unhappy. So you got the unhappy and family outside the party. Upsetting most conservatives in marriages. Married to an atheist upsetting most conservatives. Yeah. It's only 9%. So, you know, they're showing you all the numbers. Yeah, that's it with this article. I mean, y'all can read the rest for yourself. It's the Pew Research Center. That's it, y'all. But that's just what it is in so many points of view. So yeah, that's just roughly. But you know, but that's a whole nother piece. But you know what I'm saying? Like, I came with this research and I was like, you know, I just want to put this out. I wanted to do this stream so bad because I want to be fair. And I think SKC was asking me about do a stream like this. And that prompted me to do this stream. It's similar to what we did with the conservatism stream, because the part one, we talked about Barry Goldwater, but we talked about the Pew Research and we talked about certain philosophies and things like that. I put the links in the chat. We deal with the philosophy aspect. We deal with the what's the one we dealt with? What's the one we dealt with in liberalism? We deal with how classical liberalism is morphed into the New Deal, introducing liberalism in the international relations theory. I post that in the chat. So we did a lot. So now we're dealing with the political polarization. I'll say personal life. We're dealing with that. We're actually talking about liberalism at this point, but conservatism, you know, the opposite ideological sense that we dealt with. We dealt with it. 2-part series what I dealt with. So I'm gonna drop this in the chat. And if y'all want to speak your mind, it's good. I'm clear. I'm just gonna get into it. So let's rock and roll. I got links for days. So what's going on, Mike? So let's see. We're going to see right quick. And that's the future of it. But yeah, that's what happens. But I mean, that's just one of the things of it. You know, we talk about it, but there will be a part 2 to this, and we're going to call it economic liberalism. And it's going to mention libertarianism, neoliberalism, some schools of thought of conservatism, and particularly liberal conservatives. I mentioned this before in Conservatism Part 1. When I talk about Barry Goldwater and the ideological and the philosophies of things like that nature, and we're going to deal with that accordingly. And we're going to stick with it. You know what I'm saying? And that's the build off on it. So for me, I'm just trying to stick what works and try to be fair with these ideological stuff, because a lot of people on panels, they throw these words around, and I'm giving you the research. But I will give you the research on the economic liberalism. For part 2, liberalism, I won't say liberalism 2. And then we're going to go into libertarianism. That will be a future stream. It's one of my history streams on every Wednesday. I'm going to do my philosophy, political philosophy series. I'm going to deal with that. And then we're going to talk about progressivism and all that stuff, but leftism and all that stuff. It's many versions of that. Anarchism and all that stuff. So we talked about that a little bit, but we can go back to liberalism and things like that. But yeah, it did come from utilitarian thought by John Stuart Mill. He was the father of feminism and things like that. He was one of the instruments of feminism. It was created by a man, not by a woman, because if you want to say Plutarchs or whatever, they was responsible for that. The problem with that is a lot of people just don't want to admit it, because in these spaces, they don't really study the philosophies where they come from. And we misquote them every time. And, you know, like America, we have different definitions of them. They change them every time. Like we keep misquoting them, but it don't really say that. If you actually study it, it actually comes from those philosophers. It's so important why I talk about utilitarianism and nihilism. That's what this channel of philosophy is based off on. That's the new studies I'm into, because I saw that stream with BGS with the black pill. He throw those words around because a lot of people use words and misconstrue them, but it actually means something else. There's books on, people have their own versions of it, and it's kind of laughable at this point, but it's a good argument, you know, because a lot of people use it in their philosophies if you actually study it. I'm talking about really study it, and then you can counter their points and things like that if you think about it. But conservatism, there's many versions of it. Like I said, there's one version. No, it's many versions. Trust me, because people don't really study this stuff. Politicians won't tell you that. They just fool you with the word, but they won't give you the definition of the ideology, where it comes from, what philosopher it comes from. I deal with philosophy on that. I don't just deal with it just definition. Give me the philosopher that created it and the concept and examples and laws of what they create. And people complain about a lot of stuff like divorces, marriages, and things, and daily lives, routine, individual laws, and all that. What you deal with every day. Because sometimes you got to deal with reality of these facts that I'm giving you, like the ideologies and things like that. Now, the Pew Research, that's one. There's more research on liberalism, and you can, with conservatism, we can go into it all day. But the Pew Research, I just gave y'all the link. You can see the graphs for yourselves. I put all the links in the chat. Right here just gives you the personal life of liberalism. Okay. And that's it. And then I gave you the theory, the international theory, introducing liberalism, international relations theory. I gave you that. And America was founded by liberals in a certain degree. And eventually you have people try to create conservatism, which is a new phenomenon. And esteemed salute, Cerulean. Appreciate you, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of people don't want to hear the truth like that. That's what's part of it. But you know what I'm saying? Oh, salute. I am listening. Okay. Let's see right here. Okay. The New Deal. Think again how classical liberalism morphed into the New Deal. I put that link in the chat. If y'all want to read that, that's a good read. Save that for yourselves and things like that. So we got time, and you know what I'm saying? And then we got the philosophy that we read earlier. That was around 8 something. It's 9:34. It's an hour. You know, if y'all want to chop it up, that's cool. Philosophy basics, branch liberalism, HTML. And I'm just saying, like, the philosophy basis of the branch of liberalism. And this gives you the idea of different ideologies. And this is good when you study ideologies for yourself, and then you research the names and have another tab and add to it. So this is a good thing to learn about it. So again, what's going on, Bunker? I don't have the current comment. There you go. What's going on, Mike? I don't know what the mic is.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yo, what's going on, man?
What's going
on? Just showing I just upgraded to Windows 11, so.
Okay.
Still trying to figure out these bugs.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I gotta adjust this mic.
Oh yeah, Windows 11. Yeah, on the new one. So what do you think about the topic? Liberalism, about the Pew Research. What do you think about the percentage that I just read?
I actually just now caught up with like the last maybe 90 seconds of what you were covering or what you were even talking about. But I've seen a lot of this information already.
Yeah.
But there's some, there's some really good books out there. I have to go through my catalog, not my catalog, but my bookshelf and really dig through some of them. But America was born out of liberalism.
Mm-hmm.
And so a lot of times when you hear people in the space say, oh, liberalism is just the extreme factor, conservatives are, the moderates or something like that. That's not necessarily an accurate statement to make because conservatism is really trying to conserve what? And what are they trying to preserve? And you really do it like you already dug into the history, you won't find any sort of information about African American men or Black people entirely, ADOS, being conservative, not by those principles. And so people are taking these terms and using them out of context. And that's one of the reasons why you don't really hear me or anybody from the Brain Trust really using those terms so loosely, because they actually have a definition, they have meaning to it. And so when you hear guys in the space calling themselves, these big conservatives and they banging on their chests and stuff like that, you got to take that with a grain of salt. But the information you're putting out is a lot of information that these guys haven't really studied up on. And so there's an ideological component and then there's a historical component to it. And in order to understand the ideology, you got to understand the history too. So it's good that you're really going over this type of stuff.
Yeah, I had to deal with the philosophy aspect, and I had to deal with where it comes from, and then you got to mention the utilitarian philosophers that's important that create feminism. I didn't want to get in deep with liberalism, where it came from, and yes, America adopted it too because they adopt those guys from England, and it's a long read, like you said in those books. You said it's probably the same thing, and it's all out here. It's not that hard. What you got to do is you study the research, like the Pew Research about the divides of family life. I mentioned the international, what you call it, the theory, that part, and I put that in there in the chat. They need to know what was going on in the militaristic part of it. And I mentioned the classic New Deal, and that's important. These are the main components of that, of America's fabric. Now, I understand people love conservatism, i.e., what's his name? Barry Goldwater. We did 2 streams on that. I know the second one went off the rails, but the next one I'm going to do, the part 2 of this, it will be called economic liberalism, where you get neoliberalism, libertarianism, or some schools of thought of conservatives, or particularly liberal conservatives. That's a topic that people should look into, because what I saw in that philosophy broke down what you have these conservatives, what they're really practicing is actually economic liberalism. That's what it's called when you have conservatives and other ideologies like neoliberalism. What they're doing, it's about money. And I didn't know that, because I'm going to delve into that more, because that's going to be my part 2 series. I want to do some more research on it, because the reason that's important, a lot of people's practicing that in these spaces don't realize you're practicing economics and don't have the real economic fiber of that. Because what it mentioned, neoliberalism and libertarianism, which is going to be my next political series, minor parties, that philosophy, that's important too. If you really about that, you got to talk about other important figures as well, and talk about the histories of it as it been successful. I'm looking at the pros and cons, like I did with the utilitarian series. That's what I'm trying to do with these, because these are important. Because most people, they just throw it around loosely and don't understand. If you're really about that, people are going to ask you one day that actually practice that, you'd be on the chopping block. So yeah, these are important, because these people prop them up like it's something. No, they just conveyed it to. Because every time I see a stream or a video, when they use these terms, that's not what it means. It's more to it. They're missing the key philosophers in it. That's important.
Yeah,
that's why
definitely.
I did this. Yeah.
No, definitely. what happened with the term conservatism is they've politicized it and made it out to be this sort of nationalist thing. But for Black people, they were never included in that ideological process. And so liberalism, as they know it today, they affiliate that word with ultra, left wing ideas. In fact, in a nutshell, liberalism is the center to the right at this point, right? Joe Biden is supposed to be a quote unquote liberal, but he's more further to the right than, let's say, Elizabeth Warren. Or even Stacey Abrams, because they're both a part of the same party, but are worlds different from each other, ideologically speaking. And so when people try to put the left in one bucket or liberalism into one bucket, they don't have a good perspective on it, an academic perspective as well as a social perspective on it. And so I think that is the biggest problem in this space, is that people want to say, because people call me Marxist V, communist, socialist. They call me all sorts of these, what they consider to be left-wing names, because they really don't have a place to put me in, because they don't understand that they're using the terms outside of the context that they should be using it. And a lot of times, at first, last year, I used to go back and forth and try to correct them on it. But then I realized I don't need to do to be doing the correcting. They need to be doing the correcting, right? So they have to prove that I'm all of these type of things without actually me involving myself in it. And so a lot of times these terms just get tossed around just too much in this space, and it loses its meaning and its value. So.
Yo, what's going on, people?
What's going, Wacky? What's going on? I didn't know you was backstage. I was looking at some analytics. My fault.
Oh, no problem.
My apologies.
No problem. But it's funny because, okay, I'm glad that Asur Yahoo brought up this topic, because what happens is that if you do your research on the history of liberalism, in which both of you brothers have done, is that initially it was about protecting the individual and their way of thinking and the mindset of the individual. But ironically, what you hear a lot of times in this space are so-called conservatives talking about, I'm all for the individual. But that's initially what liberalism was about, the protection of the individual. For every individual who have their own way of thinking should be protected. So it's like, basically, ultimately, what I'm saying is that you have these so-called conservatives in these spaces who talk conservatism, not realizing that some of their arguments are liberal talking points.
Right.
I mean,
yeah. And that's why I did the philosophy piece first, and then I did the New Deal, and what's the other one with the theory, the international relations theory. And it's important because it talks about the militaristic aspect of it. And then I did the Pew Research, and this is something simple. I didn't want to go in depth because there's a lot of research on it. It's been covered. I want to deal with the family life, the differences and what you see in this graph on the screen. And it's important. I might have to put this in the back check. Y'all can read it, because that's important, because you see the differences and things like that. But the reason I'd use the philosophy base, you got to go to history where it came from. It started in England by certain philosophers. It matters because that's where you get the bread and butter. That's where you get your John Stuart Mills from, dealing with utilitarianism and things like that, how they created the concept of maximum happiness of the greatest number. That's where they get that from. And they talk about freedom and things like that. And that's why a lot of your political philosophers study this stuff from these guys after when they passed away. And that was it. What's going on, Vonda? Salute. And that's why I did this, because I'm doing the same thing with the conservatism piece with the Barry Goldwater. I'm glad I did it because that was fun 2 streams that I did, and I enjoyed them. And the first one was good. It was like 3 hours. And the other one, I know it went off the rails because everybody was trying to chime in too much. But I learned something on the first half of it. We did get our points, and that was it. This one is kind of like a counter to conservatism, but I'm not against liberalism. I understand the concept. I understand people have different views. I just wanted y'all to ask me the question, does it really matter at this point? Because I think learning about these do matter, because a lot of people are misusing these in space. But if you study the history of it, you already know black men didn't create these terms. That's just concepts that was created. I mean, the concept of this style of what you would call liberalism has been around forever. Utilitarianism, you can go further back in other cultures, they use this stuff, what you would say those terms, but they didn't call it liberalism back then. They all have terms and manuscripts and languages back then. So the white man, what he did, he just gave it names, what it, meanings and words and, language and stuff like that. But when I actually read this, I read it before, but then I realized, I said, damn, let me do a part 2 on this. We're going to, the ones your conservatism that you're talking about, Wacky, it's called economic liberalism. And here's the key terms, and it says, and I think I got it right here on the liberalism philosophy basics down here, and I wrote it down, and it's going to be my next series of next Wednesday I'm going to do, and I'm going to focus on that ideological term. It says economic liberalism is a theory of economics in classic liberalism, but development during the Enlightenment, particularly by Adam Smith, which advocates minimal interference by government in the economy, but libertarianism and neoliberalism in some schools of conservatism, particularly liberal conservatism, are often referred to as economic liberalism. That's what it's called. And that's going to be my part 2. And I'm going to end on that. I'll let one of you fellas have the floor. And that's it. And what did War Master say? He said it equals to libertarianism. In a way, you're right, War Master. You're right. That part, you're right. That's what I'm going to talk about. I'm going to talk about that one in the Wednesday after next, libertarianism, break that down, because a lot of people get that misconstrued because it's a combination of a lot of beliefs. So anyone, y'all have the floor? What I had to say?
All right, but go ahead, Mike.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, people use that libertarian word, but that it's used out of context, because after the civil rights passage, they became libertarians in the 1960s under LBJ, when Barry Goldwater lost against them. And so they became libertarians back then. And what libertarians did is they put their mask on for racism and hid behind the idea that they couldn't trust the government, because the government was working in hand to undermine their place within society by giving black people civil rights. And so come fast forward into Trump era, now those libertarians have taken their mask off and have gone up to the Capitol. And so when we use that term in modern day theory, it's really meant for white people who don't trust the government. And we saw that happen in 1995 when Timothy McVeigh and a colleague of his took a Penske truck up to the federal building in Oklahoma City and did what they did. And so those type of people in that term, it has some significance to it. You can't just say, well, economic liberalism is libertarianism. No, it's not. That's not true.
So hold on, Mike. Mike, did Timothy McVeigh consider himself to be a libertarian?
No, I'm saying those people who don't trust the government.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they didn't trust the government after black people got their right to vote and their civil rights. And so they shifted away from the party and went into hiding and put their mask on and basically hid out, for the last couple of generations. And then they came back after, when they found a place in somebody like Donald Trump. Right.
I just find it funny when people say don't trust the government, but like you said, Mike, it's after It's after the Civil Rights Movement, or specifically the Civil Rights Act of 1964. That's when you have a group of Caucasians talking about don't trust the government, but then want to take part in government affairs by starting a political party called the Libertarian Party.
Well, I had this conversation with Larry Sharp on YouTube. Larry Sharp has a channel. He's a libertarian. He's a black libertarian in New York who ran for governor. He has a
right. Okay, right.
He has a YouTube channel he runs every week. And so I had this conversation with him on his channel. You can go back and watch it. I told him the Libertarian Party doesn't have a place for black people, which is why it's hard to grow the party, because a lot of those people were racist in the party. They don't have any interest in black people's plights. And so you talk about something like George Floyd or Ahmaud Arbery or something like that, they take a hands-off approach to it. But when it's about Second Amendment issues, then they come out. But those same people who claim that they don't trust the government had no problem supporting Trump when he used his power to overreach against Black Lives Matter. See, they were silent then, but when it came to everything else, they knew how to speak up. I'll see if I can find that Larry Sharp video where I was going back and forth with him on it, because you can't expand the party if it's not inclusive for other groups of people. More importantly, black people, right? Black people have had major conflict with the institutional bodies in this country, COINTELPRO, redlining, many of these sort of, and it's not like it's a one-off issue. It was many decades, if not a whole century, of repression coming from government institutions. And so if anybody has a justification for not trusting the government, it would be black people. But black people have stood 10 toes down in protecting the Constitution and the liberties of the state itself. So sometimes when these people, throw the term libertarian out there, and I'm not talking about anybody in the chat, I'm saying they have to understand that those people inside that group, that political ideological group, don't have black people's best interest in it either.
Interesting. Yep.
Yeah.
And he said, what about the Green Party? Oh, okay. I mentioned them.
The Green Party is, for lack of a better description, the dissatisfied Democrats.
That's all they are.
Yeah.
I agree with that. Yeah. I that's why I didn't want to go into them. They're not really that important. I mean,
they will be important. It will be important
in the future. In the future, I'll say future, but but not right now.
Just remember, even sorry to interrupt, but the Green Party, during the time when Barack Obama was running for president in 2008, the Green Party had their candidates to run for they so-called black candidates to run for president, which was Cynthia McKinney. And
I remember
the Green Party was one of the few political parties that had plans on establishing policies that would actually remedy the problem when it comes to gentrification within the inner city. Because I never hear any candidates from any other political party to ever speak on that. So the Green Party underneath Jill Stein and her vice presidential running mate during the 2016, during the 2016 elections, they were the only party to talk about that. But I like what Mike said, the dissatisfied Democrats. But I believe that in the near future, I don't think in our lifetime or our children's lifetime, but in our grandchildren's lifetime, that the Green Party will replace the Democratic Party.
Yeah, they will.
But they're not supposed to, Wacky. They're not supposed to. They're supposed to. Their position and the DSA and the Tea Party is supposed to be a movement. for something different. So they're not supposed to take over the party itself, because America was built on a two-party system. The idea is to siphon off the dissatisfied and disinfected people to come to that side of the table. And I think they've done that, not in huge leaps, but the 1%, because in politics you only need 0.5, 0.7% to be beyond the margin of error to grab votes. And so in the Green Party, they were able to get, I think, close to 1% in a couple of the blue states, including New York, I think, Massachusetts, and any of these places that they're actually registered as a legitimate party. They're able to get 1%. So,
but see, Libertarian Party and Green Party, they're minority parties if you do the research. The problem is, if the Republican Democrat parties, if people are dissatisfied them over time, like you said, 10 years, people are going to get tired of them over time, because you see a split in the Republicans right now. I see Libertarians replacing them because Trump ain't got no chance. And when I saw the information in Discord where DeAndre showed me about Mike Pence, I was kind of right. He said something why he's against Trump. And I'm not surprised why he's doing that too, because that right there, that conservative, that's your last bastion. I said this last year, and I got pushback last year about it, because a lot of people are gonna say, "Oh, he ain't." No, he is one of the last of his kind. Okay, if you want to talk about Masonic, Jesuits, whatever, they was on his team, his father, and all that. That man is politically astute. Him and Trump did not like each other because, number one, Trump did not want him as vice president. He wanted somebody else, and I could tell when he was in office for 4 years, he was pissed. I don't know if he wanted Christie or anybody, but his thing, he threw his his father or Harry, they were good friends, Kissinger, under the bus, like they sent him to prison, whatever, things like that. They told him don't pick him. He had another candidate he wanted, and he got so frustrated, and they gave him Pence. So he had to live with that, and that's how he won the election, even though a lot of people didn't want Hillary. And I think we talked about it in several discussions on YouTube recently when I did streams. Talked about it, and and that's why Pence got tired of him too. I think he had a speech that night, and I think my dad was watching it. He watched it, and I was like, oh man, then I saw the Discord, and then the article that DeAndre gave me. He said, yeah, that's your new running president for Republic. Yeah, he's established, man. Everybody else is garbage. I mean, Republicans ain't got nobody but him, and I'm sorry, that's the last conservative that you're going to have, just like Joe Biden. Joe Biden may not win again, you know what I'm saying? Because he knows it's up, because Libertarians trying to take that Republican spot. But you do have Green Party, like you said, that's going to take a 10-year process, a 5-10-year process, because what you have is right now, it's the real problem. But most people are dissatisfied those two. But I understand people are stuck in the two-party system. But go ahead, Wacky.
Let me say this, is that, I think that, when it comes to the Republican Party, in order for the Republican Party to have some sort of long-term standing within the realm of politics, they have to go either the moderate route or the center-right route, because that far-right route is not cutting it. But it's in response to what Mike V stated, in response to my statement about the Green Party replacing the Democratic Party.
Gone, AB.
I do agree with Mike V when he said that the Green Party was never supposed to replace the Democratic Party, but although they was never supposed to do that, I see them doing that, because I see a lot of people. As time passes, I see more and more people who's going to be frustrated with the two dominant political parties that we have today, which are, as we know it, the Democratic and Republican parties, thus giving life to the other parties that don't have that much of a majority effect now, but will in our grandparents' time, and in our grandchildren's time. Yeah, so like I said, in our grandchildren's time, I see the Republican and Democratic Party being dead. But with that, I'll tell you guys farewell, and have a good night.
All right, good night, Wacky.
Good
Shalom.
Shalom.
Here's where I disagree with Wacky, because if you pull up the tenets of the Green Party, a lot of your liberals that are inside the Democratic Party are not going to have any interest in that, right? They're only going to go as far as what satisfies them first. And so what's the tenets of the Green Party, the doctrine of the Green Party is more closer to AOC than it is to the Democratic Party itself. And I think what people like AOC try to do is they try to wrestle with the Democratic Party over the left issues rather than create the party that they need to actually get the issues passed. But I understand that the Democratic Party has massive infrastructure and has a lot of power, political capital. And so what I'm saying here is that the Green Party can't replace the Democratic Party at any given time because the constituents within the Democratic Party, the liberals that's within there, are center to the right and not center to the left, if that makes any sense, because the Green Party is center left, or if not all at the left as a whole. If you get a chance, you could pull up the Green Party's.
Yeah, I will. It's gone, War Master.
How you doing, my brother?
Hey,
Good.
You know, this stream was about the left and supposed to be about liberalism, but we seem to be spending a whole lot of time talking about conservatism. And it's like most people don't seem to understand that there's like they call it the political spectrum, and it goes from totalitarianism all the way to anarchy. Anarchy being on the far right. You got libertarians a little to the left of them, conservatives a little bit to the left of them, and then the left are the variety of leftists that they are. And that's usually the political spectrum. That's what I meant when I said conservatism is, by definition, moderation. I usually ask people, what is it that conservatives want to write a law to take away your freedoms that a libertarian doesn't?
I would say voter restriction would be one.
What's a voting restriction?
Voting restriction could be anything from identification to poll taxing.
Well, conservatives have never, Republicans especially, never wanted poll taxing. That was a Democrat thing.
No, I'm talking about what's happening in Georgia.
And what's happening in Georgia?
What do you mean what's happening in Georgia?
You said what's going on in Georgia. My thought is, hey, what's going on in Georgia? I don't live in Georgia. Maybe you know something I don't.
I mean, Sir Badayu can testify to this, that the Republican conservative movement in Georgia have worked up ways to put laser focus on Black voting districts or voting precincts so that they can't have early voting, Sunday voting, voter IDs, all of these sort of areas that would stop Black people from voting, but not in these white areas.
Well, what legislation have Republicans put in to stop Black people from voting?
I mean, it's right on their site. I don't see why we have to even go down that path. I mean, it's been widely known for a year now. 26 states have bills on the table that have either been proposed or passed with these similar restrictions.
I keep asking what restrictions are. I mean, just proving who you are when you come into a polling place. I mean, you got to buy alcohol. You need an ID. You really can't do anything. You really can't do anything without an ID. No, there's very little you can do. You can't get on a plane.
That's different. That's a federal, right? It's a federal issue.
No, it's not. Federal government decides.
Planes are run by the government. Plane travel is run by the government.
Where in the Constitution does it say the federal government gets to make law in outside of the Constitution? Because that would be outside of it.
I mean, that's what a passport is for, right?
To fly from New York to California, you now need an ID. Hell, you need an ID probably since the 80s.
Yeah. What I'm saying
go ahead, Mac. I'm sorry.
What I'm saying is when I go to my polling station,
what's going on?
I don't even need an ID to vote.
Yeah, and we had all the illegals voting, a bunch of people that are already dead voting.
You can't vote unless they can check off your name on the ballot.
Yeah, if you're on the ballot when you're already dead, I mean,
you can't get on the ballot if you're an undocumented person.
It depends on where you live. I live in California. It is possible to do that. And when it comes to people who've been live, you know, when they registered and then they died, somebody started voting for them. Odd about that. And they go into these retirement homes, that's these senior assisted living homes, and they go ahead and I can't remember the term the media used, is they would just say, hey, you know, this person, they legally, now this isn't me saying this, this is the media reporting a person that got arrested for ballot harvesting, that's the term. And they would just go in there and just vote for people that they claim they were helping to vote. I didn't make that up.
Yeah, I live in Indiana, so we've been required to have voter ID for the last 12 years, and it's not really an issue for me. Now I understand. Now don't give me this misunderstand me, Mike. I understand why you're concerned a little bit, but it depends on how they do it. I would have to see how they do it, because I just have to show my driver's license and I'm good.
Yeah, and because of the we have a government that's just really outstretching its bonds. You know, the whole idea that they got to know where I live just so I can get on a plane. And I'm sitting there like, why don't you let private industry do it? I mean, they're the ones who are closer to the issue than the federal government with their blanket wide answers to nothing.
But you have that commonly down here in Georgia. But see, the Republicans, they had we have a Republican candidate. They try to want him out of office because of Stacey Abrams and things like that. Because the elections next year, they're running it right now.
Okay, got
you. Yeah. They're trying to get rid of him because, you know, the healthcare issue. And even though Trump's influence done lost Georgia, they upset because of that black church and things like that. You see the difference why that state's going to be blue. Now, the rest of the South, some of it going to be red and trying to be purple. Like you got, like Warren said in California, it's the same thing with the government on the private, you know, companies and things like that. And the reason I brought this up because, you know, yes, we deal with the philosophy, the histories of the guys that birth, you know, liberalism, the terms, and let's call it political spectrums. And then we got into what I did, Pew Research. I did the international relations theory. I had to put that in there, and let's just have a little small discussion. But the part two I'm going to do is going to be economic liberalism. I'm going to delve in that even more and learn about it, because that ain't usually discussed if you mention that part, because it's different versions of it. But people in power, like I said, you know, they making moves, and it depends on your interests at this point, because some people, you know, if you want to be liberal, that's cool. You know, like a lot of people can be conservative. I did a stream. I think I did 2-part stream of conservatism. I think SKC came through the first time, and that went well. You know, him and Mike V went at it, and it was decent. But the third one went off the second one went off the rails at the tail end, because we already covered the points. We already covered the points and everything, the most important points. And then after that, I let them have the conversation. It's kind of like that again. And then I have to do another philosophy series, political libertarianism and its root. And people don't understand what it means, but it's more to it. But we got to get to who birthed that term, philosophy, and that concept, because it all stems from the same source, I've noticed, you know. And then when you really study, you be like, oh, okay, that's how they implement it. But that's America for you. But, you know, and then I think people like conservatism at this time, you know, the younger generation, when they like Trump, and I've noticed it's different from Obama. It's because they thought they can have something, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's just one of their beliefs, but, you know, but it's understandable.
And I just like what? I don't understand.
It's similar to like I said, you know how people, when they follow Obama, they thought he was going to bring change, but technically he didn't. You know, they're all politicians. They do the same.
He's a Democrat. What did you expect?
Yeah, exactly. And same with Trump. You know, some people think Trump realized there's power. You know, it's not easy, and then, you know, you're fighting against entities, but, you know, it's a responsibility. When you get in that White House, it's like you're just another person in office. But everybody understands. People gonna have to believe what they're gonna believe. If they believe they love Trump, that's cool. That's why I don't force people if you believe in Trump or not. But, you know, but when I look at these key issues that Mike says, like it says grassroots democracy. He talked about the Green Party, right? And here's their 10 key values, and their social justice and equal opportunities, ecology. That sound like environmental stuff right here. Okay, wisdom, nonviolence, decentral decentralization, community-based economics, feminism and gender equity, respect for diversity, and personal and global responsibility, and future focus on sustainability. So that's
what
the Green
does
Party
sustainability even mean?
You tell them. You tell them.
It's like bumper stickers, like it's supposed to mean something because they say it.
It's a part of the ESG stack.
What's the ESG stacking?
The environmental, social, and governance. And so there's a 17 tenet portion that is added to that, but that's a whole different topic in itself.
You know where I can find that?
Yeah, just you can type it in on Google, ESG or environmental, social, and
I got this
governance.
Right here.
Yeah,
I
got. It actually tells you it actually tells you in the tenets what it is.
Yeah, I got it right here. I put the Green Party in the. Did I put it in the back? Yeah, I put the period. So I'm gonna put this right here for you.
It's ESG. What?
The acronym, what it stands for, is environmental, social, or sustainable, and governance.
Just use the Constitution. God, it kills me.
Hey, Mike, what are your thoughts on them passing that infrastructure? The infrastructure bill without, the Build Back Better bill.
So they had to pass that in order to get the Build Back Better.
Agreed.
And so that's the only reason it passed at such a low rate. But from 7 trillion down to 1.2, that's not a whole lot to do what they need to do with it. So my thoughts on that, AB, is basically maybe the left collapsed, on the infrastructure bill, so to speak. But
pretty much,
I would say that's the best that they can do with the obstructionists in office that are in office right now. I would say for states that had high mortality rates with COVID and things like that, they shouldn't even get anything out of the infrastructure bill.
Wait a minute. They should get nothing out of the infrastructure bill when we're in a pandemic. Supposedly.
Yeah, they should have came up with their own playbook. If they were going to be obstructionists, then do it on their own dime. But they shouldn't get everybody else's dime, everybody else's coin to build up their own infrastructure. No, I think that's wrong.
I'm with you on that 100%.
Yeah, I agree
whenever
with
they
that.
come up with the agenda of the left, they should do it on their own dime in their own states. So when they chase businesses out of these states, and then they have to deal with the resulting chaos that comes behind it.
Mm-hmm.
There was a billionaire that moved out of New Jersey. I can't remember what it was. He told him, he's like, look, you raise taxes, I'm out of here. He moved to Florida, and I think they lost $270 some odd million that year.
Oh, that's common. Look, when LeBron left Cleveland, went down to Miami, they lost $250 million.
Oh yeah.
Oh
yeah.
Probably lost more money, went to LA.
Yeah, same thing.
That's later.
It has nothing to do with raising taxes or not. Once the opportunity.
Whoa, wait. You can't do that.
What do you mean?
The guy left because they were raising taxes. He said it. I wish I could remember his name right now.
I know what you're talking about.
That was the reason why they had to have an emergency meeting, because they had a budget shortfall.
No, I know what you're talking about.
But you said it had nothing to do with taxes.
No, I said it had nothing to do with raising taxes. I'm saying, look, when one player left a franchise, he took $250 million with him.
Mm-hmm.
Just think about it. They had nothing to do with raising taxes. He left because of his own athletic opportunities.
Yeah.
And so it's not about raising taxes. It's about these guys don't want to pay their fair share, because our tax dollars are the ones subsidizing their comfy lives. They're not paying anything. We knew that. That's why Donald Trump has been hiding his taxes for so long. He hadn't paid anything.
Embarrass him. That's the whole deal. He actually had to lose a few $100 million just to be president because the Republican Party pressured him. Something the media don't talk about.
Yeah, he's not he's not a party favorite, so to speak. So
they view him as like they did Ronald Reagan. Sorry, that's just how it is.
I disagree. Mm-hmm.
disagree all you want, that they actually fought him. You know, Reagan had to deal with the same thing. He had to run 3 times just to get the nomination.
Yeah,
and then they stuck Bush Sr. with him. I mean, see how that turned out.
Yeah, head of the CIA.
Oh, one term, yeah.
Oh yeah,
okay.
He raised taxes, and boom, Republicans are like, wait a minute. Now the tax raising didn't really hurt the government, even though when you lower taxes, you bring in more revenue because for whatever reason people don't understand that. And when he did that, I mean, you had an economic run from the Reagan years all the way till Clinton killed it in the 90s. I mean, if you were born before 1983, you lived through 2 of the largest economic booms in American history. One, the biggest in world history, because George W. got a 7% growth to get us out of the recession after 9/11, and the media didn't talk about it. They kept calling it a jobless recovery. They kept saying all kinds of stuff to drag him down, and it's hilarious. Not when you can pull out numbers.
I would argue that the momentum coming from the Clinton administration in 1999, helped lead that. So, I mean, we could say the same thing about Trump when they told the numbers for 2017 and 2018. The inertia that came out of the Obama administration in 2015 and 2016 is what gave him that boost. I mean, the numbers, the data doesn't really.
The data actually does say it, because the recession started during the Clinton administration. But I would ask you, what did Clinton do to spur the economy on, even though it crashed in his economy?
The economy was moving on its own. I'm saying, regardless of if he was in office or not, the economy was moving on its own.
So when George W. Brought taxes down by 5% and got 7% growth after that, after 9/11, I mean, you tell me.
I can tell you that, we had a huge collapse in 2007, 2008.
Yeah.
Under his watch, right?
Which is also partially Clinton's fault, because he repealed Glass-Steagall.
Yeah, but you had a unstable financial system that they had known about during the Bush administration. Right?
Which Bush are you talking about?
Junior, sorry.
Talking about George W. 2007, the Democrats took over the Congress, and the economy crashed 6 months later.
Not because they took over the Congress. Not because they took over the Congress.
They took over in 2006, 2007. We were in recession. These numbers aren't hard to find.
Are you saying it's because they took over Congress?
Well, when Democrats take over, you got to start hiding your wallet. Meaning you don't hire those extra people. You don't take that risk by buying extra equipment, hoping that you're going to make money later on down the road. A lot of companies are like, look, man, if we're not stable enough, we're not going to stick our necks out. We're going to chill out. We're going to try to ride this recession out. Had that conversation with my woman at the time. I said, look, don't buy no new cars. You never know what'll happen. She lost her job couple of months later, a couple of years.
So
she got 2 different jobs.
So Countrywide Financial, Bank of America, Merrill Lynch,
they should have let them all fail.
No. What I'm saying is, how did they get that bad? It's not because they took over Congress.
Well, when they start writing all these different laws, I mean, you understand the federal government writes like 40,000 pages of regulations. Some of them will put you in jail. Government and the state governments do the same. I mean, there is a cost to that. I mean, hell, just to flip it over, to talk about something Trump did. Trump lowered he got Congress to lower the corporate tax, to cut it almost in half. We got like 2 years worth of raises inside of 3 months.
I'm still trying to figure out how you attributed Democrats taking over Congress to Countrywide Financial and many of these other financial institutions undermining, with these subprime mortgages. I'm not understanding where that came from, because that existed long before they even took over.
Yeah. Created in the 70s, the Community Redevelopment Act during the Carter years, if I got it right. And Clinton put it on steroids. I should say the Congress when Clinton was in office, but that's something else. And what happened was you had a lot of things happening to drag the economy down. You had the price of fuel going up because India and China started to get their economy to really start rocking. And then you had, what was it? You get the price of fuel starting to creep up. We haven't built any refinery capacity in like 50 or 60 years. I should not say that. I scratch that. We haven't built any new refineries in 50 or 60 years, and we're barely just expanding them. And what happened is when you have all these things come together, when the price of fuel starts to go up, people stop spending money. All those small businesses start going bankrupt. And then the domino starts going after that. They start defaulting on loans. People start saying, all right, I'm going back to mama's house because I ain't really got no money, or I'm going to go do this. I'm going to go try something safer. And the economy crashes. That's usually what happens when Democrats come into office.
All right, man. Whatever. But what I would say here is...
so you don't have anything to say?
No, Dr. Raphael Bostic of the Atlanta Fed, along with the Boston Fed, along with the Minneapolis Fed, and the Chicago Fed, all have videos on YouTube explaining exactly how this happened. The Deputy Attorney General under Obama has a very good video, I believe it's about 10 to 15 minutes long, explaining exactly how this happened. None of what they're saying coincides with anything that you're saying. So that's why I say whatever, because I'm not seeing any information that can be corroborated based on what you're saying. It doesn't make any sense.
You don't know what I'm talking about when
you say that when Democrats come into office and take over, but these issues existed long before they even got there. So what I'm saying here is, you say it started in the 70s, and then you say it started with Democrats, and I'm saying Countrywide Financial and their underwriting of these subprime mortgages had nothing to do.
What I was trying to explain to you is the Community Redevelopment Act did a whole lot of things. They forced banks to loan to people. This is back during redlining. They forced banks to loan to people who they knew wouldn't pay it back. There's a metric that banks use to say, all right, well, we'll loan to you, but we won't loan to you because you got a shaky history, whatever's going on in your life, whatever, we're not loaning to you. And they forced them to do that. And then they took those loans, and the banks are like, hey, look, we can't do this. We'll go out of business. They said, no, don't worry about it. We'll go ahead and take those loans. I'll call them subprime loans, and we'll put them with the good loans, and we'll sell them out on the open market. And when you had what I said earlier, I thought you guys would have caught on to this. This kind of, when I mentioned the Community Redevelopment Act, that's what I meant. And then when all that happens, and you start losing, when the consumer starts losing a lot of their spendable cash, you're going to have businesses go out of business. The pizzerias, strip malls start going empty. Even big malls start just becoming, hey, people just stop going there because they don't have the business is not making enough money to, put in new rides or put in new stores or expand or do routine maintenance, that kind of stuff. All that liquid assets, or I should say all that liquid cash, just started to dry up. I mean, I'm in California. I remember when premium gasoline was like $1.
Oh,
now
boy.
It's like $4
in California?
something. Yes. Here's
the funny thing about like 1999?
Yeah. This
okay.
Wait, hold on a second. Let me think about that.
It had to be 1990.
It was in late 90s. It was less than $1.
Yeah.
We're talking premium. I used to go in there with...
I remember when it was less than $1 because my dad used to make me pump gas.
Hey, that's dad, man. That's what he got to do.
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt, but I linked this article in the back chat. Because actually I didn't know that Andre Perry, which is actually Dr. Andre Perry, highlights this sort of issue.
In live chat.
Yeah, highlights the issues.
Yeah.
Yeah, he has about several dozen pieces highlighting these issues. Actually wrote a whole book on this. And so that's why I ask, is it really because of the Democrats taking office? Because none of the data that he's providing and that Dr. Raphael Bostic is providing, as well as Dr. Richard Wolff, as well as Dr. Michael Hudson, all of these are very renowned economists, and I'm not seeing any information or data that comes from them that coincides with anything that you're saying.
Well, there's two kinds of economists, and I don't mean to be casting shade at people you respect. I'm not really just saying it just to them, but there are two kinds of economists. There's the one that believes in private property, and the other one that's full of shit. Sorry, I don't care about anybody's economic pedigree if they can't outweigh the strength of my argument.
Well, I mean, they provide data. I don't see you writing any articles, or if you have written any articles, I haven't seen anything posted.
I'm not in that type of business.
Well, then that's nothing that, I can really take seriously. But
well, hey, you can look it up just like anybody else does. I mean,
I have looked it up, and that's
these
why
are a Google search away if you know you need some help with it.
Well, that's why I refer to these authors who actually specialize in these areas.
Yeah, I don't really take what an author or even a somebody who writes articles for a living. I'm sorry, I can't do it. I need wait a minute. I need the hard data.
They provide the hard data. That's why I posted the link.
Let's see.
It's gone, Gabe.
I mean, Dr. Raphael Bostic has several videos on YouTube explaining exactly what happened. And he's in Atlanta.
It's talking about Georgia's voter suppression. This is a good one right here. Yeah, I remember this. The Avenue, the Perry, Bar. Oh, wow, that's on Monday.
The thing that cracks me up is I'm looking at this. It says, as many Republican officials continue to spread lies about the last election. I'm going to stop there just for a moment. My thought is people are going to jail for this.
Who's going to jail?
That lady, especially that blonde hair lady. Oh, if she don't have legal counsel, she will be sitting in a cell.
They're going to jail for what?
There's a lot of lawsuits going on between, if I got it right, the state of Arizona, and I can't remember which county it was. I want to say, what was that?
It's been tossed out.
No, it wasn't.
Cyber Ninjas did did the audit. Cyber Ninjas did the audit last month.
Yeah,
they didn't find any.
What happened was it had nothing to do with Cyber Ninjas. They actually had to sue, and I can't remember the agency. I want to say it's the county, but I might be wrong. That they wanted the servers, and they called them something else. And they wanted the servers, and they wouldn't give them up. They were dragging their feet. Same thing's going on in Wisconsin, and they're finding all these votes that were not, what's the word that they use? They weren't legitimate to vote. And I'm not saying that they were illegal voters, but it's like, look, bro, if somebody's dead, you got to throw their vote out.
It has to be beyond the margin of error.
Oh, it's beyond the margin of error.
Says who?
Says anybody that looks at it. I mean,
Cyber Ninjas was hired by Donald Trump to go.
Wait a minute, no, they were not hired by Donald Trump. They were hired by the county of Maricopa County. No, matter of fact, they were hired by the state of Arizona, and they were suing another government agency. It was the legislature was like, "Hey, look, you need to give us all the information." They're like, "Well, this private information, we don't want you to have it." It says, "Wait a minute, we're the government here.
Where's Cyber Ninjas from?
What was that?
Where's Cyber Ninjas from?
I don't care.
Why did you cut me off when I said that Cyber Ninjas was hired by the Trump administration?
Because I wasn't talking about the Cyber Ninjas, and the Cyber Ninjas were hired by the state of Arizona.
No, what I'm saying here is the Trump administration referred to Cyber Ninjas as the main group that can go in there and actually do a legitimate audit. When Cyber Ninjas was hired by Maricopa County to go in there and do the legitimate audit, what was the findings?
The findings were there were a lot of people that voted that should not have voted. That was their finding. There was a whole lot.
They found actually that Joe Biden actually got more votes than what was actually counted. Right?
Yeah. There were more people. There are more votes than there were in some places. There were more people. There were more votes than there were people in some areas.
No, they found legitimate votes. That's why they conclude. That's why read their conclusion.
I'm sorry. I'm not laughing at you. Gay Bay's cracking me up.
Yeah, read their conclusion. It tells you that. That's why you don't hear anything else coming from Arizona about illegitimate votes being casted. We know that's not true according to them.
Yeah, Gay. Sorry. Okay, so
all I'm saying is there is a whole lot of votes. I mean, especially. Matter of fact, it might be in who is that lady with the yellow hair that kept running the same vote through it multiple times? I mean, come on, man. They were doing this ain't just Arizona. We are talking about Wisconsin as well, and Georgia.
They haven't found anything.
How do you know that if you don't hear anything?
Because every state has an auditor, right? State auditor can go in there and actually audit all of those records. They haven't found anything. It's run by Republicans. Why haven't they found anything?
What do you mean? Well, why is it? Why do people keep repeating that they haven't found anything, that they failed at it?
So
George Biden, I'm sorry, not George Biden, but Joe Biden got 80 million votes.
Okay.
We'll see in the next term, because I told people like this. I says, look, you're not going to steal another election in the same way again.
You got to prove that it was stolen.
Okay. I don't have to prove it,
every state has an auditor.
Let's just say it this way. There were some irregularities in the last election that have been corrected, and they won't be able to do it again.
Yeah, irregularities that did not go beyond the margin of error. That's what the finding says.
No, that's not what the finding said. I don't know what findings you're looking at, but that's not what I saw. And if you could actually point to some information to tell me, otherwise, I'll be glad to read it.
I mean, you can go right on Cyber Ninja's website, or you can go on the state's website. There is no such information that is that corresponds with what you're saying. Because if that was the case, they would have already pulled it up.
When I said there are irregularities, I was serious.
No, I'm not disagreeing with you that there aren't any irregularities, but not enough to toss out the ballots. They counted the ballots 3 times.
They counted them a lot more than that.
No, I'm saying the auditors counted them 3 times. They're not going to count them again. They said that the count is the count. That was their response.
Okay. Yeah, they did take a long time to count those ballots.
They counted 3 times. 3 different auditors. 3 times. No, they said the count is the count. We're not going to count this again. So all for all the talk about irregularities and whatnot, none of them are coming to that conclusion that the irregularities that quote unquote supposedly happened was not enough to disrupt the election.
There's a CEO, Doug Logan, says a doctored version of Cyber Ninja's draft report on the 2020 election contains false information, according to CEO Doug Logan.
Hey, Gray Skull, what's going on, DeAndre?
Yeah, well, that's up to them to go take it to court and actually argue it out. As far as Arizona is concerned, they said the count is the count.
Well, that's true, but the count's different than what they initially found.
Now, I don't know anything about that. I just know what the auditors say. I just know what the auditors say. I know what Christopher Krebs said. This was the safest election ever. There was no hacking.
Logan told the Republic that he doesn't know where the draft report came from, but he believes it was written by someone who was contributing to the report at some point in time.
Take it to court. Anybody who feels that there was any disruption or irregularities with the votes can take that to court. 60 or at least 50 claims have been submitted, and all of them have been shot down by Republican conservative judges appointed by Trump.
And who would these judges be?
The judges out of Pennsylvania, right? Well, remember Trump?
There are thousands of judges in this country.
No, I'm talking about the judges in Pennsylvania. You can look up the cases. Those judges were appointed by Trump.
Okay.
We'll see what happens in 2024.
Yeah, I keep telling people this way. In 2000, they tried to steal the election, and they failed. In 2016, they tried and failed again. In 2020, they got caught. I mean, when somebody's walking in there with thousands of ballots in a what was that? What was he towing in, like a little wagon that little kids have? And the lady was filming his ass. Republicans have been watching this for 20 years, and the chickens have finally come home to roost, especially when people can pull out their phone and start recording.
All right.
Hold
so
on, man.
You got.
Hey,
What's going, DeAndre?
Hold on, man. Hold on. Let's break this down. Right? Mm-hmm. Giuliani is right now doing a hearing where he's actually admitting that the information that he got was false. That he recommended Trump fight the election on those grounds. And he lied under oath right now.
Mm-hmm. Well, if you lie under oath, you go to jail.
No, but he's saying this right now because he's cutting a plea because they pulled all the information when they raided his law firm. Mm-hmm. So he has to admit to it that he basically told Trump something that was not true and that was unfounded. Then you have Mike Pence running on a conservative thing right now from seeing that Fox News was pushing out, with CNN saying the reason why he certified the election, and he was asked by conservatives who told him to certify it. He said James Madison and God.
Well, Giuliani doesn't certify anything.
No, I'm talking about Mike Pence, the vice president that certified the election.
Oh, yeah. Trump was less than pleased about that.
Yeah, he was less than pleased about it, but here's the problem, right? Here's the problem. Mm-hmm. They're finding so many inconsistencies. What happened with January 6th, that who authorized the National Guard to come through and back up the people at the Capitol? Who authorized that?
What National Guard doing what and where?
In Washington,
in D.C. when the January 6th thing happened.
I mean, when a bunch of people got, led into the Capitol, they keep calling it a riot, they keep calling it terrorism?
Well, that's what it was. It was insurrection. That's what it is.
Oh, it wasn't Rudy Giuliani. It was Igor Fruman. I don't know his name. Pleads guilty in court.
Yeah, but Rudy Giuliani's he's testifying right now.
Okay, that was like a month ago.
Now.
He's testifying right now. Okay.
Right now. Giuliani's testifying right now.
I'm not one of the people that believe by guilt by association, but hey, if he did something illegal, he ought to get what he gets.
It's not guilty by association. He was his attorney. He was giving him legal counsel at the time.
That's why they took his license away.
Let's
see.
Yeah.
They said Igor Fruman, a former associate of embattled lawyer Rudy Giuliani, pleads guilty to soliciting foreign companies' contributions in a New York federal court Friday, which was September 10th.
Mm-hmm. Now, Rudy Giuliani is under oath right now. And I'm watching the news articles as they go by. Like it's actually happening like right now.
No, anybody who, that woman, I forget her name right now. Look how fast she turned off that ABC, that interview on ABC. I think it was ABC. Was it last month? Because she couldn't answer those questions because she would come out as a liar.
Okay,
Giuliani, who denies any wrongdoing, served 2 terms as mayor of New York after heading the same prosecutor's office for years.
Mm-hmm. He's saying, look, I ain't in it. Okay, I'm gonna give you one. November 5th, Rudy Giuliani challenged under oath on his election lies. This is November 5th. This is under oath right now.
Who's gone, Benny Chase?
That's when he was melting, just DeAndre, when his makeup was coming down his face.
Yep. Yeah, when his face. Now, this is my thing right here.
Well, he was talking to I think he was talking to the legislature of Arizona, and I don't know why he was sweating like that. Good God.
Well, it might have been the lights or whatever. I don't get into all of that because, what I'm saying, that doesn't, that doesn't, that all that you get into that science. What I'm basically saying is that when they had those protests prior to, and they had all of that Capitol security up, right? And then the security was that lax. They already proven that with certain key members of Congress that meted with members of the Proud Boys prior to what actually happened a couple of days in January 6th, right? They got all of this information. They done sent a couple of people to jail already. So somebody's got to be the fall guy. Trump ain't going to be running again for office. Actually, they're actually getting Mike Pence ramped up. That's why he's going around to get the conservative base back and the evangelicals back. That's why he's falling on the sword and said he did the right thing. They already planned the plan already, right? And this is the one thing the evangelicals could not stand. If you
hold on a second. I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but Soviet-born crony of Giuliani pleads guilty to straw donor offense. Okay, so it's money in politics.
It's money in politics. So now here's the thing, right? Now, what I'm going to say to you is this, right? The conservatives or the evangelicals, right, that pretty much helped push everything that got the real power when you're talking about the Republican Party. That's a real power, right?
True.
They got the real power.
Yeah.
They did not like it, what Trump did. They don't like it. Are you serious? No. They talking about the January 6th thing. They don't like that part. They couldn't stand it.
If you listen to what the media said, you would say he incited a riot. There was no way, shape, or form he could have been involved in that.
We gotta wait for it. Sorry, we have to wait for the investigation to come through.
Hold on. Here's the thing. I'm gonna put it to you like this: the United States government will not ever let that happen or let that get out because it shows weakness. So no, they're not going to bring Trump into it. They're going to have so many fall people in place to take the rap for it, or they're going to, or people are going to just meritoriously just resign their position and go out of office, get their pension, and shut the fuck up. Right? Because it doesn't.
Democrats don't do that, but okay, I got you. Go ahead.
No. It's not the Democrats that don't do it. It's just that they're both on the same side of the thing because it doesn't matter at the end of the day. Everybody works with each other behind the scenes. Whatever's pushed out in the media doesn't mean shit. That's just for the rank and file fucking goldfish.
Now I'll agree with you. I'll agree with you that the administrative state, aka the bureaucracy, has their own agenda, and they fought Trump tooth and nail. You had prominent conservatives who were in the Reagan years saying, "Hey, look, you need to clean the administrative state out. You need to start getting rid of these people left and right because these people are going to stab you in the back." And we know how that happened.
People in the chat, check out that video with Rudy Giuliani that DeAndre provided us, and I didn't want to pull up because CNN will probably strike.
That's how you do it. That's how you do it.
That's the smart. No, I said it on my redo of the Sunday Madness. I was experimenting because I know they on that type of time, but if it's your video, you're good. But long as it ain't CNN or corporate, you know how they do. That's Google.
You got to do some editing and some dropping down.
I just have a problem when they say somebody lied. And then a lot of the time they don't actually produce the lies.
Well, it's the thing. It's the thing of yes, Giuliani. Like it's already been proven that whatever he was saying was unfounded, right? You know what I'm saying?
There was a lot of things that a lot of people were saying that's unfounded. That is true.
Yeah, of course. So
was he one of them? Was he one of them?
Under oath. Well, the thing is the problem with Giuliani is this, right? The problem with Giuliani is that he didn't play it right. And what I mean by playing it right was he's not supposed to let everybody see behind the curtain and you get stick for that. He was saying things publicly on national platforms that you're only supposed to say behind closed doors, right? You're not supposed to let the people in on the trick bag. Then it's no longer a trick. Then there's a problem. You know what I mean? And he was doing it and he had too much bravado, so he's got to be smacked down. He's got to be.
You know what? I'm going to agree with you. And I'm going to call them old school New Yorkers who don't give a fuck. Yeah, they man, look how they did Bill O'Reilly.
Yeah, they did that. And you notice Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson, he's going to be the new fall guy. He's going to be the next one.
Hey, Tucker Carlson.
Really?
I'm sorry for interrupting, but he has this way of trolling with a straight face. Dog, I couldn't do it on my best day.
Yeah, well,
I have to admit that.
Well, the thing is remember.
He's always been a prick, but go ahead.
The Matt Gaetz thing, right? Remember, Tucker Carlson was actually trying to hold the Republican Party accountable, right? A little bit after that January 6th thing, right? Then Matt Gaetz had his little his thing with the whole trafficking, the young girl and all of that, right? The 17-year-old, right? Now,
who's Matt Gaetz?
But the problem is
he's a congressman out of Florida.
Yeah, so the problem is that Matt Gaetz, when he went and did that interview with Tucker Carlson, because Tucker Carlson was talking about it, right? It was a weird interview. But if you go check Florida state law, right, where she came from, once she entered the state of Florida, then the statute of limitations and all of that other stuff difference, because she's not a resident of Florida, but now everything's consensual because of the age thing, because the age thing is different in certain southern states, right? So then she was on her own volition, whatever the fuck. So they couldn't actually get Matt Gaetz for that, because if they could, they would have buried his ass. But they just left it alone. They just put it out there. Matt Gaetz goes up on Tucker Carlson and basically throws him and his wife underneath the bus, like he was on some Jeffrey Epstein shit with him.
Yeah.
Then you notice how Tucker Carlson gets back in line and starts going more over the edge with the stuff that he's saying. You know what I'm saying? But he's really, if you look at Fox News now, it's more moderately conservative. It's not like far right now. They dialed it back some.
That's for OA. Yeah, that's for OA and Newsmax.
Yeah, so they dialed it back because of the January 6th thing, because they were almost implicated in the pushing out of those narratives with it. Now the thing with Trump was he didn't have any direct dealings with any of that, right? Right? He just said what was said, right? You can't say that he had knowledge of nothing, so plausible deniability will be in effect. The issue and the problem is that soon as they entered the Capitol, for him to do a CYA, cover his own ass, he should have went ahead and let the governor of Maryland scramble the National Guard.
The mayor.
Immediately, right? Immediately. Now the problem is that the vice president had to fucking, and somebody else had to do it from the administration to talk to the governor of Maryland, which is on record, because the governor of Maryland came out and said it. And everyone's like, well, why didn't the National Guard come? Because DC is its own entity.
That's
true. It's ran by the president.
It's not ran by the president. It's ran by the Speaker of the House.
Well, but the president can supersede that.
True.
And you know what I'm saying? He can supersede that because the National Guard basically can be scrambled by, and the Speaker of the House was screaming, right, to get what? To get the National Guard here. And
when she was screaming in front of the cameras?
No, he was
when it actually happened, because the speaker. Hold on a second. The police, the Capital City Police, were requesting backup. They were requesting more people on there, and they were ignored, or they were told, "Go on out here."
No, they was requesting more people, but the Capitol Police, the next one up is the National Guard. The people, the person that's in control of the National Guard that can scramble them is actually the governor of Maryland, but he can't do anything when it comes to DC.
True.
Because and he actually went on a news conference and said it. He said, look, we were calling, we saw this happening, we were calling, we couldn't get authorization because it's the District of Columbia.
I hate to break in like this, but at some point we got to start talking about how if it was really what the media is saying it was, there was so little damage it wasn't even funny.
So little damage.
Well, I'm gonna tell you.
You understand this, right? We actually. Well, I know you guys make a lot of money to pay taxes, but I get that.
It's not the damage. It's not that damage. The property damage. The damage is that unauthorized people crossed into places in the Capitol where you need security clearances and you need certain type of certificates of clarification and clearances to get into those places.
Who's been fired?
And they came in as a mob. And when they were told to leave the Capitol, don't come into these places. When you see barricades being put up and you was given direct instructions as a citizen and a federal officer told you to not cross this boundary or these barriers, then now that's insurrection. That's destruction. Even when they broke down a window or a door, or they got through, or they started doing all of that, or attacking government officers and stuff like that, or whatever it is, that's destruction of government property.
Now, I have to ask this way, but I got to quote Louis Gohmert. He had asked this as well. Do people breaking glass, does that constitute terrorism or threat on the Capitol?
No, the terrorism comes in with the threats.
What threats?
The threats that were made by the rioters.
There was a riot.
No,
The
riot happened outside.
Hold on a second. I happen to have been watching Trader NBD when he was down there. Didn't look like a riot to me.
Well, let me explain it to you like this.
Mm-hmm.
Then why would all members, House of Representatives and senators evacuated out? The vice president was evacuated out, and then you saw people sitting at the speaker's desk removing articles or materials out of the federal building that they shouldn't have been touching. Right, being in Congress people's office with they legs cocked up on their desk with their feet. That was kind of funny. I ain't gonna lie. No, but this happened though. This is going into the offices.
They're going into the offices, stealing stuff. Yeah, they ought to get the book thrown at them. You won't get an argument from me. But damn, I forgot.
That is an act of terrorism. That is an act of terrorism. It's no different
because it's politically driven. It's politically driven.
And here's the next thing. It's no different than what
Black Lives Matter.
No. Well. Here's the thing.
Come on, man. You're cornering yourselves. Let's
no. We're not cornering ourselves because there was no black. Hold on. Let me explain something to you. Did any Black Lives Matter run up on the Capitol like that of the United States of America?
No, I haven't seen
down
him.
Streets talking about no justice, no peace.
Walking down the street, you have the freedom to protest, but they didn't run up on the Capitol
and sitting there burning down businesses.
That's not politically driven.
But there is a report that was actually the Proud Boys infiltrating the Black. No.
You don't know that. You don't know that. I'm sorry, you don't know that.
No. It's actually a Fox News report about that. They got an FBI report about the infiltration and the starting of the war. Why you think? Here's another thing, right? Here's another thing that you don't realize.
Oh, come on, man. Can I answer your question? I'm gonna forget what I was gonna say, and I think I forgot it.
Yeah, but I'm like, listen, the whole Black Lives Matter thing. I know what my eyes are telling me, and I don't just watch Fox News and CNN. I'm watching.
I don't even watch Fox News. Okay, sorry.
No. But I'm saying though, I'm watching World News, and here's another thing. Here's another one, right? I'm from Baltimore, so I know DC in and out. This is how you know it's a difference.
Yeah, I remember what I was going to say.
Yeah, go ahead.
If the Secret Service, the person running that area, or the people who are supposed to protect the president, I would fire them in job lots if the congressmen and senators were still on the Capitol when that sheer volume of people comes in. I mean, it's like that's common sense. Hey, we got 100,000 angry people out here. We got to go. And the Secret Service can override the president about, look, you leaving right now.
The president was already in the White House.
He was already in the White House. He was already gone.
But you get my point. They can override anybody when it comes to their personal safety. That's their role. That's their job. That's how DC runs. And usually when they leave DC, that's the case.
But that's not the protocol.
The Secret Service.
Whoa, wait a minute. I'll say a kinetic threat, meaning somebody's really coming at the president, or there's a threat outside. They're gonna try. They got their ways of getting out of there. They will put you where you're supposed to go. And I'm quoting Michael Reagan, son of Ronald Wilson Reagan. They'll put you in a safe spot that they think is safe, where they can defend you, and that's where you're going to stay. If they got to sit on you, they'll do it. Because if you die and you're a protectee, that's their ass.
Okay, so check this out, right? The Secret Service. Now, here's the crazy part. The Secret Service was their asset was secure. The president of the United States literally and said, march down the street, right? And tell them that I'm supposed to be president, right? They should not certify the vote. What was Congress doing with the vice president? They were out, they were doing their job in certifying the vote for the election. That's what they were actually doing on January 6th. Okay.
Yeah, it's funny that people that say they were in the building weren't actually in the building, like AOC claimed she was there and she wasn't.
They were all in the building. They were all in the building. Everybody, every member of Congress was accounted for. They were all in the building.
I'm sorry.
No. What are you talking about? She had to be there because they got to be there. Like, what are you talking about? So what I'm basically trying to tell you is this. Okay, the president of the United States went back to the White House. The vice president of the United States was in the halls of Congress Remember, he got out of there. Okay, the Secret Service got him out of there. So the Secret Service,
they better get him out of there.
But they got him out of there. They did their job. Who shot the chick that was going through those doors that were barricaded? It was a Secret Service agent.
We don't know his name.
No, you do know his name.
What's his name?
He wasn't Secret Service though.
He's probably Capitol Police or some sort of security
organization.
No. I got
not the dude, not the brother that was up there holding them, kind of holding them back and backing.
No. Michael. Forget his last name now. But I don't think he was Secret Service. I think he was just Capitol Police.
What was that woman's name?
Ashley Babbitt. The one who tried to jump through the window. Yeah.
Ex Air Force officer.
Weird spellings of their names.
Yeah, ex Air Force officer. Yeah.
Lieutenant Michael Byrd. That was him.
Yeah, Lieutenant Michael. So he basically. So she was given a warning, right? And she decided to climb through that.
Women
to get in there anyway. She was given specific warnings, and then she said, "You will be shot if you come across the barrier." And she came across and she got shot.
Yeah, sucks being her.
Sucks being her, but you notice something is like, okay, now you're down. This is an insurrection. Now this is whatever, right? So everybody else that was
wait a minute, how can it be an insurrection because one person's trying to break through the door?
No,
or even a group of somebody.
How did she get there?
I don't know.
She didn't get there by herself. She didn't get there by herself.
Yeah, but you don't have a mass of people trying to get through that door.
Yeah, you did.
Actually, you did.
Well, you know, there was a story that what was his name? Tucker Carlson was talking about how the FBI had so many plants, in some of these fringe organizations that you could almost wonder who were these people, who were they directing, and these full idiots got arrested. And hell, there's YouTube videos of this one dude who's all over the place trying to get people to go down to the Capitol and break inside, and people kept screaming at him, say he's a Fed. And they didn't trust him.
Yeah, they didn't trust him. But let me ask you this, right? Let me ask you this. If I keep warning you about something happening, and you don't think it's going to happen, and then you allow, and then I say, okay, and then I allow it to happen, then you're going to believe me, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, then. So who were they really going after, right? They didn't go after everybody because it wasn't everybody that ran up in there. A lot of the people that were peacefully doing their, they can, just like when Trump he got in office and there were people protesting up and down the street about they didn't want Trump in office and everybody talking about they going to Canada and all that other crazy stuff, right? None of that happened. Right? None of that happened to that degree. It was just people protesting. They had their little protests out there for like a week or so, and then they just dispersed and went on about their business. Okay. Now
that when the Capitol Police let them into the not the White House, but to the Capitol building, it was kind of funny that the media kept saying it was a riot. I'm like, well, they were allowed in. There's video.
They were allowed in after the first walls of protection basically fell down.
Well, they opened the gate. And when I mean they opened the gate, you could see the guard opening the gate and they're walking through the Capitol. You see Capitol Police walking by them. You can see in their body language, they weren't even upset. They weren't doing anything like that.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Okay. First wall, right? See, here's the thing. I was in the military, so I understand how we do this thing. We do this thing called force protection. Okay. So in force protection, you have 3 different layers, especially when you're dealing with people that's rioting or there's people that's very upset and agitated. Now, most of the people that protested on the Capitol about the election, and Trump did his little after the thing and had his little rally and all of that stuff afterwards when he was out there, right? Most of those people left because when they saw these people acting stupid, they got away from it. So,
anytime you see people fighting, it'll be people just moving away from. What's so hilarious is
away from it. So now the people that were fighting the Capitol Police, okay, the people that were fighting the people with riot gear, punching the people in the face, breaking windows, hitting them with flagpoles. One guy died, right? One guy died from his injuries. The other guy committed suicide because of PTSD or whatever.
It was an officer who died from something else that happened to him, like he had some sort of medical condition. He didn't die. He did not die on the day of the quote unquote riot. He died at home. He didn't go to the hospital, you know, unless he had some cuts or abrasions or whatever it was. But he didn't die from any kind of injury that he got that day.
Okay, so
the media have been lying about that for months.
Okay, so whatever, right? The guy got injured, right? So that's attacking a Capitol Police officer, right?
Oh yeah, so, that's 5 years right there, at least.
That's 5 years, right? So the guy, now check this out. He's supposed to get 5 years, right? Now the guy that was crying and being all racist and all of that crazy stuff, he's just got 3 years. He was the one that was one of the guys that hit the guy that they got him on film. They hit the guy. Okay.
Oh, there was a cop. There was a Capitol Police. He was getting beat down, and like it was a bunch of conservative men that came out there, grabbed him, got him back to his own lines because he had some people acting a plumb fool.
Yeah, there was people. Okay, so now people acting a plumb fool. They're beating on the. So they basically breached the lines. They breached the lines. So if they breached,
they didn't breach the lines. They never left the area where they were on the video that I saw.
No, listen what I'm saying. Listen what I'm saying. If you got a Capitol Police officer where there had to be a group of other guys that was protesting, they got him out of there, right? Then that means that they're breaching the lines. That means that the line was falling back. That's a breach.
Well, they didn't fall back. You know, they were in that area where all the pictures people see about everybody all together.
Yes.
Right there by one of the doors, you had 3 Capitol Police officers. One was into a fight, and they was trying to draw him in the crowd to beat him down, quote unquote. You got to understand how the left works. They love to paint. Wait. You got to understand how this works. You have these people that are like, you know what? Let's do some fuck shit to blame conservatives for doing fuck shit when conservatives don't do fuck shit.
Hold on, man.
It's the weirdest thing that people don't seem to understand or see.
Stop right there. Stop right there with the left and the right shit. We're talking about people. I'm not talking about conservatives right now. That never came out of my mouth with this. Right?
True. Came out of my mouth.
I didn't say conservatives, right? I'm saying people that decided, right? I don't even call them conservatives because them breaching the Capitol without proper authorization ain't shit conservative about that. Because actually having those laws and those standpoints and that stuff, that's conservative.
Well,
right?
You understand that when that officer had to be helped back to the lines where the police were, because the officer was actually they pulled him into the crowd and they was trying to beat his ass. And what happened is a bunch of grown ass men came over, pushed those guys out of the way, and helped the officer back.
Okay, then. So if they got that close where they're pulling the officer into the crowd, and then you had some real conservatives that said y'all doing too much and pulled them back out of the harm's way, then those men should be congratulated for exercising their constitutional right of being able to peacefully protest.
Right.
So those are real conservatives. What we're talking about is the people in which that breached through the Capitol, had the lines fall back, right? Had the lines fall back where other Republicans, which are your conservative base, basically draw their ass out the task. Even Mitch McConnell had to come out and say what he had to say.
Mitch McConnell says a lot of things. Some of them are true. Hell, even Ted Cruz called him a liar to his face.
But this is the same Ted Cruz that dipped his ass off down in the motherfucking Cancun when his whole state was going through a fucking power outage. So now we don't.
He couldn't get back. You understand? I was there. I was there when they had a power outage. I was there for 5. Wait a minute. I was there for 5 days. You couldn't fly in. Everything was shut down.
He left in the middle of the power outage. What are you talking about?
You sure about that?
Yes.
He even said
I know the media love to twist things
out of there. He said it himself, and he came back and apologized. What are you talking about?
Okay, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you.
And the only reason he had to come back and apologize because AOC took her ass down there to piss on his parade. Now, me personally, if you talk about personally, I think what she did was fucking out of line and off kilter. Because that's just political fucking. That's political decorum that you don't do. You don't go into a representative of another state, and you can do all of your shouting from your state, but you don't go to another person's state where they're the representative, even if they fucked up like that, and you don't start prancing and shit. Me personally, I don't care for AOC that much.
Well, she raised money, Justin Andre, for the victims down there.
Yeah, but the other thing is, it was actually the real reason she went down there was because there was a Democratic political opposition that she was trying to get in office. She raised money for the victims, but it was more of a party grandstanding. But even Nancy Pelosi pulled it to the side and said what she did was all out of.
That's AOC, man. That's what she's gonna do.
Yeah. That's you know what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So I'm fair on the left and on the left or on the right, the liberal or the conservative, whatever. If you're doing some shit to step out of pocket, that's just some shit you just don't do. Because that's
underline your point just a little bit is when it comes to conservatives, you do some fuck shit and you are very like you're an outspoken conservative and you do something fucked up, it'll be radio silence until it either comes out in court or it gets proven one way or the other, and then you'll have people criticizing you.
Yeah. But then the other thing is and here's the other thing, like the space laser, the small head space laser lady, right?
Who's that?
What's her name? What's her name? She's always giving AOC the blues.
You're talking about Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Yeah, right. Marjorie Taylor Greene, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Now the QAnon and conspiracy, sponsor lady, right? So now my thing is this: when she was going at it, the congresswoman that was across the hall from her with her toaster oven flag, and everybody was giving a flag. No, she was actually right, because you're not supposed to fly any flags in a federal building other than the military flags and the United States flag.
Facts.
So she was actually right about that. I said, no, she's right. I gotta agree with this woman. I'm fair. A broke clock's right twice a day, but that doesn't mean she's wrong about this. She needs to take that goddamn flag down. You can't have that flag up in the federal building. You ain't supposed to have no other flags in there. And then the other thing is that you're not supposed to have the American flag touch the ground.
Yep.
You're not supposed to have that.
I'm gonna tell you like this: you ain't gonna be in some sort of parade or some sort of group of especially conservatives. We will. Hey, you better get that flag off the ground.
So why did they when they went up to January 6th at the Capitol, they took down those American flags and flew the battle flags around?
I couldn't tell you. I didn't see any of that.
It was shown. But here's the thing, right?
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah. And I'm like, listen, and this is the reason why I was looking at it. I was saying, okay, they're not really going after these people like how they should go after these people, right? And there's a reason why. There's people implicated so deeply in it, and the whole American bureaucracy would fall if you find out that there was senators, right? There was reps, right? You know what I'm saying? That was involved in this, and not just Republican senators, but Democratic senators too.
Let me add something here. Right? Most senators can't stand them. I'm just being honest with you. There's like 4 conservatives in there, and sometimes 5.
Yeah.
You got the brother from South Carolina. I keep forgetting his name for some strange reason.
Tim Scott.
Yeah, Tim Scott. You got Rand Paul, Mike Lee, Ted Cruz, and the rest of them are leftists.
Yeah.
I mean, it's hilarious how it happens, and it's like they keep calling Republicans conservative, and I know the media likes to use it interchangeably. Even libertarians do it, and I'm like, nah. The base of the Republican Party is conservative. The politicians are mainly leftist.
Well, the thing
liberal
is,
or moderates, yeah.
But you know when it first started. Though.
What started?
You know when the Republican Party started to go this way, like with that. The
Republican Party was never a conservative party.
No. It wasn't that. It wasn't that. I'm gonna tell you when y'all first started getting it. It was all the way back when John
Barry
McCain
Goldwater
was running.
Barry Goldwater, I talked about it in 2 streams of the
Conservative. He didn't win.
First part. No, he didn't. He got destroyed.
It was a seed set. I'm talking about when McCain was running for president, right? And that was
which time?
And John McCain was running for president.
He ran for president like 3 times.
Yeah, when he was going against Obama, but it was because of old girl, from Alaska,
Sarah Palin.
But Palin, that's when you're getting that was the first thing with the Tea Party, and they stopped calling them the Tea Party. They start calling them something else. Right?
The thing about the Tea Party, You got to understand how red states are. What happened was a lot of states, the legislature started talking to each other because we got, all these apps and stuff like that. And you had the Patrick Henry party. And it wasn't a real party. It was basically a caucus.
Yeah. Caucus.
And you had them people to say, look, this is what we agree on. We are conservatives. We will follow the Constitution. Most people don't realize how very few politicians in the state legislatures are actually leftist. I'm gonna say it that way. The whole idea of taking away your liberty and giving you nothing in return but the bill. You have a lot of state legislators going to up into Congress and then trying to move over to the Senate, because it's like to the point where had we not had the 17th Amendment, this country would be a whole lot different. Just saying.
Yeah. I'm like, me personally, this is my thing, right? This is my thing. I think, and this is just me, that there should be a term. Like, you can't serve over so many terms.
Term limits.
Yeah, there should be term limits.
Mark Levin wrote that in his book, Liberty and Tyranny.
Yeah, like you shouldn't have all these, because you got these, if you think about it, it's like it's this power grab all the way happening. And then who was dude like that was running on the ticket with Romney, right? He was the Speaker of the House.
Oh yeah. Paul Ryan, right?
Paul Ryan.
Oh yeah.
Paul Ryan, yeah.
This was just me.
The speaker of backstabbing.
Yeah, I can't stand him. Yeah.
Yeah, neither can I.
What they should have did with Paul Ryan, if they really wanted to take control or whatever, right? Is they should have flipped him and Romney.
They should have, but they blew it.
They should have had Romney. They should have had him as the president, and they should have had Romney as the VP, or they should have got another Republican to be the VP to run on the ticket with him that was a little older. If you notice what Obama did is he got Biden, that he was like his choke chain, quote unquote, right? So the party would trust Biden, right? And then if they had Paul Ryan, he would have did it because he already got from the old Speaker of the House the cosign. But you know what I'm saying? He already got the cosign of the party. Because
if Republicans wanted to win, they would just say, you know what? No more leftists. We're going to run straight doctrinaire conservatives. All of a sudden, people will come out of the woodwork to vote for you because only 30% of the population actually votes. I should say 30% of eligible voters actually vote.
Yeah, but they have to have a platform that is sustainable, and that platform is not sustainable long term. They know that
40% of Americans are very conservative, and another 40% are somewhat conservatives.
Yeah, but if you look at the economic growth in this country, it does not come out of conservative states outside of Texas.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
The
speaker. Listen, the most federal.
Not Florida, right?
Huh?
Florida and Texas have something in common called a rainy day fund. I think there might be a handful of the states that have this.
Yeah, but they're not the economic drivers of the country.
Yeah, Texas is. Florida's not.
New York, Illinois,
Florida's not. Because the only thing,
Texas, California.
The only thing the cost, if you take the cost,
I'll throw Jersey in there too.
Well, if you take the cost of, if you take Florida, right? If you think about Florida in a nutshell, just think about it, right? Where in Florida is going to push makes money?
Tourism,
and the only where you're going, you're Orlando and goddamn fucking South Beach.
There's a lot of places that have tourism. I mean, you'd be surprised. Some of these places, especially from overseas. I mean, it's Vegas. Especially with Americans, Mount Rushmore, which I really got to get my ass over to. I drove past the damn thing like 100 times.
Yeah, but
that's their economic base though. Is tourism.
It's tourism. That's it.
Florida. I'll say it like this. There's a lot more to Florida than just South Florida. I mean, most. I remember watching a video. And this is a little off topic, but it's germane to this argument. It was a video talking about that there was so much of a city's square. I'll call it square footage. Its acreage is devoted to housing, and I'm like, I wish I wrote this down at the time. It says, look, most of the industry isn't near a big city like, say, San Francisco or New York.
Right.
I mean, I get into arguments with people all the time, and I'm like, bro, you don't even know where potatoes come from.
That's why I brought up the Pew Research in this stream and referenced the difference between the two ideologies. One to live larger areas and one live in the small areas. Like you said, like some people rather, like you got some conservatives do kind of live one in large areas, but it's a small percentage. Like the graph right here, this is 24. I don't know what it is now, like 2021, because it's probably different because of the pandemic and things like that. Because if they had another research, it's a little different. That's the reason why I did this stream, to give the ideology where it comes from, the politics of it, misuse of it, and I had to bring down what you call the international relations theory of it. Then I had to bring the conservative element to the counter argument to, like, from my previous streams I did. If you watch those two, I did the Barry Goldwater thing, so I established that. And then the reason I read the philosophy of that side of conservatism, bring a little bit of liberalism into it, because I'm going to do a part 2 to this economic liberalism. Talks about the neo and the libertarian, and also some schools of thought of conservative. It's different ideologies. I have to delve into it, but to be fair, because I promised SKC, like, I was going to do this because I wanted to do this like as an exercise to see where people's at. Just like War Master said, there is areas of certain states in Georgia you can contest it. It's more to just outside of Atlanta. There's place you can still live.
No,
and live
but what I'm saying,
like that. But you're right, Mike. But there's certain people that are moderate and lean towards the left down here.
No. What I was saying was that the Republican platform, as it stands right now, doesn't really have anything to offer its base.
What, low taxes, less regulation, less intrusion?
We saw what happened in Texas when you got less fucking regulation and oversight. So
you mean you're talking about how they use that unreliable wind and solar power?
No. It wasn't. No. Stop with that.
That's actually what happened.
No. It's not that. The governor came out and said, this is what happens when you don't want regulations and you wanted to source your own power from the power companies. The power companies in Texas run off of oil and nuclear.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
Wait. You got to understand this. You got to understand this. What's his name? Abbott. Greg Abbott, the governor down there. He was talking about, we got a lot, we're whatever percentage on wind and solar, but wind and solar are literally unreliable power sources, and they closed down the coal plants because you can't have a bunch of guys standing around doing nothing when they should be shoveling coal.
Hold on, wait a minute. First of all, let me hold on. Let me break it down to you. Let me tell you something. Right? I used to be an engineer in the Navy, right? Okay, so let me break something down to you. Is there a pipeline in Texas?
What kind of pipeline? They got a lot of them.
Gas. Is there a fuel pipeline?
The thing about
down in Texas.
Just to answer your question, yes.
Okay, so now, is there a nuclear power plant in Texas?
Yes. I don't know where one's at. I never saw one, but go ahead.
You never saw one, because they usually keep it away from people. So
away from the interstate. If it ain't near the interstate, I ain't gonna see it.
Yeah, you're not going to see it. So check this out, right? Now, put it to you like this. Coal, no one gives a fuck about coal now, And the places that's actually most affected by coal, and I talked about this on one of my streams when I pulled it up, is West Virginia, other parts. Texas was at the bottom of even exporting any coal or excavating. Right? When you go to Texas, it's usually to get a good payday. It's usually to go down there and work on the pipelines or one of the oil companies. Now you got Elon Musk, and they was doing the South by Southwest thing all the way back in the 2012s, where Texas is becoming a hub for science and technology. It's the new Silicon Valley that's actually happening. Plus those really low state taxes when it comes to doing business. Okay. Now, the problem, when the governor came out and said it, that he didn't give a fuck because this is what the people asked for, right? Now the Texas people are now asking for them to regulate the pricing on all of these energy companies, these other energy companies that popped up. Now, solar, right? Now, solar power. I'm in the country. I'm in Japan. We got 6 seasons in this bitch. Guess what?
I like that.
We do. We got 6 seasons in this bitch. You know what I'm saying? And I'm in the plains of Japan right now. I moved close to Nagoya. It's nothing but solar panels all over this bitch. Matter of fact, the cities and the prefectures of the states give you a stipend, actual cash money back, that if you build your house and put solar panels on it and feed it back into the fucking grid, it is rice fields upon rice fields that used to be there that ain't got nothing but solar panels and grids all on it. So solar is sustainable energy. It does power a lot of shit. The fact of the matter is that these companies, these power companies, use that, but they used it at a way where you pay for what you use. This is what happens. This is what goes on. And if you ain't at work, no, here's the thing. If you're at work and if you're not at home because of the pandemic, your bills are going to be lower when it comes to your costs. Remember, the kids are home, the mom's home, the dad's home, the refrigerator's running, the TV's running, the internet's going, it's TVs in every room, it's this, that, and the third happening. The kids got to study at home, mom's got to work on her shit, dad's got to work on his shit. Everybody's using power. Everybody's using power. So now then you go when the grid goes down and it locks down, but you still, you didn't get out there and fix it because of some freak accident of nature or whatever. Everybody saw the problem. If you had the government set in and set those regulations where certain things need to happen, guess what? Regulations keep companies from gouging their customers. That's where the government's supposed to step in with oversight. The people decided they didn't want oversight because they thought that it was a good idea.
I can't remember the name.
What happened?
Can I get in here?
It wasn't coal. It wasn't solar. It wasn't any of that. It was that the people fucking got snickerdoodle by the people that were running for state and their whatever, and that's what's going on. That
last part you said, I'll totally agree with you. When they were talking about, I always thought it was hilarious is because the grid almost collapsed in Texas. Texas actually has an agency that reports to the federal government that they have to ask. ERCOT, that's the name of it. And they were the ones who basically governed Texas's grid, most of the grid. As a matter of fact, I think El Paso's outside of their grid, and the northern part of Texas, I think, might be out of it. There's certain parts of Texas that aren't part of it. The thing is, solar, even natural gas. At a point, they were talking about the mechanics of how everything failed. Because it was cloudy, it snowed,
it froze.
The windmills, they froze. This is unreliable.
No,
power.
Not the wind turbines froze.
The wind turbines froze.
The mechanism to deliver energy froze.
Yes.
Right.
And they needed to be insulated. And they
exactly
to insulate it.
Wait a minute. I'm not disagreeing with you. The turbines, they froze. As a matter of fact, they weren't turning because the wind wasn't blowing. And remember, I was there. The wind was still.
That's irrelevant.
No, wait. You don't understand. When it snows and the wind stopped blowing, you can't get the wind turbines to turn.
That's the
how
way
they
energy,
froze.
Yeah, but that's not the way that's not the way energy works, though.
Wait a minute. Wait. I don't care what kind of energy it is. If it's a windmill, it needs wind to blow through it to harness the air from the wind to turn them. When the wind wasn't blowing, wait a minute. When the wind wasn't blowing, I was there. I saw them things. I got out my truck. The wind was not blowing at all. I went from Houston to from Dallas to San Antonio, and the wind wasn't blowing at all.
What does that have to do with the pipes freezing?
Well, I was trying to tell you that the pipes, especially the water pipes, they froze. Natural gas, I forgot what actually happened to the natural gas, and I'm thinking that it needs water in order to get everything to flow. I don't know if it's mixed together or whatever. The thing about it was the turbine stopped turning, the gas pipes froze, and so they couldn't get power. It took 5 days for them to restore power, and they had to borrow it from Mexico.
Hold on, I got something for you. This was in February. Winter storm. No, this is Texan Tribune. No, frozen wind turbines aren't the main culprit for Texas power outage.
Yeah, they lying,
February 17th, 2021.
Man, when it comes to this, they kept saying, well, they said, what did they say? Like coal power, they failed, and nuclear failed. I says, no, that's not how it works. You could have a coal power plant in -50 temperatures and it still produce power. It just happens this day. It was only in the 20s.
Okay, here's the problem. Here's the problem. There ain't that many coal power plants left because nuclear is more efficient.
We haven't built a new nuclear power plants except for Palo Verde in the last 20 years.
But
Palo Verde's in Arizona.
It's in Arizona, right? Nuclear power plants are more efficient.
Best energy source on the planet.
Best energy source on the planet. I was in the Navy. You can run a goddamn aircraft carrier for 10 fucking years.
Exactly.
Right? It just runs, right? Now, the issue with coal, is it's not good overall.
It depends on what coal
is not good and it's less efficient, right? Now, if you want to go in between, you want something that's better, right? So then you kind of go with biodiesel, right? Go with biodiesel, okay? I was on the, like I said, I made power. I know how you make power, how power works, from a steam turbine to a diesel. Know how the nuclear turbines work, and I know how gas turbines work when you're using jet fuel. So I you know what I'm saying? So it's certain every different type of way of making power has its pros and its cons. The problem with gas turbines is that, or when we talk about jet engines, we're talking about we're talking about Allison 401k Rolls Royce engines, is that what we're talking about with that is that you got to keep the air temperature up. So what the problem would have happened is that if it was in that type of inclement weather, like 20 degrees or something like that, you wouldn't use that type of turbine. Better for you to use a biodiesel turbine to generate power. Now,
let me get in here a little bit.
Yeah,
I'm gonna agree with you. The thing about it is they didn't use the right oil. Like, you know, you got turbines all over the country, and they used a oil that can stay lubricant when the wind's blowing. But of course, the wind stopped blowing.
Yeah, well, the thing is that but that comes down to the company that owns that type of grid that's putting it together, right?
Exactly.
So the company itself failed the customers when they was gouging them for prices, but they didn't take the money and put it with insulating, right? Insulating what they're supposed to do, keeping the maintenance and the upkeep of it. And like you said, the oil. They were using 2190. You know what 2190 is?
No.
That's vegetable oil. You can go buy that shit off the shelf.
Okay.
Right? They supposed to use 23699 was a synthetic oil.
All right, I got it right here.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, I mean, frozen wind turbines aren't the main culprit for Texas power outages. Lost winds power was expected to do a fraction of winter generation. All sources from natural gases to nuclear to the coal to solar have struggled to generate power during the storm that has left millions of Texans in the dark. Yeah, I remember this.
Yeah.
The thing is, we have the most wind turbines on the East Coast here in Massachusetts, and we never have had that issue in the time that we've had it.
You guys got some real bad weather.
But y'all have a unique way of handling the ice up there. That's why too.
Yeah, but that's what DeAndre is pointing to, that the mismanagement of the grid itself is the problem and not the turbine.
It's a lot of mismanagement. But see where Mike is from, they already lived through dangers of winter before, you know, the history of Boston and, you know, New York. They are prepared for things like that. Now in the South, it's kind of they panic, you know, because I'll give you an example about Georgia. Like when they see black ice, they panic and they don't know how to deal with ice. Why come from in Tennessee? We established that in the 80s, but we came a long way in the 90s. They changed all that and they know how to scrub the ice and the snow, and that changed once we had a bunch of snow times like growing up. And I tell people all the time, because in the middle part of Tennessee, we gotten ahead of everybody else. We learned it from a lot of the Midwestern people, from the Chicagoans, people up north that come down here. It's just a simple fix, you know what I mean? But in Georgia, they so behind when it comes to the snow days because they had Snowmageddon back in 2014, and people don't remember. The mayor was terrible, and it shut down the city with business. Yeah, fucked up a lot of money.
Yeah. You know what? I'm reading the excerpt at the bottom of this, right? And this is very important. Okay, now. This is what's said. The production of natural gas in the state has plunged due to freezing conditions, making it difficult for power plants to get the fuel necessary to run the plants. Natural gas power plants usually don't have very much fuel storage on site. Experts said instead, the plants relied on the constant flow of natural gas from pipelines that run across the state from areas like oil and natural gas producing Permian Basin in West Texas to major demand centers like Houston and Dallas. Governor Greg Abbott specified that fossil fuels sources were contributing to the problems with the grid when describing the situation Monday afternoon. The ability of some companies that generate the power has been frozen. This includes natural gas and coal generators. So here's the thing with a power plant, right? Even if you're burning coal, you need water to cool the engines, the condensers. Right. So if the water's frozen, then your power plant is going to overheat. Doesn't matter what you use, especially with nuclear, you got to shut down the plant because you need to cool the reactor down, right? While it's actually burning. It's the only thing a nuclear reactor uses is a nuclear isotope to basically heat up water, steam, you draw out the steam, and it turns the turbine at high speeds. That's that you take a magnet that's coiled up in copper, and it transfers that to electricity, and that's how it works, right?
Now, so I'm not going to disagree with you.
Yeah.
My problem with this is they don't mention that how many coal plants they took offline.
It's irrelevant.
No, it's not irrelevant. If you had coal plants with reliable power and you have a cold snap, nobody notices. But if you have solar and what you call it, and you tear down the coal plants, it's going to say, well, we didn't have the generation capacity.
How do you deliver energy at that point, though?
Yeah, you can't. That's kind of the problem. When they took down the coal plants. I'm a big fan of using solar, wind, and not natural gas, but solar and wind to use that as on a very hot day. You need extra generating capacity. You can get them spooled up a little bit faster than you can a coal plant.
Okay, so this is what I'm gonna tell you like here. I'm gonna tell you like this, right? You know what I'm saying? In 2019. There were 241 coal power plants across the United States, which generated 23% of the United States electricity in 2019.
Damn, used to be 40. No, I'm sorry, 60. Sorry.
You know what I'm saying? So it's only 241 coal plants across the United States, and this is 2019. So all of those power plants only generates 23%. The problem is it did not matter if you had 1 million coal plants running around Texas. The problem was the water froze to cool down the power plants.
Well, from the local news stories that I was watching, they said the natural gas lines are the ones that froze, and they had very little storage capacity, like you said, on site, like the article says as well. Yeah. And they could not get enough natural gas to the plant, so ERCOT had to basically give rolling brownouts everywhere.
Yeah,
and I happened to have been in 2 of them, which really sucked.
Yeah, what really sucked. But even still, this is what I'm basically saying. Like Texas only has so this is Texas right here, right? Texas has a coal plant. This is 2020, so 16% of Texas is coal. Okay, so natural gas, 52%. Hydroelectricity, 0.4%. Wind is 19%. Nuclear is only 8.7%. Yep. Biomass is 0.3%. Solar is only 2%, and other is 0.2%. So the solar had nothing to do with it. So they didn't even have the infrastructure for the solar. So you might as well move that out the way, right? So
I wouldn't say that. It's like the solar panels that were out there, they were covered in snow.
But that's what I'm saying. But that's only 2% of
yeah. I'm with you on it. I'm not disagreeing with you. Just like, hey, look, solar couldn't do it because they were covered in snow, and everything else froze.
Yeah, everything else froze. But you know what I'm saying. But that's upkeep, right? Because if you got a solar panel, you got to go out there and fucking get that shit off the solar panels. Or you set it up where you basically have a heat exchanger to make sure it melts off the solar panels, like some people set up because they know that's the thing, right? But it's not supposed to snow in Texas. That was the whole thing.
You ever been out to near Prim, Nevada?
Yeah.
On I-15 in California. Sorry, it's actually in California, but it's just across the border from Prim, Nevada.
Right.
Yeah, that's that one you're talking about. I can't remember what it's called, but yeah, where they're using basically sun and they focus it on a mirror, boil, whatever. I don't even know what to call it. That they use for a median to go to a heat exchanger, and
Yeah, basically,
it's called a mirror. It's called a mirror array. It's so
there you go. There you go.
Yeah, so they use that, but that's once again, this if you're talking about that right there in that scale, and this technology is out there, then this basically proves that guess what? If you're going to set up solar and it's regulated by regulations, then that means that the company that's getting the federal government funding and the stipend and all of that, and then the Texas is giving them whatever they're giving them, then they needed to regulate that to say you can't put this power plant up and running off of the solar unless you got that mirror array to make sure that if it snows, this shit doesn't freeze the fuck up. See, once again, it's back to the people not wanting regulations.
My problem is when it comes to regulations, the government just says, hey, we're going to do whatever we want. I'm like, no, you need the legislature to do it. Let the Texas legislature. A lot of people have this idea that the federal government could snap their fingers and they can do whatever they want. I'm like, nah. You pull up the Constitution, you say, where does the federal government have authority over power?
No.
I mean, show it to me in the Constitution. That's what I'm getting at.
No. What I'm saying is, when I'm talking about the government regulations, this was the Texas state government saying that you don't have no power regulations.
That doesn't even make any sense. There are regulations. There are regulations. It doesn't matter the state. It doesn't matter how obscure. Every state has regulations over power.
Okay. If every state has regulations over power, right? And the Texas and the governor came out and said it. You wanted free market. You wanted small government. You wanted less regulations. This is what you got. He said it out of his own mouth.
Yeah, and when people talk about
they voted for that because someone got up there on their ticket and they did, and this is what politicians do to get in office. They ran on that ticket, like you said, right? Less regulations, less taxes. Guess what? Here's the problem with that, right? When they mean less taxes, they don't mean less taxes for the middle class. They don't mean less taxes for those people. Right? They mean less taxes for people that make a certain wage that's like above a certain a wage where we're talking about what they would say the wealthy or whatever, or just getting into wealth or whatever, right? Because, that can be skewed either way. So less
what are the top 10% paying taxes, just generally speaking?
Yeah, basically, right? So they get less taxes, but for everybody else, this is my thing. I wouldn't have a problem with conservatives saying less taxes for people that were in the middle class, people that are married, right? See, here's an incentivization on conservative values when you say, you know what, if you're married, you don't have to file separate. You get a bigger tax break because you're married with children.
I got a better one.
Premiums are low.
I got a better one.
Yeah. Go ahead.
My thought is this: get government out of people's lives.
Well, you need government.
Well, no. There's a thing about what government's supposed to do, because the smallest political subdivision is the family.
Yeah.
And somehow you got the federal government saying, you know what, we're going to tell you what's best for you. Some guy 2,500 miles away going to tell me how to live my life. I got a problem with that.
Well, I understand. I understand what you're saying, right? And what you're saying in the whole theory of things is great. But here's the thing. Here's the thing, right? Before we get to the federal government, right? Everything starts in your city council, right?
Exactly.
Or your county, and it starts in your state, right? So look,
exactly.
Okay, so Texas made a law about the whole abortion thing, right? I'm neither here nor there on it. That doesn't matter to me, right? But they pretty much repealed to a certain degree Roe v. Wade in Texas.
They to put it in English, they basically made it illegal to murder children. I forget when it is, what date, what how many weeks a child is born, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, how many weeks? They made it illegal to murder children. Okay, so
how far?
6 weeks.
6 weeks. Okay, so 6 weeks. That's like what? That's like a month and
a half.
2 weeks, right? That's a month and 2 weeks.
Yep.
Okay. Most women don't know that they're pregnant most of the time until about 2 months into their pregnancy.
I'll say this. Who cares? Because if you get a girl, hold on a second. If I get a girl pregnant, right? Nobody gives a damn if I know it or not. You know what I'm saying? At some point, you got to start having some sort of personal responsibility. You can't just kill a life. I mean, look, Americans would love to vote on this, children being killed in the womb.
Right.
We would love to be able to vote. Texas is one of the few states that have actually been able to vote on it.
Well, let me put it to you like this. Okay. Let me put it to you like this. Nobody gave a fuck for a long time
Conservatives
until
did.
nobody really gave a fuck for a long time, right? Until those birth rates were plummeting.
I got to disagree with you on that because they've been talking about this. Hold on a second. They've been talking about this since I was in high school. I'm 48.
Okay, so I'm 40. They've been talking about it, but you know what they was talking about before that? In the 60s, it was a guy running around talking about how the planet is going to be overran with people. It's going to be too many people. So guess what?
I got a quote for you. Margaret Sanger said we need to get rid of the human weeds, meaning people like you and me.
Exactly. So
when Rush Limbaugh called her a feminazi, he was not exaggerating.
No, we know that. That. But this is what I'm basically saying.
And the population crisis, but okay. Or population bomb, I'm sorry.
Yeah, population bomb, right? I'm not, like I said, on abortion, I'm not even here to there with it. But what I do understand is that the Americans, right? The average American family or America is only putting out having 1.75 children.
Used to be 2.3 when I was a child.
Exactly, right? So they got to repeal a lot of stuff, right? So if you in the southern states, you really want to repeal this because guess what? What's in the southern states? You need people. You need people to do these jobs. Or you're going to have to start getting people to come in to here to do these jobs, but to become what? You know what I'm saying? Like your immigration crisis, right? Your immigration crisis. The reason why it's an immigration crisis.
$40.
Yeah. The immigration. The reason why you have an immigration crisis is because most of the immigrants that come in illegally over the border are men.
Yep.
Are men.
That is very true. And this whole idea that families are coming over, they've been pushing that since I was in high school. I knew it was some BS. I live in San Diego, right? Hold on. I live in San Diego, right? And what happened was you used to have immigration chasing these illegal aliens all over the place until we put the wall in. Because what happened is once the wall was in, the illegal aliens would go all the way to LA. They wouldn't stop here and hang out. They had this thing in the early 80s called Light Up the Southern Border where they wanted the border shut down.
Yeah.
This whole idea, you come in through the front door, don't hop over the back fence.
Yeah. But here's the crazy part is that yes, I understand, when you tap into people's maternal beliefs about certain things, right? And you get certain people that believe it and you have them running the course of it. But when we look back at the politics of it, right? If you look back at the real reason why they're doing this, the real reason why they're doing this is because they need women to have babies. Women are deciding not to have children. Do you know that the average age of a woman's first time birth in America is 26 years of age?
I was going to say 29, but okay.
Yes, 26. A man's average age of his first child is 31.
Yeah, I could believe that.
Now pre-2008 housing crisis, it was 21. Now after that, it's 26.
And you know how to fix this, right? Seriously, the way to fix it? Cut off child support, alimony, welfare, and any advantage given to somebody born with the vagina over somebody born with the penis, and the birth rate will skyrocket. And a lot of these gangbanging, that will fade into the background as people age.
Well, I'm going to tell you, do you know what Social Security was originally for?
No.
Okay, I'm going to tell you what Social Security was originally
I should say, I've heard it before, remind me.
Yeah, Social Security
Go ahead, DeAndre.
was originally for widows. Women that were married and their husbands died, and so they could draw from the pension because the husband was a tax-paying citizen, right?
Right. Yep.
You know, pre-1982, that the only women that got child support were married women or women that got a divorce. They were separated.
You're right. Yep,
okay,
you are right.
You know why child support changed like that? Because they took the act from Madison, Wisconsin. Last time I checked, ain't too many niggas in Madison, Wisconsin.
What does that have to do with anything?
What that has to do with that, the child support laws were basically built around the dereliction of white males.
Okay.
Yes. So because child support prior to that were actually done in a broke down, detailed manner, right? Now,
wait. Let's break it down. The whole idea why a man would quote unquote leave his family, we know it's BS, but the whole idea that a man leaving his family is because women were philandering. Let's be honest. That's something that's not talked about. Even back in the 60s and 70s, this whole free love thing. A chick is going to step out on you from time to time, but when a man finds out his woman's stepping out on him, he's going to bounce.
He's going to bounce. But I'm going to say this, right?
That's usually what keeps women in check. But,
well, the first thing. Well, here's the other thing, right? Here's the other thing. We got to think about it like this, right? When it concerns the black community, okay.
Facts, Ray Regime. Facts.
We don't talk about the Southern migration, right? Where Jim Crow laws, things of that nature, black men were locked out of quote unquote, places of employment, right? So they migrated into these cities, going up to Chicago, Detroit, to the factories. I remember most of my family from my mother's side, they come from South Carolina. The whole family got up and moved like after the Korean War, because most of my great uncles served in the Korean War, in the Air Force and the Army and stuff like that. So they migrated up and they was in Bethlehem still in Baltimore. Right. So
hey, you know what fixed that, right? You know what fixed that, right?
What?
Well, I'm gonna ignore the Klan for a moment.
Yeah.
But it was a Southern strategy to convince I'll say good Democrats to vote Republican. And then you was like you had the state governments and the federal governments ran by the Republicans to destroy the Ku Klux Klan.
Yeah.
Some are still actually in office. I can't remember his name down in Alabama.
Well, it's like Lee Atwater would say, you got to get more, abstract and stuff. Nigga. You got to come up with different other adages and dog whistle languages. They just went underground. They wasn't overt with it as much as they were. And so what I'm basically saying is that we got three different sectors. We got three different things that happened to the black community, right? The men, they moved up, right? Now there were women still up there, so men are men, right? Men are men, you there, you working, you sending your money back. It wasn't like Cash App back then. You could get on your phone and send the shit. You sending money, you know what I mean? And then you had to have a deal. I remember my grandmother telling me that my grandfather left South Carolina, came up to Baltimore, was sending them money. He basically kept his book of stamps, and they wasn't getting the money because the mailman was stealing his motherfucking money.
Damn.
The mailman was stealing his money.
Yeah.
And guess what? Though they had a problem with it so much that he asked the rest of the men in the community what was going on. He said, "God, my woman's sending me these letters. She angry at me. I've been sending money. What's going on?" And they find out, you know what the problem was? It was the white mailman stealing their money. In the community, right? So you know what they did is they said, you know what, this is a problem. So they got together as a community, right? They brought their problems uptown to the postmaster, and the postmaster decided he ain't want to go and do shit. So you know what they did? They said, okay, no problem. You ain't gonna do shit, no problem. So what they started to do is they started having people carry the money back down there and delivering it to the family.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And then they had a bank down there that they would have these little banknotes, and then that's when they started getting on the telegrams. The before it was Western Union, it was something else.
I want to add something that Gray Regime he says, is it BS? There was no such programs when the free love era. Thank you, Sir Abadayu.
And had no punishment for abandoning families. That was more common than philandering. Yeah.
Hey, check this out. Check this out. You got sisters? Anybody on this panel got sisters?
I do. No. She's younger.
Yeah, that's what you were for. Or your dad. You'd be like, oh, okay, I got you. Oh, he ran out. All right, I'm gonna find him. And all of a sudden, he come back home with some lumps on his head.
Yeah, with a shotgun.
And the whole idea where a man could go out there and beat his woman till she's black and blue. She had brothers that would come find you.
Yeah.
And this is what made family. This is why you didn't need so many laws. It's like like I said earlier, the smallest political subdivision was the family. And when the family was like, hey, look, bro, you beat my sister up. Now we got to beat your ass now.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, and to be honest, I can't understand why some women got their ass beat. I'll be honest. I can understand, it's not like I can condone it.
Right.
I mean, here's the funny thing. Men don't put their hands on anybody just for any reason. Just, hey, I come home and I just feel like beating your ass. I mean, there's very few men like that. And they're usually dealt with.
The men ain't running around eating the cake anime. I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this with this, right? The reason why that you got laws in place because it was already set in stone, and they were already working on this. So if you're talking about the family, right, and the family is the community, right? Like you said, once the woman gets married, she lives with the man. She has her brothers. That's the family, but it's also her community. You know what I'm saying? Which is, and usually people live next door. They lived in the same neighborhood as each other.
Right, or at least in the same area. Yeah.
Yeah, in the same area. So it's the community. And then for the brothers to find out, a neighbor would see it and tell them.
Yep.
Right? They would tell them. Okay. So
and they would hop in the pickup truck, come see somebody.
Come see somebody. Now, here's the problem with that. Now let's talk about the wars in between that. You take those able-bodied men in the community that would do that. Now they're getting sent off to Vietnam. See, you know what I mean? And then if all the able-bodied men and the young men, the potential men, are getting sent off to a conflict,
that all didn't happen at the same time, right?
No. But I'm just saying this
cascading of issues.
This is a cascading issue. This is a compound.
I'll agree with you on that.
You got, and then you having a free lover at the same time, and those men that are left behind, or those women that are left behind, the people that would hold the boundaries of community or family and give them the right passage to be whatever, they're gone.
Yep.
Right. So now the government, right, sex, drugs, and rock and roll, let the shit happen.
Yep.
Right. And it was and they let the shit happen because they knew they needed children. Because most of their men most of the potential men were dying and dying out, right? So then you get a lot of these single mother homes, right?
Well, the reason why you had so many single mother homes is they were offered welfare, child support, and alimony. Oh, wait, I should say welfare. They've been getting welfare since the 30s.
They've been getting welfare, but here's the problem. Most of those people that was getting it that early were white women.
Well, that doesn't. I'm gonna be honest with you. That really don't mean all that much to me.
No. It should in the context because, and the reason why I say this is this, right? And it's documents to prove this. Okay, the government, the federal government, took the United States Army of Engineers and built these projects.
Oh yeah,
right, for the white women. Most black women didn't get those things until the late 70s.
And you know why, right? Like up until the 1960s, I think black men were the most married group of Americans at somewhere like plus 80%. Yep. And then after the 60s, it dropped in the toilet.
It dropped into the toilet. Now, where were most black men sent that were able-bodied?
Well, most black men weren't sent to war. That's crazy.
A good portion of them was, though.
A good portion of them was.
You know what happened? What happened in the 60s was black women can get welfare. A lot of them married the government. This is the thing in the late 60s, early 70s.
Secretary of State McNamara said he was tired of seeing white men die in the battlefield. He wanted to see niggers and spics die on the battlefield.
Yeah,
that's why you had Muhammad Ali pushing back.
I believe he would have been part of the what do they call it? The Sunday lunch or brunch lunch. It was. Yeah. They used to talk crap about him. Wait. Let me add this little anecdote real quick. It was like a couple of different squadrons that worked really hard to get around Johnson's rules to actually win. We were fighting with both hands tied behind our back, and we're hopping with one foot in a bucket.
Yeah.
Then Nixon came in there and told the North Vietnamese, "We ain't playing no more." All of a sudden, the war was over pretty quick.
Yeah, but here's the thing: is like black women aren't allowed into the welfare system until the passing of the Fair Housing Act in 1968, right? And then this is federal, so then you still got to deal with your states' rights issues, right?
You didn't have school integration until the 70s.
Yeah. So
Depends on the state.
now, guess what? Your middle class was boosted because the federal government and the state made sure white women got into the middle class next. They got into the middle class next, right? So now when black people finally get into these housing things to give some reprieve, you know what I mean? You got all of that. Then here comes Reagan with the war on drugs, or the CIA infiltrating the community with fucking drugs. So what I mean by black people been at war, we've been at war since the Civil War, since we got out of fucking what you would call
been in every war. The United States has been in every. I'm sorry, black men have been in every war since the inception of the United States.
Exactly, and constantly we've been at war with the very government that we're trying to get things from, and people been co-opting everything that we got. Right, civil rights, fucking affirmative action, been co-opted by white women with fucking feminism, fucking 3-point whatever, and all this other crazy crap. And now byproducts of our community has failed because now we don't have enough viable men or certain things, and then the compounding of society, which doesn't incentivize marriage. You know what I'm saying? Period, across the board. You know what I mean? And that's
let's be honest. Let's be honest. In the '60s, black women decided to marry the state than to marry the government, or than to marry a black man.
But why do we only allocate it to just black women and not to all women?
Well, I thought you guys were talking about just black women.
No, we
wanted to leave white women off to the side.
No, we didn't put white women to the side.
Because let's be honest, 60% of white women value marriage over welfare or child support.
No, I don't agree with that.
It is 60% for white women. Yes, it is.
Black
women is like 20%.
Check this out,
real quick, brother. Real quick.
Go
ahead. How you doing, sir? Hey, what y'all talking about is major, bro, because it's actually happening right now in Denver, Colorado. Because I'm usually out in Dallas, but I'm out in Amarillo right now. It's the perfect midpoint between America. I grew up in North Carolina on the Tobacco Road, but right now I'm on the Marijuana Road. It's the perfect midpoint between. It's the perfect midpoint between Denver and Dallas. And what I've noticed is going up into Denver is if you make $50,000 a list in order to get an apartment, you have to have a social worker. And this works out so perfectly because they took all that money that they said that marijuana money that couldn't be put in federal banks. They literally let them put it into housing, and they're washing the money through housing. And that's how all the people that are moving into those low income housings now that's built off marijuana money, they're not homeless, but all the private people are homeless because they can't keep a job because they smoke it. And I'm telling you, man, it is so crazy what's going on in Denver right now. What y'all talking about, the Fair Housing Act is really, they're taking it over. They're making everyone like a community, it's like everyone's living for the state now.
Yeah, you're right about that. Yeah, I'm still looking for there's an article I was looking for. I got to what was it? Social welfare expands in the 1960s. And they started out talking about migration of African Americans. Gotta hate that term, from the rural South and its effects. There you
go. You talking about the Fair Housing Act 1968?
Yeah,
and
I was looking for when did black women get welfare, because I know they I know it didn't happen all at once. That is true.
Right.
It was a drip thing that went on in the 60s and early 70s.
Studies. This is Cerulean said, yeah, academy in 1960. That's about right. And you're right on the 70s part. I think they get welfare around that time as well. They got their stuff late because what you call the feminist movement. Like, I know white women. Well, actually, the Plutarch men create that along with the women. So and then the black women, they didn't start getting into it probably in the late 60s and 70s, and then you start seeing programs, TV programs, and you start seeing on all. Y'all both saying the right answers. That's the whole point of liberalism. I'm summing it up to family, philosophy, and all the other stuff. It boils down to what we are at today. So because conservatism, that's just, we went from Barry Goldwater to that one. I did a 2-series streams on that. I took my time with it. I'm gonna do the same thing with this one because I don't know, like. I put the information out, but the next one I'm going to talk about is the economic aspect of it, part of it.
So I'm looking at this chart, right? I'm looking at this chart, and they're talking about like 1985, right? 1985, 1995, right? And they're saying non-Hispanic whites, right? 1985, it was only 10% of whites getting some type of welfare. 1995 whites is over 10%. Non-Hispanic blacks.
Okay, Cerulean.
You're looking at 35%. Non-Hispanic blacks, you're looking at a little bit over that. This is 1985, 1995. Hispanics. Hispanics is at 30% in 85. Hispanics are a little bit over 30%. American Indian, Alaskan Natives, they're at 55%. For you talking about the welfare thing. Now, the thing is that prior to 98, they did not separate non-Hispanic blacks and Hispanics.
Yeah, if I got it right, I think it was Nixon that separated Hispanics from whites or blacks. I don't know exactly.
Yeah.
Just because he lost the black vote, which was sort of a problem.
Yeah, so basically what they did was that all Hispanics were basically black, right? Then they allowed the lighter Hispanics that could pass for white to basically say that they were white. Okay, so then they broke it down like what you said, what Nixon said. So then they just said the Hispanics to say they're Hispanic, then they put them in the Hispanic portion, which dropped the black number. Because they were making black people the goddamn motherfucking poster children for motherfucking, whatever, right? Now, persons with any welfare income, AVDC, FC, or SSI. Now, persons with any welfare income, AVDC, FS, or SSI. So guess what? Non-Hispanic blacks is 41%. So food stamps, non-Hispanic blacks, black people were only getting 12 of that, right? Then you're talking about SSI, 2% of that, right? FSD, FC, or SSI together broken down, and that's basically your disability. That's 15. So they add that all up and they do 41%, right? So then you get black, Hispanic, you go down here. So when you look at the food stamp, right? The food stamp thing right here, and then you look at the SSI, guess what? You break that down. Older folks or people with disabilities get food stamps. So then we got to go back, and if you look at the raw numbers, when you talk about welfare, guess what? People that were on disability because they had a job and they got hurt, or they was just born that way, something fucked up, lead, pink, all of that crazy shit during the 80s that was going through, most of the people that was getting this were people that were working in these companies that they didn't get a pension from or whatever, and the government had to step in with these class action lawsuits and all of this other stuff, and then the state supplemented that. Most of the people that was getting food stamps were actually people that were already out of the workforce that did work. They got SSI, because how is your SSI and your food stamps and everything allocated into this 15.9, and then your food stamps is only 12.3. So that means that your food stamps at a 12.3, you split that, and then you still get the people with the SSI, and then you throw the SSI only. That means you were making enough money off your pension when you was collecting Social Security. Only 2.1% of the black community. Now, white people were only drawing 0.7 and 0.4 of that. They wasn't even working enough to pull SSI, Social Security, off. So black people was actually outperforming them in that with working. So if you look at those numbers, they're already screwed. They're just saying black people get the most welfare or help from the government, and that's not actually true. Black people are actually getting back of their taxpayer dollars, because you pay into the welfare system with your taxes. You pay Social Security out of your check. So they're just recouping what was owed to them.
I heard somebody say that, the average man about 25 years old becomes a net taxpayer. That's like the beginning of him paying taxes, and he'll keep paying taxes net until he's in his 70s, when he retires. And when it comes to women, it never really, they never actually get there unless they make a significant amount of money.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
I tell you, I've got to get another search engine because Google is pissing me off. I had to look at it a number of
You
times.
got to put a what's the name on? You got to put a VPN on.
Yeah, it's like 1964. President Lyndon B. Johnson introduced a series of legislations known as the War on Poverty in response to the persistently high poverty rate around 20%. Sorry. He funded programs like Social Security, welfare, food stamps, Job Corps, and Head Start. Spent $6 trillion up till today. It's ridiculous.
Well, you know why he did that, right?
Yeah, to get the black vote.
No, he went he went to West Virginia and he saw white people living in poverty and he was blown away by it.
They had this thing. I don't even know if it's a real thing because I haven't actually looked it up. But I remember watching this documentary when they were talking about mountain pride, and you had a lot of people who lived in those mountain regions, didn't even have shoes in some cases. They did not want welfare, and the government had to convince them to how much money they can get if they just kick their husband out of the house.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That's that right there. That's what I mean. Lyndon B. Johnson put that into play for his real base. It was white women. If you notice, here's the crazy part. If you notice after that, you started seeing that the second wave feminists, right, was second wave feminism was basically, if you look at these women that was the second wave feminism or the conservative feminism were actually backed by the Republican Party.
What is that clicking noise?
I think that's past $1.
Okay.
Past $40.
Yeah. It was actually backed by the Republican Party because guess what? Women, right, outnumber men. We know this is a fact. And women will go there and they'll vote for their interests. So he was making sure that he take care of the women because the women have these children, and then those are those are new taxpayers.
Do you know the beginning of the Republican Party, how it happened?
All right.
The Whigs, it was the Whigs and the Democrats were the two predominant parties, and the abolitionists were in the Whig Party. Yeah. When the Whigs, they were in power, they dithered on whether to bring conquer this right after the Mexican-American War. They dithered on whether to bring Mexico in as free or slave states, and the abolitionists left the Whig Party to form the Republican Party. Yeah. This is not me making this up. You can go look it up. It's everywhere.
Yeah, the Republican Party was the party of social justice.
Yeah.
I don't even know what the hell that means.
We talked about that in the conservatism stream, the part 1, and then part 2, the same thing. And I played the clip for SKC when he came on, and he was on both of those. Yeah, and we talked about all that.
Yeah, your first U.S. first U.S. passports for black men came out of these northern states.
Right.
Oh yeah, I can understand that. Because South was controlled by Democrats, and they brought out the Jim Crow laws.
Yeah, and this is the thing that I'm gonna say like this. I have a different type of political ideology. I actually try to perpetuate this on the black folk. Okay, black people should not be holding to no party.
Exactly.
We should just vote for the candidate that's going to get our shit done. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck if he's a libertarian. I don't give a fuck if he's a Marxist. Are you going to help my people get some shit done? I don't care.
I'll underline just to underline what you're saying. This whole idea that black folks should do a we. There should be me. You know what I'm saying? I'll vote my interest. You should vote your interest, and everybody. We can all debate and we have fun and stuff like that. But what drives me up the wall is say, man, all black folks need to do this, and I'm like, no. You need to depend on yourself because what works for Mike V doesn't work for me. What works for Sora Badayu with that helmet or whatever it is, that trash can or whatever he is.
No, it's a microphone. It's an old microphone. Don't play it.
It works for him.
God damn.
And the whole lot, it looked like a trash can. Come on, man.
No, hold on. I got a picture. No, it's a microphone. No, people tripping off this. Hold on.
I'm gonna change my picture. It's been up there too long.
You need to get you one of those old radio microphones. You know, the motherfucker with the globe.
That's what it is. That's my avatar. That's what it looks like. It's an old microphone. It's a multi-pattern. Yeah.
Man, hey,
Kuda said I look like what you call a mad bus driver with that helmet.
You know, I've been hanging out with DJ Kuda too long, man. I couldn't make no microphone look like that. I couldn't do it.
But
Warbass has a point. Like our interests, like everybody's different. Jay Sean said the same thing when we did the one-on-one with each other on the stream, and we talked about that on this channel too, because that's why I did these exercises before, because everybody's got different perspectives on the table, kind of like we do in the brain trust. You got your side, whatever, you can come together and have these conversations. You could disagree as men. That's the thing, because you don't have to scream and yell and say, all this. No, you don't have to do all that. This is concise and better than the last one. But
I'm gonna say this, right? If
Go ahead.
if you to get something done is voting in your interest, right? Like, okay, right? Like, I don't have let's just say you had say the child support thing is an issue. I don't know, I know it's an issue, but it doesn't affect me.
True.
Right?
Most black men don't have any children; they're unmarried.
I'm married. I'm married.
Child support was an issue. It was an issue in the Bible too, because they said the whores of Babylon would tax men for their seeds. It's in Proverbs, and it's in the chapters of Proverbs.
Yeah.
They knew back then.
Yeah, they said it back then. So, but here's the thing, right? Here's the thing is that I don't have that issue, but I understand that issue exists. I understand that there's a reason why it exists, and human nature allows shit to go off the rails and whatever, and that needs to be addressed, right? Now, a group of men are going to get together and they're going to go through legislation to invite change or some more culpable accountability and negotiate their terms of service at the table. Okay? Now, the issues that I'm concerned about is the overall treatment of Black people when it comes to financial institutions. You know what I'm saying? Of you starting a business or you trying to sell your home and you ain't getting hit with the black tax, even if you're in a nice white neighborhood. But you don't have to get a white person trying to sell your home for you, where to act like it's their house, or redlining or these things like that, which will get generational wealth and things of that nature, right? Or if I got the same thing as this person right here, then off of my merits alone, I should be able to do what I need to do. Those things, that's what I'm talking about as far as that, right? Anything outside of that, everybody has to get in their little hovels and fight for whatever they're going to fight for. Like, here's the thing, right? There was a bill put into place, right? That was pushed through the Senate, pushed through Congress, whatever it is, really quickly, really fast, and it's the anti-Asian hate bill, right? Pushed through so fast, signed into law.
Shit, I was muted. Fuck.
Yeah. But that was signed into law, right? So quick, so fast.
He was talking to Cerulean, and here's his response. There you go.
Yeah. So.
Oh, that's Cerulean? Okay. What up, man?
Yeah. So with that being said, is even though I don't know what entailed the George Floyd bill or whatever they was talking about, I think it was the same thing or what along the lines, right? But it fell dead in the Senate or however it was. But the Asian hate bill went through sweepingly, right? They passed a similar bill in California, but named it after the Filipino guy that went through the same thing George Floyd did. But it was off the heels of what happened to George Floyd. But it is what it is with that. The thing is that any other community of people, when it comes to a thing that affects the whole community, right, and directly their community, remember the Asian hate thing started because a certain president said the Kung Fu virus.
I'm gonna be honest. You are right about that. But this hatred of people who aren't like us. If you don't look like me, I'm supposed to hate you. That I can't ride with anybody that does that kind of nonsense.
No. I can't ride with that.
This has nothing to do with black folks. Well, it does have something to do with black folks. I live in Southern California. I think you lived out here too, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And you know how black folks treat Asians. There's some that are like us that'll be like, "Hey, man, we cool. You my partner, or you're gonna treat everybody with respect." But it's some of them that don't like them because they're actually opening businesses, and some black folks are jealous as the motherfucker.
Well, they're not jealous.
I'm gonna put it to you. I'm gonna put it to you like this. And when you know, of course you're gonna have that. But here's another problem.
Human nature.
It's human nature, but here's another problem. We're going to talk about that welfare once again. Mm-hmm. Do you know foreign aid is welfare?
Yes. Okay. There are governments that lobby our governments to get our tax money to go send to them.
Okay, so
I can think of one right now. The 75% luxury tax. Fuck, exactly. I hate that.
So now, do you know that the Asians that come to America, right? Mainly now you're seeing the Indians come, right? People from India, right? And they're Asians.
The dot, not the feather.
Yeah. So now they're coming. They are actually being incentivized to come. They get here. They ain't got to pay taxes for 5 years on their businesses. They allow them to get these businesses into the Black communities that they start them off at, right? Mm-hmm. They're giving grants, not loans, grants to start those businesses. So they ain't got to pay this shit back, right? Now, if a Black American, or let's just say even a white American, goes to open up that business, their insurance is going to be through the roof. They got to pay back the loan. Maybe they barely get the goddamn loan. They got to do all this extra shit when they're already set up when they get here. Now, people back in the day, you can just say it's jealousy with a fringe of ignorance. But now people, they got something in the palm of their hands that's smarter than them, and they can go research and shit, and they started learning, and this is what happens.
Let me add this.
Now, I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm not saying that you should hate those people. You should actually direct your ire to the government.
True, but let me add this. There were college admissions, which was really the big thing that they took. I forget how many hundreds of points that they took from Asians, and they boosted up. They boosted up Black folks, and I can't remember what else they did. I think they did the same thing to white guys, but nobody. I'll tell you like this: when it comes to government, a white guy, hey, look, you got to fend for yourself. That kind of nonsense. The whole thing was there was a student or two or three or four that started suing the colleges. They're like, how the hell do you let this person get in when I'm supposed to be a minority? And you basically telling me, hey, look, we're going to take a lot of points out of yours. He's like, that's discrimination. And they get sued that way.
Mm-hmm.
Because white people were cheating the whole entire time.
Not so much. I was talking about Asian people.
No, I'm talking about white people were cheating the whole entire time.
Oh, I'll let that ride because I don't know.
Yeah, we saw that, right?
They paid for it. They pay for
You're right.
Yeah, they pay for admission into Ivy League schools, not public. Ivy.
One lady went to jail.
Yeah, the Full House, the chick that was on Full House and her husband, it was a whole basically. Mm-hmm. They was, but
y'all keep it going. I'll be back.
Yeah, but you know, I'm like, you know what it is that it's a recalibration of things. Like I'm looking at a lot of stuff. And it's like you see it, like I said, I'm seeing the whole forest. Like I'm not in the trees, I'm not in the forest, I'm sitting up on the mountain, and not the mountain, but the cliff, and I'm overlooking the whole thing. And then you see how shit works to a certain degree and how it needs to work. So that's why I say whatever it is we need to stop beating up on each other, right? Get together now, Hovels, talk about it, and then go organize and go get our shit. Because I noticed when the Asian hate thing was coming out, when Black people wasn't going at the whole Asian hate thing or jumping on board with that, then they started to make Black people the face of Asian hate, when it's mainly white people fucking with them. First, Black people wasn't doing a stop the Asian hate. We wasn't co-opting on that shit because we had our own shit we was dealing with. Then it was the Black people gonna be the face of it, then they had to get off of that because it was too much evidence of white people doing shit. Then you start finding out that these same Asians that said stop the Asian hate was the ones that was actually donating money to the Proud Boys and the Boogaloo Boys. So basically, as a group, they move like that. Did you know during the whole coronavirus that the Asian unemployment rate just in New York City went up 400%?
Yeah, I think what they did was actually smart, man. Real talk. I'm gonna tell you why. Because they gave money to the Proud Boys but then they also made the black people the face of Asian hate. So they gave the Proud Boys something to fight while they slid it in the back. Because let me tell you something, I work in healthcare. I have never in my life seen so many Asian women in the past year. None of them speak English. Yes, they're taking over healthcare. They're pushing these white girls. They pushing these white girls to the side. These Asian women are flooding healthcare.
Yep, they're flooding. They take it off. Listen, any of y'all right now call customer service and you talking to a dude in India.
In India, that's facts. A lot of them is in Georgia too, especially in Emory University with those hospitals too, along with Nigerians and everybody else in Asia. But that school's so diverse. Yeah, it's a lot like that down
his
here.
name one more time. This dude, I hate this guy. No, I'm just kidding. That's my dude, man. But he got me listening to the quality of what people are saying. And when you're talking to somebody and you hear that shh, yeah, you're probably talking to somebody who's sitting in a call center whose English is pretty good, but they don't have no air conditioning.
Yeah, they don't.
Right.
I could turn my air conditioner on right now. Man, it's like 12,000 BTUs. It'll be like 5 feet away from my mic, and it'll sound like a fan.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But then
power of the roadcaster.
Well, shouts out to Kuda.
Yeah, man. Kuda's my guy, man.
Yeah, shouts out to him. Yeah,
but think about this, right? Now you got to look at it on this scale.
Right, simply neat.
In Mexico, and if these people are pushing these people out of a job, can't you get I remember when I was like about 15, 16 years old. Right, my first actually good job. I left Burger King to go work in a fucking telemarketing place where we were selling cards to motherfuckers, credit cards.
Right?
Man, you make it like, and this is back in like 96, 7, right? You can't get when the last time you seen a child, a teenager, have a job, and it's not YouTube or on the internet, like a
I'm about to pay one right now. I'm about to pay one right now.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
Here you go, little homie. That's doing the right thing, bro. All right.
Yeah, but that used to be a rite of passage for all of us. Hey man, I got me a part-time job. I got me a summer job. These kids, they don't have that. They can, as tech savvy as this younger generation is, they can't sit up on the phone and follow some instructions and make them some coins to put in their pockets. You know what I'm saying? But you're sending these jobs overseas to these dusty foot countries or these dirty foot countries where you would have to pay this young child maybe 12, this teenager $12 an hour, but you can pay Dusty Foot, you know what I'm saying? You can pay him basically $300 for the whole month to work a 12-hour shift chained to a goddamn fucking table in the call center.
Yeah, but you know where that started.
Well, I just gave this kid some money because he been taking trash out for everybody. So I went on, and ain't nobody been giving the kid no money. He said, "What?" I went on that's why I just do. I was paying the kid because he been keeping his hotel that I'm at doing this travel work. He been keeping the hotel clean from being trashy. The adults is littering and all kinds of stuff. This kid picking up trash and ain't nobody paying the kid. I said, "Come here, little homie. I got you. Here you go."
Yeah, but Just DeAndre, you know where that started.
Yeah.
The outsourcing of jobs came from neoliberal policies in the 1980s under the Reagan administration.
Reagan administration 90s. And Clinton with that TPP.
Yeah. And what was the other bill that he passed? Oh man, I can't remember the name of it. Where NAFTA, that was it. Yeah.
NAFTA, yeah.
What did Ross Perot call it? The great sucking sound.
Yeah.
You know, for that same reason, is the reason why there's so many ships out there off the coast of California.
Oh no, it's mentioned early in the chat.
It's 2 ports. That's the problem. It's like you can go to any other port on the coast, because when I started driving a truck, I mean, there was a longshoreman strike. It had ended right before I started driving. They were going to send drivers up to Alaska to unload up there because they had capacity up there. The whole thing was you have these politicians that'll say stuff like, "Oh, you can't bring a truck in the port unless it's like 2020 or 2012. So now you can't move anything. Now you have containers stacked 6 high when the law says they can only be stacked 2 high." you know, just to add the pain because they want us to do something. What it is, I have no idea. I'm joking.
No. This is who you got to talk to. You know who you got to talk to. You forgot about the executive order on the embargo on China. Trump
well, I don't know about any embargo. I know there was a trade war.
No. But that's how you do the trade war. It's an embargo. Trump made an executive order for that to happen. Sometimes you don't see it happen right then and there. But the thing is Biden didn't remove that executive order. He kept it into play because that's why you had a lot of Republicans jumping on the Democrat side to sign that document. You know what I mean? Sign that the infrastructure bill into law, because that was the bargaining chip, because he kept that Trump policy into play. Because guess what's going to happen to the market come winter? People are going to want their shit, and they want it now because they used to get it, right?
You know, the thing about what was going on with the trade war, it was just a raising in the tariffs. Yeah, and to be honest, I'm gonna be honest. Unless you, Sir Abadayu, unless you're gonna take this down, I think we should stop talking about a particular country. Because what happens is stuff happens. You know what I'm saying? Because man, they got trolls. They got trolls all over the internet defending them.
But check this out. Check this out. Right? Is that like, because I live over in Japan. I'm glad he did it. Mm-hmm. See, I'm fair with my petty.
Yeah. Nah, this ain't gonna get hit. Nah, because as long as I ain't putting no CNN or no Vice. That's how I got struck, and I had to take that down. I said, "Damn," you know, because the last time I had I want to tell you a secret. The last time I had that type of strike, it was 9 years ago. 9 years ago. I mean? That means I'm back on the algorithm. That's all that means. So
you know what I mean when we start talking about politics, because now politics used to just be domestic. They used to end at water's edge. Now it's like you got countries that will defend themselves by just putting a little bit of pressure here and there. That's all I'm saying.
I'm just talking about the see what we're saying is like, I put the philosophy aspect, I put all the stuff in liberalism. This is just part one. I'm not gonna go in depth on things. That's y'all just having a discussion afterwards, summing up what I'm saying, because part two I'm gonna be talking about something different. It's kind of like my conservatism strains, because I'm trying to, you know, just keep it above float, you know, because I ain't trying to go in, you know, like, so y'all just talking about policies at this point.
I've seen channels with 500,000 subscribers have 20,000 views in 2 weeks because they would talk about normal stuff, like, you know, especially when they talk about you know, military equipment. I love the toys the guys get to play with. I'm being honest, just being me.
Well, and, you got two military guys right now. You got Dre and Cerulean. You know, Cerulean, you know, he's careful with it too on my channel. That's why it's afloat right now.
Well, the reason why I brought that up is because people who claim to be conservative never bring up what Reagan did to accelerate this whole process.
Right. See, you got two parts. Like, look, you got two parts to argue. You got Mike's point. You got your point, War Master. It ain't like we're ganging up on one side. I try to
tell you what I'm talking about.
It's deep, you know.
What I'm talking about is when we talk about, we do basically, it used to be called geopolitics and domestic politics. When you start talking about geopolitics in a particular country or a group of countries, they got trolls all over the internet that will
defend it.
And they won't just come up there and just give the other side. Nah, all of a sudden, you know, these big channels that they'll have such low views after videos that they upload at least daily or every other day, which is supposed to be for the algorithm. Man, we used to be over there battling and shit like that, you know.
Yeah, but sometimes we're in I hate to say we're in a black sector, and that, I mean, they'll laugh at this shit. Like, oh, this Negro's talking about liberalism and stuff like that. I've seen them, like what you talking about, War Master, but sometimes I don't mention them as much. Yeah, we talk about geopoliticals a little bit, but 9 out of 10, it's domestic. We focus on America, you know what I mean? Because we're so stuck here. It's so sad we don't travel. Like DeAndre said, you know, he's trying to look. You got to go see the world, man. We're stuck on stage one.
But the thing here is
what I'm talking about is I'm just trying to watch your back, man, because you never know what'll happen. You never know who's listening. That's all I'm saying.
I'm gonna tell you like this. Right now, the stuff that's going on globally, there's 2 countries that you got free range to talk shit about. Ain't shit gonna happen to you. Google will protect you just out of spite. and that's China.
Yeah, I don't buy into that little problem. Yeah, that's what the media do. Yeah, you can go ham on. Here's the secret: don't go against your ally country. That's a garrison state. Don't do that because that right there. I've seen channels that go that far. That's why I try to stay away from. I used to do that back in the day, and I tell Kuda all the time, that's dead. Okay, you cannot go against the church. You cannot go against them because they'll strike your shit down. And when they did to the Hebrew Israelites back in 2012, and they put a hit list on me, I said, I'm good.
Yeah, but
top three. See, I already know.
Yeah, but
Wacky will tell you that. Yeah,
but the thing here is, if we're talking about suppressed wages and the outsourcing of jobs, that
it's gone, Leonard.
That's pretty much worldwide. Yeah, I'm with you on that.
No. What I'm saying here is the faithful godfather of conservatism doesn't ever get mentioned for how we even got to this point, right? You could talk about.
You can't blame Reagan for stuff like that. Come on, man.
It was his policies. What are you talking about?
So
my esteemed Cerulean, what's going on, man? You got something on the topic?
Except for one. Think about this. This goes beyond party.
Hey, what's going on, man? Hey,
what's going on?
You sound a bit muffled.
Sound muffled?
Yeah, just a little muffled.
You're a little muffled, but I can hear you though.
What that is?
He must have.
You might have to go back out and come in.
Yeah. Yeah, you gotta go out, go in. Yeah.
My mother watches QBC, right? And everybody there has those AirPods. They don't sound as bad as he did that time, but good Lord, I hate them.
He'll be back. He'll be back. No, Cerebral, man. You in it for the treat, but see, it's gonna be his stories. When we do open discussions like Thursday Thrills, we talk about a little bit of the military, their experience, and that's about it. And less politics, like not as much, unless people want to be combative. Now, the last time you missed Thursday Thrills number 5 with him and SKC. Now that was some funny shit.
Yeah, I wish I
had to fall back. I had to fall back though, man.
I would catch SKC laughing and clipping. And then it'd be one of them things like
I mean, he clipped us. No, he clipped us. He clipped us. He clipped my stream based off that in Cerulean. But it was funny because he clipped troll Cerulean. Cerulean was trolling him, and then he didn't realize that, and I started busting out laughing. And I got quiet. I was like, "Wow."
How do you troll SKC of all people?
Simple. You gotta walk him down. You can't play his game. See, I understand him very well, but what you don't do is you don't get emotional. You know how most people that's pro-black and they get emotional.
Oh yeah,
man. You gotta stay calm, man.
All kind of white, calling me all kind of names. I'm like, dude, we just disagree. I mean, what's the problem?
The funny thing is that when we had these discussions, right now we have to understand something is that the black, what I say for most black people is you got to get into the geopolitics, because right now America's moving towards this, right? They're moving towards this new phase of things, and it's the assimilation process. Okay. America's greatest sin, and everybody saw it on stage. The world has not forgotten. Have you ever noticed, like, okay, out of every vice president in the United States of America, Kamala Harris is the most traveling woman I've ever seen in my life. She spent more time overseas talking to these world leaders than the Secretary of State does. You know why that is?
No.
I'm gonna tell you why. We're not sexist, misogynist, and racist. We got a black vice president before we had a white woman as a black female vice president. Think about that for a second. Just think about that. The first female vice president is a black woman, not a white woman. Think about that just think about that for a second.
I'm gonna let my California hang out there, like it sort of just goes over my head.
Well,
I don't care about.
But there's a reason for this.
Okay.
Because of what happened, because of the world. Listen, y'all don't understand the impact of that whole George Floyd thing. Y'all don't understand that worldwide domestic policy. The United States is behind the motherfucking 8 ball.
Yeah, they mad. I know. Everybody got emotional friends.
And then because people didn't move, because they thought Trump was a lunatic. It was the greatest bluff game ever.
They used that.
Of the
Oh yeah.
They use that, right? Because they still remember. Yeah, these motherfuckers will drop bombs on you. You don't fuck with the U.S. They gonna come.
And not only that, they look at the police as the bad guys. See, America got clean sentences. No, we're not the bad guys. We're the good guys. God damn it.
So with
all right, Mike. Peace.
All right, Mike B. So with that being said, is they are.
Yeah, it's Mike's time to cue to go.
They're using Camilla as pretty much as a prop to walk her ass around. They say we straight, we cool, right? This is what's going on. Then you have Obama have to pop the fuck up. You didn't listen. George Bush, when he finished being president, he ain't pop up the shit. He popped up down in Texas and popped the fuck down. You talking about June, right? We talking about June, right? When Clinton made a showed up here or there, that's when that's here or there. That's when Bush was in office. But after a while, yeah, you got it, bro. Unless you had some stupid white boy doing something in North Korea, he had to go talk, right? Get him out of there, doing something dumb, right? But you got Obama running around to basically pacify. You got Kamala Harris walking around to pacify. This is the vice president. She's supposed to be in Congress. She's supposed to be sitting there doing her thing, right?
Hold on, so let me add a little story. I remember when what was it? Dick Cheney cursed out a senator. That was news for like a week. He didn't apologize for it. So it felt good.
Yeah, Dick Cheney, he runs shit. You know what I mean? So with that being said is that this the same dude that shot somebody. Maybe nigga apologize for getting in the way of his gun. Come on, man.
He was bird hunting. Yeah, he was bird hunting.
He shot a dude with a yellow ass vest on. Say he didn't say he got in the way of his gun, and the dude apologized. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have got in the way of your shotgun that you was pointing at me. I should have gone.
It was a joke for like 6 months. They was like, Dick, you can go hunting with Dick Cheney.
But it was so much of a joke that Hollywood made a movie called Enemy of the State.
Yeah,
that movie needs to be re-examined. It needs to be re-examined, especially now.
They just showed you the truth, what was going on at the time. Half of these movies you should already know. They put it out there on purpose so you can learn. You just have to have a keen mind to understand, and mostly in your video games too. And that's just part of it,
Oh man, I'm gonna tell you like this. There's always some sort of political message in entertainment, man. I can't take it anymore.
Well, because you use entertainment as propaganda to subvert people into things.
Yeah, there you go. There you go, Dre. There you go.
So what's the fight right now? You know what? I was watching an interesting thing on CNN, a clip of the Mike Pence thing. But I did notice something.
I'm glad you sent me that in the message. Yeah, and I predicted. I got some pushback on last year. Said he can be that guy that's gonna flip Trump if things fall out on the Republican, and like he's that guy. He's like their last bastion. If things fail. But even though they have that team mindset, damn, that plan didn't work. We're gonna go against it anyway. So I got some pushback off of it last year.
But I looked at that CNN panel, right, of them talking. Do you notice something? Whenever you watch political pundits, right? When we grew up, whether you was Democrat or Republican, because you was
right. Well, we grew up,
you got smarter and moved on or whatever, right?
Right.
When you look at it, if they brought a woman on, she was either the moderator or she said something, but it was two men on each side.
Facts.
Right.
Now,
facts. There you go.
Now, do you watch these news pundits? It's actually one man and it's more women.
Yep.
Yeah, it's crazy, but
I always thought that was the most irritating thing.
No, it's irritating. It's not crazy. You know why it's not crazy?
Propaganda.
Because they're telling you to
propaganda.
Your face, right? That they hold the fucking power, and this is the funny part. And if you men, even if you pick up arms, we're gonna let you have it. So you better get in these political spaces to take back your rightful place. See, that's what they're actually saying. That's what they're actually trying to get you to comprehend and understand, right? And the other thing about that is, and here's a real funny part about it. I watched it. There was a black lady, there was a black woman there. There's the white guy, because this was CNN. So Anderson Cooper said his thing and then passed it on. So it was the other guy that looked like a fat version of Anderson Cooper with the gray hair, the white guy, right? Like
shit. Yeah, I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
So I don't know his name. It's just he looked like Anderson Cooper, like 30 years old and tattered, you know, with high blood pressure. So
I got no jokes right now.
I know he's talking about, but I can't think of his name either.
Listen, man, I'm equal opportunity petty, man. So
man, king of petty. I told you, petty Officer Dre in the building.
So he's sitting up there, right? And he's talking. There's the black lady there. There's this Latino lady, right? Latino lady, I don't know what she is, but she can kind of pass for white, but not really, right? And then you got this white lady there. The Latino lady's doing most of the talking, right? Now, guess what? If now let's talk about looks. At least when they would bring a woman up there, she would look the part. This Latino lady looked like an old Chipotle burrito. just falling, you know, just even when when the camera goes to the back shot to actually do the over
right.
Because they got to be a wide angle lens. You can see the rolls on the rolls just sitting there. She's wearing green, which is flattering, right? Like she looked like guacamole, bro. Just oozing out of everything. So
think about it. You talking about a fat, ugly Latina.
She looked like a refrigerator, like the motel room refrigerator. You know, she over the age of 35 because they don't age well. They just get boxy. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, so y'all ever been to Southern California? You guys been to Southern California, right?
Yeah, I've been to Southern California.
The Latinas is hot out here, though.
Yeah, but
man, get them pregnant. Get them pregnant. I got a baby with one. Get them pregnant.
Yeah, get them pregnant. Yeah,
they hot until 35, and then they look like Motel 6. We'll leave the light on for you in the
refrigerator. I see it a lot in the South. I know.
So you see this white woman over here. The white woman's not really saying anything. I watched the whole segment. She's chiming in. The black lady's sitting there, and she's like, yeah, whatever. The white guy is talking to the Latino lady. Now, this is CNN. This is liberal. So he's talking to the Latino lady. So why is the Latino lady getting more airtime? Because that's their new base. What they're trying to do with the Latinos, what the Democratic Party is doing with the Latinos, what the Republicans did to the damn motherfucking Cubans down in Florida.
Exactly. I can't think of the soundbite to give you right now.
It's the same thing, but look, we're the men. Now I go to Fox News, right? Let's go to Fox News. We'll talk about that great flip with the governor and the legislator down in Virginia, right? Now, the people that they had up there and everything was on the head of the front is the CRT, the critical race theory and all of that, right? Okay. Now, they had to check it and say it's not being taught in schools. What it really is the toaster oven shit with the bathroom shit and all that other crazy shit is being taught with that, but what under the guise of the CRT thing. So they're trying to make black people the face of the toaster oven movement once again, right?
Wait. I'm sorry. What's up with the toaster oven? I don't get that.
Well, the LGBTQRX. I call it
the alphabet. Yeah. He called them toaster oven. That's a
gotcha. Yeah. Almost lost me for a second.
I can say it without nobody getting flagged or fucked with, right?
Yeah.
Think about it. We all got a toaster oven in our house. It's not a toaster and it's not an oven. It identifies as both, but it's not.
Yeah, that identifies. Yeah. See, I like that. That's how you do it.
They know what I'm about to steal that, man.
Yeah.
See, they get upset, but they leave us alone. They say, "Oh, these assholes." And I live in a state that has problems like that, and I hate to say it, but in Midtown they kill each other, man. I try to tell people, just like niggas, man. I try to tell people, if you come to Georgia, they'll fight over each other. They eat each other, right? Not in Atlanta, but outside Atlanta. But I see it all the time in Georgia. But it's very common. Yeah, it's political, man. Yeah.
Yeah, it's weird over there. I went to a Walmart and they was like running in packs. I was like, damn, bro, what's going on over here?
And they do kill each other, man. That's crazy, man. Over the Johnson, man. Pause.
Cops came in there. It was this big ass cop that came in there, right? He looked at me, kind of nodded to me. I nodded. I mean, I'm a truck driver, man. Just how we are. Yeah, I go about my business. And by the time I get out there, he's looking at my truck. And I said, damn, you gonna give me a ticket? Dude was cool as shit. We talked for like the next hour and he was like, yeah, some shit. He's like, it's some shit that goes down in here. I said, okay. I ain't never coming back again. I ain't lying, man. I stay out the hood.
No. I'm gonna say this to you, right? The lady, so they had the big school board thing, the whole CRT thing, but it's just dog whistle. Like Cerulli was talking about it, he pointed it out when me and him was having this conversation, and then I looked into it. I was like, okay, I see what he's talking about, because he said the CRT is now dog whistle language for Black Lives Matter, but who co-opted that movement? It was the toaster ovens. Toaster ovens jump from movement to movement, co-opt them, and move on to another movement, right?
Exactly.
So
well,
now,
actually, they do teach it though. They teach it in
yeah,
college in the gender studies.
yeah, they teach it, but they don't teach it K through 12.
Yeah,
right.
That's what people are pissed off about.
Yeah, but they're not even teaching it K through 12 because the Republican lady, right? Because they just came out of the voting booth. So I think Megan Kelly was there, the blonde lady, the tall lady, right? So they had her there, and they had these two white women that were single mothers.
Yeah.
Republican and Democrat, right?
Yeah.
White women, single mothers, living in this rich county. They're single mothers, so they gotta be getting child support and alimony.
Oh yeah, that's how it works.
Right? Okay, that's how it works. So now when we sit here and we look at this, right? She says it like they teaching critical race theory, and then the Republican lady with the Democrat lady basically said, no, they do not teach the CRT K through 12. Our problem is under the guise of CRT that they're actually teaching gender neutrality and this bathroom stuff.
Oh yeah, you been to California lately?
Yeah, so they know what is actually being taught. It's not about history. It's not about that. They're trying to co-opt the children into accepting this ideology of the toaster ovens.
Which one's easier to teach though? Sex or race? Which one's actually easier to teach?
I couldn't tell you. I think they're both full of shit.
Actually, both of them. You can actually teach.
Both of them are easier to teach. Ain't no one another issue. Like, go ahead, War Master. My fault. I didn't mean to cut you off.
The thing was, it's very hard to teach boys to be, a toaster oven, when he has a father at home. Because he'd be like, Dad, we just learned this and this, and Dad be like, that's a bunch of bunk.
Well, that is unless he has two fathers.
Hey, yo,
he had to go in. He had to go in. He about to go in.
They pushing for that.
That was a good one.
Have you seen that commercial where they got these two fathers and then they got a son and it's a hotel commercial? They clicking into a hotel.
But you know why they do that? That's called programming. That's programming.
Yeah. And it's not for us. It's not for us. 25 and under.
It's 25 under. It don't matter what colors. You can't use. That's a cop out. If you come to Georgia, no matter what race of boys, they're fucking them all up around the world, and everybody's saying that because anything what we do, I hate to say this, anything what niggas do and white niggas do as well, they jump. And it's so weird that these people that's illegal immigrants follow that shit, and they come to states like where Warmaster's from, where I'm from, and they get their little papers, right? And they program their ass, right? And when they get older, like over the years, they've been doing this for decades, and you be like, how the fuck you get this degree and you passing me? I'm straight as hell and you over here. He said, well, I went to college and they put the clothes on me and there you are. And then next thing you know, he's in sports and shit. And I'm like, how do you in my mixed martial arts and you beating up women? I saw a clip from Alvin Preach. Yeah, he beat up a female, and that was some funny shit. They said that it's gonna be so wild. So now Mitch is fighting. I'm like, come on, man, come on.
Yeah, that was in Poland.
Oh man,
no, I was going to talk about that, but no, but
you know, brothers like us, it's like we're lost cause compared to them because we kind of just giggle at them. You know, that was funny when I was growing up.
Yeah,
but
now it's serious business. You lose your job like that in a lot of cases.
Yeah,
but that was a sanctioned fight though. And then when we say it was a sanctioned fight, that means that it was a real. They said that was a real legal fight. Real fight.
Imagine they try to push that in all sports, but I try to tell Wacky all sports are finesse. You gotta understand, they want to see offense. They don't want to see no fucking defense. They say put your hands down,
man,
and then bah, bah, bah. Now I'm talking about all sports, like the way it is soft now. Like a lot of people that hate modern pro sports, and I tell people the reason they do that, just like the toe serving people, they want to control that. Why? They're fucking up the boys' heads, and especially the teenage boys. And there you are, and you be like, why is he putting his hands down? He ain't playing no defense. Well, you know why. You know the commissioners. It's about money, man. They take everything away. It's just crazy. It's gone, Raven. But
I'm gonna say this about it, right? Is that the people that's railing, like if you look at both sides, right? The people that's railing for it and the people that's railing against it are women.
Yeah,
and
that's some crazy shit.
And here's the crazy part. I'm gonna tell you something else.
You just got an article about 10 U.S. states ban toaster oven from participating in female sports.
Mm-hmm.
Like toaster ovens making Pop-Tarts. It's a pastry, but it's not really a pastry. Toaster ovens making Pop-Tarts. It's like
actually, Trump actually might have did us a favor with his picks for Supreme Court, because if it continues on this trajectory, I mean, 435, you only need 2/3 of those for the Supreme Court to, judge it in law, and then it's permanent.
Hey, Sir Badayu, can I go a little nuts for a minute, just for a hot second?
Okay, go ahead.
Raven, Xboxians are everywhere. You just got to deal with it.
That's my boy. I'm sorry.
I gotta mess with my son guys. It is funny.
I know. It's fun too. They get pissed off. It's like messing with those ovens.
Hey, listen, man. Sony, listen, man. Like, even with that.
I mean, I got one too, but I'm in love with Xbox, man. I'm sorry, man.
Listen, man. It's a whole, it's a whole bunch of PlayStation 5s over this bitch, nigga.
But I can't get with it. I just can't get with it though. I'm stuck in the classic, man. But I mean, it's easy, man.
Listen, hit your boy up. He's gonna run you by the road.
Everybody knows Drake. We know you in the country this boy.
I'm honest, man. When it comes to entertainment for men, Japan got it. I tip my hat to the Japanese, man. I just it's one of them things we just
hands
like
down. Yeah,
I wish it was like that. From anime to video games that don't even come over here.
Hey, look, man. Listen, man. I'm gonna put it to you. Like this. Is that this is the push, right? They're getting the women to rail against the women to get the other women in check. Okay. Yeah. Once they get the other women in check, right? They repealing abortion laws in these states, these Republican states, basically, right? These conservative states, right? They're repealing abortion laws. Now, I was looking it up. And I did a whole thing on the worldwide baby shortage, the shortage of babies in America. They said if a woman gets pregnant for the first time, her salary goes down by 20%. Every kid after that, her salary drops by 4%. So now, if you repeal these abortion laws, right, and you already defunded and got rid of Planned Parenthood, which white women were actually getting, they were the ones actually taking advantage of that. So you get rid of Planned Parenthood, right? That's gone, right? Because that was gone already. They defunded that after Trump got in office. That was gone, right? That's gone, right? So then you repeal the abortion laws, right? And it makes it a states' rights issue. That's gone in certain states. Bop, that's gone. Bing, right? Now, if a woman gets pregnant, white woman, right? Guess what happens? She can't get rid of the child, or she would have to go out of state. So, and this is in Texas, right? So then she would have to go out of state, California, somewhere else that would let her do it, right? Now, she keeps the kid. She's going to have to, get on some type of assistance or whatever, however.
Yeah, like getting married.
Yeah, get married, something like that, right? Get married, right? So she gets married. Now she's what? She's off the what? She's out of the job market. Guess what happens? That
like
angry white guy that don't got a job because it's women that are more educated, because 60% of college attendees are women. Remember
they graduate that attend. Because a lot of folks go to college and don't finish their degree.
Yeah, they don't finish. But remember that stream I pulled up there? Like we pulled up over that where it was the 3 white men, and it was a white man that was a conservative.
Yeah, I remember.
He's against affirmative action. But the other white guy said, "What about for boys or for men?" Oh yeah,
yeah, I remember that stream. Yeah.
So now,
still up.
So now. He said it's like, men like don't even go to college, or they go do something else, right? So now when we were talking about all of this, these are 3 white men talking about this, right? And it was very interesting. So you got these women in the college. So now the women, they either may go to cop, maybe at home, but if they got to raise a child, they can't, most women can't do that at the same time. They'll probably work from home, whatever they're doing, right? They're pregnant. Once a woman
she could either be a good, she could either be a good mother or a good worker.
So this is what they're actually doing, right?
She can do both.
She can do both, but
I've yet to see that happen.
But
I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna go real quick and tell you why. Because the numbers you just threw out, I actually pay child support, so I know it. You said the first child is 20%. You said the first child is 20%, right? Guess what?
No.
You say if they have a child and they're working, they lose 20%. I'm in Texas, but they lose 20%, right? So if your first child is 20% of your income. Your second child is 5% of your income. That is not changed. That's exactly how it is.
No. It's not child support. It's if a woman is working and she gets a child, her pay goes down by 20%. Nothing about child
exactly.
support. It's her.
Not about child support.
I'm telling you, the child support supplements it. That's what I'm telling you.
No, I'm not talking about child support. We ain't talking about
child support.
We're talking about why women are not having kids as young as they are and pushing it off until way later. There's a baby shortage. Women are choosing not to get pregnant because they have the option of abortion. And what I'm basically breaking it down is that men, you know what I'm saying, like is that they're reversing that. So women, if they do engage in that, they'll have a more likelihood of getting pregnant, right? After, birth control contraceptives go out the door, they got to keep the baby, right? In certain conservative
They have no
states.
choice. Yeah.
And then this basically means that you get to remove women out of the workforce, because guess what? If a woman is pregnant about her 6 months, she gotta go on maternity leave. She's on maternity leave. She gets paid like I don't think she gets a whole salary depending on the company. There's insurance involved, but then she's off, right? And then she's got to nurse the baby once it gets there. So she's out of the workforce about a year and some change. You need to replace that with a body. Right?
Sometimes 10 years.
That's not true, y'all. God, that's not true. I've been through all this shit, bro.
Listen, we're not talking about. Listen, what I'm saying, bro. We're not talking about.
Stop.
You.
No. I'm telling y'all how this goes.
No, but I'm trying to tell you. Listen, bro. Listen, we're not talking about you. I'm telling you what's going to happen in the.
I'm not talking about me either. I'm telling y'all how this goes.
No, I'm trying to listen. What I'm trying to tell you. Listen. You're not listening. Okay, I'm reading this out of Forbes magazine.
I'm telling you in real life.
Listen what I'm saying. Wait a
minute. Hold on. Let's take the temperature down just a little bit. Wait, hold on a second.
Listen what I'm trying to tell you.
DeAndre is basically saying anecdotal evidence is not. It doesn't prove the.
I'm not giving you anecdotal evidence. I'm about to give. Okay.
Listen what I'm trying to tell you.
Finish. Go ahead.
Let me listen to what I'm trying to tell you.
Let DeAndre finish. Go ahead.
What's actually happening now, what you're dealing with now, how old you are, they're not concerned about you. You're already in the system. You're already dealing with it. What they're concerned about is the younger generation is not having kids.
Facts.
And that's the problem, because they don't have taxpayers that's going to be in the future. So they want women to have children because we're at a birth deficit. And it's mainly when they say majority, when they say the average, they're talking about white society outnumber us. We are a minority in this. They're talking about them. Okay. So what they're literally doing in these conservative states is they are actually removing, they're repealing abortion laws at the state level. We're seeing this in Texas and certain other states. Then this forces women out of the workforce if they get pregnant. So they can't like, you know what I'm saying? They don't have a fail-safe. And it's really the white women that use this fail-safe of abortion more than anything. Because you don't see black women out there or these Latino women really out there talking about abortion rights and all this other crazy shit. It's white women versus white women. It's the older white women chin checking the younger white women. If you look at it, right, and this is what I'm trying to get you to look at in this spectrum. So they're literally having the older white women, the conservative older white women that used to be second wave feminists, basically chin checking the third and fourth wave feminist women, right, and telling them, no, you need to have these kids and all this other stuff. Now what happens next is them voting against the other base that overturns these things. This is why you're looking at Virginia. And all of these women are saying the very same thing. If you look in the news, they're talking about school board. Everything is education all of a sudden. Guess what? It's all of these women. They didn't realize what they were teaching their fucking children because they were at work and they weren't at home watching what was happening. And you know who's the first teacher of children? Women.
Yep.
Facts.
Women. And guess who's the majority in the school system that are teaching their kids this shit? Women. They're actually running a program right now that you can be a teacher. They want black male teachers in schools. They running a grant right now. They're running a grant where you can go to college and get your teacher's certificate and be in college. I saw the article.
Yeah, shout out to the initiative on that one. But
okay,
but you know what?
Now can I give you my rebuttal on why that's not going to work? This is why this is not going to work, brother. Because the reason why it's not going to work, because they already have lactation. They have lactation rooms in every single job out here. They have a guaranteed lactation room. If they don't have it, it's discrimination. Another thing is, these women are not going to just go back into these houses like y'all, like we think. They're not. They're just not. Because the same second wave women that you're talking about, they remember what it was like to have to depend on a spouse. It's not going to happen. They might champion a little bit just so they can get the babies, but there's a reason why in Texas they had the 6-month heartbeat law, but they also turned down the 50-50 custody battle because the fathers were supposed to get 50-50 custody. They turned it down because they already knew we're trying to get these guys on child support. It's a $58 billion industry. It ain't about me. It's about the industry. There's too many people getting paid off that industry to shut it down for babies. They make enough money. They only care about the numbers of voters. They cannot give up that $58 billion. They cannot.
You in Texas?
Yes, sir.
You in Texas?
Yes,
you
sir.
know, the whole thing is like when I tell some people that, lower taxes, less regulations, you actually will have an economy that's spurred on by that. A lot of people don't seem to understand that if you remove all the privileges we give to women, you'll have a higher birth rate. And you can't explain this to them because they don't want to hear it.
They're
like, no, we want the money right now. And I'm like, well, damn, a better economy would do that. But, we don't want to talk about it. By the way, you notice the media don't talk about the economy anymore?
No, they don't.
Yeah, they don't.
Quiet.
They don't.
They're quiet.
They're quiet about it. Let me put it to you.
Because then you'd have to tell the truth about what happened in 2020 until now.
Let me put it to you like this. Second wave feminism, the women's movement of the 1960s and 70s, these are your boomers and your late Xers. These people are
the beginning of the third. Actually, that's the beginning of the third wave, which doesn't really spike until mid-80s.
He's right. Third wave.
Mid-80s.
Yeah, third wave. Yeah.
So that's the beginning of your third wave.
Your fourth wave feminists come in the 90s with the introduction of the Duluth model with Melanie Shepard, Melanie Pitts, and basically all the dyke block that nobody wanted to fuck anyway.
Right.
So here's the thing, right? If we look at trends, right? Okay, if you got if even with child support, right, with abortion, with women making money, they're not making as much as men, but they're climbing up, right? They're going to college, they're educated, right? But they're not graduating at a high rate. They usually graduate later. They got outstanding student loans. The student loan forgiveness was really for white women. That's what it really was, because they was holding the national debt hostage because they couldn't pay the shit back. So that's basically what it was. It was a get out of jail free card because they was applying for it and getting out of it. Right now, with all of that being said, we had a baby shortage. So what you do is you remove this, you get rid of that, you pull that away, right? You pull away the net of abortion. You get that out of the way. You pull away Planned Parenthood. You get that out of the way. So then you got 3 other options. Guess what else? Men are still going to have sex with women. Women still going to have sex with men. So then we're going back to the 1950s, 60s, and 70s, what you're saying, with your women getting pregnant and putting men on child support, right? The problem with that is you got to have men that are smart enough not to pay, right? So now what they got a problem is that every time you hear these guys talk about, and I'm not talking about the black people. I'm talking about these white dudes that's going around the country talking about we fucking these hoes and you better fly over because it's good to do this and that and third. You know what the United States say? Every time a United States citizen go overseas and they see how good it is and what's going on and retiring overseas, those are taxpayer dollars, and that is money and income that we're not getting that's going to another economy if they fucking hoes. Guess what we're going to do? We're going to call them sex workers. Yes, prostitution. Let's bring that shit back, make it legalized on states' rights issues. So if men are access to the pussy and they say, you know what, if I get with a chick and she can't have an abortion, there is no contraceptive to Planned Parenthood and she's got to pay for it. And instead of putting my money at risk and I want some pussy, I might as well just go pay this chick that's a sex worker to go get my shit smashed out, right? So now what happens is that now you bring two people together and say, you know what? I want to have kids. I want to have a legacy. This woman wants to have kids. She want to build a legacy. They're going to get married. And people are actually going to go to the original foundation of marriage, and it has nothing to do too much with love, but it has really to do with building what? Legacy. That was the original contract of marriage in the first place. They're actually, but this is not going to happen. We're not going to see this until we're way older. This is what they're aiming for, and it's down the pipeline. It's coming, and it's for not for us, but for the 25 and under.
And bro, can I give? And this is why I kind of disagree. I see what you're saying, but I wish this would happen. I really do wish what you're saying is happening, but I disagree because when they legalized the ability to have, like on September 1st in Texas, they legalized. They put more legal rights towards prostitution. However, they moved up soliciting to a misdemeanor A. Misdemeanor A is right below a felony. So you get caught soliciting pandering, then you will. And they never got rid of the Mann Act. They so that's still in effect. So it's a lot of things that's still in effect. So guys are going to get more trouble.
So you're saying the man that eventually, I hate to say this, in time in politics, they'll eventually will. It ain't gonna happen in our lifetime, but it eventually will, because Texas, if they go the way they're going, and if they try to copy the ways of Cal, it's done, bro. I've seen this in Georgia. They had some shit like that before, and eventually, when you got, I hate to say this, when liberals finesse shit, you're going to see some changes. You're going to see some change. You ain't going to see it right now because you're in the industry right now. You can't think of the industry. You got to look at it like this. People are not having babies under the younger generation, right? That's a fucking problem. Look at Japan. They can't deal with no fucking old generation making babies. They have to balance it out because you're fucking up the ecosystem. Number one, Texas cannot supply, like you said, everybody. So you got to look at it like we're not saying you're wrong and he's wrong. Y'all both in the right. The difference is you got to look at it like this. That's a problem for white folks, and they're gonna look at that over time. Because when you start actually voting and shit, and they put up legislation, they're like, look at this problem right here. White women is not going for that shit over time. Because I already know, like, okay, if they're going against what DeAndre's saying, which is true, see, the master got to get away from that shit. They teach you the wrong shit, and you got to be careful who you listen to sometimes, because every time I listen to this over right, I was like, dude, this doesn't work that way. Because number one, you got to look at the opposite sex on every race. They want the same thing, and they want that patriarchy shit because they're looking at how Japan is running. See, Japan's already ahead. We're behind. We ain't got time to if we can't reproduce, and you got older men outliving us. That's a problem. That's a fucking problem. That's why I don't listen to BJS and them sometimes. Like, it don't make no damn sense. No, because y'all weak, man. This is why people don't respect the boomer generation. I would say X and minds. I hate to say that. And then the young generation, like, y'all didn't do shit. It's just like the general said on this panel. He said, you are responsible for this younger generation producing kids at the end of the day, because when you have a different president, whoever is Pence or whatever, he's going to push that. And you may not like that. You may not like that, but he's going to switch some shit. And Texas going to be like, they'll be like, oh, shit. Yeah, they're going to have to get rid of some shit. Because I know how Republicans roll, man. Democrats right now, they're giving you the laws, the Mann Act right now through state government. But at the time, they're going to suggest it. It's just like money. If all right, you want these changes, they can switch it on you. And I see this a lot, man.
Let me show you. Let me give you a perfect example.
I agree with that.
With the Mann Act, right? And I agree with you on that. But
yeah, I agree with Pastor on that part right now. But if things change, you can't trust no politician in Texas.
Yeah, I mean, you got to think, right?
Yeah.
When you have a spine that is when you have a spine that's as weak as, say, Ted Cruz's, I mean, anything could happen. I mean,
anything can happen. You know, I'm gonna say this, Pastor. Right? I'm gonna say this. Right? This is like when you say they upgraded to a misdemeanor A, right? If you're soliciting, right? So
yes, sir.
Do you you know the states? Okay, like Texas and Oklahoma border each other, right?
Yes, sir.
Do you know Oklahoma has so many dispensaries? So Texas hasn't made marijuana. I think they decriminalized it to a certain degree or something. I think something like that.
Up to an ounce, you ain't got no
up
problem.
to an ounce. Okay,
yeah.
So up to
Seriously?
an ounce, right?
Am I going to hell?
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? No, but think about it like this: Oklahoma, which is a Republican state, has the most dispensaries out of any other state that has recreational marijuana.
And it's not regulated. You can go, I mean, I shouldn't be saying this. You can go there right now with no medical card and get what you want.
Get what you want because it's legal. It's like it's just like alcohol. As long as you over the age, you can get it and go about your business, right? And you know what I'm saying? So here's the crazy part. Now go look at prior to legalization. What if they caught you with the amount that you ain't supposed to have to what they upgraded to? And so if they catch you rolling around with more than an ounce, you get hit with a bigger fine, right? So then it's called trafficking.
That's true.
They hit you with a trafficking charge. So think about the solicitation. The solicitation means if you over there talking to a streetwalker, right, and you pulling up with, dare I say, with BGS, you know, Astro vans and futons, because this is what he told niggas. Go to Baltimore, investors in Astro vans and futons, so you know the bitch don't rob you. You can fuck her right there off the corner in the van.
Check the mail. There might be a vagina in there.
Yeah, you know, we use it. So now here's the thing. That means that you got to go to a legalized, right? You know, regulated hoe house or sex worker house, like a massage parlor. And if you go there, you're not soliciting because you're just walking in there and you already know what it is. They already legalized by the state. They're getting taxed. Everybody's accounted for. You're not doing what? Human trafficking, right? Anything that doesn't, anybody that's operating without a license involved in prostitution or the solicitation thereof will be hit with the stick because it will be thrown under human trafficking. If you're in a business, right, then they can tax the business. They can make money off the business. Do you know that Instagram was charging motherfuckers to verify their account and any money going across and all of that? That was so they can get tax dollars. And if you're doing it, and all of these Instagram models were losing their verification or not being verified because they don't want to fill out those tax dollars to link their Instagram account to their actual Cash App or whatever or however way they was making their money, because Instagram was actually paying the money. It's a tax thing. So now the federal government can tax it. Right? See how this is actually working, like, and they will actually put that on the book. So you gotta, when you legalize something, you gotta give somebody the big stick, right? It's like your parent, right? If like your parent says you can go outside, it's like, Mom, can I go outside? No, you can't go outside. So if you sneak and go outside, you're gonna get your ass whipped. But over time, they can't do that. So they gotta let you outside, but they tell you to bring your ass in the house when the street light comes on. You notice you get your ass whipped more if you fucking don't come in when the street light comes on. It's three reasons for that.
That's very true. You know what, Fort Worth used to be called the city of brothels because they had a whole house on every corner like a church. I agree. I agree with you on that.
Yeah. So and the other thing is that they need to quarrel this testosterone driven men that don't know how to deal with women because they've been euthanized by technology, society. These men can't talk to women. So you bring these sex workers in as therapists to actually quarrel down this den cell shit that's going on with these younger males. Because when women are withholding the sex, they're not giving the sex. You think about it like this. If you say something, how you doing, miss, whatever, she don't like it, it's catcalling, you can lose your job. She records your ass, put you on TikTok, motherfuckers find you, your job is lost. So how is a man supposed to go about society and actually talk to a woman when you ain't got men in the society making it a certain way of doing stuff? These younger generation has lost the identity of how they deal with each other face to face, and everything is online through avatars and all this catfishing and all this other crazy shit. So that's another problem. It's a three-layered thing. And who makes the society? Who sets the rules on how men and women should engage? It's usually men. It's always been men. That's how nature works, right?
But
so
men don't know what they want to do because half the men want to go to the metaverse and half the men want to get back to reality.
But the thing is that we're too far gone now with the technical. When like you had the Industrial Revolution,
that's part of a corporate ploy bullshit. That ain't gonna work because over time, that's just them trying to escape for that human trafficking shit. What's his name? Yeah. Zuckerman, aka Zuckerberg. Yeah, that's some bullshit he's trying to pull to get out his ass during trial. That ain't gonna work for him.
Well,
he's gonna get guillotined.
He gonna get out of it because he got.
Yeah, he gonna get out of it because he got money. Look, he gonna get out of it because he's gonna throw all those boys under the bus, and they're gonna be. It's just like Pence. They throw everybody under the bus, like the Giuliani shit I just saw. Yeah. It's the same thing with the metaverse, and that shit is gonna be a failure. And then he's gonna do something else with it. It's just another ploy to get more people to get his channel or whatever website up. That's the same old shit. No, the men's doing it. It's just the Plutarch men are the worst. They're the ones fucking up.
And they got to right the ship because they're forced to because they had a dead end. They see the impact, right? And then you know what they don't want? What they don't want, like January 6th was.
They don't want no chaos. You're right.
Yeah, January 6th was a tinge of men that were angry. Mm-hmm. At society that had women backing them, right? Now, imagine if you get a lot of these younger men to get that.
You don't want that chaos. You don't want that bloodshed.
With the technological, with the fifth dimension, that they know how to work better than any of you old motherfuckers.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Those black sites, the fucking Reddit, fucking all of that shit that they got going. You gotta basically, if you watch Game of Thrones, remember Game of Thrones? When the Lannister got Tyrion Lannister and the other lady, the older lady, right?
Switzerland has a Tia women epidemic. Yeah, I've heard about that. Yeah, Switzerland is fine, but it's a neutral country.
Wait a minute, what's a Tia women?
I don't know. You got to ask Bunker.
Is it toaster ovens?
No, he said Tia women. It could be, but but I don't really care about that. But I guess he can type that in the chat. Bunker, explain what that is.
So basically,
that's a neutral country.
So basically, what's actually happening is
that
you had the Tyrell lady, and the Tyrell lady said something, and it was about when Joffrey was about to die, right at the wedding, right, and. Tyrion said, "Listen, we don't have money because he was the right hand of he was the minister of coins, right? He said we don't got no money, and the Tyrell lady said, "No, we're going to fund the wedding." And he said, "No, we ain't got no money." He said, "If we do not give the people a diversion, we will become the diversion." Every time you look up, there's somebody losing their shit, shooting up a workplace. There's some younger kid shooting up a school, about to shoot up a school. They just had at the universities, at the Ivy League universities, Yale, Harvard, Brown University, right? They just had bomb threats in all three universities right behind each other, days right behind each other. This is telling you that the white males are losing their shit because they don't.
Okay. Hold on. He said Thai women, not native born Swiss women. Yeah. Which Bunker. Okay.
No. They're not Thai women. Those are women from Myanmar.
Yeah, that's what he meant.
Remember they had that thing in 2020 about the uprising and the coup d'etat they had in Burma or Myanmar.
Oh, you mean
right.
Yeah, where did they go?
Myanmar.
Right? We got a city over here in San Diego called Miramar. That threw me off.
Yeah. It's Myanmar. Yeah, I pronounce it Myanmar.
Myanmar, that's it.
And listen, a white man will throw a white woman under the bus to get an Asian woman.
True. Yeah, just like Bunker correlating what you said about Swiss.
Let's not play that.
Yeah.
Sweden, it happened in Sweden too. Like the white women had to go to the government and say, "Quit bringing these."
It can be a vice versa, but normally the white men go crazy if you touch that Asian bit. I've seen it on both sides, really. But
let's be honest, white European men, or I should say, white Western men, are sought after by Asian women because the ones that come over there, they may not be rich, But over there, they the exchange rate really is
Oh
advantageous
yeah.
to them.
Oh yeah.
Well,
Oh
well,
yeah.
that's because you got to think about it. A lot of influential European men from Europe, the bankers and all of those dudes, when they retire, the taxes are so high, like in England and France and stuff.
Yeah.
They go to Southeast Asia,
Yeah.
right? They leave, they go to Southeast Asia, and then they walking around the beach, and they got like 5, 6 bitches talking about eat my own health, like doing all of that crazy shit. So when they see this all the time, you know what I mean? Because I'm over here in Asia, I see it all the time. But they're only sought after because of the bread, right?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And the dude is so old, he already know they hoes. He just needs some companionship.
True.
You know what I'm saying? He don't even,
I mean, what sane man wants an argumentative and combative woman in his house?
Well, you know what? A sane man would want an argumentative, combative woman in his house if she didn't take half his shit, went to the Philippines, and that's why he shot up shit in Nevada.
Wow. And yeah, the women are suing the country to stop the influx of Asian women into Europe. Yeah, facts, Bunker. That's true. That's true.
Yeah, suing the country. Yeah, but guess what? That feminism is in Sweden, right? Because guess what they got?
In Switzerland too. Yeah.
Yo, those okay. All right, it's really man. I don't know what Mike was going on, man. Mike, but
all right, Cerulean.
No, hey man, DeAndre, you on a roll, man.
Oh, not a problem, Cerulean. Yeah, because I already done covered the whole topic in the beginning. Because
the Asian women, like I'm gonna say it like this, right? The white women, but here's the other problem: they're suing the government, right? But guess what? Do you know that women in Switzerland marry more motherfucking men from the continent of Africa than they own white Swiss men?
Yep. They even do it in Germany too. Matter of fact, it's so bad in Germany, they get their their passport number, not their phone number, so they get pregnant, they can always find them.
Yeah. Oh man, they got the international child support now.
Yeah. America has it too. Because if you go to Brazil and get a bitch pregnant, they let them know, hey, Brazilian woman, you can come over here and get right.
Just to add to your point, before the baby's even born, before they can figure out who the father is, all she got to do is know your name, and the United States government will find you.
We'll find you now, because they can track the time you did your passport. That's why all the passports start having them damn scan codes on. Yeah. Yeah, you know what I mean? Because
when they start doing the scan codes,
they start doing the scan codes back in 2005. Because
decades ago.
Yeah, I remember when my uncle died and my wife came over to visit me for the funeral because I was still in the military, and she had the old style passport, and they gave her a stamp and told her she needed to get the new style because she needed the scan code.
Right.
Yeah, so it was 2004 they came out with the directive, but they didn't make it like a set rule for everybody in the world until 2005, and that's why you see that. So for you passport Negroes, that's when you know you've been traveling since traveling pimping.
Trims. Let me stop.
I'm going through a bit of a problem right now. The federal government came up with this. They wrote this law in 2005. And California came up with this nonsense that they're co-signing it with the Real ID Act, and they're like, you gotta have a physical address. And I'm gonna be honest, I'd rather be in any other state because right now can't go nowhere. My truck is sitting like a half mile from me, and I can't do nothing about it. I can't move it. If I get a ticket, well, whatever. Because my license is expired. They wrote this law the year after I got my license. I should say renewed my license. And it's like, I've been driving 18 years. And it's like, so I'm kind of stuck. I can't even drive a car. I mean, I probably could, but I need an address. I can't fly because I need an address. But I'll tell you like this. The post office says, look, at least in this district, you can have a P.O. box or you can have mail come to your house. You can't get both for whatever reason. Maybe they're trying to cut costs. And most businesses have no problem with you just saying, hey, deliver to this address and pay us. You can't use any correspondence with them because everything I have goes to my P.O. box. I live my life like a gypsy. You know what I'm saying?
I see what they're doing. Yeah.
I'm rarely, if ever, in California.
You know what you could do? You know what you can actually do though to kind of skirt that?
Mm.
You're like you
Yeah,
own
thanks,
your
Raven
truck.
Knight.
You own your truck, right?
No, I'm a company driver.
Your company driver.
Yep.
Your company driver. You work for a company, right? But you paid for your licensing yourself.
Yeah.
Okay. So what you can actually do, is
last time it was $20. Now it's 50, but okay.
So what you can actually do is you can actually get you an LLC if you already got one, right?
Mm.
You can get you an LLC, right? And then with that LLC is you can actually, because no one said that you can't work for two companies.
True.
Right? So the LLC is basically you work for a company, but then that all
Raven,
of the
I cracked me up.
paperwork from that company, right? Because you owner of the company and you're investing into your truck driver license, because even if it expired, you probably have to retake the test or something like that, or however way they do it, right?
No,
so
I got to go in there, pay it, do the vision test. The problem is, it doesn't matter what I do. What the government wants is they want a physical address where they think I laid my head, which is hilarious for an over the road driver. It's like because we don't have no mail
it's not, because I'm a traveling nurse and all my stuff gets sent back to North Carolina. That's how I get away with the shit. Rather than sending it, I would send it to Texas, but Texas has its own way of getting its tax money, even though it doesn't have a state tax. I actually come out better filing in North Carolina.
Well, what I'm saying is, I can't even use my like a physical address, like say my storage unit. That's out. You need a physical address, somebody's address where people actually sleep at, or you can't get an ID. That's how messed up it is right now. I've been home for 2 weeks. And and dealing with California, like you guys been to Southern California, you know how people speak in half sentences?
Yeah.
You know, this whole idea that I say, all right, the lady says, well, in order for you to get a license, you need to have your birth certificate, you need to have a proof of address, and that's how she told me. And then I had to get fingerprinted and a picture taken. I said, okay, no problem. I didn't think nothing of it. Came back Monday, and she's telling me, no, you can't. And I asked her before I left, I said, can I use my P.O. box? Because they sent me my renewal form, which is hilarious, but that's something else. It's like, you guys sent it to me. You guys know who I am. I mean, what is the deal with this? And I said, you know what? And what happened was I came to there 4 different times, and she would tell me, oh, yeah, you need this. You like, wait a minute. Oh, you can't use that. I'm like, are you smoking something? Hey, and then I think on the 4th time, she gave me the piece of paper with everything I needed, and I called up another branch. It was commercial driver's license is different than the DMV now.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
And this guy told me inside of 2 minutes all that I needed to get and why I needed to get it. And I'm like, how come that broad is sitting out there and can't actually answer a question? You know, like, hey, what all do I need? And she literally gave me the piece of paper that was sitting right next to her. And shit started to piss me off.
Maybe she liked you. Maybe she wanted to see you come back.
Yeah, she was a Latina built like a refrigerator. So
yeah, see, that's what I mean. That's why she was.
I was getting pissed off. And, you know what? If I'm sitting there working in a business, right? You know, just this is normal how we got to deal with it. Okay, you're door 4, and I'm sitting there staring at them like, y'all got 100 doors out there. Where is door 4? Anytime I come to Southern California, this is how it is. And you'd be like, bro, why couldn't you tell? Hey, it's 4 doors down. All right, cool, no problem. You work here every day. Your job is to direct me.
Nope.
God, these motherfuckers, they get on my goddamn nerves.
Man, hey, you know what? Now you see why everybody moving to Texas.
You know what's funny,
everybody moving to Texas, and it's about time to move the hell out of Texas, because Texas is getting. Yeah, it's about time to leave Texas.
Yeah, hey, look, you know what I noticed? Everybody from Cali's moving to Texas. People from Texas is moving over to Arizona and Nevada.
Yeah, they going to Arizona and Nevada, and then you got some that's trying to move to Georgia too. I've noticed, and I should.
We need to go to Oklahoma. We need to go to Oklahoma. I'm going to Oklahoma.
You know what? I'm one of them dudes, man. It's like, look, man, I live my life as a gypsy. I want to live in the boondocks, man. I don't want to be bothered.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Go to Southern Oklahoma. You can gamble. You can get back into Texas, and you got badass Indian brides out there.
Yeah,
damn, I've only seen 2 of them. The feather, not the dot.
They done turned like 50% of fucking Oklahoma into Native American fucking land.
Well, the whole state was supposed to be Native American land. There's supposed to be one big reservation, and then they just started curtailing all that.
Yeah, but now you know what I'm saying. Now they seeing that motherfucking marijuana boom, and hey, people want to smoke. They want to fuck hoes.
Degenerate facts.
Degenerate's a damn fool. Don't pay him no mind.
Hey,
to be honest, it's true. Hey, I tell you like this. Yeah. I got about 5 of these T-shirts that say "Step on my flag" and I'll stomp your ass. And I'm 6'5", 250, so you know, motherfuckers be like, "Yeah, what's up, man? Yeah, you on our side? Yeah,
all right."
But you know, the funny part about that is that this is like the changing of the times with certain things, right? Because I'm like, to the average, to the everyday American, nigga, what's the problem? But the problem is that they got so much of an immigration problem in California. That what's the biggest problem, right? Motherfucking illegals hitting motherfuckers. They got a license. You know, it's hard for a regular American citizen to get a license, but these motherfuckers got a license.
This started This started in California, where they had illegal aliens just buying cars, you know, cheap cars, hitting people and taking off. And they said, you know, hey, you need to have at least comp and collision is what it's called in this state, but basically uninsured motorists is what it is.
Yeah.
And it's like, after that, you know, every state starts saying, damn, we got these illegal aliens doing the same thing. We got to watch that.
Yeah. Take one state to do it, man. Look, you heard about that thing with Apple, right?
No.
With Apple, you can put your driver's license or your state ID on your Apple wallet.
Fuck that.
Well, guess what? Apple already got it passed. They got like 6 states already. They're making sweeping changes through the whole country.
Hey, check this out though. Think about men with the red pilled ideology, right? This whole idea that we see the world as it is because we look for the truth, and we can't actually. You actually speak the wrong thing, say the wrong thing, and Google kills your account, or Apple, or Twitter. My whole thing is I keep looking at Google and all the products that they have. Man, they'll be helping your ass when you're filling out an application for whatever, and you can just tap a couple of buttons, all your information goes up there. I'm like, yeah, that's cool. And it's like, now I'm like, man, I see how they do things, and I'm like, nah, I'm good. I'll just go back to my old Hotmail account.
Well, you know, the funny part about it is these things that they're putting in ain't for. It's not for us. It's for the younger generation.
It's for the younger generation so they can control them, and then I'll be like, see, we got you now, dummies.
Because they already get it. Right? Because think about it like this.
I'm sorry.
Okay, you still, like, for all of us as men, right? And probably people that's watching this, women, whatever, right? You know, like
facts right tonight.
So you know, like we got 3 things that we're carrying.
I agree with that.
You know, keys, wallet, phone. Keys, wallet, phone. Yep. You notice these young people, when they go out, they'll forget their house keys, but they got their phone.
You would think that they would have a remote control for their doorway. I remember seeing one way back in the day.
Yeah, like AT&T commercials back in the But think about it like this: they'll forget their keys, but they'll have their phone. They don't, like, if their cards don't work. If you know what I mean, people don't even pull out their wallets anymore. Like, look, just when you go into these,
it's on a device. It's on a device.
Everything is on a device, right? So think about it like this. They get pulled over. Damn, I forgot my license. Well, you're driving without a license. Here's a citation. Well, here you go. No, I got my license on my phone. Guess what? The cop's not even going to look at your phone. The cops is going to come up there with a scanner, and you just scan your fucking phone. And then when he writes you a ticket, it's going to go on your phone. So it's already going to be sent to your address.
They already did that. Like, I will give you an example. Like, when they scan your license plates when they're driving, before they did the phone, they already got you in the computer, and then you have to pay it. Now, if you don't want to go to court and argue, they do this in Georgia now. Now, like what DeAndre's saying, it's going to be worldwide. They're going to put it on the phone. See, Apple's looking at these states like, okay, we can get the motherfucker. If he acts stupid, we got you. You know, it's just like anything else, like the Social Security and all that. I'm like, oh, damn, they too evasive. But that's technology, man. That's
technology. It's going to be Black Mirror, Skynet, fucking Vanilla Sky. What's the other?
There's nothing you can do. If you try to have a revolution, it's like, Oh,
well, you don't need a rare.
I got that now. You know, but you don't need it. You don't need it. But I'm just saying.
Here's the crazy part. Here's the crazy part. This is the thing that tripped me out, right? This is the thing that tripped me out. You go in these damn spaces, right? You go in these spaces, these so-called quote-unquote red pill spaces, right?
Right.
And they talk about privacy and don't do that shit, but you investing in Bitcoin.
That's crazy. Yeah, make that make sense.
Wait a minute. Say that one more time.
If you're talking about, like, you know, we talking about privacy, like you were saying, man, I ain't trying to do this shit with Google, but the same guys that's in the red pill space are screaming about privacy and Scott knows why you can't say this, but they will sit up there and they'll say, go and invest in Bitcoin. What do you think all of that is?
They're gonna scam you.
Yeah. Just from my understanding, Bitcoin is a way to get away from a centralized currency because what gives Bitcoin its allure, I say, is the way government constantly devalues the currency. Bitcoin really don't devalue itself over much, but it's not my thing.
No. I'm not saying that. I'm saying, what is Bitcoin itself?
Nothing.
To me,
information. It's people's information.
It's information. It's blockchain. It's data, and that's the reason why I think.
You know, I know we know it's nothing, but it's data to the actual person. I remember that when it first came out.
And even the people that's trading it, they don't know. But here's the thing: if it's things that you have to mine and deconstruct to reconstruct it to get it, the people that's buying it, that information is valuable. So it's like you said, if they want to devalue it, they can't because of whatever. But here's the problem with that, right? And this is how all currencies work. Currency is a representation of something that's valuable. That's all it is. It's just a cheaper way. Instead of you rolling up there with 15 herds of cattle, you know, back in the day, or, you know, we don't own no oil wells individually, or, you know, you ain't got a bag of fucking jewels or like a gold bar or nothing like that. Then what is it, right? So it's a representation of that, right? So you take your time, you get paid in that currency, and it makes it easy. Now the thing is that the Bitcoin that they're moving back and forth has always been around. It was a way for the black market to wash their money and come back the other way and transfer it, right?
And you know what the black market is, right?
Yeah, the black market is just the other side of society.
Well, I was going to say the free market is the black market.
Yeah, exactly. Well,
I mean, supposedly what we have here is not really the free market because, you know, it's free. And you're like, bro, what's up with all these regulations?
It's the bordered market. Market.
Listen, you know what's the freest of markets? The freest of markets is actually Pookie and Ray Ray, so-called, on the corner, slinging something or motherfucker flipping, doing something like what they call it, trafficking or illegal, or back in the day when they was bootlegging liquor, right? Because you had to get your supply, but you had to what? You had to sell your supply, then you had to guarantee supply.
That's why I brought up that whole Denver. But that's why I brought up that whole Denver. What they were doing with the housing thing. That's money laundering and money washing.
There you go. And here's a crazy part. I'm glad Raven said that, because guess what? In Asia,
I don't keep it up.
The strip club and they accept Bitcoin.
They accept Cash App too.
Yeah,
that's too.
No. They don't have Cash App in Asia. They take Bitcoin.
Really?
Yeah, they don't have Cash App in Asia. No.
Damn.
Yeah, they got it.
Africa using a lot of Bitcoin, and Africa using a lot of Bitcoin too.
Yeah,
and you know what would make it so bad if they actually had respected the piece of paper, because we all know currency is just the even I should say the regularized unit of trade.
Yeah,
and what happens is these governments say no, we need to spend more money. We need to spend 120% of what we, or 150% of what we actually take in, and then we'll just we'll just print the rest.
Well, that was, that's to drive up inflation and cost of living and have people pay more taxes and yada yada, and then basically keep your and this is why I say this whole thing with those, like, do you know that if you leave the United States of America, like, you're a truck driver, right? Do you know if you leave the United States of America, you can't drive a car in another country unless it's a U.S. territory?
I heard about that.
Yeah, you can't. You know why? Because your licensing is not regulated by the federal government, but it's a states' rights issue. So like you got that problem in California, you ain't gonna have that problem in Texas, right? Like it's not a basic law across the board. Now your Canadian counterparts and your Mexican counterparts, they can go drive a car in another country without having to get that license if they're visiting.
Not surprised, Bunker. I kind of agree with that.
But you know what?
We talk
about this cryptocurrency. I'm about to go critical race theory on this cryptocurrency real quick. Because I feel like
I'm just telling you
if you want to get everybody in this economic, if you want to flatten the world economically, you got to take these white faces off this money. So you got to give them people this cryptocurrency. And then I feel like white people they got to get rid of this debt. The best way to get rid of this debt is to wash it. Wash the debt. Wash it clean. Because we already know Asia don't like people in debt. They'll get rid of your ass if you ain't doing right with your debts. So white people are like, man, we got to wash this debt. So this is my critical race theory on cryptos.
Mm-hmm.
You know, something DeAndre said earlier, about trying to encourage black folks to believe the way he does. And yeah, I commend you for that. But one thing that I'd love to tell as many black folks as I can, that this is our country too.
It is. That's what
he says it all the time on this panel. Let me tell you something. Every stream we talk about, like these open discussions, like Thursday Thrills, even the Friday Special Madness I have, even the Sunday Chills. He says it all the time. Like all the streams I did before we had Cerulean, he says it all the time. And even the general, he come around when he saw Cerulean up here. Same thing. The same.
Because there are people like us that we may disagree. It ain't major. It's kind of like, all right, you got your opinion, I got my opinion. We can debate back and forth, no problem. We have fun doing it. But there's some folks that'll be like, nah, man, you got to vote the way I tell you to. You ain't shit. And I'm like, you ain't shit. Get the fuck out of my face. And you make it so bad, right? It usually, and I mean no disrespect to little guys. I don't get no problem with the bigger brothers. I don't know what the deal is. But it always be some dude, man, see, you ain't black, man. You a pussy, man. You trying to be bro. Right. I just
taking the black card. Like you know what's the funniest part is this is what I understood, right? Because you grow up and get taught politics at a level, right? So I grew up in Maryland, Baltimore. And of course, everybody's on that pro-black.
Yeah, I grew up in Tennessee, and then you had a few pro-black idiots in the middle, and I just shake my head at them. When I was younger, I was into it, but once I got older and actually studied politics, I just fall back each year. Like even on YouTube, I tell you years ago, yes, I used to be insane on that issue, but when I get older, like I read earlier in the stream about the Pew Research report. When you get older, at the age of 50 above, the older people get conservative. That's true, and I agree with that.
Because they look back and they realize they got grandbabies that come up, and you start saying, "Wait a minute! When I grew up, the dollar actually could buy something."
Mm-hmm.
But then at the same, and that's what I'm saying is it like you got ages, you got differences. But what I saw was, I said to myself, and this is my realization when I started traveling overseas, and I started seeing that. I'm not an African American. I'm an American because I'm actually having conversations with people in other countries, Europeans, and I don't realize how American I am until I have conversations with people of different nations. So then I was like, oh, I'm American. I'm not like this black person that just got like, you know what I'm saying? Like it's this crazy part. Like I say, like it's this weird situation. You know what I'm saying? So then when I realized what it was, then I started to thinking about something. And I had this conversation, right? I had this conversation with my uncle. And he's like Black Caucus, you know what I mean? Whatever, right? And me and him had a conversation. I said, let me ask you a question. In the Constitution, they state church and state supposed to be separate. If I'm not correct.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah.
It was in the Constitution, Bill of Rights. Something.
No. Wait. Let me. We got to clear this up. Hugo Black, who used to be a lawyer for the Klan, was a Supreme Court justice, say that the wall between church and state must be high and wide. The Constitution doesn't have it anywhere, shape, or form in the Constitution about church and state being separate. That's a leftist idea.
Okay. Well, you know what I'm saying? Well, this is like, you know what I mean? This is So hold on, I gotta look it up, but you know what I mean, or what was actually said. Maybe the forefathers said it because they were coming out of England, right? They were coming out of England.
Well, they didn't want a state religion.
Yeah,
the
I
First
talked
Amendment
about
is what
earlier
you're
in
talking
that
about.
stream. I had some what you call it, the with the FDR shit that I've put in the chat early in the stream. I talked about that too.
Hey, degenerate, that was what was his name? Winston Churchill said that, if I got it right.
Hold on, let me see. Today the establishment. Let me see. Establishment separation. No, the first clause in the Bill of Rights. So
Bill of Rights, that's about right. Yeah.
So the first clause would be the First Amendment.
Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion.
Of a religion, like a state
religion. I talked about that earlier in the stream.
So this is the first clause of this is
the First Amendment.
Of the First Amendment, often interpreted to the requirement of separation of church and state, right?
Exactly.
So for approximately 150 years, the country's existence. Yeah. So I remember hearing that over and over again. So the point that I was actually trying to make was this. This was the point I was trying to make to my uncle with that, right? And what I was saying is, when I look upon everybody else's political people that represented their people in America, politics, that did anything for their specific bloc, like the Italians, the Germans, the people that came over, all of this other stuff. We as Black Americans, if anybody did any legislation for us, they always came out of the fucking church.
Yeah.
Right?
They did, following along behind Martin Luther King.
Yeah, like we got Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, you got, it was some form of religion, and then you're talking about, the fucking African American shit with the Rainbow Coalition, the Reverend Justice Jackson, Al Sharpton, all that. We don't have just a person that just, whatever they believe in, I don't care, but they actually have some type of, like, where our lawyers at? You know what I'm saying? That was at the head of us doing, like, how is this damn pastor that's just been asking for handouts and fucking donations to God going to negotiate anything for me? He ain't got no business acumen.
Yeah. And
he don't know how to make any money and do any trades. Like, he doesn't have anything like that. He's just going up there asking for shit. And he's going to leave us in the motherfucking dust. I said, explain that to me. I'm like, as intelligent as you is, as how you taught me my political leanings, explain that shit to me. Explain it to me. I want to hear it. And then, you know what? He couldn't explain it, and it was actually an eye-opening experience for him. It was eye-opening. It was. I was like,
my belief on this is how a man believes he will lead. I think, because I grew up in the AME Zion Church under everything that you're talking about, and I was brainwashed with that as well. And we kept it with the NAACP, the Black Caucus. My mom was an AKA Eastern Star, so I was around those higher up Black pastors, and my mom's also a pastor, so I was around those guys. And of course, my dad's military, so I was around these guys, and it was almost like, as we believe, we will lead, and that's how it went. Whether that actually works out, I don't know.
Yeah, and that's, think about that. Look at those two seats down in Georgia. One went to a white man. One went to the Reverend
Warnock. Warnock, Raphael Warnock.
You know and
he was gonna win. He was gonna win because he had the church back him. And what church was that? It was the Ebenezer Church. All the church back him.
And who was the Reverend of the Ebenezer?
Warnock. Yeah, Martin Luther King. Yeah.
See, there we go.
But it's historical. You got to understand. And then the first time, I don't want to say Jewish guy. What's his name? Asaf, right? And the guy, the candidate, Purdue, was he came at him at his facial features, and he thought they had big noses, which is no hates to you people out there if y'all listening. But I'm just saying, for a reference, Asaf is the first of his kind that you will see that run businesses in common in your America and your Plutarchs or whatever, but he's the type that in music industries that help people. I hate to say that, in hospitals and Emory and all. That's the ones you see over there, not the ones you see as Orthodox and all that. Now he got some flack for that, and it destroyed his numbers. And that's why they had a runoff. Even though he was going to win, the church backed his ass too, and Warnock. That's how they won. And I hate to say that. And that's why they're trying to get Stacey Abrams. The reason it's like that, and it's going to be blue eventually in the future, is because they're going back to their old roots. So that's Democrat. But you're right. But you're right, DeAndre. You know, that's that right there. It's a lot of things that went into it. I saw it.
Who do we have that actually comes in politically, right? Like, even think about it. I remember I knew Obama. They was grooming him to be president.
Right.
And the first time up, he won that I think it was the Senate seat in Illinois, and they kept calling him
state seat in Illinois.
Then he went on
to be a senator. Illinois, as a senator. He did it for like 2 years, but I didn't know he was related.
Term, which was hilarious.
Yeah, he didn't, but still, I didn't know he was related to Bush and Cheney on his mother's side. I didn't know.
But even still, with that is they kept calling him the young maverick, right? When they use those terms, that mean they got plans for this motherfucker. He about to do it, right?
That's how they work.
That's how they work. So then when I sat back and watched this, right, I'm like, okay, he's doing this. He got the whole civil rights bill. And then he was going to that church, right? He was showing up. He wasn't actually going to that church because he's actually Catholic. He's actually Catholic. People don't know.
Oh, no. Hannity was beating the drum for like a year.
Yeah.
You know,
so
when your pastor marries you and your wife, and y'all know y'all on first name basis.
Hans already said that. That.
So
he wasn't paying attention.
So when you do
no, you good. I'm talking about enhanced utility.
So when you do that, right? I'm looking at Obama, and I'm sitting up here and I'm saying some certain things, right? And I'm like, okay, I'm looking at what he's doing. Then I saw when he was going to be president, the first person when he was doing this thing, because he stopped going to the black church. He started going on this campaign trail, and then something happened with that pastor. Something that
he's still around, but they shut him up for saying stuff against Obama. And his boys and CIA came in. And they said, "You better not say nothing about it." And they was strict about it. That was the first term. The second term, he got ruthless. I was like, "Woof."
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Yeah. He was about to fuck it up because he needed to fall in line. Then remember, it was Cornel West and Travis Smiley was on the anti-Obama campaign.
Yeah, somebody paid them off to shut them up. They still around, but I'm just saying.
No. Obama. Think about this for a second. Travis Smiley gets hit with the sexual harassment shit before Obama leaves.
Yeah, that's it. But
Cornel West can't get his goddamn fucking residency at Harvard because Obama's
of course. Of course.
Okay.
But I'm just saying, but the guy from Princeton you talking about, no one really listened to him anyway. But no, Travis, he's still in the industry. He just can't get, like you said, he can't get no job. Like, he's a D-lister now. But the guys like Manny, no, he's still preaching. They paid him to shut him up about Obama. That's when he was in office. I remember because I had an old YouTube channel. I remember they shut his ass up. I was like, God damn.
Well, when you're president, it's every White House, your political party tries to insulate you from people that might make you look bad.
Yeah, and that Manning dude,
and Hannity beating the drum for a year. They're like, we got to keep him away from that guy.
You got to keep him right from that. Yeah, and then, now Jeremiah Wright, that was smart during the election, but I'm saying like
Reverend Wright.
But I'm just saying but the guy in Harlem Outlaw Church, he got tired of him. No, Obama was sick of him. In the CIA, like he was spilling secrets. What he was doing to the top in the Plutarch, they said, we can't have that. That's our son. They was going to put a hit on him. They shut him up, and then the pastor said it, and then he got quiet afterwards. I don't know who scared him. He's still around. He just don't say much. It's kind of like David Icke. Just like David Icke and just got Alex Jones. They shut these dudes up when they start going crazy online. What they do is they sent their bugs out there through Google. And I don't want to say, military and whatever, because they all work together. Like Alex Jones shouldn't have said that in 2003. And he shouldn't have said it. And certain things he used to say, it was off the wall. I told Kuda, like, you can't listen to guys like that. That's get your shit flag right there. Because I've seen it happen.
And then you look at these guys, and that's what I was saying is that when you look at these dudes, because I remember when Obama was in his first term, right? He was at the end of his first term, and then Travis Smiley did that town hall meet with Louis Farrakhan. With all of these,
that was a bad move. Yeah,
and they sat down. I think it was in Chicago, right? They was very strategic about it. And they was basically calling Obama out, what he did for black folk, what he did for this, what he did for that. All of these religious leaders sitting here galvanizing the troops and doing the this, right? And then what you got was the black community literally flipped on these motherfuckers and said, well, what policies are you niggas bringing forth? But they couldn't say shit.
Damn, yeah, I remember that.
They couldn't say shit. He said, what are you, I'm saying, before Obama got in the office, what have you niggas done for the community? If we ain't a part of the Nation of Islam,
I remember that.
You don't get shit in the community. He said, if you ain't going to your AME church or your Baptist church, and y'all got all of these motherfucking churches in our
there you go, the Christian nonsense. Yeah, they just point fingers at you. What have you done?
What have you done, right? And then they had to shut the fuck up. Like, they got quiet on Obama. They got so quiet because the community turned their head on them because y'all niggas ain't never did shit. And then you had the people that was actually leading the charge against these motherfuckers was actually Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson.
Right.
He was actually leading the charge. Like, first they tried to start it off, right? And then you heard Jesse Jackson's son have that fucking bipolar fucking shit. I think he was like a state fucking senator or something.
Yeah, I remember.
I thought he was in Congress, but he might be a state senator.
Yeah, I think he was in Congress.
He was in Congress.
Like that. Yeah,
but last time I heard, he was going to jail.
Yeah, he was going to jail.
Yeah, he was.
He was going to jail, but I think they hit him. They let him off with the bipolar shit.
Yeah,
or they do what Democrats do when they get caught doing something. Oh, he didn't do nothing.
He didn't do nothing.
Yeah, you do. Yeah,
the whole thing with Obama and Democrats. It's like at some point you would think black folks would be like, "Hey, what have you guys done for us lately?"
Yeah.
What do we get for giving our vote to you? Because Republicans have those conversations all the time. Man, you sucked. You didn't do this. It's people saying, "Look, I ain't voting no more. I'm done," because of the type of fuck shit that goes on.
Yeah, and it was like, and that's what I mean is like, that's why I said with black folk is.
I appreciate you too, Mace.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm gonna say this, right? I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't give a fuck about the president. I don't really care, right? I don't really care to a certain degree, and what I mean by a certain degree is that, do you know how peaceful it was when Trump was in office?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, that's true. Even though I don't care for his policies, but it was very peaceful. I hate to say it, like, I'll say the first 4 years, you didn't hear much about a lot of liberals. He actually decimated the left. I try to tell people that.
No, I ain't talking about that.
I'm just saying his infrastructure. No, he exposed the shit they used to do back in the day, and he kind of changed the culture of politics. No, he changed the culture of politics. Trust me, Republicans are divided because of him. And he was different. He ain't your typical. Now, he had a status quo mindset just like Plutarch, but here's the secret though. He know their game. So they had to get rid of him. It's like, all right. If you're gonna be anti and you don't want to claim this shit, like the COVID, they want him out of there. Because I already knew how they was gonna get him out of there. Because of that, they was desperate. But see, I'm not surprised that Biden won, because there's this what did Wacky did? He did a stream on it about this guy that get these political guys he's never wrong about who's going to be president. And that guy was eventually right, but he had backing, like, hey,
man, the thing about it is, what's up, Mace? How you doing, man? You know what happens when you have somebody like Trump in office? I've been telling, especially in any of my Democrat friends or people from outside the country, I says, Donald Trump was reading Ronald Reagan's playbook to a T. He didn't start a war. If you did something heinous, another country, he would bomb the crap out of you and just ignore you after that. And you
I got one better for you. Hold
that thought. He cut taxes, he removed regulation, and he kind of just chilled out. He'd see mean tweets all day. I said, I'd rather have that than what's going on now.
Yeah, I give you one better. What's really told me. You're right on that point, but he said, go back to World War II. Who was president? He said FDR. He said the FDR tactics he was using. He did, because the way he did with FDR tactics, I was like, how does he use Reagan shit like you're saying, War Master, right? And use FDR tactics, and I said that is so brilliant. So okay, he did that. He was a reset, and I was looking at that, and I said FDR did the same fucking thing. And I'm glad I did.
Wait, hold on. He out-democrated the Democrats.
Yeah, that's what he did. And I'm glad I did the stream. I'm glad I did the stream based off that with the FDR thing earlier. I did in the stream, and I was looking at the theory, right? And I was looking at that. I was like, that's what Trump did. I said, wow. People didn't even catch that. But that's what Cerulean told me. He told me that on this very panel on different streaming.
Fable, nigga, Fable.
Yeah.
It's an exclusive title on Xbox.
I was gonna say that. I was like, wait a minute.
No, joking.
Fable.
Just talking about all the Xbox exclusives. Man, we got maybe 10 or 15 coming out next year.
Oh, Gears, Raven, come on, bro.
Listen.
It's Xbox's life over here.
It's life.
Listen, man, I'm gonna tell you.
It is great.
I'm gonna tell you now. Over here in Japan, oh look, bro, they treat Xbox worse than the red-headed stepchild.
Of course they do. That's
like,
I know the history. I know the history.
It's horrible. No.
I know it's over. I know the history. I know the history of Japan. Like I've seen the documentaries though.
No.
I know it's bad.
With Xbox. No. I'm talking about it's bad. Like, look. You go to this big ass electronics. You know, Japan is like Disneyland for electronics to video.
Of course,
yeah, that's true.
That bitch, right? You going in that motherfucker, right? You walk in that bitch, man. And guess what? Right? Of course, it's gonna be PlayStation shit, Nintendo shit. Of course,
it's Sony, of course.
Right? But guess what? Like at least with Xbox, see the first Xbox, they gave it some respect. Right? They had the Xbox thing set up. They had like 4 aisles. Right? It had its own corner. Right?
Yeah.
You go into a Japanese store and I asked them, I was like, yo, why in the fuck do they treat Xbox the way they treat it? And you know what I'm saying? And they said, no, the first Xbox was revolutionary. They loved it. They actually had respect for it.
They did, but at the time, Bill Gates tried to sell it, and then the other people complained about the size of it. You know, that was the thing.
It wasn't even that. It was the 360.
And the red ring of death.
One thing, and the one thing
was it.
Yeah, the red ring. Yeah, that was it.
The thing that fucking Asians hate is unreliability.
Yeah,
right? And that right there was like the death sentence.
Last straw. Yes, last straw.
Yeah, it was the last straw. And then like the Xbox, like the new one that come out, right? That shit got like one TV. It's barely 1080p, right? and it's got like 4 games on that bitch. And it's like a Japanese RPG game. It's got like the Gears of War thing, right? It's got the other couple of titles this Xbox is known for, and that is motherfucking it. Right. Oh, and Call of Duty. Call of Duty's on there, so it's there. Right?
Call of Duty. Oh my
God. You know what? Here's the thing about Xbox, right? I don't know about PlayStation. I didn't even know PlayStation Online because, you know, Xbox will do something and then a few years later, Sony will do it. And everybody's like, man, it's the greatest thing ever. And I'm like, bro, we did that 20 years ago. What are you talking about?
No, Sony. Okay, this was the thing that with Sony, right? Is Xbox made you pay for Xbox Live, right? But Sony, you didn't have to pay. Like you can be a PlayStation Plus member. That was just to give you some extra.
Get the cards to be the member. My phone overheated. Thanks for having me up. Oh, not a problem, Irv. Anytime, man. Appreciate the conversation.
No, we get it, man. We ain't eat it, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, but the thing with Xbox is that, and I say this, right? When PlayStation got hacked, right? You didn't have to have, you know what I mean? I think this was PlayStation 3.
That was PlayStation 3, but it was around that time. It was 2011. It was 2011. Yeah, I remember that shit. And I remember because I had an old channel too at the time, and I'll never forget that. And I was looking on YouTube. I said, that bullshit. That's why a lot of people kind of flipped to 360 too when they fixed that red ring of death because of the excuse to flip 360. That's why a lot of people was praising it. I'm talking about in America. They was praising it. I was like, what the fuck? I thought y'all was PS3 people, and that's why people kept dissing PS3. But over time, people start jumping back to PlayStation, which you say number 4.
Well, PlayStation, you know, and this is the thing about PlayStation was they had it online, and it was really good. Yeah. It was that, you know, we used to say this like, man, I got an Xbox on Xbox Live, but you got to pay for your shit, nigga. I don't. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's what we used to say.
Yeah, that's true. They had to pay for it.
And PlayStation was like, look, we didn't have this in place to hack.
And that's why they lost a lot of people. And I remember in my home state, and I will say actually in Georgia, and I tell people why they was buying a lot of 360s and the newer Xbox ones, and I tell you why. It's because they got PC and they actually had Xbox together, but they do have PlayStation. They just kept it on a duster.
Well,
I saw many YouTube videos. I shook my head, man.
They had cross play since the 360.
Yeah, and I'm gonna tell you this.
And PlayStation people was like, I'm like, bro, I go over to Xbox channels now. I stopped buying magazines where they do everything for PlayStation, and they sort of give a backhanded respect for Halo and a couple other games, and that's about it.
Right.
And so I started going to OXM, and I started going to Xbox only channels, and there's always some Sony guy coming in there, and we're like, bro, we got both of these game systems. If it wasn't for people like you, I probably would have bought a PS3. Been pissed off about it, but hey, whatever. And I'm gonna tell you like this. I'm gonna be in all honesty. PlayStation ain't got nothing on Xbox Live, especially during the 360 and the Xbox One era.
Thank you, Degenerate. There you go.
Now we got Game Pass, bro.
Right. Yeah,
I'm paying $15 a month, and I play 100.
Yeah,
games.
$15. Yeah, awesome. PC's master race. Yeah, people keep saying that for. I agree. I agree.
Games. Sorry,
I'm like, but the thing like this is, I'm gonna let y'all in the insider secret. That PlayStation hack actually, it happened, but it didn't happen. How do you get people to pay for some shit if you've been giving it to them for free? Right?
What are you talking about?
Okay, so the PlayStation hack happened, but it didn't happen. So what I mean by that is when it got hacked, it was actually PlayStation allowing it to happen, but the information didn't go nowhere because they actually hacked their own shit to cause a security breach because Xbox was making.
I remember hearing that, Dre.
For the actual paying for the Xbox Live, right? Which they could have the extra revenue to secure their servers. So PlayStation had most of their servers overseas that was secured, right? You know what I mean? Because this is PlayStation 3. Not everybody had broadband, high-speed internet at the time to handle, what was going on, right? Especially in the US when he was having a lot of people go live, right? So what PlayStation did was the hack happened, but it didn't happen, but it happened. And what happened is it made people basically play for what? Now, when you pay for a PlayStation Network, right? When you was a PlayStation Plus member, they made you feel more secure because they got the servers up. It was speed, but people started noticing on PlayStation 3, if you had PlayStation Plus, your shit was faster. Right? Your shit was just like, yo, you need to get that PlayStation Plus, nigga, because you lagging, nigga. Like you nigga, I can't play with you, right? I can't play with you. You ain't got PlayStation Plus. I'm not using the in-game chat, nigga. We using the actual chat. You know what I mean? We used to call your friends in PlayStation. You have your little chat room, and y'all would talk. And then you would use.
Oh yeah, I remember. Yeah, I used to do that on PS3, PS4. But those
changed it up in PS4. Yeah, they changed it up.
Wait a minute. Let me go crazy for a hot second, though.
Yeah,
$70 games. No.
So now that we're sitting up here talking, it's like PlayStation's like, all right, now we're going to get on this market share of people paying for the service. So then, now they got this big ass library. They got a whole Asian library of Japan games that you ain't never seen in your fucking life.
Oh yeah, Japan's
holding hostage. They didn't want to conform to certain rules of international shit, like the little lolly bitches that be running around the screen. Bitch look like an 8-year-old girl, but she's supposed to be 32. Like all of that other crazy shit.
Same here, Degenerate. Yeah.
Yeah. So now the thing is with PlayStation versus Xbox is I think they're good consoles. My
I think they're both. Xbox is just better.
You know what I'm saying? Like I think
I got both of them, but I like Xbox better. I'm sorry, I just like their games.
My problem with Xbox, this is my issue with Xbox, is that Xbox will make leaps and bounds in these great things that PlayStation can't touch, right? But a lot of times is that they don't treat it like the investment that they need to make it. They treat it like, how should I say it? They treat it like it's something extra that Microsoft can make money off of, instead of like with the first Xbox, where it was its own department and they actually gave a fuck.
But
like
you have to understand, Bill Gates and that system and that PC, it's hard to like. I understand what you're saying, Dre, because that old Xbox is classic. But you gotta understand, they got backwards compatibility. They ain't got time to waste. You know how, I hate to say this, most of the Americans are dumb consumers. They don't care if they like something shiny and nice. Wow, they're gonna buy that shit. It's just I know Americans. I know people, because
you know why, right? We got money like that.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. I'm just sorry to say it.
No, yeah, you're right. But I'm saying, when I was a barista at one time, I asked people what they want. It's just, they're so simple. Even in politics, I study how electronics work, and I'm like, every time I go to a store, I say, why do they like Xbox? And I'm scratching my head, but I understand in certain games, you know why, and I get it, because it's repetitive. Now, PlayStation, you got to work a little bit with the story, which is great. But if you go to Japan, like DeAndre's saying, he's right. A lot of those games that you don't see, like, those are exclusive what they got, which is cool. I understand.
Well, it's a lot of, because I asked, like, I went to my homeboy. He lived in front of the SquareSoft building. They make the Final Fantasy shit, right? And they do a lot of other RPG games and shit like that. When they came out with that last game, they came out with Outriders and shit, which was like, right, because it was a good concept of the game, but they just fucked it up, because they wasn't, they're not built to what I mean, they needed like if Ubisoft had it or somebody else, they would have did that game. When it comes to certain
there you go with the questions. Dear Janet, question for Warmaster. He said, does Microsoft still having hardware issues? I hope not.
Not that I know of.
Not that I know of. Not that I know. No, they're solid. You know who y'all talking to? Bill Gates. He's in Africa, still in parts right now. Shit.
You know when it comes to my Xbox, like, I got a couple of Xbox Ones and a Series X, or sorry, not X, but a Series S. I ain't never had a problem with
Windows 11 is trash, bro. It's trash.
I haven't upgraded to
Windows. That's what 11. Mike V was telling me. He's updating Windows 11. Yeah, I've heard of it. It is kind of terrible. My dad said,
let the early adopters run bust their head up against the wall.
Yeah. Like Windows 11, like Windows 11.
Windows 10 is good, but I've heard about Windows 11. They got to tweak a few things.
You know what you're getting? You're getting, you know what? Windows 11 is Vista, and Windows 10 is XP.
Yeah. Windows 10 is XP, and then Windows 11 is Vista. Yeah, because I remember having Vista years ago, and it's not all that, but they're gonna tweak it a little bit and try to give you.
They gotta hurry up because of them because Apple made that new M1 chip. And they got off the Pentium shit. They made their special chip.
Oh, did you know Windows got a similar competition with the Chromebook now? I forget what it's called, and I saw that they're trying to compete with Chromebook, and Google's laughing their ass up and down. So
hold on a second. This is what I got to say about Crapple.
This is Sparta.
I'm gonna be honest with you. With that M1 chip that Crapple has, let me be honest with you. The new chips that they're coming out for AMD and Intel, man, they just crap on it when they going by at 100 miles an hour. Just saying.
Well, here's the problem with that. And this is why I say it's your tools in your tool bag. Okay.
True.
Okay. If you talk to a person, you ask them, I have an Apple computer. What year is your Apple computer? I'm sitting up here talking to you, no issues whatsoever. Mm-hmm. I'm talking to you on a 2012 MacBook Pro. You can't do that with a Windows computer.
Say that one more time.
I'm talking to you on a 2012 MacBook Pro.
Oh shit! I don't even know how old my PC is. I think it's like about 4 years, 5 years.
Exactly right. I'm almost like, think about it. In January, my computer be a decade old.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. So now this is a second-hand computer I brought in 2016.
I don't know about that.
Wait, laptop or PC?
I have to disagree.
Well, that's a MacBook Pro.
I don't even know what that is.
That's a reach right here. He said most anything post Windows 7 is trash. I disagree with that.
Let's be honest. Windows 7 was trash.
Windows 7 was trash.
Or was it Windows 8?
But
when they took away my background, people was hot. They had to go ahead and
but that Windows 10 done saved saved
Well,
y'all.
they
so
had to put in Windows 8 and then Windows 8.1. They gave you the free update or whatever it is. Because people was pissed off. Saying, "Wait a minute, I have a background like you see the Imperial Star Destroyer that I got. That's my background on all my monitors. That I haven't changed it, which is like the only picture I have on this computer, which is hilarious.
Right,
wait a minute, I think got some more pictures.
But that Windows 10, like that saved Microsoft. I'm sorry, man. That Xbox and all that, it did. You can't say that. That's a reach. If I was degenerate, I agree with him on that.
People aren't going. I'm gonna tell you like this. The PC is never going to die. People will cobble together a Windows 7 and go ahead and get some other you know how people will get an old operating system and mod it to work.
Right. Yeah.
That's what will happen if Microsoft dies. Sorry, it's going to be that way.
Microsoft is not going to die. It never is. It's just certain applications. Like I'm gonna give it to you. Like I'm gonna say it like this, right? Is that when I'm like right now I'm doing a documentary, right? Me and my man, we're editing back and forth. We're going seamlessly back and forth, right? About certain things, right? When I look in the industry of people that do edits to music, that do edits, what you're talking about, with video work and stuff like that, they got an Apple computer. Yep. And you know why? Because they don't need because it's this. You buy a computer, right? If you buy a computer, you need the security of the computer. You need to be within the confine. Now, I'm not opposed to Windows, and I know why you need it. Like, if I'm gaming, you don't game on a Mac. You crazy? Like, I told my son was like, Dad, I want a Mac for what? Gaming? Hell no, nigga. You need a PC. I even told him that.
Common sense, PC or something, And then you got options.
You said, well, can we go buy one? No, nigga, you got to get it built, nigga. You don't just go. You can go buy one, but the price of you purchasing it, you can actually go and have it built the right way. So you can do it because you need your frame rate. You need. Listen,
I've seen people build the guts of the PC, even kind of like not just PlayStation and Xbox, but if you use Microsoft's products and built it right, people said don't put no those things in it, like the fuck up PS4 with their problems, their malfunction. They said don't do that because you're fucking it up. You got to build it right, man. You got to keep it clean, and all that stuff. I've seen it. Know what they're doing, man. I've seen a ton of builds.
I'm on my second build. I got a couple of M.2 drives. I'm still lazy. I don't even plug it in. It's just sitting in a closet. And you know what makes it so bad is I don't have a 3090 card. I will not buy a 3000 card. Fuck them. I got an RTX 2070 hybrid in there, for a video card. And that card was like $500 or $600, I think.
There you go. He just said it. There you go.
Yeah, perfectly. Yeah, exactly. But see, man, for what he's trying to do, and I told my son, I was like, look, man, you got to get it built and go watch somebody build it. Look, man, like Japan, you can just
it ain't hard.
And and build you a PC. Like you can walk around with like $800 and build you a PC walking through Akihabara and shit. That's like, what I'm saying? That's like, that's like, what is it? The Walmart of PC parts. Like you go through that bitch. Like, what I'm saying? It's like you putting together R2D2 through that bitch. You know what I'm saying? Like that's basically what it is. So I told him, I said, if you're going to do this, you got to go. So my son, but there haven't been literally a Windows computer in my house since 2010. Yeah. Like,
that's fair degenerate. Okay.
Yeah, and that's all because like the reason why I jumped to Mac was I had my Pro Tools, and I went to record somebody and I couldn't record it, and I had to uninstall and reinstall. And that's when they first came out with that inbox, where the D key and all of that was all in the interface. It wasn't the actual program on the computer. So the master was actually the interface. All of the to kill all the latency to the computer, they actually just built it in the interface itself. So you just had the program as a screen as a reference. That was what they said was the inbox was the master and the program was the slave instead of reverse, right? So the problem was I had to keep uninstalling, reinstalling, wasn't working. So what's going on? I'm running Windows XP, right? So I go look it up, see what my problem was. And then this was November, and they gave up the last update for the drivers of Windows XP in October, but it's November. and I couldn't find it nowhere. I couldn't even go on Pirates Bay to go find the shit. Nothing. Couldn't go nowhere to find it, right? And they was like, well, you got to go to Vista. And I asked, and I was like, okay, right? And I was like, yo, and this is like what? I think what after Vista was what, Windows 7? Was it after Vista?
Yeah. It was 1
So
7 and then 8. And I think, I don't think there was a 9, wasn't it?
No, I think it went to 10.
No, it went to 10. Yeah, because I remember people had to upgrade to 10. Now, if you had Windows 7 upgrade to 10 at the time, so I didn't go 8 because I remember having Vista and 7, and then they told me go up to 10 when they skipped past 8 because I remember what's his name, Leo Laporte, and I think he told my dad when we had all Windows right at the time. And he's been watching them for years, right? They're boomers, right? And he's still on YouTube talk about tech and what you're talking about. And he said the way they was going with it, him and Marquise Brown, they was upgrading and people was upset. And they still had a background. Over time, they tweaked the little things. And then Xbox had to do the same old shit. Had to fix everything because it's a pattern. See, Bill Gates putting that money and put them niggas to work. He said, go ahead. But that Phil guy that they got actually saved Xbox. I mean, you better thank him and all those studios that he got. You know, PlayStation.
You know, they were thinking about just giving up.
Yeah, and he saved it. He said, I remember at that time.
Phil came in there. He was like, hey, we need to do this. We need to go back like we went at it in 360, except jump on it, hit the Game Pass.
And that's what he's trying to do with the first Xbox too. And he's doing the same thing. He's going to probably bring that back. But see, what Sony fucked up is giving it to California. I'm not dissing no LA or anybody, but the people don't know nothing about Japanese products. You're fucking them up. And now they're going to Disney. I heard from Malik X. I said, if Disney gets them, it's over, man.
Well, the problem is that
I don't like that.
It's not that they don't know nothing about Japanese products. It's Japan is basically giving them the cold shoulder. Like they got because basically, like Japan hasn't had control of Sony since PlayStation 2.
And that's what makes me mad. Like I'm like, and then the funny thing is they're gonna let Disney try to hide it. Don't let them do that, Japan. Come on.
It's you know,
it's inevitable. Like, it's inevitable. It's like ESPN, all of it. It's like ESPN be like, all right, we got ESPN, we got Sony PlayStation. I was like, I don't want this shit no more. Anything from Disney, I'm not fucking with y'all. I'm sorry. It's bad enough Google controls YouTube. You know, it's like, god damn. But
I'm like, like don't be surprised. I'm like, but don't be surprised either. Is that when you look up, you know what I'm saying? Like, you got to think about it. Like, people thinking, okay, Xbox, Sony's making money. I mean, my bad, PlayStation. Sony's making money off PlayStation, right? And everybody thinking this is running Sony's company. That's not true. That's a department of Sony. Yeah. The thing that actually makes Sony a lot of money is televisions and cameras.
Television, and there you go.
And the cameras and the lenses. Like, that's what Sony and Sony Pictures. Like that's
those pictures and those lenses, that's what makes them money.
The movie thing, like Sony's in so much shit that even the subsidiaries of Sony people.
But you know what's so funny? They keep selling those cheaper headphones. I'm like, why they keep selling them? You know,
those Sony headphones, those like those 1000 XMs. I think the XM4s are the latest ones out there.
Right.
I tell you, Sony makes the best headphones as far as functionality. But the most horrible Bluetooth whatsoever.
Horrible.
I'm sitting there like I had 3 of them and Bluetooth just died on me. I'm like,
I still got the small headphones of Sony's on my PlayStation. They're white and blue. You know, the small ones. Those are the best ones they make. I don't like the ones that you know come off of the headphones like you see in Target. They're the worst ones. And now those Heydays, that's the Target brand. I was using that for live streams last year, but I had to switch and start using the headphone jacks with my with the microphone I got now, but it's different now.
I'm gonna tell you this is a crazy thing. This is a crazy thing people don't realize. All right, I used to use Samsung headphones, right? With like with my iPhone, right? Apple did 3 updates, and you can't use Samsung headphones with the Apple product, right? You can't do it. Right? They make try it. Like if you get a chance, you got them. I'm not talking about the plug-in motherfucking Samsung. You know the Galaxy, the Galaxy.
Is it 3?
Well, the S.
I had the Galaxy 3 before.
And then you talk about the Notes, right? The 2s, 3s. They had the Notes. They had some good ass headphones. So Apple did some updates. You can't use it. Doesn't work, right? Now, here's the funny thing about Sony. You can't use Apple headphones in a Sony PlayStation 4 controller. Won't work.
I've always told people Apple don't play nicer than other people.
Yeah, right. Now, here's the funny part about that, right? Here's the funny part about that. The best Bluetooth connection that you're going to get with Sony is with Sony PlayStation, their televisions, their other products, or an Apple computer. Now you
wait, say that one more time. You lost me for a second.
Like you'll get when you said the Apple Bluetooth was, the Sony Bluetooth was trash, right?
Yeah, it was.
If you try to connect a Sony device to a Windows, it's not going to work as well unless you're directly jacked in, right? If you're doing Bluetooth, but it only works well with another Sony computer. So if you had a Sony Windows computer, oh, you're perfect. Shit is great. It'll cut off automatically when you're not using it. It'll sense all of that shit. Yeah, drivers, right? Or if you're using it with a Apple computer, like a laptop, or you're using it with something else, Apple-wise, it'll work perfectly fine. Bluetooth over Bluetooth, right? But that's like people don't know these little tricks of these brands that do stuff, because I'm gonna tell you why. Remember, people don't realize that the reason why Sony and Apple start getting along, because of the Apple Pay shit.
Yeah.
And guess who owns the NFC thing? It's actually Sony.
Yeah.
So all of that Google Pay when you tap your phone, all of that shit, Sony getting.
Sony, I already know about that. Yeah. Sony's trying to see what's so funny when Steve Jobs passed away. They're trying to take that piece of Apple. That's what's gonna save Apple. That's Sony shit. Yeah. And I'm not mad because I think but Apple is just
Apple. I'm gonna say like
how
this.
Are you?
For far as a phone concerned. Now I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna be totally honest with you. My cousin, he's an IT. He's a COO of an IT
Gone
firm.
Brothers Love,
right? And they just went blue chip stock like right in September when the stock market kind of get rolling after the summer break and stuff like that. When he was opened it up, right? And he told me as a security manager IT for the government with all these government contracts with these Fortune 500 companies, that every Fortune 500 company, and when they CEOs and the sensitive information, corporate espionage, all of them got Apple phones. Their personal phones are Google, whatever, whatever they want, but their corporate phones are all Apple. And it's a reason for it. He says it's a fucking reason for that. He's like, Apple's restrictive as fuck. He told me his IT is a fucking headache. It's restrictive as fuck. Right, because a lot of times when we got to put in programming, we got to contact Apple. We got a certain line that we got to call. And they got to give us certain keys.
You know why? It's a security, but the only way you can get hacked, I hate to say it, someone mentioned this in the chat. They said that how the Indian hackers hack, well, they understand those systems very well, and they hired them too, and Apple too, to break that shit in. I was like, see, that's why I don't trust Apple right there. How can you let a group of guys in the medical industry fuck up your phone? That's why I ain't got Apple, because I don't trust anything they do. I mean, it's cool. I like they little they softwares. Like what you do with your microphones is USB. You can have a splitter, and that's what Kudos tell me. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool and all that, but it's so much of a hassle, because I'll never forget when I used their computers as growing up, it's just, it wasn't for me. That's why I got stuck into Windows and shit.
I'm like, it's like when you growing up on, like, I had to, like the first computer I actually touched was an IBM, right? Which is pretty much a precursor to Microsoft and Macintosh, right?
Yeah. I grew up in Mac and computers growing up, but then eventually I think we went from Macintosh and Windows in my family's house. And then this is when I was like, I did play outside, but I did have computers as leisure. And that was it.
That's what I'm saying. Like, so when I got to junior high school, like middle school, that's when Windows 90, that's when Windows came out.
90, 95, 96, 97, 98. We had it all.
Yeah, so when you was hitting that Control Alt Delete with the goddamn MS DOS,
oh yeah,
I
remember. I was a PC gamer. I was a PC gamer before I had the consoles, and then my first PlayStation was back in, I would say 90s. I would say about I'll say about
PlayStation first game
about 97 for me. 97. I was 9 at the time. 97.
I had a PlayStation, and then I stopped really playing the PlayStation when I got that Dreamcast because the graphics.
Oh, Dreamcast is cold. Yeah. I like
Dreamcast was cold.
I like Dreamcast and like Sega, but Dreamcast didn't last long. I wanted one because I had PlayStation at the time, but I was a PlayStation person still to this day, and I kind of stopped with PlayStation 4 Slim. Once I got the Xbox in, I would say 2019, like the Series S. Woo! I wanted one from 360 because my cousin had one because of the Rainbow Six, and then I finally got an Xbox. I said, I see what they talking about. I started playing the classics. I started backflipping and doing all types of shit.
Hey, sir, but now you
he got a new iMac, right? Like, because you probably came from PC, man. I had that shit. What you need to do is go on YouTube and go to fucking Apple College if you coming from a PC, because it is a jump. It's a lot of things that you used to do, like a lot of things, like, you know, you don't realize how computer savvy you are. Like, what I tell people is a Mac versus a PC. A PC is a manual drive transmission, and a Mac is like automatic.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's automatic, and if you're computer savvy, I don't mind you staying with, you know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? There's a reason why PCs are PCs, why you use PCs. The thing about a Mac is it's expensive, right?
Yeah, it is.
To get into one. But the thing is about a Mac being expensive is that they last longer. They're not.
They last a long time. Yeah.
Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Most of the Macs, I mean, they may use durable products, but good Lord, the components they use, bruh.
Yeah, I'm like, because it's meant for you to just use it. It's not.
If you have the best older ones, like I would say iPhone 4 and all that, they can last.
Oh yeah, the phones. I don't.
I give them that.
What I mean about Mac products is the I don't count the phones. I don't count the phones. Like,
you don't count the phones. You just talk about computers.
No, I'm talking about computers. Like, I'm talking about like laptops. I'm talking about the MacBook.
I give you the laptops. I give you the laptops if you take care of it right.
Like the Mac Minis, and I'm talking about the actual desktops or the iMacs.
I will say the laptop and the desktop. I give you that.
Phones is a fashion statement. Like,
let's pause for a quick second. I hate laptops. I just use them because. You know what I'm saying? Like, if I need something portable, like I bought a new laptop like about 6 months ago or a year ago, and I still haven't plugged it into. Like, I haven't used it in 6 months.
Yeah.
You know, I haven't even hooked it up to the internet. That's how much I hate them.
Use it and edit on them. It is. You know what I do? Let me do the narratives, right? So, like, I'll use so this is what I'll do, right? This is what I do with my Mac. I got an Apple television, right? Damn. And I'll screen share because, you know what I mean, because Apple products can all connect with each other. So I'll sit up here and then I'll turn my TV on, and then I'll use my television as a secondary display with no, you know what I mean, with no lag or nothing. With my Apple television.
I can do that with my LG on a Roku. I have an LG TV with my remote, and especially with my Android. I can do that too with my YouTube by accident and voice command. I'm like, oh shit, Google, why are you doing that to me?
Because of Roku, right? So I'm sitting there and I'm editing, but this is what I actually have. I actually have from my old iMac that I don't use anymore. I actually have the keyboard from my old iMac, right? And then I just connect it, and then I just use the iMac computer, and then because I'm on the thing,
you got a fan, DeAndre.
Huh? No, bro. Like, no, I'm just saying, like, I'm in the video editing. I'm not going to edit shit for a goddamn.
Right.
Like,
truth
I don't
be told,
need,
people like that Apple operating system. I get it.
Yeah, I get it too.
Yeah, Well, is the thing, like it can download faster. That's true. You know what I mean? That's true because like Apple, you got to go in there and you got to do, you got to set the firewall settings to yours is at max on your Mac. When they come out the box, all your firewall security shit is at max. Like you actually literally got to go into security preferences and set it, pull down the sensitivity, and you'll get it faster. You was probably trying to download some stuff off of Chrome or some shit like that, and then he was like, "Nope, you ain't downloading this shit. Nope."
They ain't gonna let you do that.
Nope.
Like, the only person that can handle Chrome, I hate to say, is Android. That's the only one.
It's Android.
I have Android, so I know.
Yeah,
Chrome is a lot faster on Android.
I have not used a Crapple device since my iPod Classic, which still runs.
Yeah, exactly. There you go.
When they canceled that, I was so pissed. I was like, "Fuck them."
Yeah, he said you hate Chrome. Yeah,
I was
never going to... same here. I hate the browser, but the Chromebook is something else. You know,
man, wait a minute.
But I do have a Windows Dell Inspiron, but I'm looking for another one.
Like I'm gonna tell Raven Knight the reason it's not going to change with the video editing thing is because Adobe fucked up the game. Adobe raised their prices.
Yeah, they did.
And
then Mozilla Firefox. Yeah, I still use that on my Windows, man. Yeah.
You know what? I always tell this to content creators. Never buy a laptop, always buy a desktop, and everything you say behind the mic, everything you see on your screen, you should be recording to a hard drive or 2 or 3.
Yeah, you should be.
And for some reason, people don't listen. I'm sitting there like, bro, it's like you have these long streams. Now think about when DeAndre's going on for about 5 or 6 minutes, man, you could clip that and just drop it on your channel and be like, listen to this knowledge right here. This guy knows it. He's over in Japan. He got all these experiences. This is what I always thought. It's like what goes on over here. It was like Obsidian's the only one that does it. Fresh and Fit's the only one else, and Kevin Samuels, and then maybe a half a dozen other people who do that. You got 3-hour live streams. You could have 20 different downloads like that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And for whatever reason, dudes are just like, I ain't gonna do it, man. I lost my stream. I'm like, bro.
Because I'm gonna tell you what it really is, right? It's everybody's doing it because it's fashionable and it's easy. But if you take them cash apps that you get and invest into your platform,
right?
Exactly.
Then
you know what I mean? They ain't gonna do that. They'd rather buy cars, other shit.
Yeah,
and all that. That's what they're doing with their cash apps. Just like DS1 said, they just want to trick off that way. But I hate to say that. I hate to say that. But
listen, man, they taking them cash apps and they buying yeah, like but you know the thing is that like Nerds, he got a Mac, right? So Nerds, you probably you editing, you probably got a because I know he does videos, he does docs and stuff. You probably went to the Final Cut, didn't you? Or you probably went to the Final Cut, didn't you? Because
who's that?
He said buying pussy, exactly. That's what it came.
Yeah, that's what it came. That's what I was about to say. Yeah, man.
Like you probably and the reason why it was is Adobe fucked up the game because I start seeing it from photographers that I follow on YouTube where they say fuck Adobe, they're raising the price of fucking Photoshop and shit.
And you can't just buy it.
Yeah, you can't buy it. You got to pay that subscription.
Or you got to pay like $600 or some ridiculous number.
Yeah, to buy it for life, and then so what I did was I was just watching these guys because everybody was on Premiere. I remember everybody was on Premiere. Right. They were saying Final Cut was trash. My first editing software was Final Cut. Right. The problem is that everybody kept downplaying Final Cut. Right. And I was like, dude, I paid $300 for Final Cut, and I paid for this shit back in like 2011. And I get all the free updates, and it's mine for life.
You know, I started doing that.
That you need an Apple computer. You can't.
What do you call that stuff? There was this one, like you guys remember Super Paint back in the day, right?
Yeah.
Well, there's a drafting program because I'm an armchair engineer, meaning I don't know shit about engineering, but I like to dabble in it.
Yeah.
And I bought this it was on a disc. This is my thing. Best Buy is gonna go out of business at some point. And it's like when it comes to programs like that, I like taking it from one computer to another. I don't want to deal with any online type stuff. I mean, give me updates and stuff like that, but I want to own my stuff.
Yeah, sure.
You talking about Best Buy? Oh man, that's gonna be
Power Director. That's I
Yeah.
haven't used it yet.
That.
The only thing what's gonna hurt Best Buy is like if you have these Amazon and things like that. I don't even trust Amazon because they gonna have to step up a lot because everybody's doing the delivery things. But see, what's hurting Best Buy is delivery. Now the tech stuff. I just saw Fry's went out of business. Now Best Buy is still standing, and you know they try and take their spot. And then you have another company trying to do the same thing online. You know, I don't know what's going to replace it now. BrandSmart, I remember years ago was trying to do that too because I don't know if they're still in business now. Because
I still remember when Radio Shack could.
I remember Radio Shack too.
Oh yeah, Radio Shack, man. Like,
I remember that.
Radio Shack. Radio Shack had 80% of the U.S. population within 15 or 20-minute drive of every Radio Shack.
Right.
Yep.
And now they're gone.
In Alpharetta, it had like 75-80% in tech too with Fry's. And when I went to Fry's the first time in Georgia, man, I said, "Oh my God, man!" Everybody was there.
I didn't even know that there were Fry's outside of California and Arizona.
Yeah, Fry's in Georgia. Yeah, it was big in Alpharetta at the time. It was still someone told me in the brain just it went out of business. Well, the reason they just couldn't compete. They just got tired of it. Fry's Electronics. They had every old CDs that you want, like music, PC, you name it, video games, Xbox, place, all that shit, man.
I'm gonna tell you why Best Buy is still around because you have that late boomer Xer and you got us like early millennial generation that remember walking
around. They keeping around, man. And not only that, it's those damn cameras. I hate to say it. If you want to buy a great lens like DeAndre, they sell them at Best Buy like Japan. See, that is what's keeping that shit alive. Japan, it's China and Japan keeping it alive. That's why you ain't gonna get rid of it.
I'll tell you this about Best Buy. I have a love-hate relationship with purchasing managers of all companies.
Right.
It's like, man. Think about like your department stores. Why so many of them went out of business? They basically ignored the man, the blue collar guy that wears a t-shirt and jeans every day. This whole idea that only women and children buy clothing is nonsense because a man was buying it. And when you limit a man's choices and what he can buy, he's going to go elsewhere. This is how you had South Pole. You had what was that one? The one with the rhino on it. All these other clothing.
Echo. You talking about Echo Unlimited? Yeah, I remember that.
It came out of nowhere. And it's like, damn, nobody's catering to us. And then Levi's thought about like, we effed up in the 90s or the late 90s, early 2000s.
I remember the Levi's. But there's Buddy Lee's. Yeah,
and it's like the only place a man can buy clothes, well, my size, I'm like 6'5". And it's like, I got to go online.
Oh, we're the same height. Oh, you worse than fat.
I'm 6'5", 250, man. My fight weight was about 220.
I'm going to say like this, man. I'm going to see, this is, like my I think my boy, right? He started doing something. He started making extra money in Japan. Started making extra money, dumb money, right? So a pair of Levi's will run you like after they kind of like went down in the 90s, a pair of Levi's will run you like $20-$30, right? Yeah. Maybe that. A male pair of Levi jeans in Japan will run you $50 to $80.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? True. He was killing it. He was killing it. And then, you know what he first started off did? He sent his mama and told her to go to the white people's Goodwill first to get the Levi's. Like, to get them from these sizes, right? She said, baby, those are women's sizes. He said, nah, get them. Because, Asian dudes are built like real fucking So she went through that, because if you go to the white people's Goodwill, but, what he was saying is the Goodwill in the nice neighborhood. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So he went over there, she got it, right? He sent it. He took it to this store, this boutique down in Harajuku, right? They gave him, he had like, I think 20 pairs of pants and some shorts, right? Just some cut off shorts or whatever. They paid this dude $20,000 for them shits.
God.
You know what I mean? $20,000 because I didn't realize. I said, well, why is Levi so expensive in Japan? And the lady told me because denim is actually used to when you make kimonos to cut it out. It's actually used as the pattern to cut out. They don't, you know what I mean? So jeans didn't come into a thing of prominence in Japan until the actual, like, you know, like the 50s, 60s. Even though Americans been wearing jeans forever, they was just not a material that they would use. They would use that material. And then if you did get some jeans, like I got some jeans where it's actually like the Japanese jeans, where it's denim. It's that good denim, that thick ass denim.
Yeah.
But the designs on it, it's sewn in. It's actually like sewn in designs. Like it's like sewn in with the thread, with the silk thread and all that shit. I got like 6 pairs of them pants. Them shits cost like $300.
Yep.
Like $300 a piece. Remember they was coming out with them damn what was they calling them damn jeans? Like I think it was like when the niggas was wearing the fucking throwbacks. It was them jeans from Japan where like Bathing Ape was popping. I forgot what they was calling it.
The Bathing Ape, yeah, they still
Bathing
got
Ape
those.
was denim. It was
But those damn Gucci clothes that these young people be wearing, I just shake my head at them. I'm like, why y'all like that shit? Louis Vuitton, like they don't even care nothing about you like that. But it's funny though to me. I mean, these kids love them things, man.
Well, I'm gonna tell you like this.
My money's legit.
I'm gonna be honest with you, right? I'm gonna be just totally honest with you, right?
Go ahead.
It's like Eversuits, Eversuit jeans.
Eversuits,
yeah, Eversuits. And Eversuits is only just old ass shit that's made, right?
Raven Knight said raised on TV facts.
They raised on TV, but here's the biggest thing. It's like every generation got their thing that they into.
Right.
So the Louis Vuitton, the Gucci shit, if you go and look back, right? If you go look back in like the 60s and the 70s and stuff, that's them suits, them leisure suits that the
I remember.
Those were Louis Vuitton suits. Those were you know what I mean? Those were Gucci suits.
I see.
Yeah. So it didn't go away. It's just that when we came out with our hip hop brands in you know our thing, and then they got sold off to these other people that, you know, the guys wanted to get from under it because the people were going to Dr. J's selling that shit wholesale. When wholesale started coming out on the internet, that basically killed the clothing game. They destroyed it. They just destroyed the clothing game. And then Dr. J's is basically they just basically going to Korea and selling you shit. They just and if you actually looked at the quality of Dr. J's, it was the shit that in Korea that they couldn't ship in the stores because they had some type of defect.
Right.
That's all Dr. J's was selling. They were selling defective clothes. They were selling clothes that they passed the initial inspection, but they had another thing that was fucked with, and then they passed they get on the shipping inspection, and then instead of the companies just throwing it in the trash, then this dude came around and brought their shit bulk. Brought they, you know what I mean? So, you know, because it costs money for disposal. So if someone's going to pay you for that, and then you still get the tax break of the loss of the disposal of the defect on the second layer of the QA, the quality assurance, then Dr. J's was selling the shit online. But that actually, you know, because the maker of what? Like Adidas, right? Or all these other brands.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
My Adidas. That's because of sports and shit. Yeah. Everybody's wearing Adidas.
1930?
It's been around way longer than that. Yeah, that's from another country.
So,
and just like Converse, I remember Converse shoes, and my dad remember those high tops growing up because he's almost 70.
Listen, man, you ever play basketball in some old school ass Converses?
Yeah, they ain't shit. They're good to style in. Like I hate to say in the hood wise, if you're from the West Coast, and like those West Coast gotta tell you that's from Compton, whatever, because I have some folks out there and they'll tell you they're good to style in, but not to play in.
Like lugs. Lugs look good before you buy them. You put them on, you like, damn, why did I buy them?
Why I buy them? Yeah, I remember lugs. Yeah, they were terrible.
Lugs, lugs. Was it Devon Dutch the rock?
They try to be like Timberland. That's what hurt them.
Yeah, well, they were a cheap Timberland. Because you go buy some Timberlands, you keep them clean. They're sweet.
Yeah, I had some Tims in the day. I used to have some gold Tims, the originals, and now I almost had the duckhead shoes that Kuda was talking about. Yeah, I fucks with shoes like that in the wintertime. Now, if I had some nice jeans and Nike khakis with them, Yeah, I got some Fat Farms, so I still got some burgundy Fat Farms. I'll be walking around in my backyard like when it's cold.
You know what's funny, right? I didn't really like think about winter because it's San Diego, right?
Yeah.
Until I was in my 30s, I'm like, what are you motherfuckers talking about winter for? I don't get that. I just put on a sweatshirt, man. Then I spent a few almost damn near 2 decades driving a truck. Now I'm like, oh man, wintertime, yeah, whatever.
Yeah, like you don't remember Mountain Gears?
Oh yeah, I remember Mountain Gears. Yeah, I remember Mountain Gears.
Look, I brought them shits was comfortable than a motherfucker.
Yeah.
And them shits was comfortable. Like everybody, like like in Baltimore, everybody was on Timberlands because that was the style in the 90s, with the New York thing, because what I'm saying, or whatever. I got a pair of Timberlands. They was cool, but they weren't comfortable. Like Mountain Gears were comfortable, and them polo boots was comfortable.
I remember those Mountain Gear boots, and I do remember Timberlands. Now Timberlands can be uncomfortable if you wear them too much, but I broke mine in to make them comfortable. I'm sorry, like they lasted for like 3 to 4 years for me, and I was trying to buy some more. So
3 to 4 years is a long time before I drove a truck.
Yeah,
now it's like 3 to 4 years.
I walked miles in those. But it took time. But I took care of them. That's the thing. I didn't wear them a lot. I had like different pairs of shoes. I had athletic shoes and those.
Like he was the trick with Timberlands, right?
Yeah,
it's like 3-4 years. That's about normal now because I don't really walk nowhere.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Yeah. Now you was almost 5, 6. 7,
Yeah.
Well, I got shoes that are 3 years old. I probably wore once.
I got shoes that are like 4 years old, and I still wear them around the house, and they're in good condition. I haven't worn them in a bit when I start moving outside the city. Yeah, I don't walk around as much either. So,
man, a lot of years I used to never buy white shoes.
Yeah, same here.
And then I
drove it's usually dark. It's dark and color shoes for me. Yeah.
I started buying just mostly black shoes, and for a long time, this girl I used to date, she was like, do you ever buy any? I mean, do you ever have any other shoes? I says, what are you talking about? This is like my 4th pair. We didn't come out. They didn't have a stuff on them or anything.
I buy shoes, but it's what's another thing is that I had to like my uncle put me on this shit. Some OGs told me, and he told me, and my OG told me, he said, "Hey man, we going to this is my first deployment." And he said, "Man, we're going to Italy and we're going to hit Milan." And I was like, "All right." He said, "You need to put at least $800 to the side." And I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? He said, just trust me, put $800 to the side. I don't even think you need that much, but just put $800 to the side. So we go to Milan. We get to Milan, and he takes me to the cobbler and shit, right? I ain't been to a cobbler, since my mom was alive, because she used to get her heels redone if she broke a heel. When women actually wore like shoes. Heels that
back when they wore clothing.
Yeah. Things like that, right? Classic shit, right? You know what I mean? Going out the house with a dress and shit, looking good. You know what I mean? So I go to the cobbler and he was like, okay, yeah, he said a man always needs 3 pairs of shoes. He needs some dress shoes, you know what I'm saying? And the dress shoes that you need a black pair of dress shoes, maybe a brown or blue pair of dress shoes, and then you need a casual pair of shoes. Casual pair, right? So them shoes that the guys got, but in Europe they call them driving shoes. You know what I'm saying? The driving shoes and shit. Like the Pumas got them, like them kind of narrow shoes that, like, if you go in the Puma store, they got them, right? So I was like, all right. So we sitting there, and the cobbler's measuring my feet. He's up there, got the thing to measure the toes and shit, the width and all of that shit. So these shoes cost a total of, this was 30,000 lira. This is before the euro, right? So this is, everybody still had their own currency. It was pesetas in Spain, and it was francs in France. You know what I'm saying? And Deutschmarks in Germany. So it took me like 2 days to make it. So we in Milan, and he takes me down the street, and I get these slacks made like that actually fit me. Like, something about buying clothes that you get them tailored to fit your ass, that they don't come off the rack. Like the waist is perfect. You know what I'm saying? You get that little button to let it out a little bit, the little thing right on the sides. I got 2 pairs of jeans made. I got some shirts, some polo shirts made. Like, You know what I'm saying? Like the 3-button shirts and shit like that. Got all of these things made, and then I got a suit made, Italian suit. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? Maltesian silk suit. It was in Milan and shit. So all of this came up to about almost $600. So I still saved some money. I don't have the suit anymore, but I still got the jeans and the slacks, and I still got all of my shoes. And this was like 2001. Still got all.
Damn.
2001.
That's decades ago. That's like
20
years ago. That's 20 years. That's 20 years ago.
Yeah, like he told me how to take care of them. And he told me, he said, listen, every couple of years, take him to a cobbler. Don't take him to no person that fix heels. No, you got to find a cobbler and see if he's old. It's an old man. And you take him to that old man, and that old man will know how to bring it back.
Oh, have y'all seen the movie The Cobbler by Adam Sandler? Adam Sandler, The Cobbler, that movie. I saw that on Netflix, man. The way he was fixing them shoes. It had some magic, man. Like, and then he showed downstairs about the evil cobblers that his dad owned. Like, every famous person wore those shoes. And once he got in his car at the tail end of the movie, right? If you watch the movie, he said, yeah, there's others. I said, what? He said, there's others. He's trying to tell him, like, the mob, like the rivals. I said, oh, shit. I wish they'd make a part 2, but it was Adam Sandler. If you watch the movie called Cobbler, like, this entirety, it's talking about shoes and shit. Like,
man,
damn.
people, like, you know what actually kind of put me in the algorithm of the quote unquote manosphere, right? Was when I was watching a lot of the men's thing. You know, when, like, I think it was 2016 when men start dressing like men, like they start putting on suits and you know, they start having armbands and the ties and stuff.
I was out of it at the time. I was looking for a job at the time. You know, I was in the workplace.
You know what I mean? Like dressing like they was in like the 20s. They were walking around, you know, putting on suits or wearing certain items of clothing that made them a part of, you know what I mean? Just a break from it. And it's men that still do it. It's still black men that still do it and stuff like that. And that got me into you know, the haberdashery and stuff. They got me back into it, like real heavy and stuff. You know what I'm saying? They got me back into it. And I was like, man, you know, but I was like, shit, man, I gotta go. But at the time, I gotta go to these meetings and shit. So, you know, I'm stepping in there. The dudes got they fresh cut European Susie Japanese dudes. I'm having these goddamn conversations and shit. And I'm over here looking like Steve Harvey with these goddamn chitlin circuit preacher suits on, these wide legs and shit, nigga. I'm like, oh, bro, we gotta get rid of these bitches. So I had to go get me some suits made and shit. You know what I mean? So I went ahead and you know, I did the nigga shit. I flew to Thailand.
Right.
Nigga, let me go do some nigga shit. I'm gonna go fly to Thailand.
Right.
Nigga, that Thai silk is amazing, nigga. That shit is look, man. That shit is amazing, nigga.
Hell yeah.
Hey, man. Like, hey, you know what I'm saying? Like that shit was great, man. He said I got shit like that from the 90s. Yeah, man. Like, remember old dude had that classic, man, video. He was with Janelle Monáe.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Jebediah. I think his name is Jebediah or whatever. He's like half white and Nigerian.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah. Okay. So they was asking him. He said more colorful snakeskin shoes is for pimps. Yes.
Oh yeah.
But I ain't gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. I love Boardwalk Empire and Peaky Blinders. And the reason why I love the show is, you know, I love the way that it's portrayed, even from a cinematic standpoint. But I love the clothes, the suits, those wingtips. I'm a wingtip dude.
Ain't no wrong wingtips. Yeah.
Those gangster wingtips, the brown and whites, the black and whites, the blue and whites. You know what I'm saying? I for some reason, you know, I mean, the gangster. I call them the gangster shoes, right? I love that shit. But when I was watching old dude Jebediah with the Classic Man thing, he actually told him. I think he was on like Hot 97. He was asking him like, man, where you get them suits from? He said, nah, man. He said, I got a stylist with me that's a seamstress and stuff. And we go to the thrift store. And I go get these suits and we take them in and tailor them up. You know what I'm saying? And that's how I put my fits together. He said, I don't spend no more than $100 for these suits that would actually, if you try to get these made, would cost you $6,000, $7,000, $1,000 a pop. Like, I was like, wow. Like, you know what I mean? I hate seeing fathers show up at a children's graduation with those cheap linen suits and cheap Stacey Adams. Man, who is
Yeah. Them Stacey Adams something else. Yeah. No hate on them though. You know, I ain't got nothing.
Yeah, Mr. Bentley. Yo, they used to get Bentley. Yo, Bentley Farnsworth. Was it Farnsworth? He used to be Puffy's butler or something. Puffy's butler. Bentley Farnsworth.
Oh, yeah. I know you're talking about.
Yeah, he was doing that like before it was a popular thing. Him and Andre 3000.
Well, what do they call them now? Personal assistants now.
Yeah.
Back when they had that one. What was that one that?
Yeah, I like Stacey Adams too. The 80s
Pastor Cavassier a video. He called him a man. He said every man should have a manservant. That's what he called him.
Oh yeah,
remember that shit? Yeah, that was all right.
Think about it, like Batman had Alfred, nigga.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Bruce Wayne. Yeah,
Alfred, the old OSS agent, man. Like,
hell yeah.
You know what's an underrated show? Was actually Gotham. Gotham was actually an underrated show because they actually show what Alfred.
The reason I like Batman over Superman, man, like just Flash and what's the name, Green Lantern and a few other guys.
Superman's OP, man.
Man,
I can't say
Superman, like Superman to me, like
he's overpowered, man. Sorry.
No, you know what overrated. He is? Like, think about it like this.
His weakness is a damn planet that kills him. That just turned me off. Like when I was a kid, I used to get into him, but I couldn't stand him, man. I was like,
I'm gonna tell you what Superman is.
He got his underwear on the outside of his clothes.
You know what Superman is?
That too.
I'm gonna tell you what Superman is.
Go ahead, Dre.
Superman is the gynocracy.
Yes. Thank you.
You know what I'm saying? Because think about it, right? Listen, I know Superman is the gynocracy. Because I'm gonna tell you like this, right?
Raven,
every Kryptonian that he meets was like, "You didn't take this bitch over yet? The fuck is you doing?" Like,
I know. What the fuck is you doing? I used to get mad every time. I just couldn't get into him. Like as a kid, I had his figurines and everything, but I always loved Batman for some reason because he always picked shit apart. He had the best villains.
Probably because he talks like this. My name is Batman. Batman. Who walks around with his underwear outside too, like Superman.
But he has gadgets that can pull him up.
And it's those wonderful toys.
Hey, no. Listen, my introduction to Batman was the Adam West Batman.
Like, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You was with Eartha Kitt on there, and you was like, Robin, yes, Batman, if I could just reach my bat utility belt.
But you know, I've been following Batman for years as a kid, even the cartoon. But when I had that figurine in that car, that Batmobile, I said,
yeah, bro. Like,
But Joker's kind of like Venom and Spider-Man and Batman. That's the only reason I like them too, because they're very similar.
You know what the Joker is? The Joker is actually Carnage with no superpower.
Yeah, he's Carnage, but he's a combination of Venom and I don't want to say the Green Goblin because that's what he reminds me of the Spider-Man. If you really think about it, like the same villains that they have on different superhero platforms. And I always know it's like, why in the fuck? Okay, so Spider-Man, you crawl up the walls, right? Batman's got the little gadget he be flying. I'm like, why I like these superheroes? And I don't even like Superman, the ones that's OP.
You know what? I'm gonna tell you like this.
I'm an Iron Man guy.
I was not
Iron Man. Iron Man's cold. Yeah,
listen, I was not a Spider-Man fan. I was a Daredevil fan.
Oh, Daredevil, he's cool too. I like them three. Daredevil, Spider-Man.
I was a Daredevil fan because Daredevil was Marvel's version of like if Batman was broke.
I agree with that.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Because actual Marvel's version of Batman with superpowers is like Black Panther, right? You know what I mean? And we're talking about Detective Batman that fuck criminals up.
I'm
talking about that Batman, like the one that actually used to carry the sidearm. He used to carry a gun.
Have you guys seen Venom 2?
I haven't seen it, man. I've been seeing it like see this is the problem where I hate y'all, right? No, for real, man, because I gotta wait for these motherfuckers over here to basically like dub the fucking movie or have a subtitle so these motherfuckers listen, man. I'm gonna tell you the strangest shit being in the Japanese movie theater. There's three things, right? One, you can actually carry food in the Japanese movie theater. Okay, that's one, right? So you ain't got to sneak shit in, right?
Oh my God, you're actually about to go in,
right? Number two. I'm gonna tell you the other shit, right? Imagine you laughing at something that happens on the screen, and then 2 minutes later, everybody else start laughing.
Oh my God!
And shit ain't funny, right? And you like, what the fuck is going on? And my wife had to tell me, she said, because of the subtitles, they got to read it and then the joke got to register, right? And sometimes you cracking up and they looking at you like you crazy. And then you look on the screen, it's nothing but dots because there's no translation for what just happened. What they said on the screen. You know what I'm saying? So number three, you know how we just get up out of the movie theater and leave when the credits roll? Especially like Marvel movies, you know not to do that, right?
Hey, I had a buddy of mine walk outside, then call me up right in the middle of the damn scene.
You know what I'm saying? So, but we just get up once we see the credits rolling, we just get up and leave, right? Okay. Japanese, it's disrespectful for you to get up while the credits are rolling. You better wait to the end of them credits and then to turn the lights on and carry your ass out. And everybody stands up and bows at the movie thing, at the fucking screen. Thank you for doing this fucking movie and walk out. Yo, those are the three things that I can't stand about being in Japanese movies.
You know, I tell you like this. Most of the time, man, you know what? If I was a movie maker, I would be like, hey, look what Marvel doing. We gotta steal that shit, man. We gotta get some writers.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you, there's a lot of good stories out there, man. It's just that Hollywood don't want to make them.
Well, they keep
doing the same thing over and over again.
Yeah, you know what? Here's my other thing, right? Here's my other thing. Like everybody's on this Squid Game shit, right? Right, that came out, right?
Squid Game, yeah.
I don't watch Netflix, so I don't know what anything you're talking about.
Okay,
except
so Squid Game is like Asians are good at horror movies and thrillers because it's their shit, right? It's like the way they do horror movies and thrillers makes it's good, right? It's good because they have some crazy shit like The Grudge. That's a Japanese horror movie. They're good at that shit, right? So, okay, Squid Game. If you ever watch Gantz, right, is the Korean version of Gantz. It's like a survival game and shit like that, right?
Wait a minute, just to interject just a little bit. Japanese game shows are fucking hilarious.
Man,
they are.
Yes. No. The late night ones. I'm gonna tell you about a crazy.
Well, over there it's late night.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you a crazy Japanese game, right? So this is what they literally did. They brought in these adult film actresses, right? They brought them in. The dudes was sitting there, right? This is late night. This is on regular Japanese television. This is 1 o'clock in the morning. These guys that are known actors and shit, they would win an extra. They was playing this game. You would win money, and whoever gets the most money at the end of the game, right? They get to keep the money. So they were trying to see who the fastest who can get up to $10,000. Now you're asking yourself, why did they bring in adult film actresses? The adult film actresses, or the porn stars, but they call them adult film actresses, right? AV idols. The chick was little. She walked in. She said, hello, whatever. They do a little bow because they don't treat their hoes like we treat our hoes. You know, they actually hold a respectable part of the community. You know what I'm saying? They actually look at them with, grace and leisure, right?
Well, hell, like it's important for a man, to empty his balls,
Yeah, exactly, right? So what she did was
pipes. Shout out to Obsidian.
So this is the funny part. She bows. She's real respectful. Then she goes out of camera view. The guy's sitting in the chair. They strap him in the chair. They're asking him as myriad of questions while this chick is giving him head. And if he nuts before he answers the question, he doesn't make as much money. So it's like the price is right. This meter's going up, right? And then she stands up, right? She stands up, right? She wipes them out, whatever. She stands up and she bows and walks off, and then another chick comes. They, you know what I mean? Like, they got a lot of these broads, and then they have them standing there. And then she even tells the dude, "Thank you for allowing me to suck your dick" in Japanese. The shit is fucking a lot. This is fucking, like, I'm sitting here like, oh my God, I see why these white dudes want these Asian bitches. But this ain't really reality, nigga.
Think about it like this. You got Western chicks, overweight, angry as fuck about something that never happened to them. And you say, well, what's the obvious? You know, somebody who's smaller, who's not going to try to fight you every 2 seconds or piss you off. Now, don't get me wrong. Every woman's going to piss you off. But
yeah, of course. Yeah.
And you think of it, they a lot of the time they actually have fathers. And you like, damn, where's the downside beyond the laws?
But that's what I mean. It's like it's Japanese game shows are wild, man. They had one chick, they had her sitting in a chair, and they did the same thing to the females, right? But they had her sitting on a vibrator.
Right? Oh shit.
Yeah, they had her literally sitting in the chair, and it was a vibrator. They had her legs up a little bit, but you didn't like. They didn't show her legs, but they just showed her in the chair, and she's up there trying to answer these fucking questions, man. And then they start turning up the goddamn volume on it. The host fucking with this chick, like turning it up and down, turning it up and down, turning it up and down and shit. They doing shit like making them like, you know what I mean, like bust balloons with their butt cheeks and their titties. It's like this is on like 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. This is normal.
Wow.
This is normal. This is normal. My kids, like, I came in like, and the first time I saw it, I'm like, what are my kids watching? You know what I mean? They got sons and shit, man. It's like they like 16, 7. They cracking up, right? It's the weekend. I'm like, what y'all watching? And they look at me and shit. I was like, you know, and it's in Japanese, and I'm like, all right, I got kids. When I ask them a question and they get quiet and look at each other and don't tell me immediately what they watching, I said, what we watching here? And he was like, and like the one, you know, the oldest one tried to grab a remote and change it. I said, nah, nigga, we here now.
We here now. This is a man's conversation now, nigga.
Right? And I'm over here watching the shit with them, and I'm cracking the fuck up. And they over here, they start laughing, you know, that weird laugh, like, oh, Dad caught us. Is he's like really gonna, like, is he really laughing? Like, no, this shit is funny. You watching shit. Fuck this. This is man shit.
Oh, my father used to do that to me all the time when I was young. Like, if I watched something wild like that, he'd be busting out like me and my sister, man. And it's a privilege though. Like when your dad catches you something, if he likes the shit, he be busting out laughing too. I'll be laughing too. But it's funny as hell, man.
Listen, you know, as a child, you see something and you watch as a child, you kind of and then you get older, that shit hit different.
Oh yeah,
it just cracks you up.
It just crack. I'm gonna tell you another one, man. My uncle, the first Japanese anime that I ever watched was Fist of the North Star, the movie, right? Mm-hmm. And and people don't know this shit. Y'all niggas got it good, right? He had to literally drive to Delaware and be a part of this Japanese anime club and get it on VHS, like videotapes. Like they had to literally smuggle this shit in the country. So I'm watching Fist of the North Star, Ninja Scroll, and fucking Demon City Shinjuku. Now that's the Demon City Shinjuku is tentacle porn. Like that's all that shit is. Like that's just, like, you know what I'm saying? And the only reason why he didn't show it to me, he usually cut it off after Ninja Scroll, so we thought the movie was over with. So when I get older, my cousin's like, hey, I'm gonna show you this. Dad, Mom out the house. You know what I'm saying? I said, okay, we watching Fist of the North Star. He said, yeah, but watch this. And he fucking fast forward. We up here watching Demon City Shinjuku, and it's like little old Japanese man fighting. And then the chick turns into a spider, right?
Uh-huh.
And then the chick pussy start turning into like a spider mouth and shit. Right? And I was like, what the fuck just happened? Right. And then the dude get away from the chick, right? And then he runs into this other chick, and the chick starts melting onto this motherfucker, like trying to kill him and shit. Like it's this crazy. So I'm like, what the fuck is this shit about? And it's all about them urban legends about these man eaters and shit like that. not so stupid Ninja Warrior. No one. What was it? It was some Asian dude from the 80s. He made several ninja action movies. Yeah, I remember that. American Ninja, whatever the fuck. Yeah. American Ninja 1 through 3, 5, 4. I think 4 or some shit. Yeah, listen, man. I started getting into Japanese anime and shit. And you know why I started getting into it? Because it was the first time that when you're that young, like 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, all of the stories you were told that the good guy always win at the end, right?
Yeah, anime,
No,
don't work all the time.
No, you die, bro. Niggas is dying. Like it's 50-50. Like the like if you look at Fist of the North Star, right? You watch the movie, Rao and him fought, and this nigga Ken still lost his bitch.
Yeah. That's just like in certain, I hate to say, even in American what you call hero movies or things like that, the heroes get killed eventually. Like they have to have a series, but the villains always win. Like it's a series. There's a reason for that. You know, the antagonists always have a what you call a poker face in the chess card, man.
Yeah, like
and they're relatable. That's why me and Kuda always said they're relatable, man. They're relatable.
Or the hero, like the hero, like think about it like this, right? When I would watch a Japanese animation, the hero would come in, and then the villain would do some shit, like kill his parents or whatever, some crazy shit like that.
Right.
And then when the villain would get in his monologue, right? You know that monologue, like I did it, you're going to blah, blah, blah. And you know, in America, you know, in westernized, like, you know, movie telling, the hero's like, why don't you just say you're sorry? I'm just going to let you live because it's the right thing to do. And then the villain basically attacks him, and then the hero, in self-defense, in a quick moment, he kills the villain, but he didn't mean to, and he's going through all of this shit. Nah. The villain be talking in the middle of a monologue, and the hero will chop his fucking head off. It ain't no fucking coming back from that. You know what I mean? We gonna follow through. We gonna kill all of that shit. Like it's like, you know what I mean? You get different types of heroes, but somebody got
something to back chat for you, DeAndre.
Yeah, somebody got to die, bro. Like it's like it's actually the proper way to tell stories. You know what I mean? Because you're teaching your kids that, like, you're teaching your kids that as long as you do the right thing, everything will work out. No, niggas. No, you're doing the right thing because it's the right thing to do. Like,
yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, you got to stand on your disrespect.
Yeah.
Oh, what?
I don't even know what that says. In the back chat, I don't know what that says.
No. The private chat in the stream. What?
Yeah.
It's chin strap season. They chin strapping.
Oh, yeah. That's over. But you know, I'm sky watching.
Anytime somebody mentions
no. Sir Ism's on the panel though.
Sir Ism, because Ism was bad. Ism was fired today.
I know he was fired. Look, he's going on tour. He was over in Tennessee cutting up. Why? Because I see into his 2 hour straight. I've been on here for 7 hours. I might cut it in a few minutes. I'm gonna watch this.
Okay,
shit.
Because
I gotta do a Thursday Thrills later on, and it's Eastern time right now, 3:15 right now. I got a couple more hours to do that. I mean, it's gonna be later in the night. You know, because I gotta expound on that. I gotta write some shit down what I saw. Was say like Wednesday in the situation, but I ain't gonna go into it. I'm just gonna see what I'm not gonna say much. I'm just gonna be brief. I'm gonna be like, okay, and what I see as a black sector, and I'm just gonna be like, okay. And I had to go back to the stream that I did what I said outside, and I'm like, yeah.
You know some real shit, man. I'm gonna blame. You know what I'm gonna do, man? I'm gonna blame Kuda. It's his fault.
Yeah.
I'm gonna blame
Kuda. He love that woman. He love that woman, man.
No. He brought the raggedy ass bitch in. So that's
and look at his chat room. Not saying y'all, but the ones that be contrarian. Those are from the beast sector.
Yeah.
We're talking about the leech. We ain't gonna call her beach. We call it the leech. She's antagonistic. Anytime me and Dis want to be shaking our heads, she said she's full of babble. I said, yeah. And he said that in the self-lashing when I cammed up. I said, I just can't be on the panel with her. I'm sorry. I mean, no disrespect, but she came at me a couple of times on the third shift. I'll never forget it. And like trying to, I'm like, chill. Don't you got a family?
Yeah, I don't know.
What's your problem? Yeah, but she comes from that sector that be doxing people, you know, and I don't co-sign.
No, they be doxing people
for sport, man. They just do it religiously.
That's just wrong.
Yeah,
I'm not a dox. Listen, man,
but I understand. I know they do it for money, and I know Cluster be in that shit too. Like, you know, with starring them, but I just can't do it. You know, I respect Cluster. I said, Cluster, we cool, but don't do that stuff.
I'm gonna tell you what it really is, man. It's not Ism up there. Oh no, Sheila up there. Okay.
Yeah, I don't get into beefs, man. I don't understand them. I'm like, if you run in a business, it's like putting politics in it. It's kind of like, hey,
what it is, the tricky is don't get it in the comments. That's how it started. And normally don't go to sectors that try to claim fake beef, and 9 out of 10 they end up getting popped by a real person. And I told this to somebody in the self live stream, just be careful when you step on toes. Me and this one was discussing back and forth, and I say he was on fire over at Kane God's channel. Yeah, he got a little fiery over at Kane the God's stream yesterday morning, and I was impressed with DS1. I was impressed.
Yo,
had great profound stuff. Yeah,
I'm gonna be honest with you. There's a lot of channels I just unsubscribed from because of the beefs. I couldn't take them anymore.
Yeah,
you can disagree.
I kind of fall back. Yeah,
you can disagree, be respectful. We can have fun, but it's just like, bro, shit got personal. I can't do it.
Yeah,
I like to always also say that goats are not humans.
I know who you represent. Oh shit! Come on,
I'm not getting in that, man.
Hey! He did run out of cool to chat when he tried to troll me that time. I was up there when I said that shit. That nigga ran.
Yeah, he ran. He's scared of what you call cerulean, but all right, now we be messing with SKC. He's my boy though. He's great.
Yeah, hey, and that's how you troll him. That's how you troll him,
man. You got to be cool with him. It's kind of like nose to nose. It ain't nothing personal. I mean, he threw shots at me on his channel, and I laugh. And it's funny though because Tyrone Church said, "I like this." No, it ain't no hatred. It's just he fucks with my content. I fuck with his. Like he could take this stream, like we talk about a little bit of politics, and he can spread it around. He has my permission. I ain't gonna flag him for that. I ain't one of these YouTubers like, hey, you stealing my content. I ain't with all that. No. I'm trying to fix this shit.
You know, if I was ever to use somebody else's content and I couldn't get a hold of them, bro, I would be, hey, this is where I got it. You guys can watch the rest. I'm gonna give you a little sample here. Say what I gotta say and move on. You know, publicity. There's no such thing as bad publicity.
Right.
Yeah,
and it's like a lot of people are like, oh, you're using my content to make money. I'm like, bro, you understand that that's in the rules of YouTube, right?
Yeah,
you can go ahead and take somebody's content and say, all right, you know, I may play, you know, part of it to respond to it. Me personally, I ain't doing all that. That's crazy talk because you know how things go these days.
Yeah.
Well, you know, here's the funny part, right? Like, remember I was up there on Sheila's panel and Hood Conservative showed up. Right?
Oh yeah, I remember that. I was up there.
And you know, he tried to do the same thing with the asking of the question, but not answering the question. And that he would ask. And I basically said this. I said, look, man. And I said, I'm gonna tell everybody here, this is the problem that you run into when you're talking to people like this. Is they're asking you a question to box you in because their reply is going to come off of being a contrarian to anything that you have to actually say. They don't actually stand on anything. And the thing that they stand on is so fragile that you can always trace it back to pussy. And the pussy that they're not getting, that they want to get, but they don't admit to getting it, right? It has nothing. Like I'm give you a perfect example, right? If, you know, and just say this to War Master. If all black women started voting on the Conservative Party, these motherfuckers would be Democrats.
Oh hell yeah! Oh hell yeah! Oh hell yeah!
No, just on some contrarian shit. So the only thing that can help these niggas is to get a couple of black women lined up that's going to take an L for the team and get these niggas some pussy. That's it. That's all.
That's it.
That's simple. Like when we actually sat up here and had the conversation, you know, it might have sounded like, you know, War Master may have been in that tinge, but the longer we talk to him, the more I understand. No, he's a conservative. Like he stands.
Yeah, he stands on this principle. But the whole string was about liberalism. But see, I was coming from an angle when people misuse the ideology. Now everybody's got different perspectives. Like Mike V, that was a good back and forth, and it was respectful. It's kind of like the first conservatism string that we had with SKC. Now, I want people just to challenge my point, and I just sit back and give you the question. What do you think about it? I'm giving you the question. I don't see what your answer is, what you stand on, and then his point. If y'all disagree, that's cool. You know, it's a conversation. It ain't like a debate. We're having a decent conversation. I can look back the beginning of the string. I can say we did good. This is kind of like Cerulean and the General almost, until they had a little comrade argument, but then they calmed down at the tail end of it. That's the beauty of that. And he said, "We can respect the man.
You know, you can respect men who are passionate about their point of view. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, even when
you can't respect a wailing child. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. There you go.
Now I'll be that dude in the comment section. If a woman can't yell over me, right? I'll have that with her for weeks, back and forth. Like I went in with this one chick. I ain't gonna name her name. I got nothing bad to say about her, but it was just like she was hating life because she was old and busted and couldn't have a man and couldn't have the man when she had the chance to have a man. And I had to explain to her, say, look. Old women aren't useless, but they're less valuable than a normal woman who's not that valuable, as you know, in the grand scheme of things. So when people start, people play that argument like, "Hey, look, you measure by what's in your pants." I said, "Bullshit. I measure with myself as a man." You know what I'm saying? That's how I look at life. I don't give a rat's hairy ass. I don't give a rat's hairy ass what anybody else thinks about me. You don't have to like me. You don't have to think I'm attractive. You can think I'm funny looking. That's fine.
Hold on. Raven said he want to troll the General so bad, but I'm afraid he'll make too much sense of it and make me turn off PC.
Raven, if you want to troll the General, you got to get on the panel, man. And when he don't look at the chat. He's a military guy. He ain't studying that shit. He said, I ain't worried about the damn chat. That's
I'm gonna tell you like this. The General's troll game is beyond 9,000.
Let me tell you something. The best troll.
You get him rolling in that fashion, like him and Cat went back and forth, and he kept telling her, Cat, you don't want to do this.
You don't want to.
That was a classic.
He is a non-trolling. But I'll tell you this:
I'm sitting there trying to fuel my truck, get some food, get the fuck out of there. I kept laughing, tripping.
Yeah, I was there. I'll say this. In the top three, I would say the top three. I would say the top three troll. Even though I'm in the top four, I'm right behind DeAndre. He's number three. He's petty. Number two is the General. Number one is Cerulean. I'll tell you why. Everybody does not like this nigga. I'm sorry. Shouts out to Cerulean. You know him and his nephew, right? Them niggas is so cerebral with they trolling. The way they piss niggas off, right? Not only the word dereliction, right? Them niggas get quiet. They'll get shook. Even if I say, they say, you been hanging with that nigga. And they hate you for that. I tell you, they'll hate you for that shit. They'll hate you for that shit. Be like, say, you mess with that man. It's like I'm for real. Anytime if it's a real conversation or politics on here on this panel, they cannot deal with Cerulean. Now they can deal with the General. They'd rather be smothered by Dre, and I agree with Cerulean. They love Dre. They love to get smothered by Dre, but they cannot stand Cerulean. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. Wacky and me, we can handle it. But when it comes to like guys like Angry and everybody else, they cannot stand Cerulean. They just get quiet. They be like, "This
what
nigga."
What does he do that is so bad?
I don't know, man. He's a good dude. It's just like his presence, the way he talks, he believes in speech strategy. You know, he told me, he pulled me to the side. He said, "Sir, it's just simple. Just laugh at these dudes. You don't have to beef with them. It's just I try to let niggas live over here. Yeah, I have a background, but don't try to make me mad because people be watching on those loudspeakers. They think he's just sitting in his office. No, them niggas is crazy in the Twin Cities." I said, "Oh shit." And when he told me that, I was like, "Oh, off air." And I'm like, "Yeah, I mean, he's really about that." But that's why I laugh. People leave that man alone. When he trolls you and get on your skin, he'll get the best of you. And SKT was screaming, man.
Yeah. Listen. Warmaster. So check this out, right? Check this out. Every time you talk to SKC, he usually just in that same tone.
Yeah.
He was
until he started laughing. God damn, that laugh. I love that laugh.
when Cerulean does it,
you start hearing that country tinge come out of his voice.
The country tinge out of his voice. Yeah, that Houston country tinge in his voice. Yeah, I bust out laughing. I had to hold myself from that because Cerulean is so surreal. You know how he talks through you like a normal person on the panel. Y'all was with him. Imagine that every fucking night, every Thursday, I'd be having these streams. This dude is so goddamn cerebral. Like Triple Black couldn't handle it.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god. And I saw the replay of that shit. Yeah.
I don't mean any disrespect to anybody, but it's a whole lot of dudes. Now you could be passionate, and then you could talk like a female.
Yeah.
And it's a lot of men in this sector that do this.
Yeah.
And I'm just sitting there like I get people's passion, but sometimes it's like, bro, everything is not about pussy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro.
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, wow, thank you. I try to tell Triple Black that it's not about the pussy. And then so really trying to reel him in with the Haitian shit, right? Wacky tested him with the Haitian language, right? The French language, right? He tested his head. That dude didn't understand what he was saying. He was fucking with him too. And then Cerulean got the best of him, of course. He said, "You're just black." He said, "You ain't Haitian. You ain't never been to Jacmel and Port-au-Prince." Fucked his head up. But that just shows you Cerulean is low down. He'll use words that are old school, like obviously heard growing up, and he's classic. This is why they don't like Cerulean. He'll give you the best pushback out of England. I thought it was a war master. I said, hell no, it's Cerulean. I see why people don't like him. I see why what do you call Angry Man, Mal Manor Man? He acts like a Mal Manor Man when you calm him down. And I said, Cerulean, please don't go on Angry Man.
I don't get into all that.
But it ain't just beef, but it's for fun though. Like they respect this dude. Like they don't even mention his name. Like if you even mention Friday, I say, oh, that guy. Oh, okay. Okay.
So I'm gonna tell you this, right? Yeah. You know, because I believe, like you said, you're not an engineer, but you're armchair engineer. You like to dabble, right? So I like to do social experiments.
Okay.
And Sir did this too, right? Sir did this too. We was on Kudas, right?
Yeah.
And if you notice, when Sir was up there talking, he said during election, Kuda tinged up. Like he got out of character, like all the motherfuckers in the chat stopped. Like,
I don't understand.
Just listen. If you ever get into a discussion, just talking about something, even if you're talking about conservative, use their election in a sentence while you're addressing the panel.
I did that one time. They got quiet. They said he been messing with Cerulean. This nigga. They hate you for that shit. But see, they don't fuck with him and Dre. But see, they hate me because I got Dre and Cerulean. They came in like, it ain't my fault. They like my content. And Jerome White said, "Your shit is boring." And then Cerulean's on the panel said, "How do you going to say it's boring and you watching me?" And I was like, true. And Jerome dipped out of the damn chat room. But that just showed you. I said, no light said, if you love those women over there, God bless you. I'm going to be like Tyson. They're your peoples now. I'm going to be like this. Tyson said this. They're your peoples now. They're your peoples now. But you got to scrub his content. You can't be anti-alphabet group. You got to scrub your content. I try to tell them, scrub your content. They're your people now. They're your people now.
Listen, man, look, this is what I do. This is what I usually do. Okay. When I deal with SKC and I deal with, those guys over there, right? I don't argue back and forth with them.
I don't need it. I don't need it. Yeah.
So the way Cerulean does it is the way he does it. The way I do it is I say, okay, let's have a conversation. This is my answer, right? And they say, well, my answer is this. And you deserve to have that answer.
Yep.
Because that is your opinion. I understand it. And I don't want to answer. Okay, you don't have to answer. I will accept.
Let's be honest. The three of us, there's things we're going to disagree on. That's just how it is.
Right. That's life. I mean,
and what happens is there's a lot of folks in this sector that have no idea, no blooming idea what they're talking about. And my whole idea is, hey man, more power to you. You know what I'm saying? You should be able to say what you want to say, but you got to prove it.
There you go.
You can't just say stuff just to say stuff, like,
That's the whole point of this stream, man. Like I had to bring links about the terms liberalism, conservatism, and then I just bring links. That's what me and Mike tried to do. To these young guys over at BGS. You can't be spouting no shit about ideology. You got to stay where the philosopher comes from, the history of the country came from, and especially this country, like when we use terms that's paramount. See, kids when they get older, they'll be watching. I said, that nigga's smart, but that other one he's raunchy. He ain't saying nothing. He's just spouting off nothing, over time. But see, they mesmerized with this live stream, right?
Yeah,
but long term, they be like, that villain guy is right. Talking about me, this microphone nigga right here. Look, I can switch my avatar right. He said, this guy with the skulls is right. With Aaron is right. They think I was wrong the whole time. But see, that's the whole point. I ain't trying to be right. I just put the information out and just be quiet. And I'm like,
how the hell do you do that while you're in the middle of a stream?
Oh, I can do that. Just press your little if you're on the computer, you can press the side with the microphone, and not just do that. I got plenty of avatar. Look at it. Well, it's my classic one. Then when you first met me right here.
Yeah.
In the sky.
It's a funny thing. It's a funny thing. I'm gonna bring y'all in a little.
Oh, I didn't even see that. I'm not
okay.
I'm all retarded.
Like I'm gonna bring y'all. I'm explain my pettiness, right? And this is why I say if you're gonna be petty, you got to be a refined level of petty.
Every time I see a skeleton icon, I'm hearing.
yeah, exactly. Right? Yeah. So, but
shout out to Replicant Fish, man. He's evil. No, I'm just kidding. I love that dude. Pause.
Now I'm gonna explain this right now. I'm gonna make a PSA announcement. Okay, the views of Sir Obadiah's channel is not necessarily the views of what I'm about to say out my mouth. So, the reason I have the Skeletor thing here, right, is actually no one caught me throwing shots. This is a hot gel. And who in the space wears a hot gel?
Oh shit. You ain't right. I know.
I don't understand.
Oh shit. You know what I'm saying? Get your 10 life values and these dick pills. A-game.
I know what you're talking about. You ain't right.
Yeah, I just scratched my head. You know what's funny? In this sector, I'll probably listen to Bernard Riley, Obsidian, definitely DJ Kuda, and a couple other people, man.
Mm-hmm.
This is like every now and then you hit a topic, and I'm like, all right, cool. It's like one of the channels I want to go hang out on, but it's like, bro,
he got it.
Yeah.
He said, oh shit.
But if I go over there, I'm gonna mess the stream up because I want to go over to Mace channel, hang out with Mace. That's my guy. But I can't stand fucking professional sports now.
Oh yeah.
Professional sports.
Yeah, they bring politics into it. I'm like, you some
yeah.
We talking about the game, nigga. What like
why you gotta bring politics into it? That's why I try to get away from. Now, if you want to talk about politics, you got to have some structures like my channel. Like me and Mike V, for example, or I ain't gonna mention MOT. He's off the rails with his. I can't listen to him. But when it comes to Mike V, but Mike V, I hate to say it, like even though he's contrarian at certain points, we may disagree on things. Him and Jay Sean, they're reasonable. Him and I could say Complex, they're reasonable. They're the three reasonable dudes in the brain. I'm just sorry, man. Gabe is different.
Man, I'm sorry to say this, bro. They need to trade Russell Westbrook for fucking Ben Simmons, yo. Get this nigga out of there, bro.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, get this nigga out of there, bro.
You're talking another language, man. I don't know what you guys talking about.
Oh, he's talking about his Lakers. They want Ben Simmons. Yeah.
I have not watched the NFL, which was my first love, and basketball, sort of, kinda. I think it was about a year before Kobe retired. I stopped watching basketball.
Yeah.
2016 since football.
War Master, you ain't missing nothing. It's the LeBron show and a bunch of nonsense. But shouts out to LBJ. No hate, Capricorn gang all day. I'm not Capricorn.
Of all athletes, I can't watch. LeBron is the number one. I can't either.
I respect him and everything business wise, but the player, I just can't, man. I'm sorry. I'm not
even talking about what he does on the court. I'm talking about off the court when he's talking to these goofy ass reporters.
Oh yeah. I don't pay him no more. I don't take him serious. You know what I do? I laugh. The shit that he be saying, he has no idea. Somebody's paying him to say that.
Well, the thing is that is what you're watching is a transference of, how should I say it?
A bunch of nonsense and people start making up stuff. I'm gonna tell you like this: if the president asks me to come meet him, hey, I need you on my team. I'll be honest. I disagree with Barack Obama on everything except for one or two different things. Yeah, two things.
Yeah, of course. Yeah,
he finally killed the shuttle, which is fine. And he what was the other one? He gave us a 550-pound exemption on semis.
Right.
Yeah.
Except for those two things, I disagree with him on everything. But if he called me up and say, "Hey, look, man, I need you in Washington D.C." Any president asks you to join his team, bro, you gotta go.
Oh yeah. You know what? I'm gonna put it to you like this. I'm gonna put it to you like this. Is the
facts?
It was a couple of things. If it was Bush, he would have won, right? If
no, you mean Obama?
Facts, Nino.
Yeah, I'm saying like LeBron, right? He would have won.
Oh yeah. Obama, he'd have went there. George H.W. he might have.
Yeah, listen, any other president, period, up and down the scale, he would have won, right? Yep. It's a couple of things. I'm gonna say it like this: it's a couple of things about Trump that.
Trump talks like a man. What do you expect? They don't like that.
Yeah, well, it's not. Well, it's not that.
I can talk like this all the time.
There's certain things that they know because remember, Trump basically hanged around entertainers, so they know certain things, right? So how should I say it like this? When you're a part of a certain fraternity, they don't mind you because Reagan was an actor. He's a part of that entertainment.
Yeah, he's a liberal actor. Yeah, before he went conservative.
But even still, the actors will actually mum on a lot of Reagan's politics. They didn't, because he kept the certain things in line and certain secrets that wasn't supposed to come out and certain things.
That's just like Brady with Trump. They had the same type of beliefs. Yeah, they were trying.
Reagan was trying to keep kept the commies out of the Screen Actors Guild for a while when he was there in the 60s.
Yeah. That's why they that's why it was that give and go. The problem with Trump is that, and this was his problem, and he started getting on the Republican side, and that's where they kind of it was quick for them.
Yeah, it was the easy hate, and I'll tell you a secret. It's like he had FDR mindset. Shouts out to Cerulli for that, and a Reagan mix. They wasn't used to that. And he was too polarizing for number one. Because if you're a guy if you're too polarizing, kind of like a LeVar Ball, for example, they're the same. Yeah. The difference is Trump is super polarizing because of his stature, what he used to do back in the day. Now, Lonzo's father and Lonzo's father was outspoken because he kind of pissed off the shoe companies because he wanted to do his own thing, and they never seen a black man with his boys put him in the sports with the shoe company, right? And that's different. It's odd back then because he's like, how's this nigga got his own shoe company? And the white shoe company go get him side eye. That's what it is. It's too polarizing. Then he got on TV and they couldn't shut him up, right?
Yeah, they couldn't shut him up.
They traded his kid to the New Orleans Pelicans, right? And that's what happened. When you have a polarizing father like that, want to be the star, that's a problem for most corporate people, just like Trump. He was a problem for a lot of people. Yeah, he fired a lot of people. Yeah, he was a little balanced, and he had a con artistry history. But one thing I respect about him, though, he does the shit. Now, I may not like him as a person, but I can respect him what he did in that White House. I hate to say it.
Well,
he cleaned out a lot of liberals. I tell you that.
The problem, and he exposed a lot of Republicans, like a lot of
that too. Both of them,
or whatever these new Republicans.
Yeah, neo conservative liberals. He destroyed them, man, and they didn't like him for that. But see, he went against the top too much. Ever since that pandemic shit, they want him gone. They want him gone.
You know that happens to every Republican. You know that, right?
Yeah.
There's always some huge crisis that comes up that, oh my God, it's earth shattering. And it's like, what make it so bad is Joe Biden has, just talking particularly just about him, is Joe Biden has the media, kissing his ass every 2 seconds, and he still has 38% approval ratings.
Oh yeah.
They browbeat George W. for like 8 years. And he still had a higher approval rating.
Oh, you know why? He's Bush. His dad. They did him the same. But they did his dad the same way, like you're saying, Warren Messer. But they just let the son slide. They said, you know what? we're gonna leave George W. alone. They fuck with him for like, you're right, 8 years. But when Obama came in, it's like, wow.
I'm gonna put it to you like this. This was the problem with Trump.
Well, him and LeVar Ball, they both spoke like men. And when's the last time you heard, except for the internet, when's the last time you heard a blue collar man speaking his mind and Trump talks like one of us?
Well, the problem is
longer than 30 seconds.
This is the problem with Trump. This is the literal problem with Trump, right? The problem with Trump is that when LeBron, if you look at entertainers, they make entertainment is liberal. Okay, it's liberal, right? You got a liberal base because you're really selling to the younger people. So whatever the older people are on, like, you know, as older we get, we understand the world, we get more conservative with our viewpoints and stuff like that because we want to, you know what I mean? Because that's our values and we want to pass them on. And then the younger folk, they want to rage against it. You know, it's always been like this. Every generation, you got your rage points, right?
Right.
The problem is that when you are selling your brand and your consumers are younger people, you look at certain things. If Kanye when Kanye took his ass up there, right? At this time, Kanye was almost a billionaire at that time. I think he was a billionaire at the time. He went up there to meet Trump in front of Trump time. Being how Kanye is, right? Trump.
Well, he's an artist. He doesn't think in straight lines. I give artists allowances for being a little weird.
Yeah, but this is what I'm basically saying is that when Trump met with Kanye, he showed Kim more respect than he showed Kanye, right? So now you're looking at a black man, right? You're looking at a black man that's up there, that's talking, right? Just talking. You know, it's Kanye, right? Then you have your cabinet, right? You have Dr. Benjamin Carson, world-renowned surgeon, right?
Yeah.
And you put him in charge of housing.
World-renowned brain surgeon.
Yeah, world-renowned brain surgeon. You put this black man in charge of housing instead of in charge of anything that's called medical, where he belongs. This is his thing, right? So then you look at it and then you see how he, you know, everybody know what Trump was about before. So it's not like it's you know, it just came out, whatever. But now you're seeing your base where you make your money from rail against this shit, right? They railing against, they freaking seeing Kanye, freaking seeing him, like fried him, right? What was the other chick? Not the black chick that was up there that was with Trump, and then he fired her out of the thing, and then she went up.
Omarosa.
They was freaking seeing her ass. They was roasting this bitch, right? Because she was up there in the cabinet, right? All right, bam, roasting her ass, right? And you see any black person that kind of sided with a Benjamin Carson, Coons from head until Jesus come, right? See all this, right? These people that kind of did what they did and made some waves in the community and whatever, and then you know that you sell your base to and you got this thing or whatever, you're pretty much siding yourself with a fuck, like, you know, even though you know it's the business. Then you see Ice Cube, you know what I mean? Because you decided I'm not going up there, right? But then you see Ice Cube was literally trying to work a deal. He brought it to the Democrats. They weren't trying to hear it, right? With the reparations thing. Trump said he'll listen to it. So Cube brought it up there. He had like a whole list of stuff that was plausible, that could have been talked about. Trump said, I'll talk to you, right? He couldn't get a meeting with the Democrats. They said, wait till after the election. He goes up there and talks to Trump. What happens with Cube? The most pro-blackity black dude you can think of, right? That's about shit. The Ice Cube is PG-13.
You already know what happened to that.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And we already know what happened. So when you look at your base, he can't go up there because that's how he makes his money off his base. Just like anything in politics, you got to protect. You got to go with your constituents, whether you like them or not, for the long term, or you don't agree with it. Sometimes I look at certain conservative pundits. They know good and God well that's fucking stupid, right? Like what they're saying, but they got to back the party because you got to hold the bottom line. Like there was a lot of times Trump was doing some shit that he wasn't supposed to do. Like he was literally doing some like off-colored shit that was just, you know, you don't want to hear the petty in chief. like at 3 o'clock in the morning.
He always had that petty streak about him. But one thing I think the ones who are diehards that love about him, I understand why, and I understand why Mike V and those guys can say, well, they have to stand. You know how they had Obama sycophants, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they went away for 8 years. Well, you got some of them did flip over Trump. They didn't like Hillary in the mix of Bernie too. And then I told Mike, you know why? They want someone polarized. America likes polarizing figures. Now, if you go back to FDR and other presidents we had in history, it's always been that way. No, I'm saying in history. I'm just saying they're polarizing in different time periods. Think about it, because if you was growing up in their time, you'd be like, why they polarize? Well, they change shit, because America loves changing shit when disaster happens. If you ever notice, like an empire, they don't want to die as much, and they try to say, "Oh, we're the bad guys." But you got to understand, we have a good guy image, and I try to tell this to my father. That's just what it is, man.
You know, the thing about Trump that people liked is he did a lot of the things Reagan did, except he talked like a blue collar guy. Yeah, Reagan was a very congenial grandpa. Trump was like, fuck you, and your mother too.
Yeah.
The thing was, a lot of people really tried to play this game, because it used to be like Republicans would get behind the evangelicals, and then it got to the point where I'll call them MAGA Republicans were just like, fuck that shit. We're gonna beat these motherfuckers' asses, because they let's be honest. When it comes to Democrats and Republicans, Democrats play dirty, and the MAGA Republicans are like, look, I'll get in the pit with you and beat your ass there. And then you had a president that would do it. He would follow the philosophy that Reagan had out there, but he's like, look, I'm gonna talk to you how I talk to you. I'm not gonna be nice to you. You ain't gonna be nice to me. You're gonna make up stuff and throw mud on me, which happens to every Republican since at least George W. Like, anytime something happens, it's Bush's fault.
Yeah, it'd be the Bushes, and I say that Nixon. If you want to go further, and I would say Goldwater. Yeah, Goldwater. Yeah, you got to go back. And prior to that, it was decent, but you got to remember, every president, no matter which party in history in America, we love polarization, we love glory. But when the Democrat Republican Party was formed by Andrew Jackson, even though I don't want to say they branched out, I said this before on the string, yes, and then they created again. And I think Lincoln wanted to do something what Jackson did, and this is what people forget. In Tennessee at the time, when they had two parties, I told this to Jackson, yeah, it happened, but you got to remember, Republicans wanted their own thing, and I think Lincoln kept it, afloat years later, and people forget.
Lincoln was an abolitionist president.
Yeah, he's an abolitionist president, but you got to remember, that was the standard of liberalism. But eventually, I didn't think they wanted conservatism at the time because it was brand new. But what Barry was trying to do, his style of conservatism, I think it was called physical conservatism. And what he was trying to do it's that natural. I think he had that natural belief. I forget his principles. And then before his death, and I think he died 2012, but he had a standard. He had a standard. And then if you look at George Bush's politics, that came from Barry Goldwater. Same with yeah, that's what I'm saying.
This is the thing. They try to paint George W. as a conservative. I'm like, no, he's not. No, we know he wasn't, but he was the best choice we had to win.
At the win.
And it's like, you think about all the energy people got with Trump. Think about Trump DeSantis 2024.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, think about that, and then the crop of Republicans. And I'm gonna tell you like this: there's a war that's it's sort of been on the back burner amongst Republicans. You got these leftist Republicans, and you have conservatives that are like, look, bro, we're gonna come at you guys in the primary. We're tired of your nonsense. What have we got for voting for you for 50 years?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, beyond Reagan, what else have we got?
Yeah,
we had the Gingrich Revolution in the 90s.
Yeah,
people don't realize the reason why the Reagan Revolution lasted all the way until the end of the Clinton administration is because you had the Reagan Revolution, you had the Gingrich Revolution come right after Reagan and kept the party going. No new taxes. They're not going to take your gun rights away. That kind of nonsense. Hell, they had the assault weapons ban, like people get shot.
Nino, it's no like. I don't really care for neither party. I just saying historically, when Barry Goldwater's influence doctrine, his acolytes, I'm telling you, it's the Bushes. I hate to say Biden, but Biden is more extreme. I don't view him as a liberal. A lot of liberals cannot stand Biden. Yeah, he is conservative.
Biden is the dumbest person to ever serve as vice president.
Yeah.
This is the biggest problem that we had.
And he's very vicious with his foreign policies. I do know that he is very ruthless, man. Him and Obama. And I thought Obama was a damn liberal, and they said, no, liberals couldn't stand him either. Even Republicans couldn't stand him. But I said, damn.
Obama's a leftist.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, he's the extreme left.
I'll say this about to answer Coffee's question. The thing about Republicans is they're not going to raise your taxes. They're not going to kill you with the ridiculous regulations unless they're leftist. Drives me nuts every time these leftist Republicans get in power. And you know what they do? They cave to the Democrats. The Democrats never cave. If there's one thing to respect about the Wicked Witch of the West, is her fight. That's Nancy Pelosi I'm talking about.
I can't stand
She
her.
will fight tooth and nail for every little scrap of inch. And what do the Republicans do? They stare at their lopers, piss themselves anytime she growls at them.
Oh, yeah.
And this is the problem with these punk-ass Republicans that are in office. They drive me up the wall. Except for the conservatives that are willing to fight. I mean, hell, Ted Cruz told, he called, what's his name from, what's he from, Kentucky? Mitch McConnell, the minority leader, which has been the minority leader probably most of the time he's been in Congress, but that's just something else. And he called him a liar.
Yeah.
It's like when people say it's both parties, makes me want to pull my hair out. I'm like, you got to understand, you have leftist Democrats. That's the agenda of the Democrats. You got a few people like Manchin or whatever, because if he goes too leftist, he's out of office. And then you got leftist Republicans who agree with the Democrats, but know they'll get thrown out if they go too left. And then you have stomped down conservatives that are like, look, we ain't playing this nonsense. We ain't doing none of that.
I see why Democrats got rid of Bernie. He was too much of a socialist for him. Yeah, he was out there, and AOC, she couldn't fit in. It's the center left, the ones like Obama. Now, he does play a little, like I said, he don't play conservative. Yes, he does. He killed a lot of Arab countries. Don't get me started, because he co-signed it with the Republicans. And then when he turns on the conservatives, like you said, War Master, he's dirty too. It's more like a fascist to me. And I don't like that. I don't like saying that about him. Obama and Biden, they're more fascist to me. I hate to say that, but that's just the truth about it.
This whole idea that the president could say, you will do this. And the states are like, piss off.
Yeah.
Kiss my ass, lick my balls while you're at it, while you're down there. I mean, it's the weird shit that goes on. There are so many people when, especially in these spaces, when you explain to them the president is not king, a regulation could not be enacted without an act of Congress.
Right. Kings are
Congress
different.
is supposed to tell the president what to do, not the other way around.
Yeah.
As far as foreigners see, look, the president is the leader that we pick him to negotiate with your leader. And then he comes back home.
Yeah. But corporations allow that shit to happen. Take the rights from the people in Congress, and Congress is scared of corporations. I was like, I see why they don't fight back. And that when I actually studied it, I said, damn. They got in their back pockets still. I'm just saying, like, they don't really challenge them enough on regulations. That goes for both parties. Even though Republicans are scared, like you said, they don't even want to challenge that. It could be any issue. It could be healthcare. It could be insurance. I would say basic. Yeah,
I go back and forth with people. I says Obamacare is not health care; it's just insurance.
Yeah, and even the trucking stuff that you do, man. Like, y'all have problems. Like, they don't even want to regulate y'all's bills and shit like that. Like, anything. If a corporation says no to you, and then Congress said, well, we can't stop a corporation doing, like, what Google does with the policies and things like that. I try to say, Google, you can't control corporations. They have that 503c charter. I can't stand their little Masonic charter. They just run every damn thing. But it takes, like you said, it takes like your interest in certain votes to get them out of there. And it's the same old stuff, like you said. Like, yeah, the left is trying to be dominant so much, and I see it in every country in Europe, and that's what's the problem. It's the same disease what you see in Rome. Like, it's the same pattern. Money, banks.
My European friends, when I talk to them, even the ones who talk crap about America, I'm like, bro, because a lot of Europeans think that America should be just like Australia and New Zealand. I'm like, nah, bro,
you crazy.
We left here to get away from you guys. All that nonsense you guys with the aristocracy and all the socialism, let's be honest, we don't want to do that. All the crap that y'all got going on over there, we're not into that. It's like I'll say it like you have a moderate, quote unquote. I'll just use that terminology. Is a stark raving, pants on fire, reactionary conservative when he goes to Europe. Because it's like, look, we don't want to be like y'all. And they couldn't understand it. I said, look, we've been importing people into America who've become American for the last 200 years. And in the last 50, we've been teaching people to be un-American. And I'm like, whoa, bro, what happened to, this is our country. What happened to the flag we fly at home is the American flag? What happened to that?
Oh, you know what happened to that? Them liberals, like I said, this topic, it's just obvious. You know, I'm not mad because that's just what people want. You got to blame the mass of people believing in that, the television, and you can't blame the president because he's selected or elected. But you know, it don't really matter at this point. I tell him, look, if you get to that job, Trump realized, damn, I ain't had that much power. He had power, but he didn't realize. They want him up out of there. And I said, damn, I knew he wasn't going to last long because the stuff he was doing was like, to me, it was peaceful.
Earth shattering.
It was earth shattering.
He didn't kill that many
people. He didn't kill anybody. Yeah. And that's why I know in foreign policy, he was smooth. Now, Obama killed everybody. Now, that was, yeah. You can say what you want. That ain't liberal what he did. No, that was conservative what he did. He just played the C game. And then next, you know, he flipped.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, you good. You good.
There's one thing that Trump did that Reagan used, but Trump used it in a little bit different way, is the American juggernaut I like to call the economy. If we get the left off our back for 10 years, this is one of the big reasons why they had to get him out of here. They've been trying to crash the economy for I don't know how long. And what happens is you get a president in there like Trump that's like, hey, look, we're going to use the economy and you guys are going to pay your fair share, talking to the Europeans. It's like, look, we're not going to fund your defense. You actually need to get up to your, to actually uphold your treaty obligations. And all of a sudden, people are like, "Oh, wait, what? No, that's what your ass is going to do." That's what Trump was saying. And it was like, he says, "Look, you guys should have never got that pipeline to Moscow. We got more natural gas than we know where to store. You know, that's why natural gas is so cheap. We could send that to Europe. Oh, matter of fact, we only have six ships." To at least as of was it 5 years ago, to send liquefied natural gas, and the government limited it to 6 years, or not 6 years, 6 ships, and it was ridiculous. It's like, we got all this natural gas, why don't we just move it? I mean, I know it takes years to move it. I'm like, everybody needs natural gas, and the United States is the Saudi Arabia when it comes to energy, but can't use energy, and you got to ask yourself, what's up with that?
Yeah.
My Democratic friends are like, man, it's just politics. This is no, dude. This is economics.
Oh, that's economics, definitely. Yeah.
I mean, we got the cleanest burning coal in the world, except for Indonesia. We don't need to do anything to it for it to burn coal. It's in Utah, and Clinton put it off limits with the I can't remember, the Escalante Escarpment, some goofy ass monument.
I know that feeling, Nino. Yeah. It freezes up. I know that feeling. I used to be like that at once upon a time, but I had to get a new one. But yeah, man, like I had some people, no matter if they were on the right or left, and people, no, you just gotta look at the policies that they're doing. Obama years was kind of hell for most people, but when Trump came in there, I ain't gonna lie, that dude, it's just different. It felt like felt like the 80s. He was like, it felt like a little bit of the 80s. And I don't want to say the 30s because FDR had certain policies that he had. And when Surun pointed out the mindset he did, he mixed the two. And the reason he used some of his tactics and Reagan's tactics, I said, that is fucking genius. So what he did was, in military, he kept it calm. So they want someone like that. And I said, I see. And then he did the Reagan thing with the economics. A lot of people saying that on the job I used to work at. And so, yeah, a lot of those people that came to their job I used to work, they were Trump guys. They were Trump people. And I was surprised when he won. And I'm not shocked that he won because I knew people could not stand those fucking Clintons. And they were mad too. Even Bernie people, they voted for him. Yeah.
I'm going to be honest with you. Yeah. I ain't one to really want to mention the Clintons. I don't want to end up taking a dirt nap. I'm just being honest.
Yeah,
it's too, man. There was this one chick had a video and she took it down. She has a really high pitched voice, but she was just saying the names of the people who died around them. And she did it. She was doing this for about 2 minutes straight. And I'm like, wait a minute. I'm not getting involved. I don't want to deal with it. I'm over here. Y'all could be over there, and let my man Trump schlong this chick anytime. I'm good.
Yeah. And he won that election, and yeah, it was a landslide. But well, this past election, I ain't even want to talk about that. That was just, they want him up out of there. And I saw what it was for 4 years, and yeah, he did his thing, and you know, it's different. And I can say, out of all the presidents, he was polarizing. Now you had a few in between, but he was the most polarizing. I would say in this century, you haven't seen in a long time, probably in decades, if you want to get technical. Because I ain't seen a president that decimated the left like that, and then actually fix and help people on the right a little bit with the money and the jobs they had. He actually he created some job in India. I forget the name. It was a black woman was happy that he did that. I forget that. It was years ago when I used to work. I forget the name of the job. Shit. But he helped somebody on a job. Yes, he did. He actually created a couple of jobs. I've seen that on the news. I'm not lying. Damn. But they supported him, man.
Yeah, yeah. I always tell people, especially foreigners, I says the American living standard is the envy of the world. And a lot of them get mad. That ain't true. I says, have you been to America? You've been to Europe? I says, I'm not asking about Europe. I'm talking about America. I always find this hilarious.
Yeah, Soren said the same thing. He said America is a lot safer than other countries, and we named the top 10 list of countries that's dangerous. USA is not even on the list. Even the safest place, America's like right behind the safest countries up there. It's like up in the top 15, top 20. And I said, yeah, and you know why? Because they're gonna mention Asian countries and us because you know it's the first world. And the other countries that people love to travel, like Colombia, they're on the danger list, along with the ones in Europe and the places that's outskirts. Yeah, and there's a reason for it, because some people's cultures died a long time ago. It goes back to what they were. And he told me about the Prussian history. Oh, I already know about that. America tried to suppress that for years, man.
Well, you going crazy.
Yeah, the Prussian history that Cerulli was talking about. Yeah, and he said they trying
to the Weimar Republic.
Yeah, all that stuff.
Yeah.
And he was talking about the Prussians.
That's where we're going.
Yeah, and trying to suppress it for years. And I think Putin wasn't going to do it. No way. He's the Federation and KGB. He's too, well, to me, dumb on that point. I don't take him seriously. And the sad part, you know, if you watch RT News, they don't want you to talk about Muslims. That's worse than the Jays in Israel, right? If you say something bad about any Muslim, no matter what country in North Africa, I will say Saudi Arabia, or, you know, that's pro-American, whatever, they will flag your shit. And I'm like, even on the news station, like, they'll fire you for that. Like, when I saw that years ago, and I said, RT, are y'all trying to be like CNN? Oh my God, and I scratched my head, man.
Most countries in the Middle East, man, I'm just sitting there like, damn, y'all have they have so much potential. And it's like you have these people that want something and force other people into, instead of living their own life. They want to go fucking with people, and they'll use any means necessary to destroy what they didn't build. And I'm sitting there like, bro, over there, they're quietly just saying, all right, we're gonna get away from these dudes that act wild, like, and just quietly arrest them. And we're gonna try and promote Dubai as the capital for leisure, you know, someplace that's safe that you can go and hang out.
Yeah, tourism.
Yeah, I mean, and they went at it. They basically made a whole region of the UAE basically Vegas with water.
And that's the sad part. And then you got Saudi Arabia as our ally. I can't say nothing bad about them. I mean, yeah, they're old school, and I told my dad there's a reason why. I mean, they ain't perfect, and it's fucked up. It's fucked up. And if you say something bad about them on RT, man, they will block your ass. Even if you're working for, I'm talking about Russia Today now as an analyst.
Yeah.
They fire so many analysts. If you want to get, they are very pro-Muslim. I'll tell you that now. I know they're anti-Israel, but they're very pro-Muslim. And I scratch my head every time I watch RT. I say, RT, are you trying to be like CNN now? That's CNN tactics y'all using right there. I cannot stand that. Like anything it's just wild, man.
You know who will never be on there? They might actually do it, and then they'll mess with them. Is Candace Owens?
Yeah,
she kind of fits in that role, except she kind of fits in that role like Ann Coulter, except Ann Coulter writes a ridiculous amount of books.
Yeah, Ann Coulter is something else. Yeah, she's a beast with them books. I've seen her what you call it, presentation on YouTube a lot. She be going in on people, man. She be going in on people.
She don't care who. If you messed up, you messed up. And it's like when it comes to libertarians, I remember she was out there with John Stossel, who's an actual libertarian, and she says some stuff like, y'all just want to smoke pot. We got bigger things to worry about.
You got a bunch of anchor babies.
Yeah.
Oh Lord.
Man, I'm telling you, man, like Ann Coulter's my girl. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, there's some things I do disagree with.
I disagree on a few things, but the immigration on both of them, I kind of agree. I'm not a big fan of Candace, but Candace, I hate to say it, she's a necessary evil. She's a necessary evil.
I can't even call her evil. I just disagree with her.
No, I ain't saying she's evil. I'm saying she's a necessary evil to certain leftist groups, but she's a necessary. I'll say this: she's a necessary right person for counterattacks. You know why? I like her in debates. When you have a ratchet black female, right? Or should I say nigger woman? I can't say that.
Nah, don't do that.
But that's belligerent, right? That doesn't think well, right? Anytime she gets them in the corner, she just dismantles the shit out of them. I'm like, whoa.
You know, you got like Candace, like she made this thing about there was this porn star, right? Who just ended up in the VIP, and it was actually very easy for somebody to get into the VIP as far as you pay it, you get in there fine. And they kicked her out. They went all Karen on her and kicked her out. And you know, I think there was two other people up there with Candace, and I think all three of them are not. Yeah, they should have kicked her out. And I said, no, they shouldn't have kicked her out. It's not how you make a big tent. You know, the whole thing was you go into the comment section. You had conservatives say, nah, Candace, you were wrong on this one. She was getting ratioed on her own channel. Man, conservatives are brutal when it comes to debating principle.
Yeah.
My thought is you want to bring more people our way. The whole idea is you would want to be freer over where we're at. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, I think everybody should be free to say what they want to say. Hey, you hurt somebody's feelings. You hurt somebody's feelings. Just turn the channel. My thing is, hey, we should be free. I say it like this. I do not hate rich people. I think rich people don't make enough money because when rich people make more money, they pay me. Sorry, just how it is.
Well, yeah. I'm like, all right, so I'll give you a perfect example, right?
What you eat, man? I'm hungry now.
My bad. So
no, go ahead. I'm just playing.
Yeah, it's 6 o'clock in the evening. Shit.
Yeah.
So
shit, man, it's 1 o'clock in the morning over here.
Yeah, so, it's 4:09 over here. Yeah, in the morning.
The problem, like I was talking to my homeboy, and you know, because of
the roommates are pretty cool, passing the $40.
Yeah, pretty cool. Like her, I was talking to my homeboy, and you know, because of Rona, everybody start, you know, a lot of people start entering the stock market, you know, talk about investing, you know, long-term, short-term, all that stuff, right? Because of what really got it popping was the Robinhood thing with the GameStop and then the AMC thing, right?
Yeah.
So
wait.
So
did AMC go under?
No, it didn't. No, it didn't. No, it's shit.
Okay.
No. Like
man, I don't leave the house when I come here.
It went from $7 to up to $60 to $80 a share. Yeah. If you jumped in it when you did it the right time, you know what I mean? Yeah. You know who's a good person to watch is Eddie Griffin with the Funny Money on YouTube.
Really?
Eddie Griffin be dropping some
comedian.
Facts. Yeah. He's in the stocks and all of that stuff. Bitcoin, all of that. Yeah, Eddie Griffin. You know, Eddie Griffin's always been cerebral and you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Stuff
he's a smart dude. Yeah, he's a smart dude.
You can't be a dummy and be funny unless you're a leftist. Sorry, I'm just playing.
Yeah. So now
Dave Chappelle, he's funny and smart. I mean, he hangs around with the right people. Them conservatives love him. They love him. He got the right audience. Yeah.
Well,
my
you know,
thought is, go ahead. No, I don't want to interrupt.
Well, you know, so when I was sitting up there talking to him, he's up there talking. He's like, man, these hedge funds and we just trying to get in and make this money, and they keep shorting the stocks. And I was telling him, I said, listen, bro, Amazon's trying to buy AMC. They've been trying to buy AMC for a year and some change. The reason why the news was put out that AMC has went over is to devalue AMC.
Yep.
So Amazon can buy
short the stock. Yeah.
They wasn't allowing Amazon to buy it because they was citing monopoly laws, and the federal government stepped in, the FCC stepped in. So what Amazon did was Amazon went and bought MGM Studio. They bought that. Bam, they got that. AMC's next, right? AMC's next. Amazon is trying to cut the bleeding And the reason they're going to say if they short the stock, someone has to step up and basically give value to these stocks because these stocks are jumping back and forth. He said, the hedge funds. I said, dude, the motherfucking house always wins. You niggas are panhandling in the middle of the casino. You're not even paying into the shit. You ain't been hit. They're gonna allow you to make some money, but they're gonna scare you motherfuckers into getting the fuck out. They're gonna drop the stock and bring it back up and drop the stock. They're gonna seesaw the stock. People don't like instability. They just want to get that quick payday and they're gonna take it. You're not going to take that money, reinvest it in the stock market in other places. Most people, right? So I said, this is long term. This is what I'm telling you. And he's like, no, man, whatever. I said, okay, you don't believe fat meat is greasy, go ahead, right? So a couple months later, he comes back, man, you was right. You told me that the stock is going to go from $30 to $60. It's going to jump up to 100 in one day. They're going to drop it down, short sell it, drop some news. It's going to hit 80, but it's going to average out at 60. I said, yes. Why? Because when people see that big rise, they're going to get from under it, right? And the people that think it's going to go higher, oh, you don't want to leave? You don't want to sell off yet? Well, we're going to drop it down so to make them sell. The people that's going into the stock for long term already sold off some of their stock when it went up and went down. They made their money because they came in at $7, $14, $15, $16, $18 a share. They done made theirs, but they just sitting on that 10%. So it'll have value for their portfolio because they took that money and put it somewhere else. He's like, damn, man, how you know about all this, man? You know what I'm saying? I said, you know them hedge funds that you're complaining about? He said, yeah, I got one of those.
There you go. There you go.
And I said, and he's like, what? I said, yeah. So while you're complaining about the hedge funds, you're actually telling me that my stockbroker's doing a good job. Your complaints tell me he's doing a good job. I said, you got to wake up at 4 a.m, get ready for the thing because you're up here day trading. I don't day trade. When I take out money from my stocks or my family does that, he guarantees that we're going to make money. Basically, we get fronted the money and they sell the stock at a, you know what I mean?
I know so you
know what I mean? So they can basically, they give us the money, they sell the stock, and then they get a little higher dividend because we're just trading in the stock to the bank and whatever.
Right.
And then they'll tell us to buy these things and these things. So basically, I'm pretty sure that when they make, like, okay, I said the broker that we talked to that has the accounts for the stock, he guarantees a 80 percentile dividend.
Yep.
You're up here playing with your money with the little bit of, I said, think about it like this. The hedge funds are the ones controlling the information. So you are always in a reactionary state when you're trading your stock.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So how are you going to beat the person that invented, the people that invented the system with your little bit of money coming in?
You know, my thing about stocks is I don't like buying anything at retail.
Oh yeah, no. Yeah,
let actually, it be a car. That's
energy.
One thing.
Yeah, you want to go in energy. You want to go into actually. Guess what?
Real estate is
I
still
was like, dude. I told him,
market.
I said, dude. I said, get your Amazon. I said, get your AMC stock. Get it down to 10%. Sell it off. You know, sell off your stock. Your holdings down to 10% of what you hold. Then you need to invest that stock into agriculture, into energy, right? And he was like, what? I said, just do it. Just listen to me. Just do it. I'm going to tell you why. Here's the thing. There's going to be a shortage when it comes to supplies. Guess who's not in the fields and picking and scooping? The Mexicans. Guess what? If they're not in the fields picking and scooping and they're holding up all of these shits, because do you know that 60% of the United States produce is actually exported out to Asia?
Oh yeah, you're talking soybeans, you're talking corn. Mm-hmm. What's the other one? Talking pork.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah,
pork.
I was dating this chick lived out in Iowa, man. It was like, man, they got pig farms everywhere.
Yeah.
Dad was putting me up on game out there.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And I told him, I said, listen, China is a food desert, bro. Like, do you?
Oh yeah, it is.
Oh yeah.
Like, why do you think the Chinese? I said, if you don't believe me, just type in overfishing, and you'll see China.
Oh yeah.
Like Philippines down in South America, they always arresting Chinese fishermen being in other people's territories, grabbing fish, overfishing, all of that stuff. They violating trade pact rules and all of that crazy.
Oh yeah, China's a mess right now.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Go ahead. And I said, and the other thing is the other reason is their nutrition is so fucked is because one, they got too many men versus women.
True.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? They got too many men versus women because they one-child policies.
And not only that, the one-child policies. Remember the birth rate we talked about earlier in the stream? Same concept, man. Same concept. It's just and like War Master said, if you get rid of everybody's privilege around the world, even us, because we pushing this shit by these plutards, things the birth rate will go higher, like you said, right? Or even our iron, but we need it bad.
Well, that's the whole thing about womanism. It's like the whole idea of trying to separate a woman from her nature and teach her to be a man. And it's like women don't like being a man. You ever notice when you watch a lot of these videos, especially on TikTok, and people replay them, it's always some chick in her 20s talking about how much she hates the patriarchy, even though she doesn't understand it. And my thought when they hit 35, they're like, I want a man to take care of me. I just want to cook cookies.
And actually, the funny thing is what Serena said, most of them want the patriarch. Don't even realize it.
Yep.
Don't even realize it.
Yeah. Hold on. What was it? AME don't think that is the truth, as I know who used to be on Roger. Oh, he's talking with it. And here's the other thing, right? Is that they're trying to, and this is what I was trying to tell Pat, is that we're going to see it on the tail end, because we're going to be, for us to see the effects of them resetting the patriarchy, it's not going to be the 50s and the 60s, because we're in a technological revolution. We're about to go, what I call is we're about to operate in the fifth dimension, right? And the fifth dimension is social credit, right? And, what I'm saying? Like that, that shit they instituted in China and certain parts of Asia, right? And
let me add to what you're saying right now. The whole idea of trying to force people. There's a lot of banks that won't loan to places that say, "Oh, you have coal. Well, we can't give you any money." And I'm like, bro. And I'll tell you like this: coal isn't going to die, because what's going to happen is you're going to have the venture capitalists come through. They come in to invest in companies, in spite of what the banks do. It's like, all right, you ain't got to do shit. I got cash. I got a bunch of guys that can bring cash in there. We'll go ahead and do it this way.
Well, what they mainly use in the coal mines, for the old coal mines, for is for the synthetic diamonds. Yeah. So, because here's the thing, you need diamonds to cut titanium.
You need diamonds to do a whole lot of stuff.
A lot of shit.
You doing any kind of mining?
Yep.
You gotta do something.
Yeah, diamonds,
especially so
nice
you need
mineral source. Yeah.
You need diamonds to frack, because a lot of those fracking, a lot of those
the drill bits,
the drill bits, right? So instead of trying to dig up these diamonds and all of this other stuff, right?
You can use them for jewelry, but you can use them for something else.
Yeah, there's two different kinds of diamonds. There's the industrial ones, and then you have the the ones that are there for show. Yeah. And man, I've seen some pretty synthetic ones.
There you go.
Oh yeah.
The thing about it is like what Pastor the $40 is saying, the government is actually attacking not just coal, but anything that actually works.
Yeah. What they're trying to do is, and this is what they're literally trying to do. They're sending out the how should I say it? They're sending out literally the propaganda machine on the coal. They already figured it out what to use it for. But the problem is that the mining of coal has long-term bad effects on the human body, right?
They used to say stuff like acid rain, and we're like, yeah, what happened to that? They ended that stuff in the 80s and the 90s. There was a truck driver that actually brought this up. He's like, look, I used to truck the stuff in there that they would put in the furnace to knock that stuff down so you don't have acid rain. But the media were harping on this in the 80s and the 90s.
Yeah, and that's
you don't hear that about it now.
Hell, you don't hear nothing about the ozone layer closing or the ozone layer closing.
Yeah, the ozone layer, the ozone, a lot of for what people burn coal for, what coal was actually burnt for, it was actually the lead in the emissions back in the 60s and the 70s that actually started fucking up the ozone layer because of how it was. It wasn't even coal. It was actually the ozone layer. Yeah.
Well,
it was actually the
hole in the ozone layer. That was natural.
Yeah, I'm like, yeah, but it happens and it repairs itself. But the emissions, right? The emissions that it was going, like, if it's over the United States and it was over England, right? It was over.
No, it was over the South Pole. That's the only place where it opened up.
Yeah.
And so, people were saying this. Oh, well, the CFCs are destroying everything. No evidence for it. They just made it up. Yeah. There's nothing more frustrating than listening to the left talk about what we need to do as a country, and everything they need to do destroys our foundation. And if you look at a country like France, what do they got? Like 80% of their power comes from nuclear energy. Yeah, and you got everybody around them saying, "Yep, we need to get rid of nuclear power. We need to go ahead and do all the other."
France got a lot of nuclear energy, and their economy is good. Nobody's not dying. You ever heard of there's a ad? I forget. It's a French company ad.
That was God looking at on his bag, kids. I'm done passing $40.
Yeah.
No, but
I forget the name of their ad. But go ahead, DeAndre.
No, is you really?
Nah, who's your niece?
Like, really big point. Yeah, you make a point there. You make a good point because it's like it's like nuclear energy, like it's cleaner. But like I said, once again, like the whole Fukushima thing could have been avoided if, like, the fallout was caused because somebody at work was on some bullshit and they didn't have the pump switched to automatic for the backup generator to cool down the reactor. In Japan, in a infinite fucking proudness, or the company, because the company's actually, it's not government regulated, right? It's actually privatized. So the company didn't want, because the US said we could come in and help you before the reactor, goes whatever. Because listen, here's the crazy part. I was working on the base as a crane inspector for the nuclear side. They had some of the U.S. government's top nuclear people in Japan at the time that it happened.
Yeah.
And you have a nuclear carrier there because the rule in Japan is the only way Japan could have a nuclear carrier is that when you deal with anything nuclear, like if it's a rag or something, if it got alpha radiation, right? Like alpha radiation, if it radiates, you can use a piece of paper to block the radiation. It's actually delta radiation, where you need the whole suit on and then you need lead walls and all this extra shit, right? So beta radiation, you just need steel to block that shit. Charlie radiation is, so when you in a reactor room, you get checked for radiation shit. There's little tinses or whatever. It's not really that bad, right? But prolonged exposure to that radiation will cause problems down the line from prolonged use. Delta radiation is when you need the lead, you need all of that. That means like you're like right next to the reactor, hugging that motherfucker, like hugging that bitch, right? Then gamma radiation is incredible Hulk time. Like literally, like you glow.
That's to turn green in a motherfucker.
That's a meltdown. Like a motherfucker, right? So what happened in Japan is they didn't want the U.S. coming in there, basically, because the U.S. has not had an actual nuclear meltdown.
Wait, hold on a second. Hey, Coffee, he sound like me, man. I'm older.
Yeah. What's that? If you go to his channel, bro, you sound just like
They try to say a lot of people are saying I sound like Judge Zilla, and I'm like,
no,
he sounds like me.
Yeah, Judge trying to sound like War Master, and I say they had similar voices, and when I first met War Master, I was like, that nigga stole that nigga's voice. I was like, you crazy. That's what I'm saying, but you know what I'm saying. No, Judge he's a character though. No,
hold on a second.
No, I've been on panels with him. Like he's a character. I don't take him seriously though.
Judge Zilla says this every now and then.
Although I can't hear you say wigtail without thinking of a bald woman.
There you go.
God, that guy's funny, man.
Yeah, he's funny. I don't take dudes seriously. Like, he hangs with him. He's be over at Art of New Styles. He be over there on panels a few times. He don't really do content like he used to. He used to hang out with Zero.
Yeah. Oh my God. He said we still in Voices of the Space. Yeah. Hey, man. Hey. The only person that's supposed to be called the voice is Sir Obadiah, dubbed by Cerulean's nephew and shit.
Black, yeah. It's the voice. I hear you. He be listening to my content, but see, Cerulean, they think Cerulean be in that room by himself. And I try to tell the War Master, no, that nigga's recording. He got speakers, man. Shouts out to Cerulean, but don't leave Cerulean. I try to tell you. And he said, hey G, talk about me. He said, hey G. He said, they'd rather be smothered by Dre, but not by me. And then I know what he meant by that. I said, I know that ain't right.
Like
every time, man. He said Dre be playing with his food. I forget what he said. He said Dre be playing with his food. He said I go in there and just I know. The way he went after General, it's light. He said, man, you need to see my old space where I went after Charles. To my Charles Park. I said, I need to see those.
Like I do it as a teaching moment to the crowd.
Yeah.
Because I understand what Cerulean is doing, but sometimes I do it like this. This is the problem with Black people, right? and I say this. I'm gonna say this, right?
Go ahead.
Black people need to learn how to deal with other parts of society.
Facts. Good.
You know what I mean?
You are right, man.
And like SKC and Game Changer are like white people in black body. That's the closest you're going to be in the safest place where you can actually deal and learn how white people operate.
That's right.
Man, a Game Changer's troll game is beyond 9,000, man. He could tell you in just a very, very calm, like he just conversational voice to be trolling the shit out of you.
Yeah.
I'll never forget the time he got Keith. He got him so good. Keith was starting to get mad. He's like, man, I'm just trolling you. I'm like, damn, bro. I thought he was telling the truth. I'm like, what the hell?
No, look,
he does that a lot. Yeah.
Here's the funny part about Game Changer. Now, I'm gonna tell you, this is the problem.
San Ysidro sucks.
Okay, so do you realize that the Stovegate came out because he was having a conversation with Cerulean?
I remember he was telling a story about when he was in the Caribbean somewhere, and he did something nice for a friend.
No. That's not what happened. He was talking to Cerulean. Cerulean was talking about some shit. He was talking about SYSBM. He's like, I went to the Caribbean. I went to the Dominican Republic. And I was down there with my friends.
He told me that story, and it was awful.
Right? Yeah. And he was down there. I was down there with my friends, and we stayed for a week. And I met the girl, and we was having our fun and whatever. And then they left, and I decided to stay instead of staying.
No hate on them over here.
Money. I decided to go stay with her in her village, and I brought her a stove because she didn't have one.
Yeah, that's a story he told us. And the thing about it is the guys who were subscribed to his channel, we were kind of like, well, oh man, that's cool. And the whole thing was, dude, you made a friend for life.
No,
wait. The thing that made it so funny about the Stovegate was you had a lot of people, how shall I say this? They felt some kind of way that he would actually do anything because, this is Game Changer doing his thing.
Would sooner buy a stove before I surrender my penis.
So, Sir Izzo, what's going on? Hey, Sir Izzo, did you get the Vaseline? Did she get the Vaseline?
Oh man, come on. He was over at Auntie's. But the funny thing about the stove thing, like I don't think he likes talking about it. I don't think he likes talking about it. Like the last time I was on his panel, when Cerulean did him, it was awful. He got the way he trolled him. I said, "Oh my god, no."
So
you gotta understand, us in the chat, we would start, call it stove changer, stove.
Yeah, I mean, we he knows it's playful, but when you get to the panel, and I understand what he's trying to tell me, he said, "Please do not talk to Cerulean." That's all I always tell me. You know what Kuda always said? He's like NyQuil, not necessarily, but if you really listen to him, if you really listen to Cerulean, you understand it's speech patterns.
What's going on?
All it is, man.
So check this out. So Izzo, you was on fire today with the faceless spear. Like that shit was funny. But
that shit was funny, yeah.
But appliance here's the funny part. So I'm on Bomb Cherries, right? Jessica X was up there. The big homie was up there, right?
Oh shit. So there you go. You being petty.
she was trolling. She was trolling hard. The women were getting in their feelings. That was going back and whatever. Right? So Game Changer comes up there, right? Because Fantastic was, actually he was up there for a while. Like, you know what I mean, having a conversation with Jessica and Baum and all that, right? Okay. So
they talked about dicks already, right?
Fantastic leaves, right? So Game Changer comes. So Game Changer's up there, and I'm just trying to talk to Jessica X. And then I mentioned Game Changer in the stove, right? The stove thing, right? And the term dirty foot is actually coined by myself.
Really?
Yeah, I'm the one.
It is. It is.
I know
he
that.
told me. Yeah, that was it.
Yeah. So now the funny part about it is that I was
talking a military term, by the way.
It is a military term. Okay. Because you go into these third world countries and the chicks are walking around with no shoes, and you tell them wash their feet.
That's a dirty foot.
They call them a dirty foot.
Yeah, I ain't banging on dirty foots. No.
Yeah, dirty foots. You know what I'm saying? So then
hold on a second. What was it? They were saying it about Marco, and Marco had a chick show him the bottom of her feet to show him the water. It was hilarious.
He knows that Marco knows who DeAndre is.
Yeah, man. Hey, I tell you like this. Man, I don't know what happened to Marco, man. He lost his channel.
He's cool. No, he's cool. He's around. He's just kind of laying low. That's what Kuda told me. He's not really doing content like that. He'd be over there with zeros and A-guns a lot. I know that.
So now
that's my guy.
So now I'm talking, right? So Game Changer shows, because he had dudes up there on Bomb Chat trying to windmill, right? So they tried to get in their nigga bag. Yeah, he had some dudes on there trying to windmill for him. Because I was saying, look, y'all got a representative over there.
Wait, what's windmilling?
Windmilling is basically you're defending somebody, like, you know what I'm saying, like you're defending somebody, but you're not doing it right. You know when a kid is like swinging their arms at you,
right.
Windmill.
It's called windmilling. Yeah.
You're trying to defend somebody, but you ain't even doing it right. You know what I'm saying? So I'm sitting there and I'm saying, dude, you're defending the guy that talks bad about Keisha and them, but he'll go to a dirty foot country and buy a woman a stove. Think about where you have to live in the Dominican Republic for you not to have a basic house appliance.
Hold on a second. Let's try it even better. Just to further get into this. Think about it where you have to go to another country and buy a dirty foot chick a stove. What does it say about your women here?
Well, that's what I'm basically pointing at is that you just want some pussy. That's it. So that's all it is, right? And that the whole point, and I'm half Asian, but I've been to DR, right? I know what it is, right? So you're going there, you know what I mean? You're going there for sex tourism. That's what you're going to do. You're going there to trick. It's fine. But this is my thing. Why aren't you telling these dudes to go there? If you're going to do it, go there responsibly. You should not be staying with a chick in some jungle forest shit where you had David Ortiz from the Boston Red Sox in his very own country nation get shot, and they had to helivac this motherfucker back to goddamn fucking Boston so he can save his life.
Yeah,
see, people forgot about that.
I don't know nothing about that, but yeah.
So
I would stay out of that.
People forgot about all of those people, white, black, that was going down to the Dominican Republic, and they were dying at that resort because they've been poisoned, right?
Damn.
Like that was a thing. That was a thing. This was before the Stovegate, right? So you're in a country and you're acting reckless in another man's hood, right? That you don't speak the language fluently, you don't understand, and more motherfuckers get set up in those countries by those women than anything. So you don't know this shit like that. And you don't even have it. Even when we in the military, we would get a port brief. We got basically we got NCIS, we got the Homeland Security giving us information about the places and where not to go and what not to do. We are told with it. So you're running around here and you're thinking that this is a honorable thing to do, right? So this is what I said to the dude.
That set you up to be easy mark.
Yeah, so then Game Changer steps up on the panel. I said, "Oh shit, you here? Let me have a conversation with you." He was like, "This, is that, and third." And then Jessica tries to defend him, right? And me and him talking back and forth. And this is what I did to Jessica. I said, "Shut the fuck up. 2 minute talking. You're talking about black women aren't feminine, but you're getting into the conversation between two men. So is this feminine? Are you being feminine right now? Because all the rest of black women are fucking, their mouths are shut while they letting two men go at it. Why are you talking? Shut the fuck up. Because I'm talking to him. You don't need you to help.
The last time you did that with this one girl from Montreal. Her name was Annalisa that got destroyed by Saint Dissenter. And I was in the chat and I saw how you turned the chat against her. And I died. And this is when you cammed up. Yes. Y'all did do some shit like that.
And here's the crazy part. Game Changer stopped, he said, Jessica, leave. And he dropped off the panel, right? Guess what happened? Jessica didn't leave. She stayed up there on Bomb's channel.
I mean, come on, man. Let's be honest. Jessica likes to fight. I got mad respect for Jessica, man. That's just how she is.
But she likes to fight, but she don't like to get trolled. Like the last time she was over at Kuda's, Pepe got on her skin. She tried to pull my whole car over at a MOT, and I roasted her, and I said, "You was an instigator the whole time, you little one." In English, she didn't like what I said. She's mad at me right now. She said, "This motherfucker," you know. Yeah. See, I know how to get on their skin because what I do, I say certain words. The people that ain't really about that, like that trolling life, like I used to troll in my 20s. I tell people in my day, we used to do it in the chat room, chat box, and that was it. And we get on your skin. We say words that sting. You know, that's what I like about Cerulean. What he tries to do, he don't use cuss words. He's used certain words to get on your skin, and it messes with your head psychologically. That's why MOT gets mad when I call him 3-syllable Negro or nigga. He gets mad. He hears what I say because I hang on every word he said. His 3 words is track records, environments, and outcomes. He hates when I say that. And the reason sounding like him because he's from Mississippi, he don't like that. And it's personal to him. But see, you side with Kuda. I'm like, Kuda's not the bad guy.
Yeah.
You know if you're being the opposite of that. You know what I'm saying? I can't take him seriously, man. I can't.
And you know, but here's the thing.
I'll be honest, I didn't like the way they came at Kuda. I didn't like that either. What did Kuda do to you guys?
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you what the problem. I'm gonna tell you what the problem.
Go ahead, Dre.
With Kuda, right? But I'm gonna say this about the Jessica thing. She didn't leave the panel. I turned around and told Jessica. I said, Jessica, are you really acting feminine? Because 2 men were having a conversation, and I understand he's your dude, y'all cool, but this ain't the time to save him. He need to hold his own nuts. So do you understand why you got yelled at by me? He's like, I understand. Was that feminine? No. So did these women keep their mouth closed and held their tongue and they didn't jump in it? And she's like, you know what? You're right. So now you can't say that black women don't have a mat of being feminine. It's just that in the face, there ain't too many black men running around that's not feminized. I'm not a feminized dude, right? So now you came under subjection because you realized what you did wrong. They did it. They already knew what it was, you know, for whatever reason. So let's have a conversation. And for the next hour, we had a sensible conversation with a sizable disagreements, and everybody accepted her standpoint. She accepted everybody's, and she went about her business. My Game Changer was live for a whole hour, fuming, mad, punching the fucking air, mad at me because he had to tuck his nuts and run. See, look, you know this Game Changer don't say shit about me. He don't come around me because he know better. He run. Like it's the thing like this, and this is the.
Hey, Degenerate, you talking about how they did the stove thing or how they did Kuda?
Well, the thing they did with Kuda was this. This is what I tell with Kuda. This is my thing with Kuda. Kuda, for some reason, I don't know why it is. Kuda's got everything in hand, right? And what I mean by this, Kuda has women in his chat. They listen to what he's saying. He has men
music
engaging. He's got the music, and the women will take anything that he says or what we say on the panel, be entertained. They don't take it to heart. They'll listen. Sometimes they'll inject themselves in the conversation. Most times they won't, but they'll be in the chat. They'll be agreeing. They'll be vibing. Even if they're not typing in the chat, they'll be listening, right?
Yeah.
And then it's nothing. It's things that he's thinking. It's things that the men are saying. But guess what? Nobody takes it too seriously. That's something that they could never do. They got a problem with females. They have a problem with even getting a woman to pay them attention. They got a problem with, they can't, like Kuda's the type of dude where he could go into a place, talk to a female, have a conversation, leave out of the place with the female, get some pussy, see her the next day, and the chick already know what it is for the most part, and he can get on the next chick, and he minding his business and she doing her. They gotta lead with their wallet all the fucking time. Everything they gotta do is lead with their wallet. So
Scooter's thorough. He's kind of like my one of my cousins, and they look similar to him in light skin. But this dude finesses the shit out of people. No hate on him though. What I learned about his content when I first subscribed to him in March, and I told him I didn't mean to troll because I got under his skin too. He didn't know how good I was, but he watched me over at MOTs. But I didn't like the fact they played that stupid ass debate about the microphone gear shit. They should stick with the two styles of microphones, the dynamic and the condenser. Now, Kuda didn't know either. He didn't know either at the time. You know, he told me a secret. He said, "Sir, I had to learn this shit. I had to study diaphragms and proximities and all that shit. You know, everything I'm telling you, I've been down that path." You know, because we're peers. It's a shame that he had to explain to people. I got hell for that because I came from the media world. And I said, and I get where he's coming from. And I said, oh, I see. And he had great content.
When it comes to Kuda, I learned a lot being on his channel. Like sound, I understood sound. You know what I'm saying? How to reproduce it in my car.
Right.
On the other side of the, we're on the other side of the microphone now. And, it was like learning all over again.
Yeah.
And when it comes to talking about women and game and that kind of stuff, he put English to what I was doing already.
Yeah.
It was the weirdest thing to have somebody tell you. And for a while, you're like, wait a minute. I did that. What?
I did that already.
Oh, I see how it all went together.
He gives you little gems there and there. But one thing I like about him is he picks people apart. Not only he's I ain't gonna say about Zodiac. Yeah, he's Capricorn. I know people gonna hate on him. Quit hating on him, right? Quit hating on the Capricorns. I hate this every time on the internet. Like, why is he the bad guy? And I'm like, and I said, "Cool." I said, you know why?
Every day.
Right. Well, the problem. I'm gonna tell you what the
hate
issue,
that guy, man.
I'm gonna tell you what the problem is. And
that's worse than LeBron. I was like, come on, man.
Because this is the thing with Kuda. This is the thing with Kuda. I see what it is. The thing with Kuda is they know how cerebral he can be because you have to be able to understand things. Like something is sound and it's difficult, and the way that he explains
it he's super cerebral. Oh yeah.
The layman man can understand what he's talking about, right? He you know what I mean? And what they try to do is they know that Kuda can be just like here's the best thing.
You ain't shit.
You say hold up a pair of clippers and say
that's even worse. That's one, but say the word style. And when I used to say that to him over at MOTs, and that got on his skin, and he said, "Sir, I was about to curse." I said, "I wouldn't have cared because I was trolling." And he realized and he started laughing. Over time, we started talking. But if you go back to that stream when Angry Man had a problem with MOT, I came on the tail end, and I knew he was asleep. He said, "Hold on a minute." He said, "Come over here real quick." He tried to pronounce her name. He said, "You got a strange name." He said, "Come up here." I was like, "Oh shit!"
That was.
And then Dustin and Dusty tried to say, he said that nigga ain't gonna show up, cool. I'm like, and then I popped up and they got quiet. Angry Man got quiet too. Now Man, aka my brother. Remember DeAndre? That nigga got so quiet. He could not stand me because I used to call him his trolling. What I called him, Hangry Man, and he did not like that when I was over at MOTs. He did not like that. See, he be listening too. Them niggas be mad, man. I tell you. But when Kuda pulled me to the side, he said, "You gotta be careful with them dudes. They be threatening people's lives." I said, "Kuda, they be doing that for real on here?" But at the time, I was trying to get back into content. And then when Kuda pulled me to the side, man, like he said, "That's what they be doing, man."
Yeah, man, this dude's tripping, man. Like, I
know. No, he already knows. He be watching.
Like, I'm gonna say like this is the thing with Kuda.
But it's crazy. He had to explain that to me. He said, "Look, you gotta be careful with them niggas over there." I said, "What's he talking about?" But this is the time I was subscribed to MOT, right? Yeah. So I already know they hate my ass right now. But when Kuda figured out and what he saw, he said in March, and we went through hell. Yeah, we did the Rose Scholar thing. Yeah, I'm guilty of that. Yeah, but it was classic. It was classic. Yeah, and I had this black avatar. I was talking my ish. Yeah, I stand on my pettiness right here. I was over there. And I had to participate with him, but see, Kuda kind of got me into it. And I'm like, man, I don't want to be on the stream. And I saw Rue, and Rue hopped off the panel. He saw my ass. I said, I know this shit is about to start. Let me get out the way.
Like, I'm gonna be honest with you, man. I'm gonna be totally honest with you. Man. Is the thing that I always tell Kuda and T-Stream ended and shit. Yeah, so he ended the stream. So
damn, I was about to go over that.
You got to play back one. So the biggest thing is with
Antique.
The biggest thing is with Kuda is I've been telling them, I said, bro, you don't need them niggas. Do not say Mano or Spear out
exactly.
Your mouth.
Just I try to tell them go to entertain. I try to tell them go over to Gully TV. They'll hook you up, man. You stop. You don't need them niggas, man. He's got the talent.
Nigga, he got to listen, and this is what people look. I like LeBron for where he came from, the story, as far as an athlete and what he does and stuff like that. Far as an athlete, right? Anything from politics, I don't get involved with it or whatever, right? But the reason why people have a problem with LeBron, right, is the same reason why they have a problem with Capricorn. If you got all of this talent,
they pragmatic,
stop trying to rally the troops and bring all these niggas with you. You just run your shit by yourself.
Right.
Fuck them niggas. Build your own space. Architect of your own space.
He's got it. I tried to tell him that like months ago. Yeah.
And then you're dealing with these niggas over here, and they just want to sound important. They can't stand, listen, a true teacher is someone that can take the complicated and teach it to make it look simple. So a layman can understand it and actually use it in practical form.
Facts.
That's what a true teacher is. You sitting up there, you don't know what a Rhodes Scholar is? Like, you don't know what this is? Well, I'm like, no, the nigga don't know. But guess what?
He didn't care. I was there in that stream.
But guess what? He doesn't know, but here's the problem. Angry Man went and said, nigga, I didn't know what a Rhodes Scholar is. But here's the thing. You niggas are still talking on tin can mics.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like niggas are still, you know what I mean? And here's the crazy part. All of you niggas get together and you can't hold the show down by yourself. There's only one dude that can actually hold his weight by himself, and that's Ramil. If Ramil ain't around, you niggas is floundering in the water.
Exactly. Ramil's the only one. Kuda. I did it several times by myself when I had less people in the room. I did a 3-hour stream by myself called The Villain Sphere. Shouts out to Rashawn. And I did that too. And the reason I did it, I've done things by myself. And I think me and Kuda, we kind of sync well because we like to do things by ourselves. I try to tell him I don't rush into the gear thing. I said, Kuda, I have a different way of looking at things, and we respect each other. We may disagree on a couple of things. I would say plenty of things, but one thing I respect about him, he's honest. You know what I mean? He gives me the format. Here you go. Look at it this way. And he said, man, you pop up in the algorithm. I said, yeah, man. Hey, if you get a community strike after 9 years ago, you're back into the game. So Google said, oh, he's back now. This nigga's back now. Oh, he wants to play ball, huh? That's how the internet pulls you, man. And I study analytics, and that's what they do. And I tell people all the time, once you do something good or bad, they're gonna put you in the algorithm. They say, oh, we're gonna test his head now. They like to troll you, right? But I deal with it. You know, that's why I'm glad SKC came at my conservatism streams, and he gave me some pushback.
Yeah,
I told him, I said, well, if they're both racist, I told him it didn't matter. I didn't care. I didn't get mad at him. I told him it didn't care. He said, what? You really? He said, really? I said, yeah, it didn't care. I was fucking with him.
No, I'm like, my thing is this, is that, people, and this is the greatest trick bag that's told to black people in America, right? And they believe it for most of the time, is that, like, racism has no political affiliation directly. No religious.
Hold on a second. I know somebody that knows something about that.
White supremacy is life.
So
that's my man fasting.
Fasting. So racism doesn't care. Like, the reason why the toaster oven people were mad at Dave Chappelle, because he actually pointed out the racism within their own community they don't want to talk about.
Oh,
right?
that's true. Yeah,
You
I
know what I'm
see it a
saying?
lot
That was
down
the
here.
major thing he was actually pointing out. And that's why they got so upset.
Oh yeah.
And that's why he was running around basically trying to find. You notice they tried to use black people to go at Dave Chappelle, right?
Damn, that's funny.
Yeah, but they was going at black people to go at Dave Chappelle, the black poster of him, instead of whatever. It was I want to see someone sample me being petty or TPT a week and a half ago when I told
down to comb his nappy ass hair and make his appointment for a haircut. Oh, come on, Nino.
Oh,
who's he talking about?
He probably talking about the dudes that he had problems with. I said, Nino, I'm not in that. That's on you, bro.
Hey, you know what? Hey, you know what? I'm gonna tell y'all to look at something very funny. Look at the Jay Sean versus MOT debate on fucking Teapot.
Oh man.
Oh, I seen that. I seen that.
No, you listen. You gotta watch that shit. Is pure comedy. He's like,
it
MOT,
is.
you told me you weren't gonna do this again, man. Stop looking in the chat. We supposed to be debating.
Yeah, I seen that. I mean, Jay Sean did him dirty. Yeah, and they did it on C Boogie's channel too. On Kuda has an old stream about it, and I shook my head. I said, "Damn." I said, Jay Sean, you need to drop that dude. That dude he's hazardous to me. I'm sorry. I can't listen to him for like 3 hours. I just can't. The same old shit.
Listen, man.
I can't. I mean, I respect what he's doing, but this guy, this hypocrite, man. Come on.
Listen, man. I do not trust the dude that sits in
I don't
a
even
truck
like dude like that. Yeah.
and drives a truck with a 3-piece suit on.
Thank you.
I don't trust the dude like
I don't trust dude like that.
I've seen a few like that.
I respect. Let me tell you something. I respect Agent F and the rest of them dudes in Game Changer, and I hate to say this because they're better than this dude. I'm sorry. I try to tell Kuda 3 syllables is so emotional. Like, okay, you love the Tac Tray and they hood serve. I get it. They're Pookies too. Ty City. And Ty City created the term hood server, by the way. Shouts out to Ty City.
Yeah,
but it's sad that you want to beat them up so bad. We don't even know what these dudes look like. I already know what Trey looks like. I don't know what hood server look like. And I told this to Jay Sean. He could have been a white dude or a mixed dude. It don't matter to me. Now, if he comes in these black spaces with respect, I respect the dude. He came on my panel one time when the general was on the panel. Remember, Dre? And but he smelled cerulean around the corner. He didn't like cerulean, man. I'm
gonna be honest, man. There's something wrong with black folks working really hard to basically to keep other ethnic groups out of some place like this. It doesn't make any sense.
They gonna come anyway.
Yeah. Like-minded people. You know what? Eminem could pull up on anybody, and you know how M is. M's a real smart guy.
Yeah,
he will fillet half these motherfuckers, and I'm sitting there like, why is it so wrong that somebody's a different ethnic group than you that has an opinion on what you're saying on an open mic?
Yeah. I give you a perfect example. You know this guy, what's his name? Hans Utility. I did a Labor Day stream, right? Even though my boys, he's in the chat. He's the mod. Hans Utility. I think he said he was Latino, right? He has some great points too. And I listened to him for like hours on streams on the Labor Day stream. I had a different microphone at the time. Him and Seafood, right? He called himself Black Irish. It was a good stream. Him and his pastor, they was showing guns. They didn't flash at nobody, but that was on that stream. You can watch that old stream, and I was on that panel. And man, it was a great conversation. Great conversation. And then till in the stream, Hans was something else, man. Yeah.
Nigga, I'm sorry, man. I'm my bad, man. They gotta get rid of this nigga Russell Westbrook, bro.
Oh yeah.
Listen, man. Look, man. I just looked at the box score because I looked at. All right, so I'm looking at the Lakers, man. I'm sorry, man. I ain't mean to do this, man.
I don't blame you. My dad's a Lakers
fan. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. Right. I'm looking at the field goal percentage. 41% versus 50%. So they was playing Miami, right?
Oh shit! They playing my team. Oh man, come on.
So they had 50% from the field. Miami had 41%, right? They had they was 47% for 3. Miami was 27%. Miami had 14 turnovers. The Lakers had 23, right? The Lakers only out-rebounded.
You gonna lose like that
by like 3, right? Now check this out. The Lakers beat the Heat in overtime, right? It was like 117 to 120. Now I'm going to go to the box score. We'll go to box score, right? So I'm just going to read the Lakers. So Anthony Davis, 45 minutes, 10 for 23, 1 from 2 from 3, Three or four from free throws, right? So you know I'm saying, about 80%. 5 rebounds, 5 offensive rebounds, 8 defensive rebounds, 13 rebounds, 4 assists, 1 steal, 1 block, 4 turnovers, 24 points, -4 in the plus minus. Bazemore, I'm not gonna read his. Jordan was the center, right? So he was basically dealing with Bam Adebayo, so he was up there just sucking up fouls and shit. Right? He was just there for player fouls and shit right there. Right? He had 2 fouls, whatever. He had 1 point and some shit. So you got Westbrook, 10 of 22 from the field, 3 of 7 from 3-point range. He only had 2 free throws. He made them both because he's been shooting abysmal. 1 offensive rebound, 11 defensive rebounds. You're the point guard. Why you got more rebounds in the center and the goddamn power forward? But let's go. 12 rebounds total, 14 assists, 1 steal, 2 blocks, 8 turnovers. 8 turnovers. 8 turnovers. Right? So 8 turnovers. So Carmelo coming off the bench got 12. Malik Monk was 4 from 7 from 3. He was 10 from 13. He had 27 points off the bench. 27 points off the bench. Will Ellington had 12 points off the bench. So your bench, basically, you had Dwight Howard. He gave you 6 fouls. Okay, he was up there sucking up. Okay, because you know Bam Adebayo is pretty good. He's pretty good.
Bam Adebayo,
yeah, he's pretty good. So he was sucking up a lot of the fouls or whatever because he got 6 player fouls and being Dwight Howard. So you got 12, you know what I mean? There's 24, you know what I'm saying? So you got, you know what I mean? You got 31 points off the bench, right? Then, you know what I'm saying? So basically, your starters are giving you that, but the Bradley Beal, like, what was it? My bad, not Bradley Beal. Avery Bradley was solid. He had, like, you know, 1 steal, 1 block. He had 2 turnovers, 2 player fouls. But whoever he was playing, he was locking them down. He was 6 of 12, and he was 5 from 8 from 3. 5 from 8 from 3. This is Avery Bradley. Yo, they need to trade this nigga Russell Westbrook. I'm sorry, bro. Like, he got to go. He either go to the bench and run in the shot troops and bring in Rondo to be the point guard. He got to go, bro. He got to go, man. Like, and I know why they got him.
Yeah,
I'm gonna tell you why they got him, to push the pace, to have the Lakers running up and down the floor. Because I'm gonna be honest with you, like you said, the NBA is a finesse game right now, and listen, nobody paying them Laker fucking overpriced tickets to see East Coast grinded out basketball in half court. They want to see Coach Tom, Magic Johnson, James Worthy.
They want that
flashy passes,
that fast break.
Yeah, they want that.
It's kind of like the Fords running. Like you had the Midwest Division, like you got the Northwest Division, kind of like what you see with the Thunder, the Timberwolves, and those teams like the Jazz and all that. They want that type of basketball, like fast-paced Fords that run, guards that run fast.
Yeah.
But you know, you got to blame the ownership and LeBron wanting this bullshit. Until LeBron is smart, no, it's like this. He gets guys that's old, like he did in Cleveland, right? This is an example. Trade Westbrook, but if Westbrook says something out of line, they're gonna have to get rid of him. You know, if LeBron's not happy, you got to get his ass up out of there. You know, LeBron wants what he wants.
Well, with LeBron, I already know what he's really trying to do.
Yeah.
If LeBron gets to the NBA Finals, right? Let's just say, you know, this is his best chance of winning one, right? If LeBron gets to the NBA Finals and he wins with Westbrook
or Melo,
well, he really want Melo on the team, right?
Yeah, he got Melo.
Melo already know he's coming off the bench, so Melo happy. He just happy to be back in the league. He good. He know LeBron gonna pass him the ball and he can shoot. That's all Melo wanted. Melo always had a green light to shoot. So if LeBron gonna give you the ball and you gonna hang up at the 3-point line, like Melo, like I didn't even notice that, but Melo is 60% from the floor in Staples from 3-point range.
Oh, he's good.
Yeah,
he's good.
So now Melo's cool with being a spot up shooter. He's cool being the second, you know, the dude that's coming in to give you that shock, right? So if you actually look at the Lakers, LeBron and the management actually built the Lakers like the Warriors. Remember the Warriors, it wasn't
Mm-hmm.
the Warriors hurting you with Steph and Draymond and Clay. It was them shock troops that came in that extended that lead while you had your bench coming up there. You really saw how weak your bench was because they got, they had motherfuckers that just give you 10 points. If you got everybody on your bench contributed to 10 points or something like that, then you can basically keep a lead and run away with it. You ain't got to really pay no defense because you done snatched everybody's heart and soul out of their chest, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, man, we sitting up here 40 points down in the third quarter. We ain't coming back from this. Might as well mail this shit in, right? So LeBron's doing that shit. But the thing is that if he wins with Westbrook, ain't no more talk about Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant might as well go sit the fuck down somewhere.
Right? Yeah, he's gonna retire.
He's doing that to be petty to
done.
Kevin Durant.
Yeah,
he's doing that.
But the only threat with the Lakers, like I said, Golden State, and I forgot what Mace said on his channel. He said, if Steph Curry wins the title before LeBron, if he ever does, I wouldn't say he's great. Now Mace is exaggerating him being better than LeBron. I don't buy that because LeBron's getting 4 rings. I just can't. I can't. That's the only part I disagree with Mace on that. But I give him that respect that younger generation should look at Steph getting the 4th title. But here's the thing: you're competing against 5 or 6 titles. So over time, LeBron's still the best right now in this current generation. Not
I'm gonna be like this. Steph Curry having Kevin Durant for what? He won the first 2 titles.
The first title without him, and I would say the last 3 with Kevin
Durant. So with that, and then he didn't really show, and he didn't
show up. Yeah,
he didn't show up in the finals. And Draymond Green got Kevin Durant to Golden State. So it wasn't, it wasn't Steph Curry. It was Draymond Green got Kevin Durant to Golden State, got KD there. And then, KD got his rings. And then
KD carried that team. I hate to say that.
KD carried. Yeah, KD carried. Because I'm going to say like this. If the Warriors did not have KD, LeBron would have got another title in Cleveland.
Oh, yeah. I agree with that.
He would have got.
I would say like this: he should have won 2015 and 16. I've been happy for that.
Yeah, that was like even
that in
like,
the argument.
That would. Yeah, everybody. Everybody knows that if he had Kyrie and Kevin Love with him, he should have won that. You know what I mean?
He should have.
Yeah. And even if Kyrie went down, if he had Kevin Love, they would have won that.
They would have won.
He had Mozgov. He had fucking
Mozgov, Timothy Mozgov.
He was.
He had it made. Yeah.
He had Mozgov, and he got a lot of niggas paid though. So and he had Tristan Thompson and shit.
Tristan was a beast. Yeah, he's in Boston right now, I believe.
You know what I think about Tristan? You know what Tristan remind me of? Tristan remind me of Horace Grant.
Yeah, he does. He plays like Horace Grant. Yeah, he plays like Horace Grant. Yeah, he do.
And the thing that pissed me off is I remember that one game when LeBron was playing. They was playing in Cleveland. I think something happened with Kevin Love. Kevin Love was having one of those anxiety things that was going on.
Yeah.
And then Tristan was playing.
Those depressions that he calls down.
And then he was feeding Tristan. And Tristan had a triple-double. He had like 20 points and some shit. Like Tristan was abusing motherfuckers down in the paint. It was like that old school it looked like Alonzo Mourning down in the paint.
Yeah.
Back in the 90s. Like, you know what I'm saying? It was just like this give and go. Like, it was that, what is that shit they do, man? The shit that San Antonio does all the time. That pick and roll. They was pick and rolling the fuck out of motherfuckers. They look like, it was like the return of Tim Duncan and fucking David Robinson. Like, that's what you was really looking like. It was just like, they was pick and rolling niggas in the Eastern Conference out of their socks. Like, if you really look at the Cavs was actually like, they was almost a mirror of like San Antonio. Like, if you look at it, like if you look at the Cavs, they was almost a mirror of San Antonio.
They
was
are.
almost mirrored. Like
And
there was
I'll
almost
I'll tell you why they mirror. LeBron studied the Popovich system because it's the best system in basketball. It's kind of like, I hate to say this, the Patriots system with Parcells, with Belichick. It's really the same shit. It's just a little different fragments. And Brady did the same thing with the Buccaneers. A lot of that shit, system teams, they actually do win championships. The players, you gotta have the right star to gear that team. I told my dad that's how they always fucking win. You can get mad all you want. You can make them as a villain and they still win. You know, I don't care what nobody. They're a necessary evil.
Yeah, it is. This is revolutionary. Is you know, you still gotta, and you know the crazy part about it is is that, you know, I'm looking at it, and like, you know, LeBron says he got all of a sudden he's got an abdominal strain, and I think what he's doing on purpose. I don't think this is just me. This is just me hypothetical. I don't think nothing wrong with him. Yeah. I'm thinking what he's doing is he's allowing Westbrook to fuck up. So when he comes back and say, "Yo, you know I got the ball. I allowed you to have the shit, and you running the team into the ground. If you don't want to get traded to your fifth team and your legacy be fucked up, you're gonna have to bend the knee." So are you going to play it the way that we need to play it, the right way, or are you going to keep doing hero ball?
That kind of reminds me when Shaq was telling Kobe, hey, or no, matter of fact, it was a number of Lakers on the team complaining to Shaq, hey, man, you know, Kobe's not passing the ball. And Kobe's like, shit, shoot better.
Yeah. He's
a lot of players, I hate to say it, they don't want to hear that. That's true. It's just like I don't want to say the ministry, but they don't like correction. I did a stream after stream over at Wacky World of O's, right? He got pissed off at Big Truck, interrupted him and cut him off, right? But the funny thing was, you know, it's a New York guy that's going at it, right? He did a stream. He did a stream on that nigga,
let's
right?
Be honest, man, New York guys do fight a lot.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I was on his stream, right? This nigga did a stream, right? Shouts out to Wacky, shalom to him, right? This dude did a stream on Big Truck. I said, man, we was cordial in the conversation. We was all on the panel. And Third World was on there. Everybody was on there. She, a certain saying, and that was a good. I need to see that stream again. But I made an after stream afterwards, and I told him I had to go. And he saw my after stream. And then I was on the panel with Soul and Black. It's the first time we interacted. I mean, I've seen him a couple times. And then he finally came on my stream with DeAndre, of course, and it was him. I think it was me and DeAndre. I think Rashawn came later, but Soul and Black finally came on. He's the third person. If you watch that stream, it lasted like 7 hours. That's the longest stream I ever did the first time on my channel. And then we talked about a lot of stuff. He gave me information, military stories, and you name it. Crazy. That was a crazy. It's one of my favorite streams of all time. I put it on my heavy hitters list, and I said, "Yep." Kuda's been 2 of my streams, and he had that Player Talk Radio avatar the first time he come through.
Yeah.
The second time he come through, he came with the Griffith avatar, his famous Griffith avatar for anime, right? And we had that 8 hours and 50 some minutes. Yeah, the Berserk avatar from it's Griffith. That's the villain that he uses. The Griffith. He said, "I'm Griffith all the time." I said, "Really?" I said, "I remember him." "Oh, okay, from Berserk." "Oh, okay." And he told me about it over Rashawn. I said, "That's one of my favorite avatars about him because that's King Kuda again." There you go. That's his signature.
Like you show, man, because you know Griffin was giving up them butt cheeks to the dude.
Yeah,
way too much information.
I know what you mean by that.
You know, in this space, you run into so many people that know so many different things that you didn't know were possible. It's one of those things that's amazing. If the fighting would stop, this space would grow and be fun to do it.
Yeah, it would be. But
it would be.
But
it ran its course. I hate to say it. Me and DeAndre saw it. Me and Wacky said it years ago. We tried to do that, and niggas just want to be niggas. They just want to hate on everything, and I just had to fall back. Yeah, I'm just being honest. I mean, that goes for both sides too. Yeah.
I'm sorry. I remember Kuda had said something a while back, you know, if he had a business, you know, and I'm going to put my words into it, retail business, you know, he would tell nobody, he would have a white guy run, be the face of the business.
I agree with that.
Yeah, I've done that. I've done that.
I mean, when he says stuff like that, I have to agree with that. Now, I have thoughts like that. And I tell people all the time, even when I used to work, I tell people, if I had, no matter what race he is, if he's Indian, white, or whatever, And if you're somewhere else that looks similar to me and he speaks a different English, he's running my business. But you don't know that I own him.
Yeah. Well, see, I'm a
corporate guy.
You know, KS did the same thing. It was actually a pretty damn good story. Because when it comes, let's be honest, when it comes to black folks, you have black people that are like, look, man, results matter, and you got black people that think skin color matters.
Yeah,
it's like, look, which one wins?
Matter.
It's not that hard.
Well, you can't. I'm gonna say it like this, right? Psychological conditioning, is a motherfucker, right? And you can't.
And we know it. We know it's not.
White supremacy is life.
No, can't be that.
Yeah. No, but see, I'm like you absolutely right. Like I give you an example, right? Is that operating in a global market? This is how I learned. This is how you supposed to do shit. African dude that I was doing some business with that was put me on game because he was leaving Japan. So he was handing over a lot of connects to me and things like that, but he was showing me how the game is played. So he said, hey man, we got this meeting. So I said, okay. So he didn't tell me what was going on. We go meet this white guy, right? This white guy from Germany, right? So we go to the coffee shop, the Starbucks and stuff, and he's meeting these guys from Pony Cannon, right?
Okay.
Because they're doing this. He showed me how to get an event game, get sponsorships. Stop putting my money in the shit. Use the church's money. Don't use your own.
Right.
So he's talking to the guy from Pony Cannon, and the guy's talking, but he's not saying anything. They're talking to the white guy. The white guy's talking in English, a little bit of Japanese, back and forth. Then he leans over when there's a question that they're asking. Then he asks old dude, right? So I'm sitting there too. So he's asking old dude. The dude says this to him. He whispers. He tells him in his ear. He go get some paperwork and he points it out. And the guy was like, "Okay, cool. Yeah." And he's talking. So the Japanese sitting there. They're like, "Okay," and they do the deal. So then I was like, so he walks. He said, "Man, we got the deal done." He thanks the dude. They walk down to he said, "Hey, I'm gonna walk him to the corner to the crossing. We're in Shibuya, the big crossing." Walks him to the crossing, and I see him hand him an envelope or whatever. And they start talking. The guy shake his hands, give him that homeboy, thank you, that brother. He said, "Okay, cool, he gone." So then we get on we take a taxi over to Ginza. So we're in Ginza. Ginza is like the Rodeo Drive of Tokyo, right? Okay. Go to Ginza. So we're in Ginza, right? About 10 minutes away. We meet up with this other white dude, but he's Canadian. Comes in there, same thing, but he got blonde hair, right? He got the suit on, whatever. So I said, okay, well, whatever. So now we're actually talking to Hennessy Moet. Same event, but the drink sponsorships, right?
Okay.
So we're talking to them. They're having a conversation. Japanese dude with a French guy, right? Because he's actually, from France, representing Hennessy and Moet, right? So they're talking, whatever. He's sitting there. Same thing goes. I'm sitting there here looking. Then he asks me a question, and he said, "Hey, how many cases of alcohol do you think we need for a 600 to 800 person venue?" Right? And I said, "I'm doing it," and I'm saying, "You will probably need a whole pallet, minimum." So they say, "Okay, we're going to give you X amount of dollars, and we're going to give you 2 pallets of alcohol," right? Because this is Hennessy and Moet wasn't selling in Japan like that at the time. Wasn't. Okay. They just wasn't buying it like that, right? So he said, "Okay, cool, no problem." He gets that. They get the deal done. They do the bank transfer, whatever. The white, he does the same thing. So I pull him up, right? He said, "Hey, we're going to take a lunch break. We're going to go over here to Fridays and eat and talk." So I said, "Hey, I got a question." He said, "Yeah." I said, "Would those guys work for you?" He said, "Yeah." I was like, "Oh, okay, but I've never seen them in the office." He said, No. Those are actors."
Yeah. I knew that was coming.
I was like, "Huh?" And he was like, "Look, I'm African. I'm black, right?" And he said, "But I'm from the East Coast of Africa. A lot of my African brethren has given us a bad name with doing business in Japan because they would go take the money and run. promise all this shit, and then they be on the first thing smoking when the bank transfer happened. They go to Dubai, and he said it's the West Africans. He said Nigeria, Ghana, they on some thieving shit. Like, I'm not on no thieving shit. I'm trying to do long-term business. So I can't get mad and beat my head up against the wall. So I gotta get somebody to represent me, a white person, pretty much a European white person. So they feel more comfortable because a lot of their business practices came from Europe. That's how they operate. You know what I'm saying? So then, yeah, I know, man, it's fucked up, bro. It's fucked up. Listen, I'm gonna say like this, bro. The Nigerians over here, they're called bush niggas. They the ones that's on some thieving shit. The ones that go to Asia is the bottom of the barrel. The ones that go to Europe and America, they on some better shit. Like, I didn't know this until a British Nigerian guy came over and told me. He said, "Man, I don't like messing with the bush niggas." Like, he had a British accent too. Shit. What is a bush nigga? He said they live out in the bush. They gotta go fight crocodiles to go get water. They gotta go fight hyenas and shit like that. They live out with the wildlife. Those are called bush niggas. They're uncouth and they have no type of, they're barbarians.
Like, the bush in the water.
Yeah, that's what for real. He told me. I said, he said, just like what y'all call it? Y'all have ratchet niggas? Yes, you have ratchet niggas, we have bush niggas. Like, the same thing.
When he does the voices, and then he talk about his dad or something with the cutlass story in Haiti. He said that banana. He said, "No man without his cutlass." His cutlass. Shit.
So when he broke it down to me, I was like, he said, "This is how you got to operate in Japan. This is how you got to operate in a lot of places in the world." He said, "Now you're Black American. Now the thing is that if they found out that I was Nigerian, or not Nigerian, but he's from
Kenya.
He's from Kenya. So when me and him was talking, he said the reason why I didn't speak a lot and basically ask you a question real quick is because if you start talking, then they think that it's two Americans here speaking. So now they trust it even more because the white man is here, the Black guys are here, they're from America. They're more trustworthy because they, because of, you came to Japan usually because of military or whatever type of stuff, like, and these guys, so they do all the checking. He says it's a lot of shit, but it's a lot of meetings and stuff like that with Asia. They drag it through. They're not going anywhere. I say, yeah, I get it. Japanese, like you got to build their trust. But once you got their trust, you got it for life. Like, it's a thing. So when I saw him do this, then I saw how he was moving it, right? So, yeah, they got a terrible rep in Asia, period, bro. Korea, Japan, everywhere. They got a terrible rep.
Come on, man. I got to ask my brother Fasting to say something for us.
I tell you now, I'm commending you as King of Zamunda. Go ahead. Speak now.
Okay.
So now we moving like we move into the, like, later on we move to the event, like later on, right? So we had the event. This is the first time I've seen this, right? It's a private event. They're doing this opening for this. I'm thinking it's like a some type of like music event, but it's not. Like, they got like these bitches playing violins and harps and shit. Like, it's this really high society, pinky out, fruity booty shit, right? This is crazy. Right? So we're there in this thing, and he's got both of the guys there, right? He's got both of the guys there with these two girls, right? And he said, "Hey, go ahead and get them, pick them up, bring them into the VIP." So bring them into VIP. He puts one guy with his girl with the pony cannon guy, put the other guy with the girl that he had, right? You know what I'm saying? Over there, with the Hennessy and Moet people. And then he was like, "What do you see?" And I said, "Oh, I get it." He said, "Yeah, so I need you to attend the table with the Hennessy and the Moet because we need to get people to pop these bottles." Now, the sponsor already gave him money. He's charging $400 for a pair of Hennessy and Moet. Now he got money. The money, like, and when I mean money, he got money to run the whole thing from both companies to put this whole thing on, right? Marketing budget. They got to spend this money per quarter anyway. You know what I'm saying? Then they
I have no idea, degenerate.
No, he's he's from Congo. He's from the Congo. He's
Congolese.
He's from the Congo. So they got to spend his marketing budget, right? Then he got free alcohol. He got pallets of this shit. So he's selling these bottles $300 a pop. The venue's already paid for because it was a paid event to get into. It was like so you got to pay $100 a ticket or whatever. So I'm asking him, I said, who in here? Because I see a lot of foreigners in here, but they kind of got the same build or whatever. He said, mostly all of these people in here that are foreigners, that are from like Eastern Europe, from Europe and stuff, the females in here, they're all models. I said, oh, okay, like runway models. But he said, yeah, but they don't make that much money in Japan. So they do parties like this on the side. I said, okay. And he said the people like the Japanese that are in here, or certain other people that are in here, you could tell is those people are like executives from other companies. Like that guy's from like Squaresoft, this guy's from over here, that guy's from Sony, this guy, you got all these guys in here. Say, yeah, let me meet you. So he had me meet all of these guys, and he was basically telling me, he said, look, I need you to take this operation over because I'm leaving and I'm going back to Kenya. Right? And he said, and basically you have to run the operation like this. This is how you run the operation. He said, for 6 months, I'm going to take a 20% thing off of it. You're going to get paid off for this, and I'm going to introduce you to whoever you need to be introduced to. I said, okay, cool. Right? I said, all right, I'm cool with that. So he introduced me to the models and everything, and then he basically showed me that these models, even the actors, even the two guys, right, was getting down. Those guys were models too, but they did acting in Japan. The dudes that was there that was actors, the females that was there as models, they was all hoes. They was all hoes. They was all hoes. And the difference was, he said, we just set it up. We don't make any money off of these motherfuckers. They're going to slide off. They're going to walk out with these executives and whatever diabolical deeds that they do. That's on them. But the whole point of the whole thing is that I learned early on, you find out what the system is, you learn how to work within the system, and that's just what it is. Like, I don't never want to be a black-owned business. I want to be a black man that just happens to own a business.
Facts.
That's it. I don't, and I'm getting the best person for the job because I'm gonna be honest with you. When I was like working and being in charge of motherfuckers, the white boys, the Asians, the Latinos, or whatever, no problem. My most problem when I had niggas working for me was cuz niggas. It was always niggas testing me. It was always niggas testing me. It was always niggas making me have to make an example out of. It was that, come on, bro. No, nigga, you fucking up. Nigga, we got to get to work. And you over here taking 15 Newport smoke breaks. You know what I'm saying? What I'm saying? You making me look bad. And niggas can't just get off from talking, right? They leave from talking to a nigga. They gotta dap up every nigga they see on the way back.
Yeah, dap niggas up. I used to do that in the chat last year when the pandemic came. I used to do that shit. It's a habit. I broke out of that.
Just to underline what you're saying, man, there's black folks and they're the ghetto folk. And I can't stand the ghetto folk. I know there are people that talk with different accents, they act a different way, but it's like, dude, when I'm at work, I'm at work. You can say whatever to me. I won't even notice it. You can be like, you lazy SOB. I'm like, look, bro, I'm still getting the job done, right? You offend my sensibilities. If I'm being lazy, hey, man, you got to do it this way. All right, cool.
Oh, Big J in the chat. What's up, Big J?
What's going on, Big J?
Yeah. In the chat.
Yeah.
Would you like to come to the castle of Grayskull?
No, he's good. He's trying to stay out of. He's trying to stay out of trouble. He's saying,
my man was throwing chairs. Nigga, he was having a whole nigga moment yesterday.
Oh yeah, over the shit. Yeah, he saw what he saw, and I told him, yeah, man.
Yeah, man. It's like, but you right about that. It's like, and you're right about the black folk, and I can tell the black folk the difference, with the, what it is, what I'm saying, and so forth. It's just like, cause niggas. Hold on a minute.
this whole idea that, oh, I ain't got to work because you black, I'm black, your mama black. Yeah, I can't stand that kind of stuff.
Can't stand that either.
My thought is, hey, when I come to work, I don't care who's in charge. Just let me do my job and get out of my face. I used to hate them dudes that would just come over there and just messing with you. Oh, you're not doing this right. I said, well, damn, you can just fire me and get somebody else in here.
Exactly. You don't do it right.
You know what? It's that micro. You know what? It's that micromanaging shit.
Yeah, I can't stand them.
I can't stand that bullshit.
The worst people in the company are mid-level management. They got a little bit of power, but they got to do what somebody else tells them.
Exactly.
Yeah. I've been promoted. I was a lead man for a little while, and I in the company I was with, it was so small that you ended up sitting in the room with the plant manager and the supervisors, and the lead men were under them, and then there was a floor supervisor. And I had a floor supervisor that was always bugging me. I'm like, look, bro. I mean, I'm sitting there like I got to the point I got tired of his shit. I'm like, look, bro, I ain't got time for this nonsense. You know what I'm saying? It's either fire me, I'll go back to work. I mean, I don't care. At some point you get tired of it. It's like, look, bro, do your job, I'll do my job. If you have a problem with what I'm doing, say, hey, man, I need this and this and this from you. So all you got to do is talk to me like a man. For whatever reason, he couldn't do that.
Yeah. Nah, that was my doorbell, man. Jerry was asking when I was at the 7-Eleven buying cigarettes. That was my doorbell, bro.
Oh, no, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Come on, bro.
No, it does sound like that. My doorbell does sound
I know, but don't do that, man.
Yeah.
Don't do that. Y'all
it does sound like an anime, though.
I think people get cussed out asking weird shit like that. I seen that when I was a barista. I said, damn. And it's funny as hell. I be loud. I said, leave that nigga alone. And I try to tell the ones that's from it, leave that nigga alone. You done fucked up when you do that. But when Wacky did that stream on Girl, man, and then what did Ruth said, you know you done fucked up, right? Yeah. Anytime Wacky gets passionate like that, that's the old Wacky World old from 07. I tell people, y'all have to understand when he cammed up years ago, that's when he was in his raw form. This is 1.0 Wacky, man. He wasn't having that shit.
Yo, Wacky, look, man, when I saw it, because I you know what? I was like, Wacky, when you told me like Wacky was live, I was like, what's going on? Like, why Wacky live?
But see, he saw the people had the problem with that person over at Sheila's, and then he did the stream. And I said, let me stay out of it. I didn't want to get on the panel and try to intervene because he know what I thought about her. So it was no need to discuss. And Third World was at work. He said, I would have hopped on the panel too. He said, nah.
Third World, boy.
Yeah, it's nothing to say. It's nothing to say. And then Sheila was on the panel that day too, and tried to probably plead. And then Perfect Time said she was kind of disingenuous. And then I saw her do a stream again on Rude, and Rude said, "You're in the beef sector." And I saw that. I said, "Oh shit."
Yeah, because I'm like, I saw it, because I saw I said, man, why is Wacky was it? And then I was like, okay, and I was like,
he said he can't help it.
yeah, no, he good. I already know he just asking. He ain't like being like.
No, he's cool. Degenerate's cool.
So, but the funny part about it is that you saw when I went up there and I had the conversation with him, right? And I was like, look, man, I'm not going to sit up here and we're not going to come up here and go at her, because as we already, the men in the space already get blamed for attacking women.
Yeah.
The optics ain't even right. Even if we have a Discord with them, a lot of men look, you ain't gonna sit up here and lie. You being disrespectful as hell and being belligerent as fuck. And then as soon as we fire back, remember the thing, Warmaster, and with the thing with Kat and the general.
Yeah.
She tried when he was getting the best of her because she wanted to roast. And then she tried to switch it to the other thing. And
that's what she's one of them types too. And I'll tell you this, she done got drugged before by the B sector with Third One. Yeah, she got drugged by several of them. Embarrassing in front of the kids. She get what she gets. She starts shit, but she won't stand on shit. And that's my issue with her. And I know Kuda loves this woman, right? And I said, why
when
do
she's
you love
not
these
drunk,
women?
When she's not drunk, she's great on a panel.
Oh, Kat's cool. Yeah, y'all talking about Kat. I'm talking about Beast.
But
she's worse than Kat.
Hey, remember call Kuda, say, Kuda, you a colorist. Keep throwing
yeah.
light skin, wavy hair.
But the reason he came over to Sean's, I think he was asking a question about what's going on, Absalom. He was asking about he was talking about a beach, and I told him, nah, I had problems with her prior to the third shifts that we had. She came at me sideways. I was like, bitch, you don't even know me. And like, look, and I told her to chill about that Masonic shit that the boys you hang with, and I had to shut her up on certain things trying to get my man's channel flag. And I had to pull it to the side. It was over at Gabe 8. It was like months ago. And she was on that type of time.
Wait a minute. Gabe 8 has a channel?
No, he don't have a channel, but he don't have no content. No, he has a channel. He just don't have no content on it. But he was on the panel with me, and I think me and Beach, and it was like a decent content. It was a day stream, right? And she came at Gabe out of nowhere. They started arguing. And Kuda said, that's the last thing I need is y'all two dark. I thought y'all was going to be friends, Kuda. You know how it is. Anytime it's some fuckery, it's gonna happen. And I try to tell them, look, it's just, you know, your content is your content. I don't judge another man's content. I mean, I respect it and I learn a lot from it. But you have one person fucking up for everybody. I'm like, wow, you know, and I had to learn that. But see, I've never been on his panels like that. I've been on panels that were structured this, structured that. You come to his panel, you're gonna have fun. You learn a lot, you get some gems, builds, and get the fuck up out of there. You know, the longest panels I've been with him, like when y'all leave, it's like 17 hours. That was the longest. That's the longest I've been on.
But it's always
Kuda did a 26-hour stream.
Yeah, he did a lot longer than that. Not just 26. He did like 30 something. He told me.
I'm like, but it's like, because people come in and out, people chop it up. But what I was actually telling she is like, look, we like, you know, she said, why didn't you tell me? I said, I told you, I gave you to play what was going to happen. Like multiple times. I gave you the play. I told you what was going to happen, right? And you didn't really get it. I even gave you an example with the whole bomb thing. When Bomb was up there, man, I had the conversation.
She wasn't ready.
With the Ant-T and the L Nixon and L Nixon with the JL thing. And Bomb even said it. She said, yeah, you pulled back, you told me, but you know, you was trying to use, you know, I wanted you to, you know what I mean? I said, but if I would have actually told you what was actually happening, Bomb, would you have listened? And she said no. And I said, yes, I realized that because you was dealing with something. It was too much going on at once. So you wasn't going to listen. So the best way that I can actually get your head above water so you can see what was going on is if I pulled back after I told you what was going on. Right. And she said, I appreciate it. I said the same thing with you, Sheila. I said this, we all said the same thing. I said, but you didn't listen and you noticed the change in 3 weeks. People start pulling back. It's not that we ain't support you. We listen, but unless you're doing something that we know is not going to go into nothing. But the beef sector people are coming over, but you notice the person in question that was firing the shots, they ain't on your channel like that no more. They hiding.
And now let me tell you something. Beach threw shots at her on her channel. She did a stream on her, and I think Wacky realized she was hard headed again. I said, dude, you gotta let her go. I know you cool with Sheila. She's on your channel and stuff. Like, you know, I see her in the chat over his chat, right? And I scratch my head and I don't say nothing because I just let him be him. You know, everybody's their own person. That's why I learned to fall back. And I don't get mad. You know what I learned? I can't participate in that. And then as a man, you know, I'm not trying to what do they say? Water. I don't do that for women. I can't do that. I don't know you like that. I don't know
even the whole other thing is this. Yeah. I told Sheila, I said, she said, well, you came with the men. I said, yes, that's the men. I said, SKC and Hood Conservative came over here and they were talking about a particular point and it was about a subject matter, what was going on. No matter how much we went at SKC, no matter how we had a conversation, it was about the topic. It never went beyond that. It was never past that. We disagreed.
I don't think she understands that. She, like, I'm glad Ruth said it. She said, you like the fuckery. And she didn't want to admit that. I can tell the hesitant in her voice when I saw that replay. I said, damn, they got it. Whoa. And I just said to myself, fuckery.
Wait a minute.
I don't know.
I don't get that.
But here's the thing. You know how people lie online and they don't want to admit they like it, and I can tell someone's lying, and I have to fall back and I learn about people. Here's the thing. They're so predictable. I don't get mad at them, right? I just let them be. You know what I mean? Because if you like that shit, Just be honest. Just stand on it. Just be a beast. Now, I have no problem. Shoot my ass today because I don't care about niggas like that. Because I've had one stab me in the back years ago, and I told Kuda, you can't save everybody. I'm scorched earth, man.
Yeah, I'm 2/3 policy.
I'm part of the select few that's gonna save the people that's gonna be with me. And I get it. I'm the most disliked in black sectors. I get it. I'm different. And I had to learn to accept that. And I told Kuda, if you're different, it's okay with that. You know what I'm saying? Get some white boys on your side. Hey, you want to go over there? I ain't gonna judge you. I'll support it. I ain't gonna judge you.
Listen, I'm listening.
If he asks me anything about white people in the South, I ain't gonna judge you.
Yeah,
trust me, I am not gonna judge.
But here's the bigger issue with it is that I told her, I said anytime there was a woman that stepped out of pocket on your panel, that came at me, right, Cerulli, or the other men, even Hood Conservative and SKC, we never fired back at them in the way that they came at us, and we allowed you to check those women. Do you know that the reason why that was done is because one, if we fired those women and you don't have a chance to run your panel, then you're going to be attacked and dogpiled on by the sisterhood. That's one. Number two, what's going to happen is that you're going to be called a mammy. You catering to the men too much, and we running your panel. And that's not how we doing it, right? So we only deal with the men, the women deal with the women, because women deal with each other different.
Yeah.
Men, there's a line that you don't cross. We ain't never gonna be cool. We can be cordial, we can be respectful, but once you cross that line, we ain't never gonna be cool. Y'all women can cross all kinds of lines and kiss and make up later about it.
We can't do that.
We can't do that. Somebody got to die. Like something had to happen. It's the rules of engagement. We got to do them. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just
Nino, it's a lot you don't know about me as a content creator. Those when in my early youth days in my 20s, I used to do that. Now I am the most hated. I pissed a lot of people off. Like you gotta understand my track record. There's certain people that don't like my ass, and you'd be surprised. I mean, yeah, I'm super cool with you guys, but the niggas I don't give a fuck, they're clowns to me. I don't even care for Obsidian. Much as I can't stand them, but one thing I kind of respect him on.
Come on, man. What did Obsidian do?
I'm not a big fan of it. I don't like his flip-flopping behavior. But here's the thing. To be fair, I didn't like what Jerome said about him when he got sick with the pandemic stuff, right? Yeah, we're over a million. I didn't like that. And then I think they played that clip over. Remember he got sick. Obsidian got sick, and they wished him well. And then Jerome said, "I wish he was, dead." And I'm like, "Oh, come on, Jerome!" Like the much as I said this on myself last week. I said this. I don't wish that on my worst enemy. Not even him. Not even Angry Man and all them guys. I'm like, much as I can't stand them, I'm like, why?
Why? I'm gonna say like this.
I get Jerome where he's coming from, but damn, that's brutal. I couldn't do that. Not with that disease, not with that virus. No.
Like I'm gonna say this.
That's fighting words. Yeah.
I'm gonna say like this with Obsidian is Obsidian from the first day I met him, and this was on BGS's back. First live stream I was on when the old school Coliseum, like 2018, right? First time I got up on the panel. First time I met Obsidian, and Obsidian said some of the most realest shit that when he was the leader of all of those. Because remember, all of them dudes, Fantastic Gang, all of them, C Boogie was underneath his panel. They didn't have their own shit. They was Mill and all of them. They was up underneath Obsidian, Mr. Research, all of them, right? Over there, right? So with Nagone, right, and the thing
Nagone was the best. I hate to say that. He kept those guys in check, and until the fallout, I understand why. But I'm not mad. But that's part of life. I mean, people fall out.
Nagone was that honorable villain, right? Like you got the villain, and then you got the second in command villain. That got like honor about him, right?
Yeah,
he was like it was like Megatron and fucking and Soundwave. Like Nagone was Soundwave. He was the honorable villain, You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, you got to give him that respect, right? The thing about Obsidian, he said this. He said, Obsidian, you keep whining about this, right? And then BGS asked him, and he said, I'm not here for solution. I'm just here to point out the problem.
Right. That's him.
And when he said that, everybody, like, you know, they start going off, and Obsidian was like, hate me more. He was, you know, basking in the glory of being the Joker.
That's what he loved to do. And I understand why he does it. I know it's a tactic, and I don't get mad because the older I get, I just didn't care for him back then. But then I realized when he got sick with that disease, you know, that pandemic, the COVID, yeah, man. When he got sick, that's serious. And then you got someone trying to wish death on him, wish he was dead. Like, come on, man. Like, it's bad enough we're not cool on certain terms of based off how we come into .0s like Mike V and everything else. I don't wish that on my worst. I don't care if it's Angry Man or him or O'Shea and all them. I can't do that because it's bad enough people troll him and he trolls back. It's bad. You don't want to see that because it's fucked up as the internet is. You don't want to bring that street shit on the internet. It's bad enough we see it on the street every day because you can't really have no fun to deal with people, you know what I mean? Because especially if you meet them in person and put your differences aside in business, yeah, I'll check the man's hand. If we had our little differences, we'll kill that shit. I'm willing to do that. But, you know, and that day I saw that clip that Kuda showed me, what Jerome did. I said, Kuda, don't even worry about that shit. I don't co-sign that shit at all. And I had to do a stream yesterday about that. And that bothered me, too, because I didn't like that. That got on my mind, too, man.
Look, man, I'm going to say it like this with a lot of stuff. Like, a lot of dudes that got up in here on these panels and said, you know, we all them gotten.
I mean, I'm guilty of some, but not like
everybody's guilty, you know what I mean? But the thing with certain people, man, like the thing with certain people is, and you know, trolling is trolling or whatever, right? It is like if you ask me, I don't have a problem with Angry Man. I don't have a problem with Angry Man. Right?
Yeah.
Because he never did anything to me.
Me neither.
You know what I mean? But the problem is that I was there and I watched certain people that had his back and what he did to them. And if these was your closest confidants, I'm dealing with you with a long-handled spoon. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, it's certain people that it's just like, I'm not going, like, you know what I mean? I'm not going to try to convert them for y'all to make up. Because, you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean?
That's on
like,
you.
Hey,
that's on you.
That's on you. I'm not going to push anything because I'm petty. I ain't making up. I ain't making up at all. Like, if what was done to them was done to me, nigga, we fighting for life. Like, you know what I'm saying?
That's certain individuals. I'm the same way, but the thing is, I stand on it. But I don't wish death on anybody. I mean, that's on you. I mean, whatever difference we have, we keep it above board and keep it a distance. That's cool. You know, the respect level has to be there. You know, you can have your little rivalry trolling and points on panels, and we may disagree. And we may agree sometimes, and we still may not like each other. I tell people that all the time. I hate to say that's just human nature. I tell people all the time. Yeah.
Hold on, man. There it is. He said, "Oh shit, I should have cussed you." Oh man,
come on, man. What did O'Shea do that was so bad?
Listen, man. I was on Brother X's panel. I think I was on Brother X's panel, right? And Brother X, he was talking to like brothers overseas, and I was up there talking. He was talking to me, and I didn't know O'Shea was going to be on the panel. I didn't know, right? And I was like, oh shit. And O'Shea had a conversation. We was talking before anything popped off, and this was some shit that popped off. This was right after Brother X's fallout with Angry Man. And I told Brother X,
they had a fallout.
This is when the whole
that's wild back. He had a fallout with MOT. Like MOT cussed out Brother X Teapot and then blocked his mind.
There was some friction, but you know, I don't get it all into all
No. But if you would have saw that stream, man, you've been disappointed. You'd be like, damn.
Yeah,
you know?
the thing with Angry Man, it was like it was the thing that actually happened was it was the Jay Sean Classic Ruby thing. Then Brother X got like they did a stream when they was talking about something else, right? Like it was Jay Sean and Class Ruby talking about something else with Brother X's panel, and then somebody brought some water back to Angry Man, but it wasn't actually what happened. And he went the fuck off on X because he called him over. He did a Manosphere Mania on this thing. But there was a chick that was from the beef sector that was in his thing named Ming Nicole. And she basically was disrespecting Brother X and his wife. Like, yeah, this was on Angry Man's channel. And then Grinch, Agent G, was up there talking crazy. Instigating. And then Kendra, before she got on her channel, you know what I mean, DJ Fish Grease was up there popping off, and Cerulean came up there and told them all to shut the fuck up. And that, you know, because they was disrespecting Brother X, and then that actually started.
Man, you don't be talking about a man's wife like that, man.
And that's what actually started the friction, actually, with Cerulean there. And then, you know, and this is. It was too much going on, and then I went on Brother X's.
That was in the Black Order days,
yeah, that's the Black Order days. Yeah,
I'm gonna be honest. When it comes to you know, let's say I got a problem with DeAndre. I ain't never gonna say nothing about your wife. I don't care if she sat right next to me. You wouldn't hear me say a bad word about it because it ain't my woman.
Yeah,
I mean that is some foul shit.
That is some foul shit. But here's the thing: never say.
You never know how a man's gonna react when you mess with.
But here's the thing: never say nothing about his kids. That's even worse than his wife. That's a no. And BMT got the brunt of that by some white boys. And I told him to just be careful, because those people thought about your kids, no matter what color they are, and they disrespect his kids, and you know, talk about the torture and whatever. And he got tight about that. And I was in that stream in the chat room. And then I had his back, and I told him, like, man, that's very disrespectful. And he stood on it. He said, "You was there." He mentioned my name. He said, "You was there." I said, "Of course." And he shouted me out on a 9-minute live stream.
Yeah,
appreciate I was there, you know. But I understand why he did it, you know. He had to wake up.
If you don't come to the gate, you ain't paid for good content. But you know what narratives is? Listen, that whole battery thing that he used to have, that was my idea.
What battery thing?
Like Angry Man used to have a battery on there. Like, okay,
that was cool, man. I like that.
But that was my idea. So what I told Angry Man was this: I said, "Look, bro, like I said, you trying to make money off of this because this is how you making money, okay?" So I said, if you're talking to black people, you got to talk to them like you in a church, and you need to have the building fund. You need to get you like a battery or something, so they'll know their donations and where it's going up to. It's just shit that trigger niggas. Most niggas that's in the space of prior conscious community, which is prior Christians or some shit.
Yeah, right. I remember conscious community back in those days. Yeah, I used to debate those guys. Yeah,
you just trigger that. But the thing you got to do is you got to say what you're going to say. You say your thing, and then you got to literally get the audience to understand that this shit costs money. Now, you need to make a certain amount of money. Now, I already knew how much money he needed to make back in those Black Order days, because Angry Man was only doing one stream a day back then, right? He does multiple streams now because he's got to bring in the revenue, YouTube with whatever the super chats or whatever, you know, they cut with the money, all that other
stuff.
But
and Cerulean told me the story. He said the biggest contributor he had over there was Jay Shine. And he was right. It was him. It was Jay Shine, Cerulean, and whoever, and I think Shar. It was a lot. He
Shar, and it was Shar, and it was old dude. It's another dude. What's his name? Dude. John Analyst.
John Analyst. And he said John Analyst, and then he mentioned Soul Shader was another one. He mentioned him, and I was like, wow, okay.
Yeah,
and he's on that list too. Yeah,
because it was back in the day in 2018. If you actually gave somebody like a PayPal, like you sent them a PayPal, right? If you actually clicked on this extra thing, it would show you the top contributors. So it would he actually had a list giving it to who was contributing the most, and it was the Black Order contributing the most, like, you know, donating all the time or whatever. And they had how much they done gave to do, like total. You know what I mean? Until whatever. So most people would just donate and click off. Like, you know what I mean? I'm just, you know what I mean?
If it's a button, I'm gonna click it.
You know what I mean? It's just my business mind was clicking because when I went in this Discord, everything was structured, right? And then I was like, okay, if this dude got all of this structure, then I know how this entertainment business works because I'm in it. Then I can get his brother some pointers, because this is the first brother that I've actually seen that have his shit together to the point where he need to get out of niggatube, because he ain't gonna make no money over here. He need to go over there. He need to get his platform bigger so he can make more money because he would make bread. And you know the stream that paid him the most money was when he was playing Red Dead Redemption. He had
like that game, man. I ain't gonna lie.
In the chat, right? And he was up there like playing the game, streaming the game, and he was doing he was being angry man playing a video game.
Yeah,
he was pulling the motherfuckers everywhere. And then Jay Sean even said, he said, yo, it's a lick. Yo, this is where we going. The channel's going this way. Let's go. And guess what? He jumped back into the nigga shit. And bitch, this nigga don't want to make no money. Like, and that's and like, because if you look at his setup, it's set up like a gamer setup. Right?
Yeah. It's nice, but his persona, that's what turned people off. That's why a lot of people don't like Angry Man. It's not because he does great content. Yeah, he's entertaining, funny, but the nigga shit is just bothers me. I'm sorry, I just can't subscribe to dude like that. I just can't. It's just saying with Obsidian with a suit. Yeah, he may be well spoken and everything, but dude, you cannot bring that silliness over. See, this is why I don't like Bernard Wright. That's why I call him Bernie Post. Shout out to DS1 for the nickname, but this dude, every topic is about women. Like, these dudes got problems over there. That's why I can't listen to that shit for like 4 hours. I just can't do that, man.
The 2.0's content was mainly focused on women. It wasn't.
Yeah, I'm sick of that shit. I understand the women concept, but god damn, how many times you gonna
talk about women? You know what we should be talking about? How we gonna get DJ Cool to buy Xbox? That's
that too. Yeah, that's the most
important. Hold on. Narrative said something. What do y'all think about? Hold on. What do y'all think about that list? Listen, man, that was okay. I'm gonna tell you what.
That list.
Okay, that list was put up that was shared by BGS, right?
Oh damn.
That list. Okay. Let me put it to you this. Do you notice how Angry Man's content and DS1's content is basically the same side of the two sides of the same coin?
Yeah.
It's just that DS1 is coming from a conscious,
spiritual. He come from a spiritual side, and Angry Man is coming from the actual, like, I hate to say Agent G's perspective. They're similar. That's why they're on the same side. But the funny thing, DS1's been going at his head subliminally for the past months. And since I've subscribed to him, I said, Kuda, no, this nigga's on a mission. This one's on a mission. He was on fire. Did you see that Kane stream he was on the panel? That nigga was on a mission. He was in flame mode. I said, whoa, that's an old DS1. I remember when he said cap in his life.
Yeah,
that's how we first met on the stream. That's how we first met on the stream first time when I was subscribed to him.
Yeah.
You know, if I could wave a magic wand is to get people to stop doing the ghetto stuff.
Yeah,
there's so much talent over here, and what happens? People just start fighting.
Yeah.
He said you wasn't.
A lot of it's greed too. They fight over not only just the money, it's the ego. You know, like, I gotta have the ball first. You know, it's like in sports. That's how niggas is, and I hate to say it in Black YouTube. You know, and I never understood, but I realized, let me not beef with these dudes. Let them hang themselves. And then I tell Kuda, it's not easy. But you got to be that dude to say, look, I'm going to be cordial. If we ain't going to like each other, I'm going to go my way. You're going to go your way. It's just, you got to be built a certain way. It ain't for everybody. I tell people, it ain't for everybody.
And this thing with Narratives was saying, no, BGS said he didn't come up with it, but he shared it. Here's the thing. The Black Manosphere is basically trademarked by Father's Time.
I don't even know who that is.
That's the dude that was on the Roger, that was on Bernard Riley and shit.
Oh, you talking about Kev, the habitual line says. Now, I disagree with that. That's a lie, because you can't say that Roger did it. Roger ain't that smart enough to come with a list like that. No, that was habitual line stuff. Yeah, BGS did it before. That's his shit. He created that. And he's mad. And see, here's the thing. People don't want to say it because BGS, he ain't got no, like you said, he ain't got nobody to pass the baton to. That's the problem.
Yeah.
I trust
was the guy to pass the baton
and he tried to do that with Obsidian. He tried to do that with O'Shea. He didn't trust them. There's friction with those four guys, and that's why I never subscribed to their beliefs, because y'all got problems. Like Warmaster said, it's the nigga shit. That's why I don't really fit in with 2.0. I'm gonna tell you a secret. I wasn't a yes boy. You know what I mean? Same with MOT. I wasn't a yes boy. They thought I was gonna just take the old niggas out. No, that's y'all's mission.
Well, they can't.
I try to tell Kuda. That's why I didn't really pick no side. I just go anywhere I want, because when I go over his channel, it's freedom.
Yeah.
You ever notice you ain't never heard me yelling at nobody on online?
Me neither.
I don't even like about 5 or 6 years ago was the last time I actually cursed in the comment section. Yeah. And I'm talking about even asterisks, to obscure some of the word. I'm just like, I'm done. I don't do that no more. Because and to be honest, I wouldn't be one of the people cursing on my own channel whenever I start making content. It's one of those weird things where you're like, all right, dude, what are you doing here? Are you trying to make money, or are you trying to, to do whatever?
I mean, if you want to press a lot of yeses, that's the easy way to make money. But you got to be careful with the shit. I forget, if you want to be in a good graces and want to be top, like, I don't want to say no Marquise Brown, but those guys like Peter, video games will get you. That's a lot of money. I mean, man, I don't see how they can do it, man. Like, I just can't do that type of content.
Yeah, man. Just to get back to Degenerate's question, he said, not question, but a statement. He said the talent is not a lot. There's not a lot of talent here. I said there's so much ghetto stuff over here, it just obscures it. Like you were talking about Marcus Brownlee. I'm like, bro, think about somebody who can play video games and talk at the same time. Dealer Gaming does that. TFM does that, and a couple of the people do that, man, and they are usually very good at it. And what happens is you got a lot of folks that they got nothing to do.
Yeah,
and just like, hey, I don't like you because you look different, or you sound different, or I don't like your brand of politics.
That's facts.
My thought is, just have fun. I tell my European friends, they're always trying to get Americans to change into what they're doing. And I'm like, no, dude, we'll never be like you, but just enjoy the differences between us.
There you go. But, like, you can take,
this comment right here. Nino, that boy is a yes boy. He's too young. If he came from my way, I told him, think for yourself. At that age, you're supposed to read different things. Once you're 19, when I was 19, when I started YouTube on my first channel, I had to read different things. You got to grow up. And once you get to be 20, you have to have a mind of your own. Once you get to be 30, you'll forget all that stuff. When you're in your 20s, you just got to relearn everything. You got to stay calm, and you can't be no asshole to everybody. Because once you get to be 30 and you have a few experiences and a few jobs on your belt, you'll be that dude for a long, long time.
Yeah,
you won't be an asshole forever. And he's listening to you. That's great. But I wouldn't trust him, because he has to learn to get out of that spell, that 2.0 spell. If I would have pulled him to the side and were like, dude, don't follow these dudes. Think for yourself. Think for yourself, man. I don't have to bring embrace independent thinker again. That's serious. I'm gonna bring that back probably next week or so, or 2 weeks from now. Yeah, I gotta bring this to you back.
I'm gonna tell you what the problem. Is that you know when you was younger, and they used to have that little thing, right? They used to have the 18 and over club, right? But usually a person that's at the age of 25, they stop going to those clubs.
He's back.
Right?
Okay, here you go.
Right? And you stop going to those clubs, so then they start
click myself off by accident.
That happens. That happens to me all the time.
The 25 and over, the grown and sexy club, right? Remember that?
I remember.
You had the 18 and over, then you had the 25 and over, right? And then you had the 30 and over, right? It was like different stanchions of people, because you had to break it up, right? And then when you got to a certain age, like 35, for me to have fun, I go to lounges and chill out, you know what I mean, and stuff like that. Never thought I would have got to that point, but at 35, like, man, I can't be around these little young hoppers and stuff like that. I need to be over there with the grown folks. Listen to music, you know what I mean? I start drinking my whiskey straight, you know what I mean, and just chilling, you know what I mean? The problem is that nobody in their right mind should be listening to any type of 1.0, 2.0 content as a man until they're 25 or over. Period. End of story. Right? And the problem with that, And the reason why I say that is because, especially if you're listening to BDS when he's on that black pill shit, you ain't had enough life experiences to even fathom or even understand what the hell he's talking about.
Well, see, that's esoteric. So, see, with him, he's a required taste. He ain't for everybody. If I was the truth, if at age, I would study a lot of people first. But once you get, I hope he turns 20. I hope he turns 20 or at least 25 and still study, because at 25, you still got to learn a lot too. But once you get to be my age, like 33, this is where you kind of draw the lines and then learn from other older people. You got to get better, because once you get to that 40 mark, like DeAndre, you done seen the experience, whatever, because he's been in the military and everything else. But you can't be stubborn. Everybody's got to learn something when you get older.
Bro, 20 years old, I wouldn't even be on YouTube, man.
Yeah, exactly. But see, I started at 19 years ago. I was younger. Yeah, I'll tell you this. I started younger. At the time, it was new because YouTube was brand new at the time. They didn't have all this. It was simple. It was no cussing back and forth or whatever. It was strictly debate. And we actually did it on the street in real life, because we actually studied politics. We read. I was smart for my age. But when I got to be 20, my mind would start changing. But once I got to be 25, it was a different ball game, because once I've been on here longer and then finally find a job, I tell people all the time, my views are different when I look at politics now, even when I'm 30 now, because the older you get, you start seeing things different and learn about different people. The more you meet different people, the better you be. See, truth ain't been in the field like that. You know what I mean? He ain't been in the field like that. Yeah.
It's like, I drive a truck for a living. I told you that a long time ago, but it's just like,
okay, DeAndre, appreciate you. Yeah.
It's just like going back and forth across the country, stopping in these little teeny towns, and you see how other, you see other groups of people just acting normal, and then you see the ghetto folks, and then you don't want to be around them no more. It's to the point, like, sometimes I got to go to a hotel, truck breaks down or whatever, right? And so you're like, you know what? I can't do this no more, man. You know what I'm saying? There's some good black folks, man. I got no beef with them. They salt of the earth, great people. But man, just the constant fighting. I can't do it.
Yeah, I try to stay away from it, and I'm learning based off this platform. I said, this is a refuge for brothers. And CG3 told me, he said, man, keep doing what you're doing. Before I had these people in the room, I started out with 0 to 4 people, and then eventually 8 to 10 in months. It took time. This type of content is not easy. DeAndre came later. I'm gonna tell you why. Yeah, he's a godsend, but we was talking about real topics now. Cerulean, he came right behind me, man. He came right behind me.
Hey, you know, Coffee, I don't use the N-word, right?
He don't need to.
Yeah. Hell,
I tried to stop years ago, but I eventually will. When I get a certain age, I'm gonna stop using it, period, because it is derogatory. But every race use that word in rap music, and I can't even listen to rap music nowadays. You know why I don't listen to a lot of rap music nowadays? I say, man, this shit is garbage.
Some of it is because they try to put politics in it, and it don't make sense.
I don't like that.
Hold on a second. How are you gonna tell me? You trying to tell me America's a really bad place to live, but you a millionaire in the same country? I mean, come on, dog. And people talk about the American dream is trash, and I'm like, bro, but you made 30-40 million dollars. I'm like, this is nonsense.
I hate to say it, that's like your American dream right there, being a millionaire. I mean, you can say it's illusionary, but here's the thing. It's our own illusionary. Now, if you don't like that, well, why do you make $1 million or a billionaire? See, I don't understand people like that, but everybody's mind is different. I can't read people's minds. It's just, they're so predictable. And I don't say nothing about it because people going to be people. You can't argue with people for hours. And I learned something on this job I used to work. You can't reason with everybody. You only say the select few. And I said to myself, I can't do this. It's only a handful.
You remember when they had the Occupy Wall Street, aka Occupy Sakati Park?
Right. Yeah.
There was a brother down there, and it was oh man, I can't remember this guy's name. His brother, and he write books, and he had a sign out there. He says, "I'm part of the 1%. Let's talk." Only as a leftist. I'm being honest.
I remember. Yeah, I remember. Yeah,
and there was this brother that was yelling in his face, talking about, "My father told me not to argue with a fool." And I'm sitting there like, why is this dude yelling at him? And what made it so funny is like he it started to dawn on the brother, and it was like that this guy actually had a lot of money, could change his life. And he was like, man, I just want to talk to you later. He said, I don't want to talk to you. You insulted me. I'm like, how does this work? You come up to the guy, you want to debate the guy, which is fine. You're not respectful. Then you want something from him.
Yeah.
Life don't work that way.
It's just crazy. Mike V deals with it all the time. They call him a commie leftist. No, he just have left views. That's all he does. I mean, he stands on it. I mean, he's.
Who you talking about?
I'm talking about Mike V. I'm glad he's standing on these points this stream, and I tell people, look, that's what he believes. No, he don't act like no communist. If he was, why is he living in America? I know he lives in Boston. I mean, this dude don't have no communist views. If you saw a real communist, y'all wouldn't even last. I mean, thank God for certain capitalist people. My grandfather that went to war, World War II. That was years ago. That was years ago. And he passed away in 97 with the heart condition. He was the first one to start the heart thing, the research. World War II vet. Black dude. He was light skinned, but he was a black dude. But he had a rifle everywhere in the city where I come from originally in Tennessee. And he was a cobbler. He was a horseshoe cobbler and a barber. He had jobs. He had money. He had a pension and everything. And he went to the VA. So he was a veteran.
Yeah.
Purple Heart. Yeah.
And the whole idea that, that somehow, some way, if you black, you're worth less than everybody else, not by anybody else except for black folks. The ghetto folks have a problem with say a black man. Yes, a ghetto 13th time, right?
Yeah.
And it's like they got a problem with a man say, look, man, I'm not doing what y'all doing. I'm gonna be over here doing me. You know what I'm saying? And all the messed up stuff happens, man. I'm just like, I can't do it. It's one of them things you just like, look, just y'all just stay over there with all that nonsense. I ain't beefing with nobody, but you know what happens when you don't beef with somebody gonna come around.
Oh yeah, they're gonna mess with you. I had trolls come around me. If you're not beefing, if you're doing something positive, like Jerome, I think Saru was on the panel. He said, your content is boring. He's been in my chat before. He said, your content is boring. I'm like, what? And then Saru responded. He said, if another man's content is boring, why is he watching your channel giving you views? I said, and we both started laughing. He ran out of that chat, boy. I started dying, man. But that just shows you people got too much time on his. They're emotional, man. That's why you can't argue with emotional people. What they do is they try to get the best of you. It's just like, see, this is why I love SKC. He is a necessary evil. I don't think he's evil, but his name triggers people. When you use the coon word, I tell people, it stings them. And I tell people, if you understand SKC's logic and his content, and I'm like, I get it now. Now, a lot of people don't like it, but I have an ear like that sometimes. I say, okay, let me see what he's trying to do. Is he sending me to a rabbit hole and I have to learn something? I said, oh, okay, I know what yeah.
I used to see SKC all over the place, and it was like he would say something to me and you couldn't say nothing back in somebody's live chat because they would block the word.
And
I'm sitting there like, man, wait, I can't do it, because I would never even actually say his name out loud. I'm one of those weirdos that's like, I don't like racial epithets of any kind. You know what I'm saying? Because I used to say the N-word back when I was like 18. And there was this, I said this, I was just talking about something that happened. It was some white guys doing some stuff, right? And I was like, yeah, man, it was a white guy over there, man. And it was a white manager. He just looked at me. He was I think he was like about a year or two older than me. He's like, why gotta be white? And I was actually stunned into silence. I was like, damn, man, you're right.
Yeah.
It's like, well, why does he have to be? Why do I have to hate this man? Why do I have to have these thoughts where it's like, well, he's, his skin's lighter than mine, so he's got to be my enemy. And I'm like, why can't I respect him the same way I respect a man that looks just like me? What's the difference?
Yeah.
I've been that way since I was 19.
Yeah. I didn't get to that way until I think once I turned 30. In my 20s, I was on that pro-black side. I told Wacky that was years ago, because on YouTube and then offline, that was different back then because I grew up in the South. The older I get, and when I start meeting people, when I had the job that I used to, when I left, and I realized when I turned 30 and the experience I was going through in my late 20s, I was changing, but I didn't see it. But at the time when I came back and in these spaces, I said, Kuda, that shit's gone. Them days is the pro-black. It's laughable at this point, because once you get to my age, you'd be like, I tell like the younger guys, I said, you're going to lose all that when you're 30. And I didn't realize that most people in their 40s above me know, because they go through that change too. And when you start listening to other people's content, you'd be like, they have a fucking point. And the first time I met SKC, and this is when I was 32 at the time over at Fantastics, we used to go at it, but then I learned about his name. I see why he used that name to piss people off. It's bigger than what he says. I know why. He's satirical. I tell the third ward, but
what's up, Rashawn?
People off, but he loves to troll people. I get it, and he'll troll MOT. He'll troll everybody. But the thing is, he gets the best of them, because it's funny to me. Because now I know Jay Sean can't stand, because he's in his classic pro-black. I know a lot of people can't stand on that, but he has his points. But I tell people, well, Jay Sean, you're too realistic to certain people. You have your points. Might be y'all just classics. A lot of people ain't gonna like guys like you, man. Like y'all classics, man. They don't want to listen to that. But see, me, I try to be fair. I came with the liberal topic. Try to be fair with everybody. I promise SKC, if you watch this, hey, you can clip this, whatever. We put our points across. Now I know he's gonna make a rebuttal. That's cool, but I'll make a part 2 to this and say, look, this will continue, but I'm gonna come with my little economic liberalism. We're gonna talk about some money and the ideologies. I don't have to research all of them, and then I'll eventually got to do libertarianism. I promise. I ain't gonna stick. Let's beat up the conservative. Nah, I mean, we done that last year. We done that last year. I seen MOT do it. And he did not impress me with those other guys, and they coming at him and they just laughing at him. See, people like to troll in soft languages. They don't like to beef. It's 2 levels. I did a stream called Art of Trolling. Everybody trolls in a soft language. They don't just troll to be violent and dox people. I don't like that part. And I tell them, like, look, I ain't into the hacking part. I ain't into dark. Look, you can have that. I'm not.
I don't even like trolls.
I don't even like them like that. But no, some trolls are cool. But the ones that are evil, that likes to dox and just personal game, like the ghetto shit. Yeah. I can't stand that. I can't.
Wait, you said ghetto.
Yeah, I did. I did. They get mad at me. But see, they don't care. I think like that sometimes. And I'm like, and I look at YouTube as a whole, like the spaces, I just like, I see why people don't like the B7 roast, because they do it religiously. It's like a religion. I'm like, I see now.
I've never really come across it.
I just can't. But no, I see it in other chats for people to be posting my algorithm feed, and I'll be watching it. I don't pay attention to it. I know it's there, and I know it's been around forever. I've been in these YouTube for years, and I tell people it's different people in that sector. What done happened to those people? We're having this guy. And it's he got doxxed and he got parodied off of YouTube. He don't want to do it anymore. I was like, oh shit. And then his kids, and in the fist fights and violence, and it's just sad.
I just stay away from people like that.
Yeah.
My thought is, if that's what y'all do, I'm just gonna head this way. You know what I'm saying?
And they make money off of that shit. I'm like, wait a minute, I don't want to make no bucks off of that to be on TV. But people like that. People like that. They get off of something like that. I mean,
I guess. I mean, I know people like attention. When I was in my 20s, bro, I had a car, man. You could hear me from about a block away, and I would go into the malls and set car alarms off just because it's funny.
Oh yeah,
yeah, and it's just like a lot of folks didn't like my music. Oh yeah, facts, Rashawn. My whole thing when it comes to people who like doxing, I'm like, that one of these days they're gonna run into the right one and catch a case.
They will,
because you don't know who's on. You don't know who you dealing with online. I ain't talking about me. I'm just saying in general.
Yeah,
you'll mess with somebody that really will just have fun filleting you. I've seen people like that, and I'm not talking about the dude that walks around with a baseball bat in his back pocket. Not that guy.
No,
the guy that hires the guy that can really wreck your life.
Oh yeah.
And I'm not even talking no violent stuff. I'm just talking about the legal ramifications of just
Oh
trying
yeah,
to
that
dox
too. I've
somebody.
seen that too. I've seen that too.
Because you can catch a case quick,
super quick.
Because what was it? What was it? There was this girl that was being bullied online, and she committed suicide.
Yeah, I seen that.
Bro, they started writing laws after that,
and they still are. You know, but here's the thing. One thing I hate about Google and YouTube, they defend these motherfuckers though. The ones in these sectors that are popular. Now the ones that's not popular, yeah, you're right. They do catch a case. That's why I try to tell them, look, if you want to make money like TMZ to do that shit, I can't do that shit, man. I tell them, look, that's that's dumb. Like, you know how much reputation you'll lose, and people say, you the guy that doxed that millionaire. I don't care about him. I don't care about his family like that. I just don't care, you know.
You know what makes money? You got people playing Mario Kart, talking to each other online.
Yeah.
In a stream, everybody's cammed up. There's a number of channels. Let's be honest, it's not like they don't watch us. You know, the ideas pass. Hey, a good idea should be spread all over the goddamn country. That's just me.
It should. Yeah.
And people are playing from all over the world playing Mario Kart.
Yeah.
And people, it's just like watching them have fun. I mean, I was always that dude that I could play video games for hours, take a little break, and then watch other people play and still enjoy it. I don't know if he played.
That's a great question. He's just an immigrant, man. We talked about earlier in the stream. That dude to me is irrelevant. He's just another immigrant. Yeah, he talking about twins. That dude, yeah, if he's from England, he's irrelevant. He's just like these what's he called? Ann Coulter call them anchor babies. That dude's irrelevant. I laugh at these rappers that are foreign, and that's their fault. Like me and Gianna talk about this. They love what you call it? What is Ruin said? The derelict Negro male. Yes, they follow us, man. I hate to say it. They love the culture. Yes, they love America. He says this all the time. We're the most country got all open borders of all time. Every other country stopped doing it. You know, open their borders. You know, they just build up the walls because years ago they used to do it in Europe. And he said, on the stream, he said, "Look, we start closing our shit.
Wait,
I mean, we crazy."
I have no idea who you're talking about, degenerate. Hanu Kimura?
Wrestling Terrence House.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Yeah, I don't know about that either. He always say some stuff like that. Like if it's anime, I don't know. I just listen to him in the chat. I'm be like, it's funny when people have a long conversation like this. It'd be like, yeah, he be on it.
Yeah, man. You know one thing that I wish I got into was what was it? Dragon Ball Z.
Oh man, you ain't missed nothing. That series is kind of, man. The story is gone, man. The story is gone to me.
Hey, I was talking about Geeks and Gamers, and Nerdrotic started doing this same thing with who else was Overlord DVD, aka Victor Van Doomcock.
Yeah,
the future ruler of Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah, you to be honest, man, your friends are just your extended family.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't see my
yeah. I didn't hear the whole story, degenerate. It was you know, somebody had just, it was a story in the news and they were talking about it. And I'm gonna be honest, people that kill themselves, I'm not all that interested. I'm sort of like, okay, yeah, that's your problem. It ain't got nothing to do with me.
No, because she said about that girl that committed suicide by cyber or something like that. Oh yeah, that happens all the time, man. I see different forms of it, and there's a dudes that actually kids die with that stuff.
Hold on a second. I can't even do it with this. Victor Van Doomcock, aka Overlord DVD, our future ruler. He says it's a robot armies. He's in the center of the earth. He uses a voice changer when he speaks, and it is absolutely hilarious. This guy, when he's not using his voice changer, he has a barbershop quartet type voice, and he can sing. He is very good.
As in MF Doom. Yeah, Victor Von, you're talking about.
Yeah, it's sort of a play on that.
What you call it? What's his name? Daniel Dumoulin or Dumal. Yeah. Before he was that mask, he was inspired by that Dr. Doom character, and he got it from that Marvel. That's where he got it from. And when his brother Sebrock died, that's when he went to that mask. He was in the shell, and I think the Nodal Edge TV broke it down. I think his name was Red Pill. He said the reason he did it from New York, he was in a shell in the darkness and represent what he was. Now he did have the coon slave what you call pictures back then in the 90s. They didn't like his music back then because they did him dirty, kind of like they did with Dale with the hieroglyphics. They did him dirty because back then, back in those days, like what we're speaking now is blasphemous, you know, in the 90s. But now it's like today's time is more acceptable because people say, oh, they're actually speaking some now. Yeah, they are. I mean, YouTube was that center. If you go back to old 1.0 days, we was talking like this. We wasn't saying women, and no. We had structure. We knew feminism exists. We just did it by laws, and we did what's right. We got them up out of there. We didn't complain about it and say the conocracy and all that. They heard Cerulean said it first, and then they just took his talking point and went crazy with it. They took SWP's talking points with the women stuff. We already beat it up already. What's his name? Soul and Black
Samuel's Defense Force.
Yeah, all that. They took the talking points of all those guys, SWP and Soul and Black, and they just shake their head. They ain't mad at KS. They just mad at the people in these spaces. You emulating certain dudes and you allow Kevin. See, Kevin was smart. What he did is set back and dismantled shit, which is brilliant. And that's your peoples now. I'm gonna be like Tyson, those are your peoples now. I'm gonna tell that Jerome, those are your peoples now. You can't hate the same sexuals and the alphabet toaster. You can't do that. You can't do that.
You know,
he has ton of videos dissing them. Like, if I was Jerome, I pull into this like, Jerome, if you want to make great content, get rid of all that. Just do kind of like what I do. You got the numbers. Next thing you know, just grow on. Just leave YouTube for like 4 years, like I did, and come back and see your number results. I did that one time, and it works. It works.
You know, Coffee. Overlord DVD is basically does. Oh wait, who asked me this question?
Oh, I know who that is. That's,
it's Coffee. That almost knocked myself off. I'm holding on to my desk and I keep hitting the damn button and just keep knocking me off. But anyway, Overlord DVD basically he what does he do? He's a critique of movies, like a real critic. Mm-hmm. Like he has his way, you know, his opinion. And he says, all right, I'm going to go check this movie out because my fans want me to watch it. He guys has like 250,000 subscribers. Yeah. I mean, man, dude is doing it.
Who was on GFT's channel, who is called Kevin Defense. You know, y'all should know that's Ciova, right? He's the one with that fake account.
You serious?
That's why you don't. Yeah, that's him. Kuda told me that was him. And that's what Wacky World of O told me. He told me that on this very panel on streams ago and months ago. I knew it was him because he always be cool with GMT and them guys and Aaron Fountain. I'm like, oh my God.
Yeah. Hey, I'm gonna be honest, man. Kevin Samuel's Defense Force is hilarious.
Funny. It's funny. Yeah. It's funny. Yeah, he's funny.
He just, I'm gonna be honest. If you're funny, you can say whatever.
Yeah. He came in my chat a few times before I had a microphone, and he, man, a few times. I had several streams, old streams that I had, and he came in my chat. I said, what's this dude following me for? Wow. But he knew me from Kudas. That was the thing in the algorithm. I said, oh, shit.
We were telling Bernard Riley to let him on, and he hit the link, right?
Oh shit!
And he had them eyes, and Bernard looked down at him, and he was like, "Man, I ain't letting you up on here, man." Him eyes start messing with me.
Yeah,
because you know how Bernard be talking, man.
Yeah, he be talking that.
That was hilarious.
Yeah,
I mean, my thing is, if we can have fun, we good. You know what I'm saying? Because there are so many, like I'll be honest, like take Fresh and Fit for an example, just depending on who's there. If it's a bunch of black women, you're like, oh shit, it's gonna be one of them moments where you don't know exactly what's gonna happen, but it ain't gonna be cool.
Yeah.
And you have all other kind of ethnicities on the panel. Boom, you actually have a conversation going. It's not like you have these women that are trying to be manly, basically saying, look, I'm gonna be any way I want to. And men are gonna have to put up with it. And I'm like, men don't have to. I mean, let's be honest. Most black men don't have kids. And when you look in the mirror, you're the reason why.
Yeah. And that's true. I mean, yeah, man. Like I see their content what it is. I don't even pay attention to them like that. I said, Kuda, that's just what they do. They in it for the money, but at least they have a nice brand. I mean, they'll fit into the top of that. Alvin Preach, they look very similar in skin color, but if they ever take their spot, yeah, Fresh Fit can be funny in the space, but Alopecia is funny to me. I'm sorry. Them dudes be talking about everything. They talk about, people's politics, they facial features, they make fun of themselves and just the uniqueness, even though they live in Canada. I know that's a whole nother realm of the country, but they realized about the gun thing when the guy asked them in Texas how to learn how to shoot properly guns. They said, "Oh, it matters. The number ranges matters." I said, "Yeah," and they was testing out those guns. It was like, wow, I see why Americans love these guns. Like safety, learn about laws and safety and all that. Yeah,
you know when I went on mute, right?
Mhm.
It's like I'm not gonna call it a guilty pleasure because man, there's this one guy named Jaeger or Jaeger, just depends on where you're from. This guy, he wears a mask, he usually wears glasses, and it's like you never see his face, but all he's doing is shooting guns. He had this gold looking, I don't think it was actual gold, but it was a like almost a gold encrusted pistol. It was probably one of the most beautiful things I ever saw. And he usually has a rifle. The last one I saw is he was shooting a Scar. I mean, this guy, I don't know what it is. There's no commentary. He just out there just shooting guns, having fun.
Yeah.
Until he started dancing.
I used to watch a YouTuber back in the day, my first channel before it got flagged. I was on some political stuff back then. His name was FPS Russia. He had every gun in the world he ever tried. Yeah, he talked his stuff and blew up in his backyard or in the field. Yeah. He had this one gun. I think he had the Scar, he had everything. He had the XM8, he had the AK. This dude was vicious with it. He was popular at the time in 2011. That man was something else. Yeah, he was something else.
It's like guys can't have fun no more.
Yeah. YouTube messed that up, and I would say Google messed that up, by the way, with their policies. And then when they slapped us with the COPA, that was 2 years ago. When I saw that shit, I said, "Oh no,
that was Congress."
Yeah, I know Congress did that. I blame them and the FCC for that because they was trying to put pressure on Google with the kid stuff. But it's more to it. They just want full control, and I'm like, are you really censoring under Trump? And that was bad, and under Trump. And I said, damn, why? Why does every Republican get a lot of policies thrown at them with these companies every time on the internet? You know what I mean? Because when they put the IEP address, they take it away. The Democrats, right? They want it back, and the Republicans take it away. It's just they can't make up their minds. And like I said, yeah, you're right. Congress is doing it, and especially Democrat Congress. They do this all the damn time.
Well, what happens is they want to push their agenda.
Yeah.
So they'll take any position it takes to win. And then you got people that actually have principles and say, no, we ain't doing that. I don't know what you're talking about. That's crazy talk.
Yeah. Man.
But that's how it is, man.
Yeah. And the more you learn about policies of people, and you be like, wow, but that just shows you, especially the internet too, because I studied a little thing as well. They said, well, you can say this, but you can't say a lot of stuff. I'm like, really? Now, I remember back in the day when YouTube, the old YouTube, you said a lot of wild stuff until 2012. It was mild, and now it's getting dangerous because the ideologies is getting pushed in front of you now. Because
you know why, right?
Yeah, I already know why.
The whole idea that everybody needs to be singing from the same hymn book, and I'm like, well, y'all ain't singing from a hymn book. Y'all talking that nonsense.
Yeah,
it's
that's
like
what they want. Yeah,
my political. Well, let's be honest. When it comes to politics, when it comes to the left, they have to cheat, because if they told you what they're trying to do, nobody would do what they want.
Exactly.
Conservatives could be like, yeah, we want you guys to be prosperous. We want you to be able to take care of your family. We don't want, we want, let's be honest, a lot of conservatives will say, hey, we want the 50s to come back. And I'm like, I could tell you how to do it, but most of them won't do it.
They ain't gonna do it.
Most of them are too pussy.
Yeah, and they're well, actually, they ain't got the confidence to do it either. And you're right, a lot of them just ain't built like that. I'm sorry, man. Like most people like this shit. I mean, I hate to say it. I'm sounding like DeAndre now. Most people love this shit. And the more I listen to DeAndre and Cerulean, I'll be like, yeah, it's a problem. But you gotta own up to it. It's a day-to-day process. Even yours truly. We deal with it every day. And I'm like, and then he made me realize he has a fucking point. And it's hard when you listen to people with reason and they tell you, you'd be like, yeah, you're right. See, I was going back to my old rage when I was younger, right? But the older you get, you're like, nah, I got to be an example for the younger guys. No, this ain't gonna work.
The thing that sort of starts to bother me is like you have people that are like, look, man, people say that Republicans are not Republicans. They say conservatives and the left are two sides of the same coin. I got to call BS on that. Up until the 1980s, conservatives weren't even trying to fight. We were kind of just like, oh, whatever, when the country's going to hell, what are we going to do about it? Woe is me. And then you got somebody like, in the 90s, and then you had George W. come in and we dragged him across the finish line just to get him in office. And then Trump comes in and you're like, what the heck? I ain't never heard that before.
Yeah, it's been decades. That
goes back 25. 25.
Yeah, 25. If you're gonna get longer than that, but once it really broke it down, he sounded like Reagan, 26. but if he had but he had that FDR mindset. I said, how do you have the FDR mindset? He broke it down to, what was our last great war? He said World War II. I said, damn, really? And that was genius what Trump did, because he studied them old presidents like that, because I could tell his background and everything else. But the way he came in there, man, I knew he was gonna win, because I tell people, I didn't vote for him, but I understand how he was gonna win. It didn't matter if you didn't vote for him or not, because he was so nonchalant. And let me tell you something, Trump didn't give a fuck. And he is hilarious. And Saruin did imitation of Trump on this panel too. He said, Donald Trump, and I started laughing. I said, oh God, you told them guys they thought it was him. That would be the best trolling of all time. I mean, if Cerulean did that, I would be dying. But it's funny. But he is hilarious. I admit, yes, he's hilarious. Trump, every time I went to work, right, when he was on TV, boy, he pissed a lot of people off. He did. He did in Georgia. He pissed a lot of people off in Georgia, because the ones that's liberal now, they could not stand that dude. And I could tell people were faking for voting for him, because they want him in there because, we don't like Hillary. But deep down, he kept the economy afloat. I'm not gonna lie. He put some things in place. It wasn't that hard, and he just shut people up. He did it with action. He had to drag every conservative in his side to the floor and say, "Hey, you better do this shit."
When it comes to, like I was telling people earlier, it's like, look, man, you have somebody that's like, look, let's just do what makes sense. And he did that. He's like, well, I have somebody who was before me, that was Ronald Reagan, who, let's be honest, Ronald Reagan's hero was Harding. I'll be honest, the funniest president that I've ever heard is Ronald Reagan. Now, George H.W., when he was alive, and George W., they're not unfunny, but compared to Ronald Reagan, I mean, there are some stories that happened. Like there was one guy giving this woman a hard time outside of his window, and Reagan was sleeping with the windows open, because there wasn't they didn't have air conditioner like we got now, and he took a 1911, stuck it out the window, and the woman the people on the ground could not see his face, and he's like, leave that woman alone, and they looking down the barrel of a pistol, and the guy runs off. Decades later, she realizes, because he's recounting the story, that it was Ronald Reagan that saved her, president of the United States.
Yeah, man. Yeah, a lot of people, and when I was growing up reading about him, man, see, I didn't grow up in a time when Reagan was alive, but I tell people, he was funny. When I listened to his old speeches, I said, this dude was something else. I never hated Reagan. All the Republicans I did like, I'm not gonna lie, it was Reagan.
Yeah.
But I wasn't big on Bush. Trump is decent. I'm fair. I'm more neutral to him. I didn't really hate Trump. I didn't like him as the character celebrity, but as a president, he was all right with me, because the older I got, the Apprentice show was all right. I give him that. But this dude, the way he was president, I didn't want him to be president, because I knew what he was going to do. But he picked some right people. And they told him get rid of, they told him get rid of the ones that was gonna make changes, and then he had to downsize. I knew he couldn't stand Pence, and I told DeAndre the reason they gave me pushback on Pence, because he's the only last bastion conservative you're gonna get. Outside of that, you ain't got nobody else.
Well, he was somebody that the Republican Party was cool with, and he was a conservative, which was an added plus. They would have sent them a leftist all day, every day. This is the thing, man. They did not want Ted Cruz in there. They tried everything.
They didn't want Ted Cruz. They didn't want Christie, even though he threw.
Christie is a leftist. I don't care
I
what
know,
anybody say.
but I'll tell you this: they didn't want him. And here's the thing: they didn't want him because Harry Kissinger, I think the son and his father was sent to jail by Christie, and especially Trump's dad too. And Trump didn't want Christie either. He thought about picking him at one time, but didn't realize what he did to his pops.
He's a New Jersey governor. It's like you got to pick somebody from a red state.
And not only that, he had a cop-like mindset locking his people. I think Trump and Kissinger's people, and that's why they didn't want to pick him. They told Trump, they said, "Don't pick that fool. He locked us up years ago." What they used to do back in the day. And I know politics is dirty, and you have little secrets, but Trump said, "Man, I ain't trusting that dude on the bridge." And then that's that. He had no choice. Now, Fiorina got the best of him, yes, but she was a woman. But here's the thing: they didn't want her either. So she tried, and I tell people at work, yeah, she tried, but they're not ready yet. Now, if his daughter ran, that's different. Had her dad's mindset, that'd be a different story. But she still have a man guiding her. You know what I mean? If we had a woman president or whatever, like Merkel, but that ain't gonna happen. You have to have a slow walkthrough. You have to slow walk through.
They keep trying to get Trump's boys to run for office.
They ain't gonna do it.
I know if they're smart, they wouldn't. I'm like, I'm be honest, I don't have a fire in the belly to be elected for office because I'll actually start telling people what I think.
Oh, and
and you know what's funny is every job I ever had, I'm very quiet. I just do my job. I'm really good at it, and then I go home. And then people, they ended up getting me to talk one day, and I happened to talk in front of one of the supervisors, not the supervisor, one of the managers. They ended up promoting me.
I'm not surprised either. But that makes him. I forget what they are. Characteristics. They're not a bad sign. They are. It's kind of like BGS. They walked to be his own drum. I guess BGS co-signed him too, deep down. I heard him in one of his streams, and they said, "Why is he like Trump?" Well, Trump's actually the nicest out of Biden. Biden's more ruthless conservative than he is. I said, in a way, yeah, you have a point, BGS. I mean, you have a point. I mean, I would say foreign policy wise. I ain't talking about economics now. You could say liberal, but overseas, him and Obama, oh yeah, they're the same. They're ruthless. They kill babies.
You talking about Biden and Obama?
Yeah, they're the same, man. Like the difference is like overseas,
both incompetent.
It's just like I'm like, how many embargoes you gonna run? It's crazy.
Now, mark my words for you brothers that are listening, and maybe there's a few women out there somewhere. Mark my words. 10 years from now, they're gonna say you got beat by the Taliban in Afghanistan. Now we old enough, especially with all the information we can get, we know that's not what happened.
Yeah.
The thing about it is the same thing happened in Iraq, same thing happened in Vietnam for the same reason. Politics.
Yeah.
Domestic politics has spread past the water's edge. It used to be we used to contain it on shore and we talk with one voice to the rest of the world. Now the rest of the world is open.
The rest of the world loves our domestic politics. They don't want to talk about the real foreign policy. And not, like I told you, I'm careful because he said the two countries you can rag on is China and Russia, which is a waste of time. That's what the media wants. And once you start traveling, come to find out, that's what John told me. He said, China and Russia is not even a threat. They ain't worried about North Korea with all them damn nukes they got from Iran. And I was pushing back on that years ago at work. I said, that boy's smart, right? You know why he got Dennis Rodman use him as a proxy, right? He understood, like, okay, let's use the basketball player to play for the Bulls. Okay?
Facts, Coffee.
Yeah, that's what they do.
I said earlier that the United States economy is bigger than Europe.
It still is.
Yeah, it's a lot bigger. No, we were just going to pass them. From what it is the EU amounted to about 13.3 trillion.
Oh, Lord degenerate, don't tell me. Oh, man, no wonder. Yeah, he's a fixer. Yeah, he's ruthless. Him and Obama. No wonder why they get along. Okay, yeah, continue.
You know what, degenerate? You there still?
It's no hate on my Scorpio people, but goddamn.
Yeah. I'm actually gonna admit it. I'm a Scorpio.
Yeah, ain't nothing wrong with y'all, but I'm just saying, like, we know about Biden's history, man, but his sons that did the drugs, man, I just like,
oh,
yeah.
That's one of them ones where you be like,
hey, bro, come on now, dog.
Come on,
Come on, man.
That is just one of them things where it's just like, I'm gonna be honest. All the stuff that goes on around Democrats, nobody goes to jail.
It's that protection, but it's
and Republicans are like goody two shoes, but the media lie on them. You know when they said Trump derangement syndrome, it was basically a play on Bush derangement syndrome.
Well, Nino, you're probably the best dreamer with your fashion talent. I respect that. I mean, Pisces. No, just he says he's a Pisces. Well, JX is one too. Y'all big dreamers, man. Y'all have these big aspirations about people doing great. I mean, Pisces always tell you these jokes. I try to get on. I say, man, y'all dreaming from the stars, man. I can't get into that. I know I'm a Taurian, my fault, but damn, I'm more hedonistic. I'm constructed conservative a little bit, but I just can't. I can't dream like that. Like, oh, the other side is great. Okay, but what about this country? I don't care about America. I don't care about America.
Greatest country in the world. Think about it. One country. Think about it. One country. The economy is near larger than everyone else's.
Yeah. Oh, we got the military.
Is that Charleston? What? I don't even know what he's talking about.
No, he's talking about that. What they call a snitch. What they say, Charleston White. He's popular on YouTube. Yeah, that's the one that went at Kevin said. But he goes against those gangsters, those Crips in Texas. He's from Fort Worth with one eye. But he's funny though. No, he's hilarious. Charleston White's hilarious. I ain't gonna lie. That dude's hilarious.
Right.
Yeah. He'll go after gangbangs. He says, look at them gangbangs over there shooting each other and, sound like us a little bit. But he be going in, but they try to threaten his life a few times. And he had the police in his back pocket. And the face said, look, they trying to threaten. Better leave me alone. Let me do my Facebook and my YouTube.
Yeah.
He be on camera, man. But that dude is hilarious. Like, if you type him up, you'll see what I'm talking about. He'd go in on everybody, man. And most black folks cannot stand him. I'm like, you be standing him. At least telling the truth about these street people, because a lot of those
that's kind of the problem. A lot of black folks identify with the street people.
Yeah. And the problem is they do bad stuff. And the stuff he be telling, how he used to grow up, he used to be a child, went to prison and was unheard of in Texas. And he did some time. And he did what he's supposed to do. He was responsible at a young age. How many black person in Texas where he from can say that? Not many. I mean, he's the first one that ever did it. I mean, he grew up listening to that bad rap music. He admitted. And a lot of black folks don't like guys like that. That's what Doom was. That's what Dale was with the hieroglyphs. Yeah, they were villains of the mainstream media. I mean, I love their music. I'm sorry. I mean, this is me.
No, I just started.
That's how they view him. But yeah, you're right.
I can never keep my brain on one subject for very long.
I mean, I can, but sometimes I get off topic, off filter, like, sometimes, but
there's a video I like to watch. It makes me smile most of the time. Is some ghetto chick decided to put her hands on a man that was at least a foot taller than her, probably outweigh her about 50 to 60 pounds. And she busts him upside the head. Yeah, just type in Subway slapper. That shit is like, yeah, she deserve it.
Yeah.
Every now and then you meet the right one and you get what you get. I don't know, man, but I think I'm going to bed. It's like 4 o'clock in the morning over here.
Yeah, it's 6:43. I'm about to shut this down. It's been a pleasure, man. I'm gonna do a part 2 to this. This is gonna be I'm gonna get into it, and I'm just gonna make it light, probably open up the hour. I'm testing it out. It's just like a promise to SKC. If he clips this, it's cool. And he said, oh, you got Warback? Yeah, I got him on here. Yeah. Cerulean came on here a few times. He ain't gonna hurt you. He is not gonna hurt you. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is with Cerulean, but his presence, these dudes get uncomfortable. And Dre told me, he said, sir, don't even worry about it. That's just old. What do you call it? Old black order stuff. Don't even worry about it. That's just old rivalries. And Kuda said the same, that's just old debates and stuff you get into. I said, oh shit. But Cerulean came around. I can't deny him.
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, I got you. I'm sorry. I almost didn't know what he was talking about.
Yeah.
The degenerates that come on. I don't know who that was though, because I clipped it from Kuda. I think I did, or I got it from a website.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
Yeah, stop saying cerulean. All right, 31 times.
My fault. Yeah, it's a habit, but but quit keeping counting then. He over here trolling bit. But y'all don't hit the link when he's on that panel, man. I'm sorry. Like, if it gets like 4 hours or more, if I do these open talks like I'm about to do later on in the day, I tell people they do not want to be on the panel with this nigga, man. I'm telling you, this dude is a beast. He don't say nothing violent. It's just he's methodical. Yeah, he has a speechwriter. I said, Kuda, he has a speechwriter. You know what he told me? It's that simple. And he started laughing. I said, oh man, he's trolling. Come on, man.
One of the funniest things I saw was RBR on MOT's panel.
Oh yeah, I was there. Yeah.
Yeah, MOT is the RBR tranquilizer.
And when he said we won and he kicked him off, I was there in that chat. I said, "Oh my God, come on, RBR! No. I've been on panels with RBR twice, and that dude he's hilarious." When I realized, I said that dude has some content. Once he's on his meds or something, that dude is awesome, man. Like, wow.
I don't know about all that. I maybe he was on his meds that day, but man, it was hilarious because it was like you didn't get no outburst, you didn't hear him saying any racial epithets, and you're like, what happened here?
He's calm, man. He is so calm, man.
When he's on his meds,
when he's off his meds, he's a beast. I try to all right, bro. All right.
Did he ever fix his microphone?
Oh, he probably did. He's probably got money since he's a broadcaster. I mean, this dude, he's cerebral with it.
He had that mess. I'm talking about RBR.
Oh yeah, RBR. Yeah, he was.
RBR had that messed up Blue Yeti. He's the reason I can't stand Blue Yetis.
Oh yeah.
There's something about the way a Blue Yeti sounds. Like Mecha Random 42 probably has one of the better Yetis. So does Platt. I don't know if Platt got a new microphone.
He's got a Yeti X. He's got a Yeti X. You can add. I think there's a software. It's called Blue software with Logitech. And you can do the same thing with Nanos.
Yeah,
I think I got 2 of those, and you have to add the Sherpa Nano, but you have to go to Logitech on a Windows computer. That's the only drawback. Windows love these mics. Yeah, and those Windows love these mics, right? And I think Logitech's doing a great job on them and try to keep the echo down and things like that. But if you get the older Yeti mics, that mic is so loud and fade away. And I could tell the capsules are so damn big when I researched, and I said, wow, they're huge. And I said, no wonder why they go and they make that noise. I'm like, but people swear by the Pro. They don't like the regular ones. Well, here's the thing. Why does the regular have a 4.7 rating on Google? And then the Pro has 4.6. Make that make sense. That's crazy. But I blame YouTube. I blame YouTube for the Yetis too. It's kind of like the Shure, right? With the SM7B. It's turning into that, but they're decent mics for startups. But if you want dynamic mics, you can go further than that. I tell people, keep the Shure, right? Keep that mic and get another dynamic mic. Man, you'll be awesome. You'll have multiple mics and you'll be like, if you're a broadcaster, get a lot of dynamics, and if you want to be an interviewer, like what's his name, Bandrew, he has so many of them. It's just ridiculous. Every time I watch his reviews, this dude is a beast. I know he has a nice camera and everything, but that dude be just wow.
I'm rocking a Shure SM7B with a Dynamite Cloud Lifter. I had to steal that from Kuda. Shout out to Kuda.
Yeah, shout out to him.
And I'm running into the Rodecaster, and it's like, man, there is something about the way it sounds. You know what I'm saying?
Crisp. I can tell. Yeah.
I got that Electric Voice RE27ND.
Yeah, Mace got a nice mic too. He told me about
RE20 and he had something else. I think he had I can't remember what it was called. I want to say a Samsung mic. Man,
was it a G-Track?
I don't know. I think him and Bernard had the same one for a while, but I think Bernard got a new microphone.
Yeah, he had a Aston Stealth. I've seen Bernard.
Yeah, that was it. Aston Stealth.
That's the one that's delicate. And I saw what's his name, Booth Junkies, when he did a review on that and the Shure SM7B. He said that Aston Stealth is something else. Yeah, it's a unique microphone. Both of them are good. I mean, you cannot go wrong with neither one of them. As long as you use them for the right purpose, you're all right. Those mics can never go wrong. They'll be all right.
Yeah, that Scarlet coffee I heard was pretty good. I actually have one, but I've never used it.
Yeah, the Scarlet's pretty good. Yeah, they got the newer one, the older version. I've been seeing them online for an interface because I got a microphone that has XLR as well. So
Yeah, like I got that HyperX Quadcaster. Never used it. It's like I got a cutout in my camera case for it, and I put it in there, and then I just never used it. I lost I think I left the cable at home, so I couldn't use it while I was on the road. And then it was like, oh, wait a minute, this is one of the microphones that'll pick up everything around me. And I have a diesel motor right behind me, and sometimes there's one in front of me, and they're both running at the same time.
I'm actually running one right now. It's the red one. The Cool said, "You got the red one?" I said, "Yeah." That's the one he regret getting as a condenser. And I told him, "Well, I put mine on cardioid. Now it does pick up a lot of sound, but on the playback on my streams, no background noise because I have different headsets now." I said, that's the thing. Now, if you get the noise cancellation like I did with the other mics, I was like, wow, the noise it makes a difference on the play. It's weird. Now live you can hear it, but on the playback on YouTube, I don't know what they do with your videos on the live, and they cancel that out. I'm like, how did they do that? Now, when y'all use y'all Sures, right? When I hear y'all on the playback, y'all sound crisp, super crisp. I can tell the difference. I can tell the difference with a dynamic mic. You know how you can tell? You sound great right now, but on the playback, you probably sound excellent. I'll be like, yeah, that's
because you guys can't hear the traffic.
No, you can't.
I can hear the traffic. I got like over the ear headphones. And I can hear the traffic, but you can't hear it through the microphone.
No, you can't. Because see, it's like the playback. Like I said, if we close the stream right now, you sound super crisp. Even Kuda, even when I watched his streams when I didn't have a microphone, I told him, no, you sound extra crisp. You have to understand, it don't matter because most people, 80% of people don't really care for neither mics because they're so busy on a cell phone and a tablet by this other dude that does mics and reviews. It's kind of sad. And that's why I kind of blame the Yeti. That's why it slips in there like Apple. Same with Sures, and you got other mics competing with each other. Now I've seen microphones becoming the dynamics from USB, getting lazy, getting away from the XLR. I do see that lately. That's not a good sign. I mean, hey, they're trying to compete with the damn cell phone.
Coffee building in the studio.
Yeah, him and American Negro was. That's what they told me in the chats.
Yeah, I gotta move out of California before I make a studio.
Oh yeah.
I'll fuck around and start. I'll tell you like this. I'm one of them dudes that should not have a shop, but I know I'll make a shop before I finish a studio. I'm that weird. It'd be like one of them things. It's like, look, bro, I can just go get me an acre or two over there in Arizona and put a house on it, and you motherfuckers will never see me come outside.
Oh yeah.
That might be a problem for me, but hey, I don't give a shit.
Yeah, fasting, man. Yeah. Good luck for him. I mean, he's been on my panel a few times. I mean, he watches my stuff on the replay, but
white supremacy is life.
God, that never gets old.
Yeah.
Oh, damn, you up there in San Francisco? Woo. I ain't never been to San Francisco. Don't plan on going.
I heard it was nice. I never been out there, but they have a lot of stuff. But Silicon Valley, that's
a lot of
different from.
They got a lot of that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the Bay for you. I mean, shouts out to the Bay Area. I mean, shouts out to Islam.
You know what? California wouldn't be so bad if they didn't hold trucks to 55 miles an hour.
Yeah.
I mean, I ain't never gonna drive it, but you get the point.
Yeah. I mean, it's sad that people from California is tired of it and they coming down south. I don't like saying that, but when I look at the politics, I told Complex, what is wrong with LA, man? What's wrong with the Bay Area? And he said it's a lot of things: homelessness, the housing, like you said, the truck. It's a combination of a lot of things. I can't just blame it on one thing. It's multiple problems. Most people say the politics. I agree with that. I watched every review on YouTube say what was wrong with California, the Exodus thing, this whole year, and I was like, I was scratching my head, and I realized they have probably about 8 problems you can probably fix. Now the politics part is kind of hard because I know they're trying to get rid of Gavin Newsom.
Newsom.
Yeah, him. And
you know what happens, right?
Yeah.
We always try to recall Democrat governors in a Democrat state. You ever know how odd that is? And nobody say, you know what? How about we vote Republican? And let's be honest, if it wasn't 2020, after 2020, I'm like, all right, bro. It's not just that people are voting for leftists. It's just they like to cheat. Sorry. It happens in a blue state. What are you going to do? Leave.
Yeah. And it's going to happen in Georgia next year. And I'm not surprised. That's part of it. That's part of, I tell people Georgia is weird like that. Out of all the southern states, no, that state's going to stay blue because you got too many people from California.
What, Georgia's a red state?
Yeah, it's a red state, so-called historically, because Tennessee used to be blue too in the old Democrat days. But the reason they're red,
Tennessee. Okay.
Yeah, I'm saying Tennessee and both of them. I'm saying they red, but in the future, people's tired of both parties. Eventually, they're going to end up being blue or purple. Now, I told Mike V, well, Georgia has a chance to be in blue because you got a lot of your people coming down here. A lot of people from California, New York coming down here, changing laws and stuff because they know the alphabet groups in Midtown because they kill each other and they try to tell them calm down with all that stuff. With the incel behavior like you see online, they're trying to tone that down. DeAndre told me about that sensitive information. He said, look, they clamping down. Of course they clamping down. They're looking at the internet. They're trying to centralize it. They're trying to make it peaceful. They don't want no ghetto stuff.
Before the internet, you never heard a blue-collar man talk longer than 30 seconds.
Yeah.
It's always some approved guy, and no shade on Kevin Samuels, but even Kevin Samuels is too extreme for television.
Yeah.
They would put him in a box and say, you're this. And he one of them people that he'll actually has the intestinal fortitude to tell them they're full of what.
Yeah. He'll be on the right certain station. Now, if he was on Main Street, they'll put him alternative route. But here's the thing. Yeah, he's gonna play ball. He's got the suit, and I told Kuda he's gonna be fine. Long as he don't defend the alphabet group in the Midtown area, because they'll air him out real quick. It's kind of like in the Bay Area mixed with LA, sort of speak, because you got a lot of them live here too, and they live outskirts of Fulton County. They're in Cobb right now. And I tell people all the time, Georgia's different. It ain't like what it was 2007 and prior, because when Obama was running, those states changed. I saw it coming, and that's why I agree with Mike V. Yes, Georgia's changed. Like he showed that article we saw earlier in the stream. It's changed. I mean, if you get a woman governor, it's over, man, because next thing you know, you'll have a Republican senator eventually to get rid of Ossoff, but I highly doubt that. That dude's going to probably finesse it and win it because the church got his back. Now, Warnock, I see him going. Yeah.
Let's say Mike V was right and there was no irregularities. Let's just say that. Just take him at his word that that's the truth. Let's just say it's the truth, right? The thing is, Republicans don't believe that. And they're going to crawl over broken glass to get to the polls.
Right.
And the Democrats really effed up. They should have just came back with a stronger candidate instead of trying to do these irregularities or the appearance of them. I mean, it's already out there in the ether. People are like, look, man, we think you guys did some stuff that was wrong, and people are going to jail for it. And all I'm saying is they effed up. If I was a Democrat, because, it's always Democrats always trying to give Republicans advice, which I always find hilarious. It's usually very bad advice. If you want to win, you say, all right, maybe we got to stop cheating. Oops, I say that. Got to stop all the irregularities. You be on these panels. Clean up the voter rolls. All the dead people, get them off there. Go to voter ID. It's not that hard. It doesn't stop black folks from getting to the polls or anything like that. Do that and actually win on the strength of your arguments. But we know what their arguments are, so
Yeah. They're going to stand on what they stand on. And I understand that. I don't argue with people that want to vote that way. I tell them, look, that's on y'all. Biden ain't going to last 2024. I don't see him doing another term. And not with that woman, no, because I agree with BJ. They don't allow somebody of color like that. They prefer a white woman to rule over it, or she'll get angry enough to remove that, And she's on the Republican, they better make way. Now, the black dude, he can be a Republican president. Yeah, it's possible. But if the country's changing, it's changing, though. I know that,
It's starting to be cool to be a conservative if you're a black man. Just starting to be. We just starting to turn the corner because people will start saying, who that coming up here?
That's AB.
Well, what's up, man? Hey, how come my name
and woke up? I didn't know you were still running.
No, I was about to shut this down because DeAndre left and he had to dinner time over there in Japan. He's over there at nighttime. Yeah, it's 14-hour difference.
Oh, hold on. Hey, Kwafi. When it comes to Republicans, see, they could be lifelong Republicans, but when they die, they start voting Democrat.
Well, hey, look, here's my take on 2024.
Yeah.
And now this is shout out to Mike V. I'll give him credit for this. I don't think Democrats are smart enough to do it. If they don't pick Lloyd Austin, which is I believe the defense secretary, he's the only one that has a shot against Trump. There are other candidates, they have no shot.
A defense secretary, wait a minute, our defense secretary running against a former president? That's a done deal. I mean, come on, man. A former president running again?
You talking about Lloyd Austin? I don't see him even running like that. But you got Mike Pence on the opposition going against Trump, which is kind of weird on these two parties. But you're right. Yeah, Lloyd Austin, he's not a good candidate. I mean, Democrats are desperate. They'll find somebody.
Well, it's better than the other two candidates they got. Pete, you think they're gonna do good with Pete Buttplug?
Who's that?
Buttigieg.
Oh no,
man, that's a bad name. I would change I'm gonna be honest. No disrespect to the Buttigieg family, but there are too many memes for that one. Just too many.
Yeah. I mean, the funny thing is, like,
Kamala gets less unpopular by the day. I don't know why they're talking about her trying to run.
She's not
supposed to be
that
black.
Would be a mistake.
They ain't gonna let that happen. They ain't gonna let that happen. I think BGS cleared that up last year. He said no white man were. Yeah, he said no white man is not gonna let a colored woman in office. They don't care who it is. They'll prefer a white woman over that. And the reason being, if it's a black guy that's willing to co-sign that on either party, because he's like the needle of the haystack. And I'm like, BGS, you believe that? And he's on that type of time. But I understand how people think. Now, if you think as Americans take race out of it, yeah, I see that. That's a possibility.
Most Americans, except for black people, take race out of it. And I'll tell you right now, Candace Owens, she could probably get the nomination as VP if she actually went into politics.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
nobody would care about her skin color except for the left.
I can say she can fit well. No matter if it's a white woman president or a white VP, it depends on now.
Nobody else is crazy enough to go with Trump, so that would work.
Yeah, that will work. I will see that. Now, Mike Pence will be interesting. I don't know who his thing is going
Pence
against.
Ain't running. If he was smart, he'd be like, "Hey, look, I might have to sit this out about 10 years."
No, I believe he's running because what DeAndre showed me, I said I'm not surprised because that's another divide of the Republican Party. Again, it is a ploy of what you say to left. It's a tactic. They're trying to stay in and be like,
he might run because he's a staunch Republican and he should not be underestimated. I'm from Indiana, I could tell you.
Yeah, he's somebody else.
I used to like him.
As much as I can't stand him, he's not somebody who should be underestimated.
Yeah, see, Trump, they're trying to make sure he's not going to win. So I understand what they're doing. So, yeah.
But the thing about it is, people believe Trump was wronged. Regardless if it's true or not.
Yeah.
Because the argument is always, oh, well, there's nothing found. All those cases were thrown out of court. I says, well, what about this case? I mean, look, man. People are going to jail. They're changing voter laws. They're cleaning up their voter rolls in a lot of states. And it's like, man, look, it's an uphill climb for the Democrats come 2024, let alone 2022.
Also, you get people from Russiagate on the Clinton side are starting to get arrested. So it's not looking good for the Democrats.
And to be honest, I'm trying to be as I don't know what the word, try to be as unbiased as I possibly can. But I'm just looking at it like, okay, who are you going to have, to run? I mean, you got to have somebody as hard and as passionate as Trump that can draw the crowds Trump brings. I'm like, he has thousands of people coming there. I don't care who he is. That's a great candidate, unless you're one of the political party.
Well, unless they pull a Michelle Obama, I don't see it. I don't see them doing it.
Michelle Obama, she ain't running nowhere.
I know.
Some of these candidates,
they saw what she saw what they did to her husband. They're like, I ain't doing it.
And to be honest, man, people treated Obama with kid gloves, and it was like you had the conservatives were the only ones saying, "Hey, wait, there's something wrong with this guy." When he left the Illinois Senate, it was like he was one of the votes that was holding him up from like a child that was born from an abortion. Sorry, I should say. I'm not going to go there. But until he left to go to the U.S. Senate was when they passed it, because he was one of the people holding it up, because he votes president all the damn time. Who playing Xbox? I hear that.
You caught him.
One of these days, I gotta put my I gotta get a TV on the wall or something, man, because my TV is behind.
I'm trying to wait for San Andreas to load up. It's supposed to come out today, but they're still talking about it's too early. Yeah, right.
Oh, the game, yeah, it's supposed to come out on the 11th.
You got it on Game Pass?
Yep.
Yeah, I got Game Pass. And
I seen the new graphics. It's decent. It's decent,
yeah.
But
or maybe
it's gonna be interesting though how they.
Or maybe my eyesight is failing me.
Yeah.
As long as they, as long as they increase that,
Bobby, you ain't shit.
As long as they increase the draw distances when I'm flying in San Andreas, I'm good.
Yeah.
The who?
The draw distance when you're flying, I'm good.
All that I played the newer version of that on PS3. I didn't like it, but I understand the missions and everything. Now GTA 3 and I would say GTA Vice City. That's gonna be interesting on newer graphics. Now I played the older graphics on all three of those. Excellent.
You know, you guys play with Elite controllers?
I ain't got one, but no.
Yes, no?
I said no.
Oh man, why am I the only one?
Is it that good?
It's like crack. I mean, albeit the new the Series S, you can program your your stick and your controller, but those under button ones, I don't have to take my fingers off the sticks. Pause. I take it like I don't need to press the face buttons on my controller, because right now I'm like itching to play, but I know I got to go to sleep. It's 4:00 in the morning.
Yeah, I already been playing Forza, the new Forza.
Yeah. I didn't know Forza came out. Like I think it was yesterday or the day before.
Day before,
a couple of days. I didn't know that.
I'm not saying this to be funny. That's the best looking racing game I've ever seen.
Yeah,
it still is.
Yeah.
It's, they call it an arcade racer. I call it the hybrid because it controls like a sim, but it's an arcade racer.
Yeah. And I bought a steering wheel a while back for my Xbox One, and it's supposedly supposed to work on the Series S and X.
Yeah.
Because man, I'm one of them weirdos, man. I'm probably gonna get a Series X for the truck and keep the S at the house, or one of the two, or both. I don't know how it's gonna happen. Because man, when I'm on the road, man, it's like you're not really getting internet like you think.
Yeah, I don't have a 4K TV, so I might just get a Series S and with some extra storage.
Yeah. I had the storage before I got my ass.
Because 1080 is well good enough for me. I'm good.
Yeah.
4K is overkill for me. That, and I know too much about I know too much about resolution. So 4K is overkill, but
Yeah, I feel you on that. I got
when you're only dealing with like a 30-inch or something, that's overkill.
Yeah, I got a 32 with 4K, and I wasn't gonna take it on the truck. Like I'm telling you, I buy stuff and then just ignore it. Like I had an Ethernet switch. I didn't know I knew what I wanted it to do, and I just sort of like, okay, I'll deal with it tomorrow. And that turned, like 5 years. Wow. It was actually sitting on my toolbox, right? And then I bought another one because I forgot about that one. And then I started actually hooking stuff up. Like, what am I gonna do with this? Because man, my TVs weren't hooked up to the internet. My Xbox and my PC were the only things hooked to the internet. And then I just started saying, all right, I'm gonna have to go get I'm like halfway filling up like the 8 port one. Because I'm like, man, I'm plugging every TV directly into the internet. My sister came over here with her Crapple. God, I hate Crapple. Anyway, and we're sitting there for 2 hours trying to get her Crapple device hooked up to the television, through casting over them. I'm like, what the? Because I haven't seen Dune yet. And I'm like, I'm about 3
It's
seconds
decent.
behind. I mean, from what I've seen, I'm like, man, that look pretty good. I tell you, like, his last 6 months, I haven't left the house. Like, I can't, I go to the taco shop, I go to the liquor store, and I don't go anywhere but my truck when I leave the house. Well, there was a DMV, but I'm trying to block them out. Motherfuckers. I've been home we're coming up on 3 weeks now. God damn. I haven't been off this long in 5 years. I feel like a bum. And if I knew I was going to be home this long, I'd get me one of them e-bikes.
Yeah, I believe it or not, I started playing Skyrim again. I can't help it.
There's something wrong with you. I don't know what's up with Skyrim, man. Don't do it for me.
Okay.
I'm playing Mass Effect Andromeda. Not Andromeda, but Mass Effect Legendary.
I got to finish that up too.
I'm about ready to do the suicide.
I can't finish 3 for some odd reason. I can finish 1 and 2, but I can't finish 3.
You got issues. 3 is easy.
Yeah.
I know.
The ending is all the same.
Well, guys, I'm about to shut it down.
All right,
man.
Yeah, but I wanted to. I decided I wanted to go back to Mass Effect 1 and kill the council.
I kill the council every time, every single time.
Because the newer council got more sense. I was like, wait a minute, this newer council got more sense. Why am I keeping the old council?
Yeah, I was like, man, hey, look, we need to get sovereign. We need to kill this guy, and and the graphics are better on Legendary. Oh my god.
Oh, you ain't lying. Especially Mass Effect 1, that's a completely different game.
Yes.
If you ever played on the 360, that's a completely different game. It's much smoother.
Yes. I remember like the first graphics, and I can't remember what planet you were on. Oh my god, it was horrible. I'm not gonna call it 8-bit, but it was just bad.
Yeah, it was bad. But
I think there's gonna be another Andromeda, not Andromeda. There's going to be another Mass Effect.
I heard about that.
I'm just like, yeah. Y'all hear that? Rubbing my hot little hands together. He was my hands aren't little.
Oh well, that now, I hate to say this, but I enjoy screwing the Shadow Broker. Yeah, I said it.
Who's the Shadow Broker? I know.
Oh,
I know
you haven't played that, huh?
I know Liara is the Shadow Broker now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I never hit that. I would always hit Miranda.
Oh.
I hit Miranda a couple times. Hit Jack. I ain't mess with Jack like that no more. She all fucked up in the head. I was young and dumb.
But her I played her romance in